Trust me, you'll want to hear it. Hey folks, imagine this. You're standing in front of a fire. If you keep throwing wood at it non-stop, it burns bright, but it also burns out fast. But if you step back, feed it just enough, and then walk away for a while, when you return, that fire is desperate, hungry, pulling every ounce of oxygen it can find just to stay alive. That's how people fall in love. Not because you gave them everything all at once, but because you gave just enough, then let the silence do the work. The lie we've been fed is that the more available we are, the more loved we'll be. That if we bend, chase and prove our worth, they'll finally see how loyal we are. But listen carefully, my friends. That's not love. That's slavery of the heart. People don't value what's handed to them on a silver platter. They value what they almost lost, what they thought they couldn't keep, what made them work harder than they expected. Marcus Aurelius once said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. You can't control their feelings directly, but you can control your frame, your energy, your presence. Think about a player at a casino. They don't sit at the slot machine because they love the game. They sit there because of the uncertainty, the maybe. It's the hope of a jackpot, the fear of losing, the high of almost winning. That's what makes them obsessed. And in relationships, people aren't addicted to consistency. They're addicted to unpredictability. You smile, then you go quiet. You give, then you pull back. You open the door slightly, then close it before they've fully walked in. That's how you plant yourself in their mind. But here's where it gets interesting. This isn't manipulation if you do it the Stoic way, because Stoicism isn't about cold games. It's about emotional mastery. It's about being able to connect without clinging, to offer without begging, to love without losing yourself. When you understand that, you stop being the one chasing and start being the one who sets the rhythm. And guess what? People can feel it. They feel the difference between desperation and detachment, between hunger and control. My friends, let me break a lie wide open for you. Love is not about giving more. It's about giving right. It's about giving with clarity, with restraint, with value. You don't drown them in your presence. You let them thirst for it. You don't hand them your heart. You let them wonder if they ever really had it. That's the paradox of love. The less you need them, the more they need you. And yes, it's a little fun too, because when you see how predictable people are in this game, it's like watching a magician reveal the trick. Suddenly, you're not the audience anymore. You're the one pulling the strings. It's chess, not checkers. They think they're winning, but you're 3 moves ahead, calm as a monk, smiling like you knew the ending all along. So here's my challenge to you as we start this journey together. Stop trying to impress. Stop trying to prove. Stop trying to earn what should be freely given. Become the one who can love, but also the one who can leave. That's where the power lives. Write this in the comments right now. I choose detachment because that's your weapon, that's your shield, that's your strength. Press the like button, subscribe, and stay with me because we're just getting started. And remember, strong, alone, always. Number 1, they don't fall for love. They fall for fear of losing it. People are not loved because of how much you give them, but because of how much they fear losing you. That's the truth most of us never hear until it's too late. They don't fall in love when you pour every ounce of your soul out on the table. They fall when they believe they've stumbled upon something rare, fragile, and too valuable to ever let slip. And here's the twist. Most people are busy trying to prove their love instead of realizing that love isn't proved, it's triggered. Think about it. Picture a priceless diamond lying in the middle of the street, free for anyone to take. People would glance, maybe even step over it, because when value doesn't require effort, it doesn't register as value at all. Now put that same diamond in a glass case, guarded, scarce, available only through persistence and patience. Suddenly, the world fights to claim it. The diamond didn't change. Its glow didn't fade or brighten. What changed was the perception, and my friends, that's exactly how people operate in love. You've probably asked yourself at some point, why do they chase the one who doesn't care and ignore the one who gives everything? It's not because they're cruel or heartless or broken, it's because human psychology craves contrast. The fire burns brighter against the night sky. The sweetness tastes sweeter after bitterness. We are wired to need distance, scarcity, and challenge before we attach our hearts. Yet, what do most people do? They believe the lie that more availability equals more love. They flood the other person with attention, gifts, constant messages, hoping it will secure them a place in their heart. But folks, that's not love. That's fear disguised as effort. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Think about that for a second. You can't force them to love you. You can't control the outcome of their heart. But you can control the story you tell through your actions, the rhythm you set in the connection. The person who understands this doesn't beg for affection. They create an atmosphere where affection naturally grows. Here's the fear that sits in so many minds. If I pull back, won't they forget me? If I'm not always available, won't they lose interest? That's the lie talking. That's the panic of someone who doesn't know their own worth. The truth is the opposite. When you step back, when you let silence breathe, when you show that your life doesn't orbit around them, you plant curiosity. And curiosity is the seed of attraction. What are they doing? Why are they not reaching out? Did I lose them? These questions swirl in their mind, and with every unanswered question, their attachment grows stronger. But let's be honest, it's not easy. It feels unnatural at first, because society has conditioned you to believe love equals sacrifice, equals constant presence, equals never letting them doubt your feelings. And when you start holding back, when you start giving with clarity instead of desperation, fear will whisper, "You're losing them." That's when you need to remember, what you're actually losing is your old self, the one who begged, the one who chased, the one who thought love could be earned through effort alone. That version of you must burn away for the stronger self to emerge. Think of a sculptor chipping away at a block of marble. Every strike feels destructive, but in reality, the artist is revealing the statue that was always hidden within. That's what detachment feels like at first, like you're destroying something. But in truth, you're revealing the masterpiece, a version of you that knows your presence is valuable because it's not desperate, because it's not free to just anyone, because it's controlled, intentional, powerful. And if you still doubt, look at history. Machiavelli himself, often misunderstood as a teacher of cruelty, actually revealed the deepest truth about power. Men are driven by two principal impulses, either by love or by fear. Notice how he didn't say pity or comfort. He said love and fear. Love without fear of loss is comfortable but never addictive. Fear without love is unstable but always obsessive. The ones who truly fall into the balance between both, when they feel like they've gained your heart but never fully secured it. That's when they're hooked. My friends, here's the real breakthrough. They don't fall in love when you hand them your world. They fall when you make them wonder if they've even touched the edges of it. They don't fall when you speak endlessly about how much you care. They fall when you say little, but your presence carries weight, like silence after a thunderclap. They don't fall because you're always there. They fall because sometimes you're not. Ask yourself, who are they more likely to chase? The person who's always waiting, always replying, always saying yes, or the one who seems calm, centered, whose life is already full, who gives affection like a rare coin, not a cheap trinket? We both know the answer. They chase the one who doesn't need them. They crave the one who makes them step into the arena, who makes them earn, who makes them fear the loss. And I know it's scary. It feels counterintuitive. But let me tell you this, once you stop overgiving, once you stop clinging, once you realize that your love is not cheap, the entire dynamic changes. You stop being the option and you become the prize. You stop being the chaser and you become the one they chase. And when that happens, you understand what true stoicism in love is. It's not about shutting down your emotions, it's about guiding them with strength. So I want you to write this affirmation in the comments right now. I am the prize. Say it, own it, show it to yourself and to the world around you. Because until you believe that, you'll keep giving your heart like it's a discount sale. But when you live it, when you stand tall in it, they won't just like you, they'll fall hard and they won't even know why. And here's the best part. This is only the beginning, because once they fall, once you've triggered the deepest pull in their mind, that's when the real test comes. What happens when you're strong enough to walk away? Stay with me, because what's coming next will flip the entire game in your favor. Number 2, the illusion of availability. If you are always within reach, you are never truly desired. That's the hard truth, my friends. People don't crave what's always there. They crave what feels scarce, what feels like it could slip away at any moment. Think about water. When you live beside a river, you take it for granted. You barely notice it's flowing. But when you're stranded in a desert, a single drop becomes priceless. That's the psychology of availability. Too much, and they forget your worth. Just enough, and they'll crawl through fire for more. Most people, however, make the same mistake over and over. They confuse love with access. They think if they answer every text in seconds, if they cancel plans for them, if they're constantly just one call away, it will secure loyalty. But what does it actually do? It tells the other person, you don't have to work for me. I'm already yours. And human nature, flawed and greedy as it is, stops valuing what doesn't require effort. Imagine a king who throws open the palace gates, letting everyone wander the halls. At first, it feels generous, but soon the throne loses its mystery. The crown looks ordinary. People no longer whisper in awe about the king. They gossip about how common he's become. That's what happens when you're always available. You give away your power, your scarcity, your intrigue, until what once felt rare becomes ordinary. But let me break the lie wide open. Availability doesn't deepen love. It kills it. What deepens love is presence mixed with absence, clarity wrapped in mystery. If you are always there, there's no room for longing. And longing, my friends, is the invisible glue of desire. Now, I know what you might be thinking. If I pull back, won't they think I'm not interested? Won't they walk away? That fear is real, and it keeps people trapped in patterns of overgiving. But here's the secret. If someone walks away because you're not constantly at their feet, they never valued you to begin with. The ones worth keeping don't run when you hold your ground. They step closer. Because availability isn't love, it's convenience. And who wants to be someone's convenience? Let's make it simple. Think about your favorite movie. If you watched it every day, it would lose its magic. The lines you once loved would become dull, the scenes predictable. But watch it once in a while, and every time, it feels new. It strikes the heart again. That's how human connection works. When you flood them with yourself, you lose the very thing that makes you magnetic, the unknown. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." If your thoughts are rooted in fear, fear of losing them, fear of being forgotten, you'll act from that fear. You'll over-explain, over-text, over-show up. And in doing so, you'll strip away your color, your uniqueness, until you're just another face in the crowd. But if your thoughts are rooted in strength, if you carry yourself as someone who knows their presence is a privilege, then every interaction is dyed with confidence, every silence becomes powerful, every appearance feels intentional. Here's the paradox: the less available you are, the more memorable you become. They'll notice the gaps, they'll feel the silence, they'll crave the parts of you that are hidden, and that craving isn't cruelty, it's attraction working in your favor. It's their mind replaying your last smile, your last word, your last glance, wondering when or if it will happen again. That's how you stop being a convenience and start becoming an obsession. But let's talk about why this is so difficult, because I know some of you are nodding right now, but deep down you're saying, "I can't do that. I'll lose them if I don't show them how much I care." That's the addiction talking, the addiction to approval, the addiction to being needed. The addiction to thinking your worth is measured by how quickly you respond or how much you sacrifice. Breaking this addiction takes strength. It takes courage to sit in silence when every part of you wants to send that text. It takes discipline to say no when your fear screams yes. But that, my friends, is the path of the Stoic, to choose discipline over desperation. Let me give you a metaphor. Picture a bow and arrow. If you let the string hang loose, the arrow falls flat. But when you pull back, when you create tension, the arrow flies far, fast, and with purpose. That's what controlled availability does. Your absence creates tension, and that tension propels desire. Without it, the connection falls flat. And don't confuse this with manipulation. This isn't about playing games. This is about reclaiming your worth. Because the truth is, if you don't guard your energy, people will consume it carelessly. They'll take your time, your attention, your love, not out of malice, but out of habit. And when the habit becomes routine, your value fades in their eyes. Guarding your availability isn't cruelty, it's self-respect. Machiavelli once said, "It is better to be feared than loved if you cannot be both." In love, this doesn't mean cruelty. It means respect. It means being someone whose presence is valued because it's not endless, whose attention feels rare because it's not on demand. They may not fear you like a ruler, but they will fear losing you. And that fear, balanced with the warmth you occasionally show, creates the perfect storm of attachment. Think back to a time when someone didn't text you back right away. Remember how your mind spun? You checked your phone. You wondered if you said something wrong. You replayed the last conversation. That's the power of scarcity. Now imagine if you could trigger that same tension in them, not because you're ignoring them, but because you're living your life fully, because you're not glued to your phone, because you have purpose beyond their attention. That's how availability becomes your weapon. And let me tell you, once you master this, you'll see a shift. They'll start reaching out more. They'll start putting in effort. They'll start fearing the silence instead of you fearing theirs. That's when you know the balance has flipped. That's when you know you've become the one in control. So here's your truth for today. Stop being endlessly available. Stop handing over your time and attention like free samples at a grocery store. Value it, guard it, offer it sparingly, intentionally, like a fine wine, poured in small doses, not a bottomless cup. Because scarcity creates value, and value creates desire. Write this affirmation in the comments right now. My presence is rare. Say it, believe it, show it. Because until you see yourself as rare, they won't either. And when you finally embody that truth, you'll watch how quickly the dynamic changes. And this is only the beginning. Because once you master availability, the next step is even more powerful. Understanding how contrast, warmth and withdrawal, closeness and distance hooks them deeper than any steady affection ever could. As I stay with me. Because what's coming next will show you why contrast, not consistency, is the secret key to making them fall. Number 3, emotional contrast is the hook. Without contrast, there is no beauty. Without absence, there is no longing. That's not just poetry, it's psychology, and it's the very reason why people fall in love deeper with what they can't always touch. My friends, love doesn't grow in a straight line. It grows in the rise and fall, in the moments of closeness followed by distance, in the tension between warmth and coldness. Too much of one thing, too much sweetness, too much presence, too much attention, and suddenly what once felt magical becomes ordinary. Think about music. A song without pauses, without moments of silence between notes, isn't music, it's noise. The silence is what gives the melody power, the rise and fall, the beats of intensity followed by calm. That's what makes your heart move. Human connection works the same way. If you're always available, always loving, always giving, there is no rhythm, no tension, no contrast. It's a flat line, and a flat line is death, not life. Now, let's ask the hard question. Why do people get addicted to players, to inconsistent partners, to people who give and then suddenly take away? It's not because those people are special. It's because they've mastered emotional contrast. One day they flood you with attention, the next day they vanish. One moment they share intimacy, the next moment they turn cold. And what happens? Your brain fires up like it's on a drug. You start chasing the high, wondering when the next hit will come. This is called intermittent reinforcement, the same psychological trick casinos use to keep gamblers hooked at slot machines. Not consistent wins, but unpredictable ones. You see, the brain craves uncertainty more than certainty. A consistent yes is comforting but dull. An occasional yes surrounded by silence, by absence, by distance. That yes feels like lightning. It hits harder, it lingers longer, it makes you chase. And that's why emotional contrast is the hook. But let me break a lie wide open for you, my friends. Most people think the way to make someone love you is to be endlessly kind, endlessly warm, endlessly reassuring. They think love is a steady stream of good mornings and how are yous, of constant I miss you texts, of never letting the other person wonder. But here's the brutal truth. That doesn't create desire. That creates comfort. And comfort doesn't make people fall. It makes them settle. Now, don't get me wrong, comfort has its place. A long-term relationship needs stability, trust, safety. But when you're talking about creating attraction, when you're talking about making them fall so deeply they can't shake you from their mind, comfort alone won't do it. What does it? Contrast. the moments of closeness followed by space, the nights of deep connection followed by mornings of silence, the intensity of your eyes meeting followed by the mystery of you walking away. Picture a candle in a dark room. The flame looks brighter, more alive, because of the darkness around it. If the whole room were filled with light, that one candle would disappear. The darkness is what makes it stand out. In the same way, your absence makes your presence glow. Your silence makes your words echo louder. Your restraint makes your affection feel rare and valuable. But why is this so difficult to practice? Because fear gets in the way. People think, if I pull back, they'll think I don't care. If I don't text, they'll forget me. If I give space, they'll find someone else. That's the fear of loss speaking, not truth. The reality is, space doesn't erase you, it amplifies you. Absence doesn't kill desire, it creates it. And if someone does walk away because you weren't constantly flooding them with attention, then hear me clearly. They were never looking for love. They were looking for control. Seneca once said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." And my friends, we waste so much of it by giving away our energy in ways that kill attraction. We think we're nurturing love, but really we're suffocating it. Love isn't nurtured by constant sunlight. Even plants need the night. Even rivers need droughts to make the rains matter. Now, let's get practical. How do you use emotional contrast the Stoic way, without manipulation, without cruelty? Simple, you reward action, not words. When they make effort, you give warmth. When they withdraw, you don't chase. You go still. When they come closer, you lean in slightly. When they take you for granted, you step back. This balance keeps the rhythm alive. You don't withhold affection out of spite. You balance it with silence out of discipline. That's the difference between toxic games and Stoic control. Here's another metaphor for you. Think of the ocean. It doesn't roar all the time. It pulls back, it rises, it falls. And because of that rhythm, it has power. Ships are carried by it. Storms are feared because of it. Life itself is shaped by its contrast. Be like the ocean. Give and take, rise and retreat, not out of chaos, but out of controlled rhythm. That's how you hold power. And if you doubt this, let me remind you of something you already know. The people you've missed most in your life weren't the ones who were always available. They were the ones who disappeared sometimes, the ones who left you wondering, the ones who made you feel like their presence was special. That's proof enough that contrast works. My friends, emotional contrast is not about cruelty, it's about value. It's about teaching people that your attention, your affection, your time are treasures, not cheap trinkets. It's about showing them that closeness means something because it's not constant. And when you master that, you stop being an option and start being an obsession. So let me ask you, are you willing to let go of the fear that makes you overgive? Are you willing to trust that your silence can be louder than your words, that your absence can make them crave your presence more than your endless messages ever could? That's the challenge, that's the discipline, that's the Stoic way. And here's your affirmation for today. My silence creates desire. Write it in the comments, say it out loud, let it sink in, because until you believe it, you'll keep flooding them with your presence, and you'll keep killing the very spark you want to ignite. But once you live it, once you embrace contrast as your weapon, you'll watch them fall harder than you ever thought possible. And we're only getting started, because if contrast is the hook, the next piece is even sharper, the ego trap. The moment they believe they're the ones winning, that they've conquered your heart, that's when you flip the board. Stay with me, because what's coming next will show you how to use their own ego to make them fall deeper than they ever intended. Number 4. The ego trap. Men are driven by two things, fear and gain, and it applies not just to rulers and armies, but to the battlefield of love. My friends, if you want to understand why people fall hard and fall fast, you have to understand the ego. Because the heart doesn't fall first, the ego does. The moment they believe they're the one winning, the one who cracked your walls, the one who pulled something rare out of you, that's when the trap closes. And the beauty of it? They won't even realize it's a trap until it's too late. Picture a chess game. Most people think the winner is the one making the flashiest moves, the dramatic check, the confident capture, but real masters know it's about positioning. You let your opponent believe they're in control, while in reality, every piece they move is guided into the space you created. They think they're winning, but they're being led into checkmate. That's exactly how the ego trap works in love. You let them believe they're conquering you, but you've already mapped the ending. Now, why does this work so well? Because people crave two things above all, the feeling of gain and the fear of losing it. When they think they're gaining your heart, their ego lights up. It feels like a prize. It feels like a victory. And victories, my friends, are addictive. But here's where you flip it. Just as they start to relax into that "I've won" comfort, you step back. You create space. You let silence replace their certainty. Suddenly the victory feels threatened and the fear of loss sets in. That cocktail, gain and fear, is the most intoxicating drug the ego can ever taste. Let's break down the lie here. Society tells you to be transparent, to lay all your cards on the table, to tell them exactly how much you love them so there's no doubt. But in reality, that kills attraction. Why? Because certainty kills ego hunger. If they know they've fully won you, there's no victory left, no challenge, no reason to keep proving themselves, and without the challenge, the fire goes out. The ego doesn't want what's secure. It wants what feels like it's almost secure, but not quite. Think about it this way. A hunter doesn't brag about animals that walked into the camp and sat by the fire. They brag about the ones they had to chase, the ones they almost lost, the ones that made them sweat and bleed before the final capture. The struggle makes the prize valuable. The chase makes the story worth telling. And love, in its rawest form, works exactly the same way. If you're too easy, you're forgettable. If you make them feel like they're gaining you, but can never fully hold you, you become unforgettable. But let's go deeper, because this isn't about manipulation. This is about understanding psychology. Human beings are wired for what's called reactance, the drive to resist losing freedom or influence. When someone feels like they're losing control, their instinct is to fight harder to regain it. That's why the ego trap works so flawlessly. By giving them just enough to feel like they're winning and then pulling back, you trigger reactance. They don't even know why they're chasing harder. They just feel the need to re-secure what they thought they had. And let me tell you, this isn't easy to practice, because your fear will whisper, what if they leave when I pull back? What if they stop trying? What if I lose them? But here's the truth. If they walk away when you pull back, they were never invested in the first place. Their ego was never tied to you, and someone whose ego isn't invested can never truly fall in love with you. You don't want the ones who stay because you begged. You want the ones who stay because they're haunted by the thought of losing you. Marcus Aurelius once said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." That's your anchor here. You can't control how they respond, but you can control your rhythm, your silence, your presence. And when you do, you're not just playing a game, you're shaping their perception. You're giving them a taste of victory, then pulling it away just enough for them to crave it again. That's discipline, not cruelty. Now, let's get metaphorical for a moment. Imagine a fisherman with a baited hook. He doesn't throw the entire catch into the water and say, "Here, take it." No, he lowers the bait, lets the fish nibble, lets it feel like it's winning. Then he tugs back. Then he lowers it again. Back and forth, until the fish is so invested, so desperate, that it doesn't realize the hook is already in its mouth. That's how you handle the ego trap in love. You let them think they're gaining, but in truth, they're just binding themselves tighter to you. But here's the warning: you can't fake this. You can't act like you're detached while secretly obsessing. They'll feel the cracks. They'll sense the weakness. The ego trap only works when your calm is real, when your detachment is grounded in truth, when you know deep down that you don't need them, you choose them. That's what makes the illusion unbreakable. And my friends, let's not sugarcoat it. This will test you. It will test your patience. It will test your discipline. Because when they finally lean in, when they finally give you that affection you've been craving, your instinct will be to flood them back, to throw the gates wide open, to reward them endlessly. But that's the exact moment you must hold your ground. Because the second you remove the tension, the second you give away the certainty, the trap dissolves. They relax, they get comfortable, and the ego no longer burns. Machiavelli warned us, "The vulgar crowd is always taken by appearances, and the world consists chiefly of the vulgar." Translation: people fall for the performance, not the truth. Give them the appearance that they've won you. Smile. Let them feel special. Let them believe they're the exception. But never fully hand over the crown. Keep them working. Keep them guessing. Keep them hungry. Because appearances fuel the ego, and the ego fuels the chase. So here's your affirmation for today. I control the frame. Write it in the comments. Say it to yourself every morning, because until you own the frame, you'll always be reacting to theirs, and reacting is weakness. But when you control the frame, when you decide how much they win, when you decide how much they fear losing, you stop being a participant in their game and start being the architect of their obsession. And this, my friends, is where it starts getting surgical, because once the ego is hooked, once they believe they're winning but still fear losing, you move to the next stage, controlled vulnerability. That's when you reveal just enough of yourself to make them believe they've unlocked something rare. Then you vanish before they get the rest. Stay with me, because what's coming next is the secret to creating obsession so deep, it lingers long after you've walked away. Number 5. Controlled vulnerability. People don't fall in love with what they fully know. They fall in love with what they're still trying to understand. That's the raw truth, my friends. Mystery, not exposure, creates obsession. And yet most people do the opposite. They overshare, they spill every detail of their heart, they hand out their secrets like flyers on a busy street. Why? Because they think honesty is the same as intimacy. But let's break this lie once and for all. Honesty builds trust, yes, but controlled vulnerability builds desire. Think about a movie that leaves the ending unresolved. You walk out of the theater and your mind replays the final scene again and again. What happened? What did it mean? Could it have gone differently? That's called the Zeigarnik effect, the psychological pull of unfinished business. Your brain hates incomplete stories. It loops them, obsesses over them, and replays them until it feels like closure has been found. Controlled vulnerability works the same way. You give them just enough of your truth, just enough depth, and then you pull away. Now their mind can't let you go. You've become the unresolved ending they can't stop replaying. Let me give you a metaphor. Imagine a locked treasure chest. If you dump the entire treasure out at someone's feet, they'll admire it for a moment, then move on. But if you let them open it inch by inch, one gem here, one gold coin there, they'll keep coming back, desperate to see what else lies inside. They'll fantasize about it. They'll project their own desires onto it. They'll guard it like it's priceless. That's the power of controlled vulnerability. You're not withholding love. You're revealing it slowly, strategically, so that each piece feels earned, not given. But here's the danger. Most people confuse vulnerability with desperation. They believe, if I tell them everything, they'll finally see the real me and stay. And what happens? They overshare. They trauma dump. They reveal all their insecurities too soon. And instead of building intimacy, they overwhelm. Vulnerability becomes a flood that drowns the spark before it even has a chance to grow. Stoicism teaches us the opposite. Never give the whole truth at once. Not because you're dishonest, but because your truth is valuable. And anything valuable must be revealed with precision, not panic. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one, apply this to love. Waste no more time arguing to prove how lovable you are. Just be lovable in silence. Let them feel it through the glimpses you allow. You don't need to explain your worth. You need to live it, breathe it, show it in fragments that keep them guessing. Now, let's make this real. Imagine you're on a date. Instead of spilling your whole life story, you share one real detail, a childhood memory, a lesson you learned, a scar that shaped you. Then you pivot. You laugh, you change the subject, you move on. What happens? That one detail sticks in their mind like a hook. They'll replay it later. They'll wonder what else lies beneath. They'll feel like they got access to something rare, something others don't see. And that feeling, that exclusivity, is what makes them attach. Here's another example. You tell them a dream you have, but not the whole plan. You show them a scar, but not the whole wound. You give them one truth, but not the conclusion. That's how you create curiosity. And curiosity is love's strongest ally. Because when the mind is curious, it invests, it imagines, it builds stories, and those stories bind them to you tighter than any constant reassurance ever could. Now, I know what some of you are thinking, but isn't that manipulative? Isn't love about being open? Listen carefully. There's a difference between openness and exposure. Exposure is dumping everything without boundaries. Openness is sharing intentionally, wisely, with balance. Stoicism isn't about hiding, it's about control. It's about knowing that your truth, your emotions, your heart are too valuable to be handed to anyone without discernment. And let's not forget, people don't value what's easy. If you reveal everything too soon, they take it for granted. But if you reveal slowly, if they have to wait, if they have to work, then every piece becomes a victory. And victories, as we said before, are addictive. The ego loves them. The heart craves them. That's the trap. Think about the ocean again. You stand on the shore and it gives you glimpses, waves rolling in, foam touching your feet. But the depth, the secrets, the true treasures lie far beneath, unseen. That's why the ocean captivates us. That's why people can stare at it for hours, mesmerized. It never reveals all of itself, yet it never hides its power. That's controlled vulnerability. That's what makes you magnetic. Here's the real challenge. It requires patience, because your instinct will be to reveal more, especially when you feel a connection. You'll think, if I just tell them this, they'll understand me. If I just give them more, they'll love me. But pause. Breathe. Remember, love is not about proving yourself. Love is about creating a rhythm of revelation that leaves them wanting more. Hold back not out of fear, but out of wisdom. Seneca wrote, "The greatest remedy for anger is delay." The same applies here. The greatest remedy for fear of loss is delay. Delay your full story. Delay your full availability. Delay your full vulnerability. Because in the delay, desire grows. In the delay, attachment deepens. In the delay, they fall harder than they realize. And yes, this will feel strange at first, because we live in a world that glorifies oversharing, that tells us to lay it all out there. But remember this, not everyone deserves your depths. Some only deserve your surface. And those who earn your depths must do so slowly, through effort, through consistency, through proving they can hold what you reveal. That's self-respect. That's discipline. That's Stoic love. So here's your affirmation for today. I reveal with purpose. Write it in the comments. Show yourself. Show the world around you, because once you live this truth, you'll never again feel the need to overshare to earn love. You'll know your presence is valuable, your story is priceless, your heart is a treasure chest that only the worthy will unlock. And trust me, when they finally do get pieces of your truth, they'll guard them like gold. They'll replay them, fantasize about them, wonder about the rest. And that wondering, my friends, is the beginning of obsession. But we're not stopping here, because controlled vulnerability is only one side of the coin. The next stage is even more powerful, maintaining mystery, not confusion. Too many people confuse chaos with depth. But Stoics know the truth. Mystery is clarity wrapped in silence. Stay with me, because what's coming next will show you how to make them crave you without ever needing to play toxic games. Number 6, silent power, walking away first. The ability to walk away is the ultimate power. These words, echoed through centuries of philosophy and psychology, hold a truth so sharp it cuts deeper than any sweet promise of love. My friends, let's get honest here. People don't remember the one who stayed no matter what, begging for scraps, chasing endlessly. They remember the one who left when they least expected it, the one who walked away first, with silence sharper than any goodbye. Think about it like this. Imagine you're watching a play. The actors are moving across the stage, delivering their lines, filling the air with noise, but suddenly one of them walks off the stage without a word. The spotlight remains. The silence lingers, and the audience leans forward in their seats, desperate to know why. That's what walking away does. It leaves them haunted, searching for answers you'll never provide. Silence becomes the echo they can't erase. Here's the lie most people live under. They believe closure heals. They think if they just explain enough, if they send that last text, if they pour out every feeling, then finally the other person will understand and maybe even regret. But here's the brutal truth. Closure doesn't heal. It satisfies them, not you. It gives them the comfort of an ending, the ability to box you up neatly and move on. Real power is denying that closure. Real power is walking away with silence, leaving the story open-ended so it replays in their mind over and over again. And yes, it's terrifying, because your fear will whisper, if I don't explain, they'll think I didn't care. If I don't say goodbye, they'll forget me. If I walk away without words, I'll lose them forever. But let me ask you, why are you so afraid of being forgotten by someone who didn't value you in the first place? Why do you fear silence when silence is the very thing that creates obsession? The truth is, if your presence had value, your silence will have even more. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "It is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live." Apply this to love. It's not the loss of a person you should fear, it's the loss of yourself by clinging too tightly. Living fully means being able to let go. Walking away first isn't about cruelty. It's about refusing to die a slow death by staying in situations where your worth isn't recognized. It's about choosing life, strength, dignity over chaos, begging, and confusion. Let me give you a metaphor. Picture a candle in a dark room. As long as it burns, the light is comforting but ordinary. When it suddenly blows out, the darkness feels overwhelming, the absence suffocating. People don't notice the flame until it's gone. Your presence works the same way. As long as you're always there, always available, always reaching out, you're taken for granted. But the moment you step away, the absence grows larger than your presence ever did. You become unforgettable, not because you shouted, but because you left them with silence too loud to ignore. But let's face it, walking away first requires discipline. It requires courage most people don't have. Why? Because we crave certainty. We want to know they'll miss us. We want to know they'll regret it. We want proof before we leave. But that's not how Stoicism works. Stoicism is about mastering yourself, not controlling others. It's about knowing that whether they regret it or not doesn't matter. What matters is that you chose strength over desperation. You chose dignity over chaos. You chose yourself. And here's the psychological twist: loss aversion. Behavioral economists tell us people fear losing something more than they enjoy gaining it. If you give them your love fully, without boundaries, they'll enjoy it, yes, but they won't fight to keep it. But when you pull away, especially when they think they've secured you, you trigger loss aversion. Suddenly, the fear of losing you outweighs the joy of having you. That fear grows in silence, not in words. That fear haunts them in the absence, not in the presence. Think about someone from your past who walked away before you were ready. You might have forgotten their words, but you remember their silence. You remember the unanswered questions, the unfinished story. You remember the echo of their absence. That's the power you hold when you walk away first. You don't give them an ending. You give them a loop. And loops never die. They haunt, they replay, they grow stronger with every memory. Machiavelli said, "It is better to act and repent than not to act and regret." My friends, don't regret staying too long. Don't regret begging for someone to value you. Act, walk, leave with silence. Regret nothing, because silence is the loudest speech you'll ever give. Now, let me address the hardest part. You will want to look back. You will want to check if they noticed, if they're hurting, if they're chasing. But the real power isn't just in leaving. It's in not returning. It's in refusing to reopen the door once you've closed it. Because the moment you give in, the silence breaks, the power dissolves, and they know they still control the strings. Don't give them that satisfaction. Let them sit in the silence. Let them wonder. Let them feel the loss. Here's the most important truth. Walking away first doesn't mean you never cared. It means you cared enough about yourself to stop bleeding for someone who wouldn't even offer a bandage. It means you loved yourself enough to know your presence is valuable, your silence even more so. And when you master this, you stop being the victim of games. You stop being the chaser. You become the one they can't shake, the one they replay, the one they regret losing forever. So here's my challenge to you. Stop explaining, stop begging, stop chasing. Walk away first. Walk with silence. Walk with strength. Walk knowing you've given enough, and now your absence will do the work words never could. And I want you to write this in the comments right now. I walk with power. Let the world see it. Let yourself feel it. Let the ones who underestimated you read it. Because when you own that affirmation, you become untouchable. If this spoke to you, if it opened your eyes, if it hit you hard the way it was meant to, then press the like button right now. Subscribe for more, because this is only the beginning of your transformation. Share this video with someone who needs to hear it, and stay with me, because the power of silence, the power of stoic detachment, the power of walking away first, that's not just about relationships, it's about life. And together, we're going to master it. Sometimes, losing you is the very thing that teaches them what they'll never find again. My friends, let that sink in for a second, because the moment you detach, the whole game changes. The silence they thought would make them stronger, it starts to crush them. The freedom they thought would feel exciting, it turns into a prison of doubt. Detachment flips the story they were writing in their head, and suddenly you're no longer the man they left, you're the man they can't replace. Now, before we go deeper, do me a favor, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop a comment below so we can build this brotherhood together. Trust me, you'll want to stay with me until the end, because what we're about to break down will shift the way you see yourself and the way they see you forever. Hey folks, imagine this. You're a fire in the middle of winter. They walked away thinking they could find another flame, maybe even one that looked brighter for a while. But as nights grow colder, they realize not every flame gives heat. Some just flicker and die, leaving them shivering in the dark. Meanwhile, you didn't burn out. You grew into a roaring bonfire, lighting up the night sky, warming everyone in its glow, without needing them to return. That's what detachment does. It doesn't just make them miss you. It forces them to compare every cheap spark to the real fire they once had. Here's the lie they believed: that moving on with someone new would erase you, that replacing you would be simple, quick, painless. But my friends, here's the truth. You don't replace rare. You don't swap out energy that came with depth, patience, and presence. They can sit next to somebody else, laugh with them, hold their hand, but when the silence creeps in, when it's just them and their thoughts, they'll feel the difference. They'll feel the weight of what you carried, the stability you brought, the peace you gave. See, detachment is powerful because it creates mystery. They were used to you always being there, answering, reaching, showing up. But when you stop, when you choose silence over chasing, discipline over begging, self-respect over desperation, that's when the storm starts in their chest. Doubt creeps in. And doubt, oh my friends, doubt is the shadow that follows them everywhere. You want another metaphor? Detachment is like music. Imagine their life with you was their favorite song, on repeat, comforting, familiar. They thought they could just change the playlist and forget. But suddenly, the song is gone. Silence takes its place. And in that silence, every new track feels flat, empty, forgettable. Now, the very absence of the music becomes louder than the music itself. And here's the fun part. They'll try to act like they're fine. They'll smile in photos, laugh a little too hard, pretend their new situation is better. But inside, they're scrolling late at night, checking your page, wondering why you're not breaking, wondering why you're not watching them back, wondering if maybe, just maybe, they weren't as replaceable in your life as they thought you were in theirs. That's the magic of detachment. It's not about punishing them, it's about positioning yourself. It's about rising so strong that even their new lover can't compete with your silence. That's when regret starts to bloom. That's when comparison begins to bite. And that's when you finally understand. You don't have to say a word to win. So my friends, let's start this journey the right way. I want you to say this out loud with me right now. I detach, I rise. Type it in the comments below. Show me, show yourself, show the world that you're done giving your power away. Smash that like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and stay with me, because in the next part, I'm going to show you exactly how detachment becomes your greatest weapon. Stay rare, stay rising, stay unshakable. Number 1, they thought you'd stay where they left you. Detachment is not abandoning them. It's abandoning the illusion they could live without you. My friends, let's get real. They didn't just walk away because they stopped caring. They walked away because they believed you'd stay exactly where they left you. Emotionally frozen, quietly waiting, forever available in the background like a safety net. That's the lie they told themselves to make leaving easier. And at first, maybe you lived in that lie too. You sat with your phone in your hand, scrolling through old memories, refreshing their page, wondering if they missed you while they smiled with someone else. You imagined the worst, that they were happier, lighter, freer without you. And those thoughts, they don't just sting, they crush your chest like invisible weights, making you feel like you lost the game before it even started. But here's the truth, folks. Those thoughts aren't facts, they're fears. And fear is the loudest liar in the room. Fear whispers, if you don't act now, they'll forget you forever. Fear screams, if you stay silent, they'll move on and never look back. And in that panic, people do what? They chase, they text, they beg, they explain, they throw their heart on the floor, hoping that vulnerability will spark recognition. But recognition never comes, because begging doesn't plant doubt. It feeds certainty. It confirms to them that leaving cost them nothing. Imagine this with me. You're a flame in the cold, burning steady and warm. They were the one who walked away from your fire, convinced they could find the same heat somewhere else. And maybe for a while they did. Maybe they found a spark, a distraction, a temporary glow. But when that new flame flickers out, and it always does, they remember what they left. They remember the heat that didn't just warm their skin but melted into their bones. But here's the twist. They only miss that fire when it no longer burns for them. That's why detachment is so powerful. You don't keep the flame alive for someone who abandoned it. You let it roar for yourself. Here's a lie that keeps so many stuck. They left because I wasn't good enough. No, my friends, that's not it. They didn't leave because you lacked value. They left because they assumed your value had peaked. They thought you were done growing, done evolving, done becoming more. They thought you were safe to walk away from because in their head you were fixed, unchanging, predictable, replaceable. And that's exactly where their regret begins. Because when you detach, when you stop waiting and start building, you prove them wrong in silence. You become unrecognizable. You become unforgettable. But let's not sugarcoat this. It's not easy. Detachment feels like weakness at first. It feels like disappearing means losing. It feels like if you stop showing up, they'll never look back. You'll lie awake at night, picturing them laughing with someone else, and your mind will torture you with images that may not even be true. You'll feel like you're losing a race you never even signed up for. And that's the hardest part, because detachment isn't a sprint. It's a marathon of self-mastery, and every mile hurts. Every mile feels endless. But with every mile, you get stronger. With every step away from them, you step closer to yourself. Let me paint another picture. Think of yourself as a lighthouse on a stormy night. They left your shore convinced another harbor would bring more safety, more light, more warmth. But as the waves crash and the winds twist around them, they start to realize something. Their new harbor doesn't have a lighthouse. It doesn't have guidance. It doesn't have stability. And then, from afar, they see you. Not dim, not broken, but brighter than ever. They thought you'd fade in their absence, but you evolved. And now they're lost in the storm, haunted by the glow they can't return to so easily. This is why detachment isn't about revenge. It's about resurrection. You don't pull back to punish them. You pull back to protect yourself. You don't go silent to manipulate. You go silent to heal. You don't detach to make them chase. You detach to rise so high that if they ever do look back, they can't even recognize the man you've become. And the beauty of it is this. In the silence, their mind does all the work for you. They start to wonder, Why isn't he reaching out? Did he move on? Did he forget me? Does he even care? That doubt is the crack in their armor. And doubt, my friends, is the seed of regret. Now let's break another lie. If I just stay close, they'll see my worth again. Wrong. Staying close tells them you're an option. Detachment tells them you're the standard. Staying close lets them feel safe in replacing you. Detachment makes them realize replacements don't compare. So yes, detachment will hurt at first. It will feel like silence is swallowing you whole. It will feel like every second is proof you're forgotten. But that pain, that's the fire forging you. That's the silence sharpening your edges. That's the discipline building your backbone. And when the storm clears, you won't be the same man. You'll be the man they didn't believe you could become. So I want you to declare this with me right now. I detach and I rise. Say it out loud. Type it in the comments below. Show me, show yourself, show the world that you're done waiting in silence for someone who thought you'd never move. Show them that your absence is not weakness, it's evolution. And stay with me, because in the next part, I'm going to show you why emotional absence is more powerful than physical presence, and why even their new lover can't compete with the echo your silence leaves behind. This is where the shift begins, my friends. This is where their confidence crumbles and your legend starts to rise. Stay rare, stay steady, stay becoming. Number 2, emotional absence is the real scarcity. People don't crave what they can touch every day. They crave what suddenly disappears, leaving a silence too heavy to ignore. My friends, let's be honest. They didn't believe in your absence. They believed in your attachment. They were confident that no matter where they went, you would still be orbiting their world, ready to answer, ready to show love, ready to validate their choice. That's the silent deal they made in their mind when they left. And at first, they were right, weren't they? Because you did what almost everyone does. You lingered. You posted with hidden meaning, you checked their page, you replayed memories in your head until the pain was unbearable. They counted on that. They counted on your presence to be a safety net for their ego. But what happens when you pull the plug? What happens when your emotional presence, the thing that kept feeding their confidence, suddenly vanishes? That, my friends, is when the scarcity begins. And scarcity, in human psychology, is the most powerful driver of desire. Imagine this with me. You've been breathing oxygen your entire life, never once thinking about it. It's just there, constant, invisible, free. But hold your breath for 1 full minute, and suddenly oxygen becomes the only thing you want. Nothing else matters. Not money, not love, not status, just air. That's exactly what emotional absence does. You were once the oxygen of their emotional world, so consistent they didn't notice. But when you detach, when your emotional presence is no longer accessible, you instantly transform from ordinary to essential. And the hunger that grows in that silence is something no new lover can compete with. They may hold hands with someone else. They may laugh at new jokes, sit in new restaurants, pose for new photos. But all the while, there's a void gnawing at them. Because your emotional presence wasn't just about company, it was about grounding. And grounding, my friends, can't be duplicated. It's the difference between standing on solid earth and balancing on sand. Here's the lie you've been fed. If I stay visible, if I show I still care, they'll remember my worth. Wrong. Visibility without scarcity is noise. It's background static. They don't miss what's always available. They miss what suddenly vanishes and leaves a hole in their chest. And I know what you're thinking. But won't silence make me invisible? Won't they just forget me completely? That's the fear talking again. But let me ask you, can you forget someone whose energy once rewired your nervous system? Can you forget the man who steadied your chaos, who made laughter echo deeper, who gave presents without demanding payment? No, you can't. That memory becomes a ghost. And ghosts show up in the quiet, when the noise dies down, when the lights are off and the crowd goes home. That's when your absence becomes the loudest thing in the room. Let's put it in another metaphor. Think of yourself as the sun. Every morning, your light shone on them, warm, familiar, reliable. They never questioned it, never even stopped to thank it, because the sun was always there. But what happens when one morning the sun doesn't rise? Panic, confusion, cold. Now the absence of light is louder than the light ever was, and every new source of warmth, candles, lamps, even fire, only reminds them of the magnitude of what's missing. That's what detachment feels like. It's not absence, it's scarcity that transforms you into something priceless. But let's be real, it's not easy to go emotionally absent. You'll be tempted to check in, to break the silence, to throw them a little reminder of your existence. You'll want to post for them, hint at your growth, maybe even drop a breadcrumb of attention. But every time you do, you rob yourself of the leverage silence builds. Every time you break absence, you give them oxygen again. You relieve the pressure they should be feeling. And relief is the enemy of regret. You want them to feel it. Then you have to hold the silence. You have to be willing to withstand the fire of your own emotions long enough for theirs to ignite. You have to accept that at first your absence will hurt you more than it hurts them, because you're conditioned to believe presence equals love. But love isn't proven by how often you show up for someone who left. It's proven by how deeply you show up for yourself. Think about this. They left assuming you'd wait. But what if you don't? What if you detach so completely that when they look back, the man they knew no longer exists? What if their new lover starts to feel like a replacement instead of an upgrade? That's what emotional absence does. It doesn't scream, it doesn't announce, it doesn't beg. It simply removes access. And what you remove access to multiplies in value. Here's another truth bomb for you. People don't remember explanations. They remember experiences. You can talk, argue, reason, cry, explain until your throat runs dry. It won't matter. But vanish emotionally. Pull back your concern, your checking in, your constant giving. That experience carves into their memory. That absence becomes the echo they can't unhear. So yes, my friends, emotional absence is hard. It's discipline in its purest form. It's restraint when your whole heart wants to reach out. It's quiet when your mind screams for attention. But in that discipline, you reclaim your throne. You stop being a backup plan and start being a mystery. You stop being taken for granted and start being remembered. And here's the beauty. You don't do it to lure them back. You do it to lift yourself up, to free yourself from being a prisoner of someone else's approval, to prove once and for all that your energy is not a free subscription anyone can cancel and restart at will. It's a one-time gift, and once withdrawn, it redefines the entire game. So here's what I want you to declare with me right now. My absence has gravity. Say it out loud. Type it in the comments. Show me, show yourself. Show the world that you're done handing out your presence like it costs nothing. Let them feel the silence. Let them feel the void. And let them realize that no matter who they're with, nothing competes with what they lost when they lost you. Stay with me, because in the next part, I'm going to show you how healing in silence makes you not just unforgettable, but unrecognizable. And when they see the new version of you, that's when regret transforms into obsession. Stay silent, stay rare, stay powerful. Number 3, heal so hard you're unrecognizable. The deepest revenge is not revenge at all. It's healing into someone they can never touch again. My friends, listen carefully. Detachment confuses them, yes, but healing, that's what haunts them. Silence plants doubt, but your transformation waters that doubt until it grows into regret that eats at them in the quiet hours of the night. If you want to know the one thing that even their new lover cannot compete with, it's not your looks, not your words, not your gestures, it's your healing. Because healing changes your very energy. Healing makes you unrecognizable, not just to them, but to yourself. Here's the thing. When they left, they believed the version of you they abandoned would always be waiting. The one who answered every message, the one who stayed up replaying conversations, trying to decode mixed signals, the one who tolerated being half-chosen. That's the version they think will always exist somewhere in the background, but healing proves them wrong. Healing kills that version and resurrects a new one, stronger, sharper, lighter. That's what terrifies them. Let me paint you a picture. Imagine a man broken into pieces, scattered on the floor. At first, he tries to glue himself back together quickly, desperate to look whole again, hoping someone will notice. That's not healing. That's performance. That's taping the cracks and pretending the pieces don't exist. But real healing, it's different. Real healing means picking up every shard, one by one, and asking, why did this break? What part of me allowed it? Then, instead of taping them together, you melt them down in fire, recast them, and shape them into something stronger than the original. You're not the same vase with cracks. You're forged steel now. That's what healing does. And yet, most men get this part wrong. They heal for performance. They post their gym selfies hoping she sees. They write cryptic quotes hoping she reads them. They throw a glow-up in her direction, waiting for a reaction. That's not healing. That's still chasing, just in disguise. You're still seeking her attention through your progress. And here's the truth. She won't come back for what you pretend to be. They only feels the weight of your absence when your healing is so authentic, so deep, that you don't care whether she sees it or not. Think about this. What hurts them isn't your haircut, your muscles, or your new wardrobe. What hurts them is when they realize the old you, the one they had power over, doesn't exist anymore. That man is gone, dead, buried, and in his place stands someone they can't manipulate, someone they can't predict, someone who no longer bends to their moods or their attention. The man they once took for granted is now out of their reach, not because you blocked them, but because you outgrew them. That, my friends, is what no new lover can compete with. Here's the lie they believed. If I leave, he'll always be the same. If I walk away, I can always come back to the same man. Wrong. Healing breaks that illusion. Healing proves that the door they thought was always open has been replaced with a new house entirely. And when they knock, the man who answers isn't the one they remember. He's colder in some ways, sharper in others, calmer all around. He doesn't beg, he doesn't chase, and he doesn't crumble. He simply evaluates. And that evaluation shakes them to their core, because now, for the first time, it's not you auditioning for their love, it's them auditioning for your standards. But let's not sugarcoat this. Healing isn't glamorous. It's not Instagram-worthy. It's ugly, brutal, silent. It's sitting in the dark with your pain, not running from it. It's staring your fears in the face and dissecting them until they lose power. It's choosing to feel the heartbreak fully instead of numbing it with distractions. It's learning to sleep again without checking your phone. It's teaching yourself that peace is not found in someone else's presence. It's built in your own routine, your own discipline, your own silence. And yes, there will be nights when you miss them. There will be mornings when the silence feels unbearable. There will be days when you wonder if healing is even working because the pain doesn't just vanish. But let me tell you something. The pain is not proof you're weak. The pain is proof you're in process. Healing is not about erasing pain, it's about using it as fuel. It's about letting that fire burn away the old patterns until the only thing left is the strongest version of yourself. Metaphor time. Healing is like building a castle. Every brick is a new boundary, every stone a new discipline, every wall a new habit. At first, it feels like nothing is changing, just a pile of bricks on the ground. But day after day, brick by brick, the walls start to rise, and one day they hear about you again. Not because you told them, not because you flaunted it, but because whispers of your growth reach them. They scroll past your picture, they hear your name in a conversation, and suddenly they pause. In that pause, regret grows, because the castle they once had access to is now fortified, glowing, alive. And they don't have the key anymore. And here's the kicker. Healing isn't about them. Healing is about you. They're just the byproduct. You don't heal to prove them wrong. You heal to prove yourself right, to remind yourself you are always capable of being more, to reclaim the version of you that doesn't shrink for love, doesn't bend for approval, doesn't collapse under rejection. That's the man who's unstoppable. That's the man who walks into rooms and shifts the air. That's the man who no new lover can compete with, because you can't compete with peace. So yes, my friends, healing is hard. It will test you. It will break you before it builds you. But when you commit to it, not for performance, not for attention, but for freedom, you become unforgettable. And here's the truth. They don't fear losing you. They fear you healing past the point where they could ever reach you again. So let's make this declaration right now. Say it out loud with me. I heal for me. Write it in the comments below. Show me, show yourself, show the world that your healing is not a performance. It's a resurrection. You're not patching cracks. You're rebuilding the foundation. And when they see the man you've become, they won't just miss you. They'll regret ever doubting you. Stay with me, because in the next part, we're going to talk about how building a life so bold, so focused, so magnetic makes you untouchable. Healing sets the stage, but building is where the empire rises. And when you build without looking back, you don't just outgrow them, you outclass them. Stay healing, stay rising, stay sovereign. Number 4, build a life that doesn't look back. The best revenge is not revenge. It's building a life so complete they wouldn't even know where to fit anymore. My friends, let's get straight to it. You can detach. You can go silent. You can heal so hard that you're unrecognizable. But if you keep looking back, if you keep wondering what they're doing, who they're with, or if they miss you, then you're still tied to a story that already ended. And the truth is, if you keep staring into the rearview mirror, you'll crash into the future that's trying to unfold in front of you. They thought you'd pause your life. They thought you'd sit in the waiting room of their memory until they were ready to come back. They thought your growth would stall, your purpose would freeze, your energy would stay orbiting their absence. But the moment you stop looking back and start building forward, everything shifts. Because building isn't just healing, it's creating a gravity so strong that people revolve around you without you even asking. Imagine this, you're standing at a construction site. At first it's empty land, just dirt and rubble. They walk past, laughing, thinking, there's nothing here. Nothing will come of this. They leave, certain that the ground you stand on will stay bare forever. But you don't stop. Brick by brick, day by day you start building. A foundation here, a wall there, a tower rising where there was once nothing. And while they're busy playing house in a borrowed space, you're building a kingdom they'll one day see from a distance. Fortified, alive, untouchable. That's the power of building forward. Here's the lie they believed. If I leave, he'll stay stuck in that moment. He'll pause his life waiting for me, but that's not your truth anymore. You don't wait. You elevate. You don't orbit their decision. You create momentum so powerful that even they can't ignore it. And the wild part, the more you build, the less you even care if they notice. That's the irony. True power is when you're building so focused, so disciplined, that their opinion becomes irrelevant. But let's be honest, it's not easy at first, because building forward means letting go of the fantasy. It means releasing the hope that they'll see your worth and come running back. It means accepting that closure isn't something they hand you. It's something you build with your own hands. And that hurts. That feels like death to the old version of you. But death is required for resurrection. You can't become the man you're meant to be while still waiting for the past to validate you. Let me hit you with another metaphor. Think of your life as a stage. When they left, the curtain dropped and you thought the play was over. But what you didn't realize is that it was only the end of one act. The show isn't done. It's just entering a new scene. The audience is waiting. The lights are ready. The music is building. But here's the catch. You're the one who has to step back on stage. And when you do, you don't perform for the ghosts of the past. You perform for the man you're becoming. That's what building forward means. So how do you build? You start small. You build routines so solid that even your darkest days can't break them. You wake up earlier, you train harder, you invest smarter. You surround yourself with people who sharpen you instead of drain you. You set boundaries so clear that no one ever wonders what version of you they're getting. You pour into your mission, your craft, your discipline, until your life becomes a masterpiece. And here's the fun part. While you're doing this, while you're out here building quietly, intentionally, they'll hear about you. Not through you, not through a post or a flex, but through whispers. A friend mentions your name. A picture slides across their feed. A mutual says, "You wouldn't believe what he's been up to." And in that moment, their chest tightens, because the man they left behind has been replaced by someone they don't even recognize anymore. Here's the thing. Building isn't about proving them wrong. It's about proving yourself right. It's about proving to yourself that your value was never tied to their presence, that you were always capable of greatness, but heartbreak was the catalyst that forced you to unlock it. And when you build from that place, you don't just outgrow them, you outclass them. Think about this. They're out there pretending to be happy, smiling wider in photos, posting captions about moving on. But deep down, they're watching, they're wondering, they're comparing. And the more you build, the more obvious the contrast becomes. Because their new situation, it feels temporary, shallow, replaceable. But your new life, it feels permanent, grounded, undeniable. And no amount of pretending can compete with reality. But here's the most powerful part. The more you build, the less you even want them back. Because as your life expands, as your kingdom grows, you realize something. You were never really missing them. You were missing yourself. You were missing the man you abandoned while you were busy chasing validation. And once you find him again, once you rebuild him stronger, calmer, more focused than ever, you realize you don't want to go back. You don't want to fit someone else into your story. You want to keep writing new chapters without repeating old mistakes. And that, my friends, is the ultimate shift. When they finally circle back, hoping to see if the door is still cracked open, they'll find you in a new house entirely. They'll knock, but the man who answers won't be the one who used to beg. He'll be the man who evaluates, the man who chooses, the man who doesn't look back because he's too busy building forward. So let me break another lie. If I don't look back, I'll lose them forever. My friend, if you can lose them by not looking back, you never truly had them. Real love doesn't require you to pause your life. Real love meets you at your level and builds with you. And if they couldn't do that, then their chapter was never meant to last. So here's what I want you to say with me right now. I build for me. Say it out loud. Type it in the comments below. Show me, show yourself, show the world that your building isn't about revenge, isn't about performance, isn't about validation. It's about alignment. It's about becoming the man who no longer needs to look back because the view ahead is too powerful to ignore. Stay with me, because in the next part, we're going to talk about silence, not as absence, but as power. The kind of silence that doesn't just confuse them, but echoes in their soul until they can't ignore it anymore. Silence is not weakness. It's the roar they never expected, and I'm going to show you how to master it. Stay building, stay rising, stay sovereign. Number 5. Silence is not weakness, it's power that echoes. Sometimes the loudest roar is the silence that refuses to beg. My friends, let's talk about silence. Not the silence of defeat, not the silence of giving up, not the silence that feels empty and weak. I'm talking about intentional silence, strategic silence, the kind that rattles them more than 1,000 words ever could. Because here's a truth they never expected. You don't win people back by explaining. You don't win by proving. You win by vanishing in a world addicted to attention. See, when they left, they expected noise. They expected a meltdown. They expected the desperate texts, the let's talk calls, the endless paragraphs trying to unpack what went wrong. That's what most people give them. And let's be honest, at first you almost did too. Your fingers hovered over the keyboard. You typed out messages and deleted them. You replayed conversations in your head, thinking, if I just explain it the right way, they'll understand. But explanations don't spark regret. Explanations give relief. Silence, though, silence creates questions. Imagine this. You were their favorite song on repeat. Comforting, familiar, always there. But suddenly the music cuts off. No fade out, no explanation, no warning, just silence. At first, they shrug it off. It's fine. I'll find another song. But then, in the quiet, they start to notice the absence. The melody that used to fill the room is gone, and every new song they play feels flat, forgettable. And in that silence, their mind turns against them. That's what intentional silence does. It forces them to sit with their own doubts, their own choices, their own regret. Here's the lie most people believe. If I stay silent, they'll think I don't care. They'll move on and forget me wrong. Silence isn't forgettable. It's unforgettable. Why? Because everyone else begged, everyone else chased, everyone else filled the air with noise. You vanished. You became the question mark in their mind, and people don't chase answers that are handed to them. They chase questions they can't solve. But let's be real. Holding silence is brutal. At first, it feels like weakness. It feels like you're losing. You'll lie awake wondering if they're laughing with someone else, if they're scrolling past your picture without a second thought. You'll think, if I don't say something, I'll disappear completely. That's fear talking. That's ego begging for validation. But silence isn't weakness. It's restraint. It's discipline. It's the decision to withhold energy instead of wasting it. Think of silence like a wall. They thought they left the door open, that they could return whenever they wanted. But when they circle back instead of an open door, they hit a wall of silence. And that wall shakes them. Because silence isn't passive, it's active. It says, without words, I've moved, I've risen, I'm no longer orbiting your choices, and that realization cuts deeper than any speech you could ever give. Here's another metaphor for you. Imagine you're the sun. You've been shining on them every day, warm, familiar, expected. They never said thank you because they assumed the light would always be there. But then one morning, the sun doesn't rise for them. The warmth is gone, the light is gone, and now, standing in the cold, they realize something they never admitted before. They were never the source of the glow. You were. And now your silence has made that truth undeniable. But here's where most men fail. They break silence too soon. They panic. They think, it's been too long. I should check in. I should remind them I'm here, and the moment you break silence, you give them oxygen. You ease the very discomfort that was supposed to break them. Remember this, every time you break silence, you relieve their doubt, and relief is the opposite of regret. Silence works because it creates scarcity. Scarcity creates value, and value creates longing, but only if you hold it long enough. Only if you resist the urge to explain, to prove, to beg. Here's the lie they believed: he'll always care. He'll always be available, even if I move on. Silence smashes that lie. Silence says, not anymore. Access denied. And that message doesn't need words. It's louder than any apology, any paragraph, any explanation. Now let me ask you this. What's louder, a scream in a crowded room or silence in a moment when everyone expects noise? Silence. Because silence makes people lean in. Silence makes them wonder. Silence makes them replay every moment, every word, every mistake. And in those replays, regret grows. But silence isn't about them. It's about you. It's about reclaiming your energy. It's about refusing to pour into a cup that already chose to spill. It's about saying, my attention is a currency, and I'm done handing it out for free. Silence is how you remind yourself that you don't need to perform to be valuable. You just need to exist in your own power. Let's get practical. Silence doesn't mean ignoring your life. It means pouring your energy inward instead of outward. It means showing up for your routines instead of showing up in their DMs. It means channeling your words into your mission, your discipline, your growth, not into someone who didn't fight to keep you. And the beauty of this? While they're out there wondering why you haven't said a word, you're quietly building a life that makes their silence feel meaningless. And that, my friends, is how silence echoes. It echoes in the night when they check their phone expecting a message that never comes. It echoes in conversations when your name pops up and they realize you haven't been watching. It echoes in their heart when their new lover doesn't feel the way you did. And here's the punchline. They'll never admit it. Pride won't let them. But curiosity will. And curiosity is what drives them back to the door you've already walked away from. So yes, silence is hard. Yes, silence hurts. Yes, silence feels empty at first. But the longer you hold it, the louder it becomes. The quieter you get, the more powerful your presence becomes. Because silence isn't absence, it's presence in its highest form. It says, without saying, I don't need to explain myself. My growth speaks louder than my words, so let's declare it right now. Say it out loud. My silence is power. Type it in the comments. Show me, show yourself, show the world around you that you no longer fear being quiet, that you no longer need to beg to be heard, that your silence will echo louder than their excuses, louder than their new lover, louder than their pride. And stay with me, because in the next part, we're stepping into the mirror, the place where they can't escape comparison. When your silence is paired with your transformation, their new lover stops looking like an upgrade and starts feeling like a downgrade. And trust me, that mirror hits harder than anything you could ever say. Stay silent, stay calm, stay sovereign. Number 6, the mirror effect. Let them compare. Nothing haunts the human mind more than comparison. The moment they realize what they chose doesn't measure up to what they lost. My friends, let's talk about the mirror, the invisible reflection they can't escape. See, when they left you, they weren't afraid of losing you. They were afraid of staying and watching you stay the same. They thought they were upgrading, moving forward, trading the familiar for something fresh. And maybe in the beginning, that new person did feel like an upgrade. The spark was shiny, the laughs were easy, the excitement was intoxicating, but sparks don't last. Excitement fades, and when it does, they're left with something terrifying: comparison. Because here's the truth. People don't feel the loss when you beg. They don't feel it when you chase. They don't feel it when you post and hope to be noticed. They only feel it when they're forced to compare. When they look at their upgrade and realize that no matter how hard they try, it doesn't feel like you. Imagine this. They're lying next to someone new. The conversation flows, the laughter comes, but then there's a pause, a silence in the air that doesn't feel the same. A moment where their mind drifts back to you. Maybe it's a phrase the new person says, maybe it's the way they sip their drink, maybe it's the silence before sleep. And suddenly your face flashes in their mind, not because you're chasing them, not because you reminded them, but because the comparison started on its own. That's the mirror effect. And the wild part? The more you change, the more powerful the mirror becomes. If you're still the same man they left, then the mirror simply reflects why they walked away. But if you're leveling up in silence, training harder, building stronger routines, sharpening your energy, then when they look back, the mirror blinds them. Because now, the old version of you no longer exists, and nothing causes more regret than realizing you abandoned someone who became everything you secretly wanted. Here's the lie they believed. He'll always be that man I left behind. If I want to, I can return to the same version of him. Wrong. The man you're becoming doesn't live in the past. The man you're becoming has already outgrown the box they tried to put you in. And when the mirror reflects that truth back at them, it cuts deeper than any silence alone ever could. Let me give you another metaphor. Think of yourself as a grand piano. When you were with them, you filled the room with resonance. They got used to it, assumed they could find the same sound anywhere, so they left, trading you for a cheap keyboard. At first, the keyboard sounded fun, lightweight, portable, exciting, but over time they realized something. No matter how many songs they play, the sound is shallow. It doesn't shake the walls, it doesn't stir the soul. And every time they touch those keys, the memory of your resonance echoes in the back of their mind. That's the mirror effect. And the best part? You don't even have to try. The mirror does the work for you. You don't have to post. You don't have to show off. You don't have to prove. You just keep evolving. You just keep building. You just keep becoming the man they never believed you could be. And the more you grow, the harder it becomes for them not to compare. But let's not sugarcoat it. Comparison doesn't show up right away. At first, they'll double down on their choice. They'll tell themselves they're happier. They'll post pictures with fake smiles, captions screaming, "I've moved on." They'll convince themselves they upgraded. But deep down, pride is fragile. Pride screams loudly, but curiosity whispers louder. And eventually, curiosity wins. Eventually, they look back. And when they do, your silence, your growth, your evolution, all of it becomes the mirror that forces them to face the truth. Here's the thing, though. The mirror effect only works if you've changed. If you're still the same man they left, then the reflection is easy to ignore. But when your energy is calmer, your discipline sharper, your life more focused, then when they see you again, whether in person, through a photo, or even through a whisper from a mutual friend, they freeze. They pause. And in that pause, regret blooms. Think about this. They're sitting with their new lover, scrolling late at night, and suddenly your name pops up. They see a picture of you looking sharper, calmer, more powerful than ever. Their chest tightens, because the man they thought they could come back to isn't there anymore. The man they took for granted is gone, and the man staring back at them from the mirror, he doesn't look like someone who would take them back. He looks rare, untouchable, elevated. That's why I keep telling you, this isn't about revenge. It's not about making them jealous. It's about becoming so undeniable that even their pride can't erase the comparison. You're not out here trying to compete with their new lover. You're becoming the standard their new lover will always fail to meet. And that, my friends, is something no apology, no explanation, no begging could ever achieve. Here's another truth. The mirror doesn't lie. It doesn't exaggerate, it simply reflects what is. And when what is becomes too powerful to ignore, regret takes root. They might not admit it out loud, they might never tell anyone, but inside, they're fighting a war between their pride and their memory. And in that war, your evolution wins every time. But don't miss this. Your goal is not to make them compare. Your goal is to outgrow the need for comparison at all. Because once you stop caring whether they see your growth, once you build so purely for yourself, that's when your power becomes permanent. That's when you stop being an option and start being a legend in their mind. So let me break one final lie. If I outgrow them, I'll lose them forever. My friend, if outgrowing them makes you lose them, then they were never meant for the man you're becoming. Better to lose someone who fit the old you than to shrink yourself to keep them. Better to stand tall in your growth than to bend small for their comfort. Because the mirror doesn't just reflect you to them, it reflects them to themselves. And that's the hardest truth of all. So here's what I want you to declare right now. Say it out loud. I outgrow the old me. Write it in the comments. Show me, show yourself, show the world that you're no longer chasing comparison. You're causing it. You're no longer begging to be seen. You're becoming the standard. And the man who becomes the standard doesn't look back. He keeps moving forward, knowing the mirror will always do the work for him. And stay with me, because in the next part, we're going to flip the final card. The moment they come back, uncertain, nervous, hoping the door is still open. But this time, the choice won't be theirs. It will be yours. And that's when you'll see that the real power isn't in making them return. It's in deciding if they're even worthy of standing in your presence again. Stay rising, stay rare, stay undeniable. Number 7, when they come back, you decide. The ultimate power is not in making them return. It's in knowing you no longer need them when they do. My friends, here's the truth that no one tells you. When you detach, when you heal, when you rebuild, when you rise into the man you were always meant to be, they almost always come back. Maybe not with the apology you pictured. Maybe not in the dramatic movie scene you played out in your head. But they come back. They circle. They test the waters. They throw a message into the silence, waiting to see if you'll answer. And when they do, the entire game flips. Not because you got them back, but because you finally realize you never needed them in the first place. They left thinking they'd always find you waiting. They return expecting to see the same man they abandoned. The one who doubted his worth, who tolerated their indecision, who begged to be chosen. But when they come back, they don't find him. That man is gone, dead, buried. In his place stands someone new, calmer, sharper, sovereign. And that stillness, that unshakable calm, it rattles them more than any anger ever could. Because now, for the first time, you're not reacting, you're not chasing, you're not auditioning, you're evaluating. Imagine this. They come knocking, certain that the door is still cracked open. But instead of finding the same hallway they left, they discover an entirely new house. The paint is fresh, the walls are stronger, the locks are different. And the man standing in the doorway isn't the man who begged them to stay. He's the man who decides who enters now. That's the power of detachment, healing, and silence combined. You don't just survive without them. You rebuild so powerfully that you choose whether they even qualify to return. Here's the lie most of you still carry. If they come back, it means I won. No, my friend, their return is not the win. The win is the man you became while they were gone. The win is knowing that you don't have to say yes. The win is realizing you no longer need them for closure, for peace, for validation. Closure was never theirs to give. It was yours to create. And you created it by rising. And let's be honest, it won't be easy when they return. Old feelings will stir, old memories will whisper. Your heart will want to replay the highlight reel of the good times, forgetting the very reasons they left. You'll feel the temptation to open the door wide, to prove to yourself that you finally got them back. But pause, breathe, remember. This is the test. The test of whether you've truly evolved or whether you've only performed evolution waiting for their return. If you've healed, if you've rebuilt, if you've detached fully, then when they come back, you won't feel desperation. You'll feel clarity. You'll see patterns, not promises. You'll hear actions, not words. You'll measure them against the man you've become, not the boy you used to be. And in that evaluation, you'll realize something powerful. They don't decide anymore. You do. Let me give you another metaphor. Think of yourself as a kingdom. Once upon a time, they sat beside you on the throne, or at least you thought they did. When they walked away, you thought your kingdom would collapse. But instead, you rebuilt. Stronger walls, higher towers, deeper foundations. And now, when they return, hoping to reclaim their seat, you don't beg them to stay. You don't rush to hand them the crown. You hold the crown in your own hands and decide whether they're worthy of sitting in your presence again. That's sovereignty. That's real power. And here's the twist. You may not even want them back. In fact, most of the time, by the time they return, you've grown so far beyond them that they no longer fit into the life you've built. The very life they didn't believe you could create is now the reason they can't reach you anymore. And that realization, when they see that you're no longer theirs to claim, that's what breaks them. But don't misunderstand me. This isn't about punishing them. This isn't about revenge. This is about resurrection. You didn't grow to prove them wrong. You grew to prove yourself right. You didn't detach to lure them back. You detached to find yourself again. Their return isn't the prize. You are. Their regret isn't the goal. Your freedom is. So yes, they may beg, they may compare, they may test, they may regret. But the final decision, that belongs to you. And maybe you'll let them in, maybe you'll listen, maybe you'll decide they've grown too, and that a new chapter is possible. Or maybe you'll smile, thank them for the lesson, and keep walking forward. Either way, you win. Because you're no longer playing the old game. You've rewritten the rules, and that, my friends, is the deepest shift of all. Detachment gave you peace, healing gave you strength, building gave you purpose, silence gave you power. And now, choice gives you freedom. The freedom to decide who stays and who goes. The freedom to no longer beg for love, but to choose it only when it aligns with your worth. The freedom to finally understand you never lost them, you only ever found yourself. So let's end this with one final declaration. Say it out loud with me right now. I decide who stays. Write it in the comments. Show me, show yourself, show the world that this is your era, your rise, your rebuild. That you're no longer a man waiting for approval. You're a man choosing from abundance. And if this message hit your soul, if you felt the fire, then do me a favor. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with someone who needs to hear it. Because this isn't just about relationships. This is about reclaiming power in every area of your life. And trust me, what's coming next will take you even deeper into becoming untouchable. Stay rare, stay sovereign, stay legendary. Picture this, my friends. You're scrolling through your feed, and suddenly you see that couple. You know the one. They look like something out of a movie. They're laughing together in a cafe, holding hands in the park, posting pictures on vacation, like they've cracked the code to happiness. Everything seems perfect. And you sit there wondering, how did they get that? How do two people become so locked in, so magnetic, that the rest of the world just fades away? Because let's be real, most of us want that kind of connection. Not the half-hearted stuff, not the late-night maybe text or the situationship where you're never quite sure where you stand. No, we want the kind of bond where you know, without question, that you've been chosen. Out of everyone else, out of all the options, you're the one. But here's the million-dollar question. How do you actually get there? What's the secret that makes someone reject every other choice and see you as the only option? It's not the clothes, it's not the money, it's not even looks, because we've all seen people who aren't model material living in legendary relationships. The truth is, being unforgettable in love has nothing to do with polishing yourself into someone you're not. The real secret? It's about how you carry yourself. It's about that rare, almost electric energy you give off when you stop begging to be chosen and start living like you already are. And I know, folks, easier said than done, right? Especially if you've been on the other side of rejection. Maybe you've poured yourself into someone who barely noticed. Maybe you gave your best, only to be treated like a backup plan. Maybe you sat staring at your phone, waiting for a message that never came. That pain cuts deep, because rejection makes you believe you weren't enough. But here's the truth they don't want you to know. You were always enough. The problem wasn't you. The problem was you didn't yet flip the script. Think of it this way. Imagine being at a giant buffet with 1,000 different dishes. Everything looks good. Everything is an option. But then one dish stops you in your tracks. The flavor is unforgettable. The seasoning is perfect. And suddenly nothing else on the table compares. That's what happens when you shift into your true power. You become the flavor they can't forget. You become the one they crave, even when surrounded by endless options. And here's the kicker. You don't have to do 1,000 things to get there. You don't have to chase, beg, or twist yourself into someone you're not. All it takes is one shift, one move, one moment where you stop playing their game and start setting the rules. Do this just once, and I promise you, they'll feel it. They'll see you differently. They'll start wondering, wait, how did I overlook this? How did I let this person slip away? Folks, this isn't about revenge. It's not about proving them wrong with flashy moves or new flings. This is about stepping into a version of yourself so legendary, so unforgettable, that they can't help but choose you. And when you do, they'll regret ever doubting you. They'll scroll through those other options and realize none of them compare. So buckle up, my friends, because in this journey, we're not just talking about love. We're talking about how you set yourself apart in such a way that when they look around at 1,000 choices, they'll only see you. And the best part? You won't even have to chase. Number 1. The struggle against old conditioning. You can't heal in the same environment that made you sick. Ever heard that line? It's true for love too, folks. The hardest part of this whole journey isn't about stepping into your power. It's about letting go of the junk that was wired into you long before you even knew what love was. That's why this transformation feels so heavy. You're not just learning something new, you're unlearning years, maybe decades, of conditioning that told you your worth comes from being chosen by someone else. Let's be real here. Most of us grew up on lies about love. Movies, songs, family stories, they all whispered the same thing. If someone rejects you, it means you weren't good enough. Or worse, if you just try harder, love harder, give more, they'll eventually see your value. And so you learn to hustle for love like it was a job interview. Smile enough, be agreeable enough, don't upset them, don't ask for too much. Maybe then Maybe then they'll keep you, but let's call it what it is, nonsense. That kind of thinking is like trying to water a dead plant. You can pour the whole ocean into that pot, but if the roots are gone, nothing is growing. The problem isn't that you didn't give enough. The problem is you believed you had to earn what should have been freely given in the first place. Now, here's the kicker. Breaking out of that mindset feels terrifying. Why? Because it goes against everything you've been taught. Imagine spending your whole life walking in shoes 2 sizes too small. Painful, right? But after a while your feet get used to the squeeze. You convince yourself that's just how shoes are supposed to feel. Then one day, someone hands you a pair that actually fits, and suddenly you're uncomfortable in a new way. Not because it hurts, but because freedom feels strange when you've never known it. That's what unlearning harmful patterns is like. You see, the brain loves routine, even toxic ones. If you've always equated love with chasing, then standing still feels wrong. If you've always equated worth with approval, then self-confidence feels arrogant. If you've always believed alone equals unlovable, then choosing yourself feels like punishment. It's not that you're broken. It's that your programming is outdated, like trying to run today's apps on a flip phone. The system just can't handle it. Let's talk about fear, because fear is the biggest roadblock here. Fear whispers, if you stop chasing, they'll forget you. Fear says, if you stop performing, they'll replace you. Fear warns, if you stop accepting crumbs, you'll starve. And for years, you've believed it. You've stayed in relationships where you felt invisible because the thought of being alone felt worse. You've begged for scraps of attention because deep down you thought, well, at least it's something. But folks, let's be real. Starving on crumbs is still starving. The irony, fear is a terrible fortune teller. How many times did you cling to someone terrified of losing them, only to lose them anyway? How many times did you lower your standards, hoping they'd appreciate your sacrifice, only to have them take you for granted even more? Fear never actually protected you. It just kept you stuck in places where you were never going to be chosen fully. Here's the truth bomb, and it might sting. Love built on fear isn't love. It's dependency. It's addiction. It's like drinking salt water when you're thirsty. It feels like relief for a moment, but it's slowly draining the life out of you. Real love, the kind that makes someone choose you above all else, can only exist when you stand in your worth without fear. And that starts with tearing down the lies you've been fed. So let's expose those lies right now. Lie number 1. If I'm rejected, I'm not enough. Wrong. Rejection doesn't mean you're not enough. It means they couldn't see your value. Or worse, they weren't capable of handling it. Their blindness isn't your flaw. Lie number 2. If I love harder, they'll stay. False. Love isn't glue. If someone wants to leave, no amount of begging will anchor them. The right person stays because they choose to, not because you convince them. Lie number 3. Being alone means I've failed. Absolute garbage. Being alone often means you're refusing to settle. That's strength, not failure. Now I know, my friends, rewriting these beliefs isn't as easy as snapping your fingers. It's like trying to delete a song stuck in your head. You hum it, you fight it, you try to drown it out, but it plays on repeat. That's how conditioning works. But with every small act of courage, saying no to crumbs, refusing to chase, choosing yourself first, you start to replace the old track with a new one. Think of it like going to the gym. The first day, everything aches. You question why you even started, but give it time, and the same weight that once crushed you becomes something you can lift without breaking a sweat. That's how your emotional muscles grow. And here's the motivation you need to hear right now. Yes, this is hard. Yes, it will feel uncomfortable, but it is absolutely worth it, because on the other side of this struggle is a version of you that doesn't beg to be chosen. You command it. You don't fear rejection. You see it as redirection. You don't cling to the wrong person. You wait for the right one who sees you and says, "Out of all the options, I choose you." So let's seal this section with an affirmation. Write it in the comments, write it in your journal, shout it in your mirror if you need to. I am no longer chasing love out of fear. I choose myself, I honor my worth, and I trust the right person will choose me too. Type it out, my friends. Show yourself, show the world, because the moment you declare it, you're already breaking free from the old script. And stay with me, because in the next part, we're going to dive into what happens when you finally take that leap of trust. When you stop fearing, stop chasing, and start believing in your own magnetism. That's when things get really interesting. Number 2, the leap of trust. Trust is like a paper. Once it's crumpled, it can never be perfect again. That's the old saying, right? But here's the thing, folks. When it comes to trusting yourself, you're not dealing with paper. You're dealing with steel. It might bend under pressure, it might get scratched, but it can be reforged into something stronger than ever before. And this is where the real leap comes in. After you've wrestled with the lies and shaken off the conditioning, the next step isn't about working harder, chasing faster, or proving more. It's about trust. Trusting that just being yourself, the real unfiltered, take-me-as-I-am version of you, is enough to attract the right love. Now let's be real. This sounds simple, but it feels like jumping out of a plane without a parachute. Why? Because trust is scary. It means loosening your grip on control. It means believing that if you stop begging, the right person won't just walk away. It means daring to stand in your truth and say, if you can't love me as I am, then you're not my person. And for most people, that's terrifying. Think about it. We've been taught since day one that love is something you chase, something you earn. It's like those claw machines at the arcade. You spend your time, your money, your energy, and what do you usually get? A stuffed toy that wasn't even worth the effort. But you keep playing because you think, maybe next time. That's how we treat love, like a prize we win if we just try hard enough. But love isn't a claw machine. Love is a magnet, and the strongest magnet is your authentic self. Here's a question for you. Have you ever noticed how the people who don't care what anyone thinks somehow end up being the most attractive? The friend who walks into the party in flip-flops when everyone else is overdressed. The co-worker who laughs at their own mistakes without a hint of shame. The person who says exactly what's on their mind and somehow gets respected for it. That's trust in action. They're not pretending. They're not trying to fit. They're just being, and people can't help but gravitate toward that energy. That's what you've got to believe about yourself, that you deserve love you don't have to beg for. Let's pause there, because it's a big one. Begging for love is like begging for air. Imagine standing in front of someone saying, please, let me breathe. Please, let me live. It sounds ridiculous, right? Yet that's exactly what so many of us do emotionally. We beg for text replies. We beg for scraps of affection. We beg for the bare minimum, just to feel alive. But real love never makes you beg. Real love is like oxygen. It's just there, constant, reliable, free-flowing. You don't even have to think about it. You breathe, and it supports you. That's what the right love feels like. It doesn't keep you guessing. It doesn't leave you wondering if you're worthy. It doesn't come with conditions like, I'll love you if you do this, or I'll stay if you change that. Real love chooses you exactly as you are. And listen, I know some of you are shaking your heads right now thinking, sounds nice, but where was that love when I needed it? Why did I give my all and still get left behind? Here's the tough truth. You weren't rejected because you weren't enough. You were rejected because you were giving your all to the wrong person. The wrong person will make the brightest light feel like it's not shining. But the right person? The right person will see you in all your rawness and think, finally. Trust means believing that the right person exists, that out of all the noise, all the games, all the options, someone out there will see you and say, yes, that one. Trust means you stop selling yourself on clearance just to make a sale and start valuing yourself like the masterpiece you are. And the wild part, the moment you do that, people notice. Your energy shifts, you walk different, you talk different, and suddenly those who once overlooked you are the ones leaning in, wondering how they missed it before. Of course, making this leap feels uncomfortable. Think of it like learning to ride a bike without training wheels. At first, every wobble feels like the end of the world. You panic, you want to grab the safety handles again. But the only way to really ride is to let go. Same with trust. You can't half-trust. You can't say, I trust myself. But let me beg one more time, just in case. Number. Trust means letting go and believing you'll be caught by the right hands. So let's end this section with a little fire, folks. I want you to write this in the comments, write it in your journal, heck, tattoo it on your heart if you have to. I trust that being myself is enough. I trust that real love will choose me without games. I trust that I deserve love I'll never have to beg for. Type it out. Show yourself. Show the world. Because trust isn't just a mindset, it's a declaration. And once you make it, you're already halfway to living it. And stay tuned, because in the next part, we're going to talk about what happens once that trust takes root, the incredible fruits of transformation that come when you finally stop chasing and start living in your power. That's where the fun really begins. Number 3. The fruits of transformation. Love is like a fart. If you have to force it, it's probably crap. Yeah, I know it's a ridiculous quote, but admit it, you laughed. And sometimes the funniest lines carry the deepest truths, because real love should flow naturally. When you force it, chase it, or beg for it, all you end up with is mess. Now imagine this. You've done the hard part. You've started breaking away from old conditioning. You've taken that scary leap of trust. What comes next? This is where life gets good, my friends. This is where you finally taste the fruits of transformation. And the first fruit, freedom. Sweet, juicy freedom in love. No more walking on eggshells, terrified of saying the wrong thing. No more rewriting texts 12 times just to sound cool enough. No more lying awake at night overthinking whether your partner is pulling away. When you stop living from fear, you stop trying to control the outcome. You let the connection breathe. And guess what? That's when love actually grows. Think of it like holding sand in your hand. The tighter you squeeze, the faster it slips away. But when you relax your grip, it settles naturally. That's how real love works. When you stop trying to cage it, it stays. When you stop fearing it'll vanish, it roots deeper. Freedom doesn't kill love. It strengthens it. The second fruit. Choosing relationships from wholeness, not neediness. Folks, this one's a game changer. Have you ever seen someone go grocery shopping while starving? They end up buying all kinds of junk they don't even want. Chips, candy, frozen burritos, anything to fill the hunger. That's what dating from neediness looks like. You accept whatever gives you quick relief, even if it's trash for your soul. But when you walk into the store full and satisfied, you make better choices. You pick things that nourish you, not just things that patch the hunger. That's what happens when you enter relationships from wholeness. You're not desperate for someone to complete you. You're already complete. You're choosing because you want to, not because you need to. And that's powerful. Because when you don't need someone to survive, you can finally love them freely. No clinging. No manipulation. No fear. And then comes the third fruit, the sweetest of them all, living with completeness, whether single or partnered. Imagine waking up in the morning and realizing your happiness doesn't depend on whether your phone lights up with a good morning text. Imagine going out to dinner by yourself and enjoying it just as much as if someone was sitting across from you. Imagine walking into a room full of couples and not feeling like the odd one out, but like the most radiant person there. That's completeness. Completeness doesn't mean you don't want love. Of course you do. We all crave connection. But it means your life is already full, with or without a partner. You're not sitting there thinking, I'll finally be happy when someone chooses me. You're already happy, and that happiness makes you magnetic. People feel it when they're around you. They sense the difference between someone who is whole and someone who is secretly starving. And here's the beautiful paradox. When you no longer need a relationship to feel complete, that's when the right relationship finds you, because your energy changes. You're no longer chasing, you're no longer performing, you're simply being. And that authenticity is irresistible. It's like walking into a crowded room where everyone's yelling for attention, and then there's you, calm, confident, glowing without trying. Guess who gets noticed first? Let's get real. This transformation doesn't mean life becomes perfect. You'll still have arguments, disappointments, maybe even heartbreaks, but here's the difference. Those moments won't define you anymore. They won't break you because your foundation isn't built on someone else's approval, it's built on your own self-worth, and that makes you unshakable. So let me ask you this. What would your life look like if you stopped begging for love and started living in freedom, wholeness, and completeness? How would you show up in conversations? How would you carry yourself at work, at parties, even on dates? You wouldn't be trying to impress. You wouldn't be nervous about being too much or not enough. You'd just be you, and that's exactly what makes you unforgettable. Here's the bottom line, folks. The fruits of this transformation aren't just about getting someone to choose you. They're about choosing yourself first, so that when love shows up, it's the cherry on top, not the whole cake. You become the person who doesn't settle, who doesn't beg, who doesn't shrink to fit. You become the person who attracts love because you already embody it. So let's seal this with another affirmation. Write it in the comments, post it on your mirror, whatever you need to do. Here it is. I am free in love. I choose from wholeness, not fear. I am complete whether single or with someone, and that makes me magnetic. Write it. Show it, prove it, to yourself, to me, to the world watching, because once you start living from this truth, you'll never go back to scraps again. And stay tuned, my friends, because in the next section, we're going to talk about how this transformation doesn't just change your relationships, it changes everything, your work, your friendships, even how you see yourself in the mirror. That's where the ripple effect begins. Number 4, shifts in everyday life. You can fake it for a while, but eventually the mask gets itchy. That's the thing about pretending. It never lasts. And once you start stepping into your real power, the changes don't just show up in romance. They spill into every corner of your life, at work, with your friends, even in the way you talk to yourself in the mirror. Let's start with work. You ever notice how exhausting it is to always second-guess yourself in meetings, to keep wondering if your ideas sound smart enough, or to stay quiet because you don't want to look foolish? That's living from fear. But when you begin living authentically, something shifts. You stop rehearsing lines in your head before you speak. You stop watering down your ideas just to be safe. You actually trust your own voice. And that's when people around you start to take notice. Confidence is contagious. It makes others lean in. Suddenly, you're not the quiet background character anymore. You're the one people listen to. Then there's friendships. Let's be real. Competition creeps into friendships more often than we like to admit. Who's doing better in life? Who's looking hotter this summer? Who's dating someone more impressive? But when you're grounded in your own worth, you stop playing that game. You stop seeing your friends as rivals, and you start celebrating them like teammates. Imagine how freeing it feels to clap for someone's success without secretly comparing yourself. Imagine being genuinely happy when your friend wins because you know their win doesn't take anything away from you. That's the shift authenticity brings. And then there's the relationship with yourself, the foundation of everything. For most people, self-talk is brutal. You make a mistake and your brain goes, "Wow, you're such an idiot." You look in the mirror and see only flaws. You downplay your achievements like they don't matter. But once you build self-respect, that inner voice starts changing. Instead of "I'm a failure," it becomes "I'm learning." Instead of "I'm not good enough," it becomes "I'm a work in progress," and that's okay. That kind of shift is priceless because how you talk to yourself sets the tone for how others treat you. Think of it like a phone signal. If your inner connection is weak, your relationships glitch and cut out. But when your self-respect is strong, the signal is clear, and every relationship you build, work, friends, love, runs smoother. People sense it. They respect the boundaries you set. They treat you better because you've already shown them how you expect to be treated. Here's the fun part. When you're authentic, you give everyone else around you permission to be authentic too. It's like being the first person to dance at a party. At first, people look at you funny, but after a while, they think, "Wait, if they can let loose, why can't I?" And suddenly the whole room is alive. That's the ripple effect of dropping your mask. You free others to do the same. So, let's be clear, this isn't just about love anymore. This transformation touches every corner of your daily life. You walk taller, you speak clearer, you celebrate louder, and the people around you, they feel it. Your co-workers respect you more, your friends trust you more, and you trust yourself in a way you maybe never have before. Let's wrap this up with an affirmation, folks. Write it in the comments, jot it in your notes, share it with someone who needs it. I choose authenticity in every part of my life. I respect myself, I celebrate others, and I trust my own voice. Type it out. Show yourself, show the world, because these everyday shifts are proof you're not just changing your love life, you're changing everything. And in the next part, we'll see how this inner shift doesn't just improve your daily life, it makes your relationships stronger, healthier, and more lasting than ever before. Number 5. Stronger, healthier relationships. Two halves don't make a whole, they make a mess. You've probably heard people say, "I just need my other half." Cute idea for a Valentine's card, sure, but in real life, nah. If you walk into a relationship as a half, hoping someone else will complete you, all you get is two broken pieces trying to glue themselves together, and that glue never holds. This isn't just feel-good talk either. Even psychologists like Walter Riso, one of the greats when it comes to studying love and relationships, found that people who return to themselves, who stop begging for approval, who stop trying to earn love, don't just attract better partners, they create better relationships altogether. Why? Because when you're whole, you stop treating love like a lifeline and start treating it like a choice. Let's break this down. Stronger, healthier love begins when you stop being dependent. Dependency in love is like living with a Wi-Fi connection that cuts out every 5 minutes. You're always refreshing, always panicking, always wondering if it'll hold. But when you let go of that dependency, that's when love gets stable. You can give without draining yourself. You can receive without feeling like you owe something back. You can be vulnerable without fearing the whole thing will collapse. And let's talk about guilt for a second. How many of you have ever felt guilty for receiving love? Like when someone compliments you and instead of saying thank you, you downplay it. Or when a partner does something kind and your brain whispers, "You don't deserve this." That's old programming. Receiving love with guilt is like being handed a gift and then apologizing for opening it. But when you're whole, you understand that real love isn't about keeping score. It's about flow. You can accept kindness, affection, support, not as a debt, but as proof of a bond that's actually healthy. And yes, even arguments shift. In unhealthy dynamics, arguments feel like earthquakes. Every disagreement shakes the foundation. What if this ends us? What if they leave? So you either avoid conflict completely or you explode out of fear. But when you're grounded in yourself, arguments become just that. Arguments. Not doomsday. Not a sign you're unlovable. Just two humans working through differences. And ironically, that makes relationships stronger, because nothing kills love faster than walking on eggshells. Now, here's something fascinating. When you show up whole, the way people respond to you changes instantly, especially in romantic relationships. The person you're with no longer feels pressured to be your entire source of happiness. And guess what? That's a huge relief. They don't have to walk on eggshells worrying about every little thing they say or do. They don't feel like they're carrying the weight of your self-esteem on their shoulders. Instead, they get to just be. They get to love freely, without fear of failing you. And this works both ways. If someone is with you only because they enjoy the power of you depending on them, trust me, the moment you become whole, they'll vanish. And that's a blessing, not a loss. Because the right person doesn't need you to be weak in order to feel strong. The right person wants you strong so they can stand beside you, not above you. That's the secret Walter Riso uncovered in his research. When you build love from wholeness, you attract partners who are ready for the real thing. No more games, no more power struggles, no more "let me keep you insecure so you don't leave." Strong, healthy love is built between two people who are already standing tall, and they choose each other not out of fear, but out of freedom. So let's wrap this one up with an affirmation. Write it down, type it out, claim it loud. I choose relationships built on freedom, not fear. I give love without losing myself. I receive love without guilt, and I know that real love chooses me for who I am. Put it in the comments, show it to the world, remind yourself daily, because once you start living this truth, you'll never settle for shaky love again. And stay close, because in the next part we're diving into what happens when you raise your inner standards. Spoiler, a lot of people won't make the cut anymore, and that's exactly how you win. Number 6, raising inner standards. Don't set yourself on fire to keep someone else warm. That quote stings a little, doesn't it? Because so many of us have done exactly that in relationships, lowered our standards, dimmed our light, sacrificed our peace, all for people who weren't even bringing a blanket to the table. But here's the beautiful thing about transformation. Once you start respecting yourself, your standards rise automatically. It's not about making a list of 101 impossible requirements like must be 6 foot, own 3 yachts, and write poetry on weekends. No. It's about becoming more selective, not out of arrogance, but out of clarity. You finally understand your worth, and you refuse to waste it on anyone who can't meet you at that level. Think of it like food shopping. When you're starving, you'll grab anything: stale chips, expired milk, mystery leftovers that should have been thrown out last week. But when you're full and satisfied, you don't settle for junk. You look for quality. You pick food that actually nourishes you. Same with relationships. When you're desperate, you accept toxic, immature, half-hearted love because it's better than nothing. But when you're whole, you don't need filler. You wait for the real meal. And here's where it gets fun. Raising your standards automatically filters people out. The immature ones, gone. The emotionally unavailable ones, they lose interest real quick. The ones who only wanted to play games, they stop calling. And, honestly, good riddance, because for too long you tolerated behavior that deserved a big, bold nope. People who couldn't communicate, people who wanted all the benefits of love with none of the responsibility. People who drained you and then acted like you were too much. When your standards rise, all of that becomes unacceptable. And I'll be real with you. At first, this can feel lonely. You'll look around and wonder, did I just scare everyone off? And maybe you did, but that's a win, not a loss, because you're no longer attracting time wasters. You're making space for people who are actually ready for mature, authentic love. Love where honesty isn't scary. Love where respect is mutual. Love where you're not the only one doing the heavy lifting. Here's the thing, raising your standards isn't about rejecting people for being imperfect. We're all flawed, my friends. It's about rejecting relationships that keep you small, relationships that leave you doubting your worth, relationships that drain instead of build. It's about saying, I'd rather be whole and alone than broken and together. And that's not pride talking, that's wisdom. Now, let's talk about attraction. Because when your standards go up, your energy changes. You carry yourself differently. You no longer walk into a room hoping to be chosen. You walk in knowing that if someone wants a chance with you, they better bring their best self to the table. And people feel that. They sense your self-respect, and it draws in those who are ready. Ready for consistency, ready for honesty, ready for love that doesn't feel like a constant test. Here's the paradox. The higher your standards, the more magnetic you become. Why? Because people are naturally drawn to what's rare, and self-respect is rare. Boundaries are rare. Wholeness is rare. When you embody those things, you stand out instantly. Out of 1,000 options, you're the one they can't ignore. Not because you begged, but because you dared to value yourself. So let's lock this in with an affirmation. Write it in the comments, say it out loud, tattoo it on your heart. I raise my standards because I respect myself. I reject what drains me, and I attract only what grows me. I deserve mature, authentic love, and nothing less. Type it. Show yourself. Show the world, because when you raise your standards, you stop chasing love and start attracting it. And that, my friends, is how you win. And buckle up, because next we're tackling one of the biggest fears of all, the fear of being alone. Spoiler, it's not a curse, it's actually one of your greatest superpowers. Number 7, raising inner standards. Stop watering dead plants. Simple advice, but how many of us have wasted years doing exactly that in relationships, pouring energy, love and effort into people who couldn't grow, wouldn't grow, or flat out didn't care? That's what happens when your standards are too low. You keep handing out five-star treatment to people who should have been blocked after appetizer hour. But something magical happens once you begin respecting yourself. Your standards rise like bread in the oven, automatically. It's not about suddenly turning into a diva with a 10-page checklist like must have six-pack abs, own 3 Labradors, and quote Shakespeare before breakfast. No, my friends, it's about clarity. It's about finally realizing your value and refusing to waste it on anyone who can't step up. Think of it like shopping when you're starving. You'll grab anything: soggy fries, gas station hot dogs, a questionable burrito that's been under the heat lamp since last Tuesday. That's desperation talking. And let's be real, you probably regret it later. But when you're full and satisfied, you shop differently. You're deliberate. You want food that nourishes you, not junk that gives you a stomachache. Relationships are the same. When you're desperate, you'll accept toxic, half-baked love because it feels better than nothing. But when you're whole, you don't settle for scraps. You wait for the real feast. Now here's the fun twist. Raising your standards is like putting up a velvet rope outside your heart. The party's still happening, but not everyone gets in. The emotionally immature, they don't even try. The game players, they quit when they realize their tricks don't work anymore. The commitment phobes, they ghost themselves. And honestly, good. For too long, you tolerated nonsense that deserved a one-way ticket to blocked and deleted. Poor communication, one-sided effort, people who made you feel too much for wanting the basics. Once your standards rise, all of that becomes a hard no. Now, I'll be straight with you. At first it feels weird, lonely even. You might look around and think, did I just clear the whole room? And maybe you did, but that's not a loss. That's a cleanse. You're not scaring people away. You're filtering out the ones who never had the capacity to love you right. You're creating space for those who are actually ready for honesty, for consistency, for respect. And raising your standards isn't about rejecting people for being imperfect. None of us are perfect. Newsflash, you're not either. It's about rejecting dynamics that keep you small. It's about saying, I will not stay in a situation where I doubt myself every day. It's about choosing wholeness over chaos. It's not arrogance, it's wisdom, because being whole and single beats being broken in a relationship any day. Here's the wild paradox. The higher your standards, the more magnetic you become. Why? Because people are drawn to rarity. And self-respect? Rare. Boundaries? Rare. Someone who knows what they will and won't accept? Rare. That's why, when you raise your bar, you stand out instantly. Out of 1,000 options, you're the one they can't ignore, not because you begged, but because you valued yourself. So let's ground this with an affirmation. Write it in the comments, whisper it in the mirror, put it on your fridge if you have to. I raise my standards because I respect myself. I reject what drains me, and I attract only what grows me. I deserve mature, authentic love, and nothing less. Type it, declare it, live it, because when you raise your standards, you stop chasing love and start attracting it. That's not just winning, that's transforming the whole game. And hang tight, because next we're tackling one of the scariest illusions, the fear of being alone. Spoiler alert, it's not a curse, it's your secret superpower. Number 8. The contagious effect of self-love. You can't pour from an empty cup. We've all heard that one, but here's the part nobody mentions. When your cup is full, it overflows. And when it overflows, everyone around you gets a sip of that energy. That's the contagious effect of self-love. The moment you start choosing yourself daily, people feel it, they notice it, and believe me, they respond to it in ways you couldn't even imagine. Let's start with you. When you love yourself, you stop settling for crumbs. You stop bending over backward for people who can't even meet you halfway. You start walking differently, speaking differently, carrying yourself differently. And that shift radiates. It's like flipping on a neon sign that says, "This is someone who knows their worth." Suddenly, you're not just existing, you're magnetic. And guess what? That magnetism doesn't only affect dating. Your friends feel it too. The ones who used to compete with you start seeing you as inspiration instead of rivalry. Why? Because you're no longer trapped in comparison games. You celebrate them, and that energy makes them want to celebrate you too. Your family feels it. They notice you setting boundaries where you once stayed silent. They see you respecting yourself in ways you never did before, and deep down, it gives them permission to do the same in their own lives. Even strangers notice it. Ever had someone tell you, "There's just something about you"? That's not luck. That's self-love radiating out like sunlight. You become the person people want to sit next to, talk to, connect with, because your energy doesn't drain them, it lifts them. And yes, let's talk about romantic relationships too. When you live from self-love, the whole dynamic shifts. The wrong people lose interest fast because they can't manipulate you anymore. But the right ones, they rise to meet you. They see your value, they respect your standards, and they know they can't just come with games and excuses. They either level up or they get left behind. That's the power of choosing yourself every single day. Here's the best part. Self-love is contagious. The moment you start walking in it, other people start catching it. Your friends start raising their standards. Your siblings start setting boundaries. Your co-workers start respecting themselves more. You light a spark that spreads without you even trying. It's like being the first one to clap at a concert. At first, it feels awkward, but then suddenly the whole room is clapping with you. And this is why it matters, folks. This isn't just about your love life. This is about starting a chain reaction. Every time you choose yourself instead of settling, you give permission for others to do the same. Every time you say no to crumbs, someone else learns it's okay to do the same. That's how transformation spreads. So here's my challenge to you. Don't keep this message to yourself. Share it. Share it with your friends, your siblings, your co-workers, anyone who needs to hear it. Because when one person awakens to their power, it sparks others to do the same. And the world doesn't need more people begging to be chosen. The world needs more people choosing themselves, loudly, unapologetically, and daily. Let's lock this in with one last affirmation. Write it in the comments, claim it like it's already yours. I choose myself every day. My self-love is my power. I radiate energy that inspires others, and I will never settle for less than I deserve. Type it out. Show yourself. Show the world. Because when you live this way, you don't just attract real love, you awaken it everywhere you go. And if this stirred something in you, don't stop here. Keep going, keep sharing, keep growing. Because this journey of transformation, it's just getting started. Breakups are like Wi-Fi signals. When they disappear, you keep moving around the room, hoping it'll reconnect, but deep down, you know, it's gone. Hey folks, let's talk about something real. You've probably been there, sitting on your couch, staring at your phone like it owes you rent money, waiting for that little ping that never comes. And the kicker, it's not just anyone you're waiting on, it's that avoidant person, you know, the one who treats closeness like it's a contagious disease. They're not bad people, my friends, but they've got a PhD in disappearing acts. Now, here's the truth bomb. When an avoidant reaches a certain point, it doesn't matter if you brought them coffee every morning, memorized their favorite song, or laughed at their terrible dad jokes. Once they flip that internal switch, it's not about you anymore. It's about survival in their mind. Their brain says, too much love, too much closeness, danger, and poof, they're gone faster than cookies at a family barbecue. And no, it won't be dramatic like in the movies. No storming out in the rain, no screaming at the airport before the gates close. Nope, it's way colder than that. Think fewer texts, one-word answers, the vibe of someone writing emails like they're your landlord instead of your lover. Suddenly, they're deleting photos, blocking you on apps, and, get this, posting online like they just got cast in a toothpaste commercial, smiling, hanging out, looking like life is peaches and cream. Meanwhile, you're thinking, did we break up, or did I dream the last 6 months? That's the avoidant playbook, folks. They don't leave with fireworks. They leave with a ghosting toolkit. And here's the part that stings. They don't just leave you. They rewrite the entire story in their head. One day, you were their safe place, and the next. You're the clingy, dramatic villain in their self-made Netflix series. It's not fair, but it's their way of avoiding guilt. They can't carry both love and discomfort, so they choose the easy route, erase, rewrite, and move on like it never happened. Now, before you start spiraling into self-blame, let's pause. This isn't about you failing. This isn't about you being too much or not enough. This is about how their nervous system is wired. Avoidants often grew up in homes where emotions were treated like leftovers, either ignored or thrown out before they spoiled. So now, as adults, when intimacy feels too close, they retreat into that old armor. It's like a turtle ducking into its shell. Except this turtle also changes the story, so it looks like you were chasing it with a stick. But here's the silver lining, my friends. Once you learn the signs, you stop chasing ghosts. You stop waiting for texts that aren't coming. You stop replaying every conversation in your head like a bad reality show audition. Instead, you recognize the moment they've crossed the point of no return. And let me tell you, it's quieter, colder, and sneakier than you expect. But once you spot it, you'll never be confused again. Over the next 8 parts, we're going to unpack this whole deal like a mystery novel. We'll talk about the rewrite, the mechanics behind their shutdown, the weird relief they feel, the clean slate rituals like blocking and deleting, and yes, the classic blame flip where suddenly you're the villain in their fairy tale. We'll also cover why their little boomerang returns aren't really about love, how you can protect your own peace, and how to build a life so good they become nothing more than a chapter you once skimmed. By the end of this, you won't be decoding mixed signals anymore. You won't be staring at your phone, hoping for Wi-Fi in a dead zone. You'll finally be free to see it for what it is, their fear, their armor, their rewrite, not your fault. So buckle up, my friends. Grab a snack, maybe even a drink, because this is going to be part therapy session, part comedy roast, and part wake-up call. And trust me, you'll leave here lighter. Number 1. When they emotionally erase you. Editors cut scenes, not souls, but some exes try both. All right, folks, gather round. Let's shine a bright light on the slipperiest part of this whole avoidant saga, the rewrite. This is the moment they don't just step back, they open a brand new document in their head and start revising history like they're racing a deadline. One day, you're co-authors. The next day, your name is mysteriously missing from the cover. And here's the kicker. This isn't because you suddenly turned into a clingy movie villain overnight. It's because closeness tripped a wire in their nervous system. And the quickest way to feel safe again is to tell a story where you are the problem and distance is the hero. Let's picture it. You two had inside jokes, late-night talks, future plans that felt like open windows. Then something shifts. It doesn't look like thunder and lightning. It looks like scene at 9:12 p.m. No reply. And a smiling vacation photo that feels like it was posted specifically to prove they're fine. Meanwhile, you're at home whispering to your phone, "Hey, did we break up?" And the phone, being honest for once, says, "I'm just a rectangle, sweetheart." What changed? The internal monologue, the secret voice in their head, moved from "we have some issues" to "you are the issue." The past gets airbrushed, your patience becomes pressure, your honesty becomes drama, your consistency becomes control. Ta-da! Emotional erasure. I know, my friends, it hurts. You gave your best self. You were thoughtful, calm, and real. How did those things get translated into clingy, toxic, or too much? Simple. Rewriting kills guilt. If you're the villain, they don't have to look at their fear. If they label you overbearing, they never have to ask, "Why does love feel scary to me?" The rewrite is a painkiller for the conscience. It cancels introspection, clears the way for a clean exit, and makes the silence feel reasonable. It's not that they forget you, they edit you out so the story can continue with fewer emotional bumps. Imagine your shared memories as a movie. In their new cut, your scenes are on the cutting room floor, replaced by a montage of hikes, smoothies, and captions like "choosing peace." Let's break the lie right here. You didn't cause their panic. Closeness did, and closeness is not a crime. For an avoidant, intimacy can feel like standing too close to a speaker at a rock concert. Every emotion is loud, every ask is amplified, and eventually they cover their ears and run for the door. Not because the music is bad, but because their nervous system can't handle the volume. When their system gets flooded, they don't think, "Maybe I should learn volume control." They think, "That song is dangerous. I better blame the DJ. See how neat and tidy that is." Rewrite complete. Guilt removed. Exit justified. Here's a question for you, friend. What's the cost of believing their rewrite? Because that's the trap. If you accept their new script as truth, you start editing yourself to fit it. You shrink your asks. You apologize for your feelings. You pretend you don't need what every healthy relationship requires: responsiveness, warmth, repair. You know what that turns you into: a background extra in your own film, and we're not doing that anymore. But let's have some compassion too. Why do they think like this? Often it started way back, in homes where emotions were treated like leftovers, either frozen for later, that never came, or tossed out to keep the fridge clean. Vulnerability felt risky. Dependence felt like weakness. So as adults, when intimacy invites them into the deep end, their body hits the panic button. The rewrite is a survival script. I'm not avoiding love, I'm avoiding danger. And if the danger is you, well, that's tidy math, isn't it? Painful, yes, but tidy. You'll notice telltales once you know what to look for. The language changes first. You're intense. You're always upset. You're too sensitive. That word "too" is their favorite special effect. Too what exactly? Too honest. Too present. Too committed to clarity. Then the behavior follows. Fewer texts, business-like tone. "I've been busy," that somehow includes time for curated joy posts. A sudden allergy to any conversation with depth. Finally, the cleanup crew arrives, deleting photos, unfollowing, blocking, returning your sweater like it's hazardous material. It's not random, it's ritual. They're sterilizing the past to keep their new narrative infection-free. Let's try a metaphor you'll never forget. Imagine your relationship as a house you both decorated. When they get overwhelmed, they don't say, "Hey, these curtains make me anxious. Can we talk?" They hire an invisible demolition team at 3 a.m. and wake up to pretend the house never existed. If you show up with the spare key, they call you intrusive because, surprise, the place is now a blank lot with a no trespassing sign and a yoga mat. The rewrite lets them point at the empty ground and say, "See? There was never a house. You imagined it." Why is it so hard for you to push back? Because their certainty is chilling. It's hard to argue with someone who looks calm while you're shaking. That calm is not truth. It's anesthesia. When a person numbs their guilt, they also numb the bond. They will sound rational, even philosophical. I just need peace. Translation: I need a story where I'm not responsible. And if you challenge the story, you become the villain. Proof their rewrite was correct. That's why debating them feels like wrestling a fog machine. You get tired, they get cover. So what do we do with this? First, name it. It's not a mystery, it's a mechanism. Second, stop auditioning for a role they already cut. You don't need to send 100 gentle texts demonstrating you're safe. You are safe. You don't need to become less warm, less consistent, less alive to fit a tiny box labeled not scary. Real love isn't frightened by your heartbeat. Real love says, "Thanks for telling me how you feel. Let's work with it." Third, choose dignity over decoding. You are not a detective hired to solve their inner child's case from 1998. Yes, we honor their pain. No, we don't sacrifice our reality to make their avoidance comfortable. You can hold two truths. You are scared and I deserve closeness. When you hold both, the spell breaks. The rewrite loses power because you aren't co-signing it anymore. Let me speak directly to that brave part of you, the part that knows you weren't too much, you were simply fully present. You asked for eye contact, you asked for plans, you asked for repair after conflict. That's not a felony, friends, that's a relationship. If someone needs to erase you to keep breathing, they are not your safe harbor. They are a weather report, unavailable with a chance of revision. Here's a line to pin to your fridge. I will not edit myself to fit a story that erases me. Read it again. Say it out loud. Does it sting? Good. That sting is you returning to yourself. You are not the villain. You are not the problem they needed to solve. You're the mirror that revealed a fear they were not ready to face. That's all. And mirrors don't apologize for being clear. Now, for a little tough love with a smile. If they need to pretend you were a tornado, let them. You and I both know you were a warm front bringing rain to a dry garden. If they prefer the desert, that's a lifestyle choice. But you? You're moving toward water, real connection, real effort, real repair. This is where we rise from fear, not by convincing them to rewrite the rewrite, but by choosing a life so honest and steady that revision isn't necessary. Let's seal this with an affirmation, short, strong, and yours. I choose clarity over confusion. I keep my dignity. I won't shrink to fit. Type it in the comments, my friends. Show them, show yourself, show the world around you that you're done auditioning for roles that delete your name from the credits. And because I know you're curious, you beautiful little detectives, next we're pulling back the curtain on the machinery, how the avoidant mind flips the circuit breaker on bonding and cuts power to warmth like it's a light switch. It's not magic, it's a system. Once you see the wires, you'll stop blaming your glow for the outage. Stay with me. What comes next might just hand you the toolbox you've been missing. Number 2. How avoidance deactivate bonding. Love doesn't always die in a fight. Sometimes somebody just flips a switch and the room goes dark. All right, folks, let's pop the hood and look at the machinery. Last time we talked about the rewrite. Today, we're tracing the wires. Avoidants don't just decide to distance. They run a whole system built to cool the temperature on closeness. Think of it like a circuit breaker in an old house. Everything's warm and glowing. Then one surge, one honest conversation, one extra vulnerable moment, and click. The breaker trips. The lights of shared meaning go out. You're standing there wiggling the lamp, and they're already down in the basement saying, "Huh, strange. Must be the lamp spoiler." It's not the lamp. Let's walk through the main switches they use. First up is minimizing positives. When the breaker is close to tripping, they quietly turn down the brightness on everything good. Your great weekend becomes fine. The heartfelt talk you had turns into, "We just chatted." That sweet surprise you planned becomes unnecessary. It's not that they didn't like it, it's that liking it too much feels risky. If the good is big, the fall could be bigger. Better to sand it down to meh and keep the heart in bubble wrap. Right behind that comes magnifying negatives. A simple miscommunication gets upgraded to a red flag. A delayed reply from you becomes, "You're playing games." A request for clarity becomes, "You're demanding." It's like browsing life with a 300% zoom on every smudge. Negatives swell because they help justify distance. If the story becomes, "This is unsafe," then pulling away feels wise, not avoidant. And yes, my friends, it's maddening to watch a tiny hiccup get framed as a hurricane. Third lever, intellectualizing feelings. This is the TED Talk stage. Instead of saying, "I'm scared," they'll float above the moment with theories, labels, and philosophical monologues about compatibility, personal optimization, or my individual peace feelings get translated into spreadsheets. You'll hear clean lines like, "I just think our values don't align long-term," delivered in the voice someone uses when returning a blender. It sounds reasonable, but it dodges the warm-blooded truth. Fear of closeness is pressing all the buttons. Fourth piece, compartmentalizing intimacy. They'll keep the fun room open, jokes, memes, surface banter, but lock the door to the deeper rooms where commitment, repair, and vulnerability live. You may notice the rhythm. Quick laughs on Monday, radio silence on Tuesday when you ask, "Hey, can we talk about what happened?" This is emotional Airbnb. Short stays, no permanent address, check out at noon. You're allowed on the porch, not in the kitchen. And finally, idealizing independence. Independence is a beautiful trait. What we're talking about is the worship of it. In this mode, any interdependence looks like weakness. Partners aren't teammates, they're potential anchors. You'll hear phrases like, "I just function better alone," or "I don't want to be accountable to anyone." On their highlight reel, solitude glows and connection looks like a bill they don't want to pay. The problem isn't independence, it's the way dependency is treated like a contagious cough. Now, how does all this feel on your end? Picture making a perfectly normal bid for connection. "Hey, can we put Friday on the calendar?" You meant, "I want to see you," but their system hears, "Control, control." You bring up a small conflict gently. "I felt a bit ignored last night," and they log it as proof. This is unsafe. I'm being criticized. Ordinary relationship moments, planning, clarifying, repairing, get reinterpreted as threats. Remember our mini-hook. When the breaker flips, warmth isn't argued away, it's unplugged. That's why your most convincing words don't move the needle. The power's cut at the panel, not the lamp. You'll see it in the details. Responses shrink from paragraphs to K, calls turn into texts, then into nothing. The vibe goes from laughter and inside jokes to a sterile logistics channel. I can drop your book at 6. Tone flattens, eyes go distant, hugs get quick and one-armed. Even the compliments get administrative. It's like they're CCing you on a relationship you're no longer in. And yes, it's disorienting. You start asking, am I asking for too much? Am I dramatic? That's the injury of the system. It makes you misdiagnose yourself. Let's be crystal clear. This isn't villainy. Most avoidants aren't cackling in a lair. They're protecting a tender core that once learned feeling a lot equals getting hurt. The system is entrenched because it worked before. Minimize the good, inflate the bad, stay above the feelings, keep things in separate boxes, treat independence as holy. Do all that and you dodge the panic. It's quick relief for them, but it cuts connection at the root. And if you're the one who bonds deeply, that cut feels like an amputation you can't explain. So what can you do while the lights are out? First, name the breaker. Say in your own mind, the system just tripped. This keeps you from spiraling into self-blame. Second, don't argue with a power outage. When logistics mode starts, resist sending warmer and warmer paragraphs to thaw the freeze. You're not the sun. You're a person deserving reciprocity. Third, check your footing. Are you now walking on eggshells, translating every request into something smaller, quieter, almost invisible? That's the system training you. Step back. You get to want what healthy love wants: responsiveness, context, repair. Here's the compassion piece again, because we're fair around here. Their brain is trying to keep them safe, but your heart needs more than a locked basement full of flipped switches. You need lights. You need warmth. You need, "Hey, can we fix this?" said with a soft voice and steady eyes. You can hold empathy for their wiring and still decide, I won't live in the dark to make your fuse comfortable. One more thing to watch for: the post-breaker calm. After the flip, many avoidants look eerily composed, not mad, not sad, just fine. They'll talk about routines, projects, gym schedules. They'll post wholesome breakfasts and tidy desks. To you, this feels surreal. How did we go from heart to heart to oat milk latte reviews? That, my friends, is our bridge to the next chapter. Because once the system cuts power, what often follows is a relief so smooth it looks like clarity. It isn't. It's anesthesia. In the next part, we're going to zoom in on that calm, the kind that feels inhumanly quiet. We'll explore why relief shows up first, grief gets delayed, and how that serenity can convince you the story was always meant to end. Stick with me. When you can spot the breaker and the anesthesia, you stop doubting your glow and start trusting your read of the room. And from there, that's where your power comes back on. Number 3. Relief over grief. Why they're calm means closure. Some people process heartbreak with tears. Others do it with a color-coded calendar and a fresh oat milk selfie. All right, folks, let's talk about that eerie calm, the kind that looks like enlightenment but smells like Novocaine. Their ease isn't a compliment to their strength. It's a sedative for their conscience. When an avoidant feels relief instead of grief, that usually means the story in their head is working. The rewrite has done its job. Guilt is tucked in, responsibility is asleep, and their nervous system finally gets to exhale. To them, it feels like peace. To you, it feels like you got left on, read by someone who swore they cared. So how do you read the signs without gaslighting yourself? Start with behavior, not promises. Notice the no check-ins, not even the, hey, just making sure you ate kind. Pay attention to business-like replies that sound like invoices. Noted. Can't today. Will drop it off. Watch for the dead eyes effect if you see them in person. Polite, distant, like a customer service rep whose shift ends in 3 minutes. And yes, scan the social feed, soft launch. New hobbies, tidy breakfasts, gym mirrors, sunsets with captions about peace. It's not that they're happy, it's that their narrative says, I did the right thing. Relief loves a neat aesthetic. Here's the big distinction, my friends. Relief is not the same as clarity. Clarity has felt messy edges. I care about you, and this hurts, but I can't do this right now. Relief is frictionless. I'm good. Clarity leaves room for reflection. Relief shuts the door and throws a gratitude quote on it. Clarity can sit in discomfort. Relief is allergic to it. If you can't find even a teaspoon of sorrow or ownership in their tone, you're not witnessing wisdom, you're witnessing anesthesia. But why don't they seem sad? Because avoidance often delay grief. When emotions surge, they hit the internal mute button. Mourning gets pushed to later, and later may arrive months down the line as a vague nostalgia wave. An out-of-nowhere "Hey stranger" text, or a random favorite song share. Don't confuse that with accountability. Delayed grief often says, I miss the feelings, not I understand my part. If the check-in comes without ownership, no mention of the silence, the shutdown, the rewrite, then the sadness is about their emotional hunger, not your relational safety. And let's settle this once and for all. Your pain is not proof you were less worthy. It's proof you actually bonded. You invested. You tried. You held the door open for hard conversations, even when it was drafty. The ache you feel isn't neediness. It's evidence of connection. People with capacity feel the loss. People with flipped breakers feel organized. Want a rule of thumb you can keep in your pocket? If their nervous system goes cool and stays cool, you're not waiting on closure. You're waiting on a system designed to never open. That coolness isn't a quiet invitation. It's a locked thermostat. You can bring roses, playlists, and perfectly worded paragraphs. None of it warms a heater that's been switched off at the panel. So, what do you do with their calm? You stop competing with it. You don't try to out-zen the person who just outsourced their emotions to vibes. You turn toward your own life like it's a room full of light switches with your name on them. Eat with friends who look you in the eye. Move your body until your thoughts get quiet. Journal the facts, what you asked for, what they gave, what you deserve. If a pang hits while you're scrolling their breakfast art, remind yourself that's relief speaking, not love. Let me ask you a brave question. If you had their calm right now, would you even want it? If the price was your capacity to love? My guess is no. Your heart is tender and loud and gloriously inconvenient. Keep it that way. We're not aiming to anesthetize, we're aiming to mature. Big difference. As we roll forward, get curious, not desperate. Relief means their story currently requires distance. You don't have to audition for a rewrite. You don't have to dim to appear easier. Your glow isn't the problem. Their fuse is. Hold the boundary, hold your dignity, and hold this truth like a warm cup in both hands. Grief is a sign you were present. Relief is often a sign they were absent from themselves. Next up, we're diving into the clean slate ritual, why the deleting, blocking, and tidy logistics aren't petty, but part of keeping their story sterile. Once you see that pattern, you won't chase a door that was quietly welded shut. Stay with me, folks. Your peace is getting louder. Number 4. The clean slate ritual, blocking, deleting, and logistics of distance. They aren't tidying the past, they're sterilizing it. All right, folks, grab your seatbelts. After the rewrite and the switch flip, many avoidants move into what I call the clean slate ritual. On the surface, it looks practical and mature, untagging photos, returning your stuff fast, blocking or unfollowing, skipping places you used to go together. Under the hood, it's one thing: self-protection. Out of sight, out of mind, out of guilt. If there's nothing to see, there's nothing to feel. If there's nothing to feel, there's nothing to fix. Let's map the moves so you stop taking them as personal insults and start reading them as protocols. First, the digital scrub. Couples' pics vanish, captions get edited, highlights trimmed until there is no we, only me. Second, the quick returns. Your charger, your hoodie, the novel they swore they'd read. It all comes back in a neat bag with the energy of no follow-up needed. Third, the channel cut. Texts muted, socials restricted, even playlists cleaned so your favorite song cannot ambush them at midnight. Fourth, the geography shift. They dodge the coffee shop, the Thursday class, the mutual hangout. Not petty, it is exposure control. The fewer reminders, the fewer pangs of doubt. Sterilize the environment, stabilize the narrative. The psychology here is simple. Their brain wants one clean story. I am safer like this. But photos, places, and objects keep whispering, this mattered. That whisper is called cognitive dissonance. It hurts. The ritual is pain management. Remove the reminders, remove the ache, remove the need to self-reflect. It is not kindness, it is infection control for a nervous system that refuses to learn volume control. Now, a loving warning. Pleading for access almost always backfires. When you beg to be unblocked, request just one more talk, or use backup accounts, you accidentally prove their private thesis. I was unsafe with you. Your urgency becomes Exhibit A. Remember, they are not running on evidence. They are running on relief. Do not feed the story. Starve it. So how do you handle the aftermath with class and calm? You use clean logistics, short sentences, firm timelines, no debate. For voiceover and text, keep it simple. Here is a ready-to-use version. Hey Santa, I'm wrapping up our loose ends. I'll drop your jacket at the front desk at Maple Apartments on Friday at 5. Please leave my book with the desk by Sunday. I'm cancelling our shared subscription on the 15th. If I don't hear back by Tuesday, I'll assume this plan works. Wishing you well. That is it. No essays, no metaphors, no fishing for feelings. You are closing a tab, not opening a thread. If Santa tries to pull you into a side conversation, reply once. I'm keeping this to logistics only. Then follow your plan. Your nervous system will thank you. Let's reframe blocking so it stops feeling like a verdict on your value. Blocking is often a clumsy safety tool. Think noise-cancelling headphones for someone who never learned to work with sound. They are not declaring you worthless. They are declaring a preference for silence over self-examination. You do not need to argue with headphones. You need to stop performing to prove you were quiet enough. About the scrubbed feed, those tidy breakfasts and gym check-ins are not proof they are healed. They are proof the ritual is active. The curated calm is anesthesia, not accountability. A sterile timeline keeps their rewrite intact. You will not out-caption a coping mechanism. Mutual circles deserve a quick strategy too. Choose dignified distance. Let a trusted friend know, privately, I'm keeping this simple and won't discuss details. If you bump into Santa, hold your posture, offer a polite nod if appropriate, and return to your life. Your body language is your press release. I am fine without the performance. Here is the part that stings and heals at the same time. Ritualized clean slates are the opposite of leaving the door open. They are welded hinges, fresh paint over the doorway, new locks with no spare key. It does not mean they hate you. It means they cannot hold love and discomfort in the same hand, so they drop the hand that holds you. That reality is cold, but clarity is warm. Let the truth warm you. You are allowed to keep what was best about you in that relationship. Your honesty, your playful patience, your habit of fixing what can be fixed. Those were not mistakes. They were gifts. Spend them where they can circulate, not where they get confiscated. If you like mantras, take this one. I answer to dignity, not dopamine. Dignity means you do not DM from a burner. You do not argue with a block. You do not beg for a key to a door that no longer exists. You handle the boxes, the bills, and the passwords. You bless what was good, and you walk out with your spine intact. Where do we go next? After the slate is scrubbed and the door is sealed, many avoidants run one more program to keep the story spotless. The blame flip. Suddenly, you are not just history, you are the villain in the origin story of their piece. Why do they do it? How do you step out of a courtroom you never agreed to enter? That's what we are unpacking next. Bring your curiosity and your coffee. We are about to turn the lights on in that courtroom and watch the fog machine run out of juice. Number 5. The blame flip, when you become the villain of their story. If you step into their courtroom, you've already agreed you're on trial. All right, folks, welcome to the chapter where the fog machine gets a publicist. After the rewrite hardens and the clean slate ritual is underway, many avoidants run one more program to keep their story spotless. The blame flip. This is image management, plain and simple. They don't usually launch a dramatic smear campaign. It's softer, subtler, and far more believable to outsiders. Think phrases like, "it was just too much," or "I needed peace," or the classic, "we weren't aligned." To friends and mutuals, those lines paint them as calm, reasonable, even noble, while you get quietly cast as unstable, demanding, or intense. They style themselves as the peacekeeper, and you become the chaos they heroically escaped. Here's the important mindset shift. Expect misalignment between what happened and how it's retold. You remember late-night repairs, apologies, and real effort. Their cut features none of that. In their narrative, your request for clarity becomes pressure, your boundary becomes control, and your tears are rebranded as manipulation. It's not an evidence-based documentary. It's a highlight reel engineered to anesthetize guilt. If you chase every rumor with a rebuttal, you'll spend your days fact-checking a movie that was never filmed in your language. So what do you do when your name starts floating around with the wrong title attached? First rule of inner game: don't counter-smear. Fighting gossip with counter-gossip drags you onto the same low stage. And guess who looks dramatic then? Yep. Their defense system feeds on your reactivity. If they can provoke you into angry paragraphs, they get fresh proof for their audience. Remember, in their courtroom, you're already the defendant. The power move is opting out of the trial entirely. Second, document for yourself, not to wage war, but to stay rooted in reality. Jot down key moments, what you asked for, how you said it, how they responded. Keep texts or a brief timeline. This private record is your antidote to gaslighting, your own or anybody else's. When doubt creeps in at 1 a.m., your notes quietly remind you, I was clear, I was kind, I was consistent. Third, carry a neutral one-liner for social run-ins or curious friends, something clean and non-defensive. We weren't compatible, I wish them well. That sentence is Teflon. It refuses the bait. It keeps your dignity. If someone pushes for details, repeat it. We weren't compatible, I wish them well. You don't owe anyone a documentary. Your piece isn't a group project. Let's talk psychology for a second, my friends. The blame flip isn't always malicious, it's mechanical. If their nervous system equates closeness with danger, then to feel safe, they need a story where you were the problem and distance was the cure. Your innocence threatens that structure. That's why arguing for your goodness often backfires. It forces them to double down. You're not debating facts, you're challenging a sedative, and sedatives fight to stay in the bloodstream. What about mutual friends? Play the long game. People who know you, people who want the tea can sip it without your help. Show consistency over time, steady energy, polite boundaries, no potshots. Your character will do the PR. If someone comes to you repeating their narrative, smile and land your line. We weren't compatible. I wish them well. Then change the subject. The calm is your credibility. A quick, practical script for when you feel cornered. I won't discuss private details. I'm focused on moving forward. I hope they're well. Short, closed, done. Your future self will thank you for not turning one awkward hallway chat into a 3-episode mini-series. Here's the part that feels unfair, but sets you free. You can be right and still walk away. You can hold the truth of what happened and refuse to litigate it in the court of public opinion. That restraint isn't weakness, it's mastery. Remember, dignity is quiet. Self-respect doesn't need a megaphone. When you stay out of the mud can't claim you. So plant this somewhere you'll see it. I don't chase narratives, I live evidence. Your daily steadiness, how you speak, how you work, how you treat people, will outlast any whispered storyline. And if their tale gives them the relief they crave, let it. You're not their editor anymore. Next, we're tackling the siren song that tempts so many back into the same loop, the boomerang when they circle after you detach. We'll decode why those "hey stranger" pings aren't love, how to spot the difference between real repair and recycled chaos, and the boundary sentence that saves you 3 months of déjà vu. Bring your compass, folks. We're about to navigate the return that isn't a homecoming. Number 6. The boomerang myth. Why their return isn't love. A boomerang only proves you through it, never that it learned to fly. All right, folks, let's pop the bubble on the comeback fantasy. You've finally started moving on. Your skin clears, your posture returns. You remember what laughing sounded like, and boom, there's the ping. Hey, stranger, thinking of you. A song link, a meme from a place you once loved. It's tempting to call it fate. More often, it's physics. You stepped back, their ego felt the draft, and the boomerang did what boomerangs do, came back to the hand that threw it. That return isn't automatically love. It's usually control, curiosity, or ego regulation dressed up in nostalgia. Let's decode the common maneuvers so your heart doesn't fall for stage lighting. First, breadcrumb texts, tiny crumbs that never form a meal. How have you been? Saw your post. What's your Netflix lately? No plan, no follow-through, just pings to see if the door still opens. Second, nostalgia drops. They remember the taco truck on 7th, your inside joke about the neighbor's cat, that weekend trip where the rain was perfect. Nostalgia is a powerful perfume. It makes the past smell better than it was. Third, crisis pings. Suddenly, they're overwhelmed. Car trouble, tough meeting, weird family drama, and you're the safest pair of ears. You become a free therapist, not a partner. Lastly, availability checks. Are you seeing anyone? Miss our talks. Translation. Is my spot still reserved, even though I never bought a ticket? Here's the line that will save you months. Coming back isn't the same as coming correct. There's repair, and then there's recycle. Repair includes ownership, I shut down and hurt you, therapy or skills practice, not just quotes, actual work, and consistent closeness, calls, dates, repairs after conflict, not disappearing at the first sign of depth. Repair shows up weekly, not whimsically. It shows up when the conversation gets uncomfortable and stays present instead of punishing you with silence. Recycle, on the other hand, is periodic warmth with zero capacity increase. The vibe rotates, charm to closeness, to panic, to distance. You get 2 good weeks, then the breaker flips, and you're back to decoding wind. So how do you sort signals from smoke? Use a testable boundary framework, polite, firm, and measurable. Try this as your baseline. I'm only open to reconnecting if we rebuild trust consistently. That means weekly, in-person conversations for the next 8 weeks, no disappearing and addressing the shutdowns we had before. If you're not up for that, I wish you well. Short, calm, specific. It names the work, consistency, presence, repair, and the timeline. If they reply with, "Why so rigid?" that's your data. Love respects structure, avoidance resents it. Give yourself 2 simple dashboards, words versus weeks and warmth versus repair. On words versus weeks, don't measure by what they claim today. Measure by what they keep doing for 4 to 8 weeks. On warmth versus repair, notice whether conflict, even small conflict, gets processed or punished. If they can't repair small ruptures, they can't hold big closeness. That's not me being harsh, that's physics again. Let's talk scripts, because your nervous system loves a sentence it can grab when your feelings get loud. If you get a breadcrumb, good to hear from you. I'm open to talk if we're rebuilding, not reminiscing. Weekly, in person, no ghosting, and we address what broke. If that's not your plan, I'm keeping my distance. If you get crisis pings, that sounds tough. I'm not the right person to process this with. Take care. If you get availability checks, I'm focused on people who show up consistently. Wishing you well. Notice how each line is respectful and final. You're not cruel, you're clear, you're leaving the door only where there's work, not where there are words. And if they accept your framework but start slipping, cancelling, delaying, dodging the hard parts, trust the trend, not the excuse. Close the door, lock it, water your plants. Now, I want to soothe something tender, the part of you that hopes this time is different. You're not silly for hoping. You're human, but your dignity deserves evidence, not ambience. If they've done the therapy, if they can say, "I was avoidant and I'm learning to stay," if they schedule and keep the sessions, if they repair instead of retreat, then yes, consider cautious optimism. That's repair. Anything less is a rerun. A quick metaphor to pocket. Imagine your love as a house with a porch light. Repair is someone who shows up at the time they promised, knocks at the door, and helps fix the roof when it rains. Recycle is someone who texts you from the curb at 2 a.m., then disappears at sunrise. One is partnership. One is a vibe. Choose the roof. If you need a one-breath mantra when the ping hits at midnight, try, "I don't chase returns, I measure repair." Put it in your notes app, pin it to your mirror, say it before you reply. Next up, we pivot fully into your counter-move, how no contact, nervous system repair, and self-respect turn off your inner magnet for mixed signals. We'll set up a recovery plan that makes your peace non-negotiable and your standards unmistakable. Bring a notebook, friends. We're about to make calm your new normal. Number 7. Your counter-move. No contact, nervous system repair, self-respect. Close the tab in your mind. The page will keep loading errors. All right, folks, this is where the story turns back to you. No more decoding their moods. No more reading tea leaves in their captions. This is your countermove. Calm, precise, and beautifully human. First, let's redefine no contact. It's not revenge. It's not a stunt to make them chase you. No contact is a clarity protocol. You create silence so your nervous system can stop bracing for impact and start remembering who you are. Think of it like taking your brain off speakerphone. Suddenly, you can hear your own voice again. Start with the digital reset. Remove triggers the way you'd child-proof a kitchen. Mute their socials. Archive the thread. Unfollow without making an announcement. And move old photos to a hidden folder you won't accidentally bump into at 1 a.m. Delete the just-in-case drafts. Your phone should feel like a living room, not a haunted house. If you must keep a contact for logistics, rename it to something neutral, like "Do not open during healing." You're training your attention to serve you, not ambush you. Next is sleep, because tired minds make desperate decisions. Anchor 2 bookends to your day. A simple shutdown routine at night, dim lights, no scrolling, 3 deep breaths, lights out, and a morning ramp-up, water, sunlight, 2 minutes of stretching. Perfection isn't the goal. Consistency is. When your sleep steadies, your emotions stop running red lights. Layer in micro goals to rebuild competence. Keep them tiny on purpose. Reply to 1 email you've avoided. Walk for 10 minutes. Cook a simple breakfast. Tidy 1 surface. Each checkmark tells your brain, we can move things. Competence is the antidote to rumination. Action proves you still steer. Now, reconnect with safe people, the ones who text back, show up, and don't treat your heart like a group project. Tell 2 friends, I'm doing a clarity reset. I'm not rehashing details, just keeping company. Go for low-drama plans. Coffee, a walk, a dumb movie you can laugh at. Your nervous system heals in safe rooms with warm eyes. Let their steadiness calibrate yours. Run a simple journaling loop for 15 minutes. Here are few options you can try. 1. What happened? 1 paragraph, factual, no poetry. 2. What did it cost me? Energy, trust, time, name it. 3. What do I choose next? 1 doable action before bed or by noon tomorrow. Close the notebook. You're not writing a novel, you're building rails for your attention. Here's a sober reframe to keep in your pocket. Their inability to hold love and discomfort at the same time speaks to their capacity, not your value. Read that twice. Your warmth did not break anything. Their fuse was already small. Your closeness only revealed it. Respect capacity like you. Respect gravity. Don't argue with it. Plan around it. We're anchoring this in dark Stoicism. Control what's yours. Attention, boundaries, habits, not their storyline. You can't command their growth. You can command your inputs. When a thought spiral hits, ask, is this within my control? If no, you shift to a body task, walk, shower, breathe, or a tiny task, dishes, calendar, inbox. Philosophy becomes practical the moment it touches your hands. Need scripts? Use them. If Santa pings you during no contact, I'm not available to reconnect. I'm focusing on my well-being. Wishing you well if mutuals fish for gossip. We weren't compatible. I wish them well. If you feel tempted to check their page, say out loud, I close the tab. Then physically stand, change rooms, sip water. Pair the sentence with motion so your brain learns the exit ramp. Expect difficulty. Your mind will bargain just one peak. Your chest will ache and memories will play in 4K. This isn't proof you're weak. It's proof you loved. Healing is boring before it's beautiful. Keep walking. Boredom is your bridge to peace. Let's craft your quick daily reset. Morning sunlight, water, 3 breaths, 1 micro goal by noon, a check-in with one safe person, an evening walk or stretch, the 3-question journal, lights out, 5 anchors. Miss one? Hit the next. This is about rhythm, not perfection. Affirmation time. Type it in the comments to show yourself. Show them. Show the world around you. I choose clarity over chaos. I protect my peace. I control my focus. Say it. Post it. Live it. Next, we'll build on this momentum and reclaim the frame. How to design a life that doesn't wait at locked doors. New standards, better filters, and signs of partners who lean in when it rains. Curiosity ready? Good. Your quiet power is warming up. Number 8. Reclaim the frame. Build a life that doesn't wait. Criteria for future partners and make them testable in the real world. You want communication under stress. Not perfect, but present. You want repair attempts, apologies with behavior attached, not quotes and promises. You want interdependence, 2 whole people who can say, I need you, without meaning, save me. In practice, that looks like conversations that don't end in vanish mode, plans that turn into calendars, and conflict that turns into clarity. Keep a quiet checklist for yourself, not to grade them, but to protect you. Do they show up? Do they stay kind? Do they repair? If 2 out of 3 keep failing, you're not being picky, you're being responsible. Here's a reframe worth framing. If they reach the rewrite and relief stage, they're not on pause. They're gone. Treat welded doors like walls and build your life on the side where the sunlight is. The win was never getting them back. The win is getting you back. Your humor, your peace, your pace. That's the treasure we've been digging toward this whole time. Let's sprinkle in a few identity anchors you can install this week. Create a non-negotiable hour with your name on it. No scrolling, no pining, just something that feeds you. Writing, lifting, painting, walking a loop while your favorite track plays. Choose a value you can demonstrate daily. I'm the person who leaves places better than I found them. Watch how quickly your self-image upgrades when your actions carry your values. And schedule joy on purpose. Don't wait for it to crash the party. Try one new micro thing every 7 days. A class, a recipe, a route, a book chapter. Novelty teaches your brain there's more future than past. A word to the tender part that still flinches. Their inability to hold love and discomfort at the same time pointed to capacity, not your worth. You didn't fail at being lovable. You succeeded at being visible. Keep that visibility. Stay honest. Keep your volume at human. The right people won't need earplugs. When the what-if voice knocks at midnight, give it a job. Hand it the 3 questions we've used before and keep them brief. What happened? What did it cost? What do I choose next? Then act on the smallest possible next step. You're not proving anything to anyone. You're giving your future self a clearer runway. And because we love a compass more than a map, hold to dark stoicism. Control what's yours. Your attention, what gets your eyes. Your boundaries, what gets your time. Your habits, what gets repeated. Their storyline is a theater across town. Your life is the stage you're standing on. So we circle back to the promise we made at the start. When someone chooses emotional erasure, when they rewrite, sterilize, and call relief peace, your greatest loyalty is to the life that remembers you fully. Keep building that life, one ordinary, unglamorous, wildly powerful decision at a time. If their silence grows, let your roots grow deeper. If their door stays shut, let your windows open wider. You are not waiting, you are becoming. Silence is a true friend who never betrays. My friends, let that sink in. The world tells you that silence is weakness, that if you don't explain yourself, if you don't fight back, you'll look like a loser. But here's the truth. Silence is not emptiness. Silence is the fire that burns louder than any words. It is the echo that follows them into the night when the crowd is gone and the distractions fade. Before we go deeper, press that like button, subscribe, and stay with me until the end. Because what I'm about to show you isn't just another talk about heartbreak. It's about power. It's about clarity. It's about you rising from the ashes of what tried to break you. And if you skip this, folks, you'll miss the part that will change how you see yourself forever. Now, hey, folks, imagine this. You're a lighthouse, tall, steady, glowing in the middle of a storm. Ships come toward you. Some are grateful. You guide them to safety. Others, they take your light for granted. They dock, drain your energy, and sail away without so much as a thank you. And here you stand, thinking maybe your light isn't enough. But here's the twist. Your light was never weak. Your silence, your calm glow, was the only real guide they ever had. And when they leave, when they think they can navigate without you, they end up lost in the dark seas, haunted by the memory of the one light that never flickered. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The best revenge is not to be like your enemy." Think about that. They expected you to scream. They expected a performance, drama, chasing, begging. They expected you to mirror their chaos. But you did something far more terrifying. You went quiet. You refused to feed their ego. And that silence, that was the punch they never saw coming. Here's the lie they sold you. If you go quiet, you'll be forgotten. If you stop explaining, you'll look cold, maybe even heartless. But the truth is far sharper, my friends. Your silence isn't rejection. It's revelation. It forces them to face themselves without your kindness covering their flaws. Silence is a mirror, and in that mirror they see the truth they've been running from. And trust me, folks, they don't like what they see. Let's add a little fun here. Ever seen a kid throw a tantrum in the store, rolling on the floor, screaming, demanding candy? Now picture the parent just standing there, calm, arms crossed, saying nothing. Who looks foolish now? Not the parent, the child. That's exactly what happens when you stop reacting. Their chaos starts to look childish, while your silence stands tall. And here's what's wild. Regret doesn't come in like a thunderstorm. It creeps in slowly, in the quietest moments. When they're scrolling through their phone at night, laughing at shallow conversations, and suddenly feeling empty. When they hear your name and their stomach twists. When they realize they can replace your body, but never your soul. That's the fire. That's the silence burning them in regret. So don't let anyone fool you. Your silence is not weakness. It's your crown. It's your fortress. It's the weapon they can't touch. You don't need to scream, my friends. You don't need to explain. You don't need to prove a thing. You only need to walk quietly, and in that quiet, they will hear the roar of their own regret. So here's what I want you to write in the comments right now. A simple affirmation, 3 words, I choose silence. Write it for yourself, show it to the world, let it echo in your heart. And don't forget, press that like button, subscribe, and stay with me. Because this journey we're on together is just beginning, and the next part will open your eyes to the true power of your silence. Number 1, they expected your reaction. You gave them silence. The greatest remedy for anger is delay. Seneca said that nearly 2,000 years ago, and my friends, it still cuts deep today, because here's the truth. Nothing shakes someone more than expecting your fire and receiving your calm. They braced themselves for your explosion. They rehearsed for your meltdown. They prepared their excuses, their counterattacks, their stage performance. And then, silence. You didn't scream. You didn't explain. You didn't beg. You just stepped back, and that was the move that burned them more than any words ever could. Imagine this. A magician stands on stage, smiling at the crowd, waving his wand, ready to perform the trick he's done 1,000 times. He pulls out the hat, pauses for effect, reaches inside. Only this time, nothing comes out. No rabbit, no dove, nothing. The crowd goes quiet. The silence swallows him whole. His entire identity, built on smoke and mirrors, collapses in that moment because the one thing he depended on, the audience's reaction, is gone. That's exactly what happens to people who feed off your responses. They thrive on your explanations, your defenses, your anger, your tears. Without them, the stage is empty, and they are left standing there, sweating under the spotlight of their own actions. But here's where fear creeps in for you. You start to ask yourself, what if they think I don't care? What if they believe I'm weak because I didn't fight back? What if my silence makes me invisible and forgettable? These questions gnaw at you in the quiet hours, don't they? Because silence feels unnatural at first. It feels like surrender. We're taught from childhood to defend ourselves, to explain, to justify, to prove that we were right and they were wrong. Walking away without a word feels like losing. But, my friends, that's the biggest lie of all. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury." Think about that. They expected you to mirror their chaos. They expected you to match fire with fire. They expected you to lose yourself in the noise they created. But instead, you became water. You became calm. You refused to play the game. And nothing terrifies manipulators more than someone who doesn't follow their script. Let's break the lie right here. They will tell you silence means you gave up, that you lost, that you were too weak to stand your ground. But silence doesn't mean you gave up. It means you stopped feeding them. You stopped giving them the oxygen their ego needed to keep the fire alive. And here's the funny part. They'll pretend not to care. They'll act unbothered, unaffected, like your silence doesn't even register. But don't be fooled. Because late at night, when the laughter dies down, when the phone grows quiet, when the distractions lose their shine, what echoes in their mind is not your words, it's your absence. Let me give you another picture. Imagine someone addicted to sugar. Every day they eat it, they thrive on it, they depend on it. Then one day, it's gone. At first, they laugh it off. They pretend they don't need it. But then the cravings kick in, the headaches start, and suddenly the absence of what they once took for granted becomes unbearable. That's what your silence is to someone who lived off your reactions. They didn't notice the air when it was there, but once it's missing, they can't breathe. And here's the paradox. You think silence makes you disappear, but in reality, silence makes you unforgettable, because presence can be ignored, words can be twisted, but absence lingers like a shadow they can't shake. It becomes the chill in the room, the missing warmth they can't replicate, the quiet ache that follows them everywhere. Seneca also wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Isn't that exactly what you've been doing? Imagining them happy without you, imagining that your silence doesn't matter, imagining that they've moved on without a second thought. But reality is different. Reality is that silence haunts. It grows louder with time, louder with every shallow conversation that doesn't measure up, louder with every new face that fails to give them the depth you did. Louder with every moment they realize that noise cannot replace peace. But let's be real here. Choosing silence is not easy. It feels like walking away from a battlefield without swinging your sword. It feels like surrendering when everything inside you wants to scream your truth. And yet, silence is not surrender. It is discipline. It is wisdom. It is you choosing not to throw yourself into a fight designed to drain you. A lion does not argue with hyenas. A king does not answer every peasant throwing stones at the castle wall. Silence is not weakness. Silence is dignity. It is the quiet reminder that your value does not need defending. And isn't that the hardest part, my friends? To resist the urge to defend yourself, to resist the instinct to say, I was the one who was loyal. I was the one who stayed. I was the one who gave everything. But let me ask you, do you really need to prove what is already written in your actions? Do you really need to argue for your worth when your silence speaks it louder than your words ever could? Here's the truth. They can twist your words. They can dismiss your tears. They can gaslight your explanations. But they cannot escape the mirror your silence holds up. That's why it shakes them more than anything else. Because silence strips away the distractions. It forces them to sit with themselves, and that is the one person they have been running from their whole life. So if you're sitting here today wondering if your silence matters, let me give you the answer. Yes, it does, more than you know. Your silence is the rug pulled from under their feet. It is the moment the show stops. It is the one act they can never spin into their favor. And whether they admit it or not, whether they show it or not, they feel it. So, my friends, here's what I want you to write in the comments right now. I choose silence. Write it not for them, but for you. Show it to yourself. Show it to the world. Let it echo in your heart. Because your silence is not emptiness. It is your crown. It is your power. It is your victory. And stay with me, because what comes next will reveal why silence doesn't just shake them, it burns them. It becomes the fire of regret they can never put out. Number 2, silence is the mirror. They can't escape. The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. Marcus Aurelius wrote that centuries ago, and my friends, those words still sting like truth today. Because when the noise stops, when the arguments end, and when your voice is no longer there to soothe, defend, or explain, all that's left is the echo of their own mind. And let me tell you something. Most people can run from your words, they can twist your explanations, they can deny your accusations, but they cannot outrun the silence that forces them to face themselves. Silence, my friends, is the mirror they can't escape. Imagine a room lined wall to wall with mirrors. No matter where you turn, no matter where you hide, there's a reflection staring back. Now imagine someone who has spent their entire life with the curtains drawn over those mirrors. They could act however they wanted, say whatever they pleased, because they never had to look at themselves. You were that curtain. Your patience, your forgiveness, your constant giving covered the reflections of their flaws. They didn't have to face who they were because you shielded them with your kindness. But the day you went silent, the curtains fell. Suddenly, every mirror screamed the truth. And let me tell you, the truth is not flattering. It burns. Here's the fear that eats at you. What if they don't even think about me? What if my silence means nothing to them? What if they move on without a scratch? That's the story your mind plays on repeat in the dark hours, and it feels so real. But my friends, reality is far different. The performance they put on, new faces, loud laughter, pictures online that look like paradise, that's not peace. That's performance. And performances always end. When the curtain falls, silence is waiting backstage with a mirror that does not lie. Epictetus once said, "If someone succeeds in provoking you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation. Your silence is the refusal to be complicit anymore. They wanted your reaction, because your reaction gave them a distraction. Your anger made them feel justified. Your explanations gave them ammunition. Your tears gave them proof they still had power. But silence starves them. Silence turns the spotlight back on them. And now, without your reactions to point at, without your words to twist, they are forced to confront the one enemy they can't manipulate: themselves. Picture a thief who breaks into houses every night, always confident because no one calls the police. They keep stealing, keep smiling, keep running. But then one night, they break in and the house is empty. No valuables, no people, nothing to take. Silence. Suddenly, it's not just a failed robbery, it's exposure. Because silence means the game is over. And that's what your silence does to them. It pulls away the excuses. It ends the game. It forces them into the empty house of their own soul, and they don't like what they find there. But let's be honest, silence doesn't feel like strength at first. It feels like weight. It feels heavy because discipline always feels heavy in the beginning. It's easier to text, easier to explain, easier to scream, "Do you even care?" But silence is choosing strength over impulse. Silence is choosing to let the storm pass instead of running into it. And yes, at first it feels like you're the one suffering, carrying all the weight while they carry on freely. But here's the paradox. Over time, silence becomes light. Every day you don't break it, you reclaim more of yourself. And for them, every day you don't break it, the mirror becomes clearer. Let me break another lie right here. They thought your silence meant submission. They thought it meant you had nothing left to say, that you were too broken to fight. But in truth, your silence is their teacher. It teaches them patience has limits. It teaches them kindness can walk away. It teaches them that when you take away your voice, you also take away their excuse to ignore their own. Silence is not absence. It is confrontation of the most brutal kind, because it doesn't argue, it doesn't defend, it just exists. And existence, my friends, is undeniable. Seneca once said, "Fire tests gold, adversity tests brave men." Your silence is that fire. It tests them in ways your words never could. Words can be dodged, deflected, denied. But silence leaves them stripped bare. It removes the comfort of deflection and forces them to see what they truly are when no one else is carrying their weight. And in that raw reflection, regret begins its slow burn. But let's talk about the fear you feel, because while silence is shaking them, it also shakes you. You worry, what if they never realize? What if they never regret? And my friends, here's the truth you must hold. Their realization is not your responsibility. Regret is not your prize. Their reflection is not your problem. Silence is not about them. It's about you. About reclaiming your energy, about breaking the cycle, about refusing to betray yourself one more day by explaining to someone who never wanted to listen. Think about it this way. A lion doesn't roar at every hyena circling around. A king doesn't step down from his throne to argue with every fool in the crowd. Your silence is that lion's walk. It's that king's crown. It's the unspoken reminder that you don't need to defend what is already true. Because truth doesn't beg. Truth doesn't argue. Truth just stands, quietly, unshakably, until the noise dies and the echo remains. So don't let anyone tell you silence is weakness. Weakness is needing to shout just to feel heard. Weakness is needing to lash out just to feel powerful. True strength is restraint. True strength is letting silence speak for you, because silence cannot be twisted. Silence cannot be mocked. Silence cannot be used against you. It is the one weapon they cannot disarm, the one move they cannot predict. And here's the irony. They might tell themselves, "You don't matter." They might perform for the world like they've already forgotten you. But in the quiet, in the late hours, in the empty spaces, silence is waiting for them. And silence is a teacher far more merciless than you ever could be. It will whisper, "This is who you are without them." And that whisper is louder than any words you could have spoken. So, my friends, if you're wondering whether your silence matters, whether it has weight, let me assure you, it does. More than any argument, more than any explanation, more than any tear you could shed. Because silence forces reflection, and reflection is unavoidable. They can run from you, but they can't run from themselves. Here's what I want you to do right now. Write it in the comments. Show yourself, show the world, show everyone who ever doubted you. Write these 3 words, "I am the mirror," because that's exactly what your silence has made you. You are not chasing to be seen. You are not begging to be understood. You are reflecting their truth back to them whether they want it or not. And that, my friends, is power. Stay with me, because we're only getting started. We've seen how silence shakes them, how it forces them into the mirror they've avoided their whole life. But next, we're going even deeper into the storm your absence created, and why the calm you left behind became the chaos they now sit in. And trust me, that's where regret begins to burn hotter than fire. Number 3. Your absence creates their storm. When the soul is without a pilot, the winds of fortune drive it onto the rocks. Seneca said that, and my friends, it slices right into the heart of this truth. Because when you walked away in silence, when you chose not to fight, not to explain, not to keep holding up what was crumbling, something happened that they never expected. Their storm began. Not around you, around them. Because you see, while you were there, while your voice was steady, while your presence was constant, they thought they were the strong one. They thought you needed them to survive their chaos. But the truth is, you weren't surviving their storm. You were calming it. You weren't the fragile one. You were the pilot. And the day you left, the ship started sinking. Picture this. Imagine a house built on sand. For a while it looks fine. They paint the walls, hang up the pictures, invite people inside. On the surface it seems steady. But every gust of wind, every tremor, every shift in the ground reminds you that the foundation is weak. Now imagine you're the one holding up the beams, the one bracing the walls in silence, the one keeping the illusion standing. Then one day, you step away. What happens? The roof caves in, the cracks spread, the entire thing begins to collapse. That's what your absence does. It doesn't leave them with nothing. It leaves them with the truth. And the truth is, their stability was never real. It was borrowed from you. But here's where fear gets loud for you. You ask yourself, what if they're fine without me? What if they don't even notice? What if my absence doesn't matter? Those thoughts keep you up at night, don't they? But my friends, let me break that lie. Your absence always matters more than your presence when someone has grown addicted to your giving. Presence can be taken for granted. Presence can be ignored. But absence? Absence cannot be dismissed. It's the ache in the chest when the room feels too quiet. It's the empty seat at the table that no one can fill. It's the calm that used to soothe the storm, now missing when the chaos screams the loudest. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." You see, they never learned to govern themselves. They leaned on you as their anchor, their compass, their calming shore. They laughed at your patience, mocked your loyalty, dismissed your silence. But when you walked away, they lost the stability they had stolen from your strength. They became the soul without a pilot, tossed in waves they can't control, driven onto rocks they cannot escape. Imagine someone walking with a crutch for years. The crutch isn't perfect. Sometimes it wobbles, sometimes it creaks, but it holds them up. They depend on it so completely, they forget how to walk without it. Then one day, it's gone. Suddenly, every step feels impossible. Every move hurts. Every attempt at independence exposes how weak their legs really are. That's what your absence feels like to them. They may cover it up with noise, with new faces, with laughter that sounds hollow even to their own ears. But deep down, they know. They know they leaned on you more than they ever admitted. They know they mistook your strength for weakness. And now, without you, they are forced to stumble on legs that were never steady. But let's talk about the irony here. They once believed you were the fragile one. They thought you were too emotional, too forgiving, too dependent. But when you left, the roles flipped. Because the truth is, the storm was never inside you. It was inside them. You were the calm. You were the eye of the hurricane. You were the stillness holding back the chaos. And now that you're gone, the winds roar, the waves crash, and they have no shelter. Think about it. They called you dramatic. They called you weak. But who's left shaking in the storm now? Not you. You've found the shore. You've built a shelter out of peace, silence, and discipline. You're not even in the storm anymore. You're watching it from a distance, not with revenge in your heart, but with clarity in your mind. You finally see what was always true. You were the calm they could never live without. Here's another picture for you. Imagine a child throwing tantrums, screaming, kicking, yelling. The parent picks them up, calms them, soothes them, day after day. The child grows used to it. They come to expect the comfort. But one day, the parent doesn't come running. Suddenly, the child is left alone in their fit, and the silence feels unbearable. That's what your absence is like. It doesn't just expose their immaturity, it exposes their dependence. They weren't strong without you. They were comfortable because of you. But let's be real, my friends. Choosing absence is not easy. It feels like ripping yourself away from something familiar, even if that familiar was toxic. It feels like betraying yourself at first, because you've been trained to believe that staying, explaining, and enduring makes you strong. Walking away feels like giving up. But the truth is, walking away is the bravest thing you can do, because it proves that your peace matters more than their storm. It proves that you finally value yourself more than the chaos you used to settle for. And here's the part they'll never admit. They're terrified of your absence, because selfish people depend on presence. They depend on you being there to absorb their tantrums, to catch their excuses, to shield them from themselves. When you leave, they're left exposed. Every room feels louder with silence. Every night feels longer without your reassurance. Every conversation feels shallow compared to the depth you once brought. That's the storm they sit in now, not yours, theirs. They can fill the room with bodies, but the absence of you weighs heavier than all of them combined. They can scroll endlessly, but the silence between notifications screams louder than any text you could have sent. They can laugh in public, but when the curtain falls, the quiet reminds them of what they lost. Absence is unforgettable. Absence is undeniable. Absence is the storm. And here's the lie you must stop believing, that leaving makes you invisible. No, my friends, leaving makes you unforgettable. Because they may not notice your presence when it was constant, but they will always feel your absence once it's gone. Seneca also said, "It is the power of the mind to be unconquerable." But here's the catch. They never trained their mind. They never built discipline. They never faced themselves. They leaned on you to silence the noise, to calm the storm, to give them strength. And when you walked away, their mind turned against them. That's why their storm doesn't end, because storms don't calm themselves. They need stillness. And you were that stillness. Without you, there's only thunder. So let me leave you with this truth. Your absence is not cruelty. It is not revenge. It is not punishment. It is clarity. You didn't leave to destroy them. You left to protect your peace. And your peace is louder than their storm. That's why absence is powerful. That's why silence shakes them, because it forces them to confront the chaos they created without the shelter you once gave. My friends, write this in the comments right now. I am peace. Write it to remind yourself, not them. Write it to show the world that you are not the storm. You are the calm they lost. You are the anchor they can't replace. You are the stillness they never appreciated until it was gone. And stay with me, because what comes next is even more powerful. We've seen how your absence created their storm, but now we're going to talk about the moment they realize something far worse, that no distraction, no replacement, no performance can ever fill the space you once held. And that, my friends, is when regret stops whispering and starts roaring. Number 4, when they realize they can't replace you. You don't know the value of water until the well runs dry. That old proverb has echoed for centuries because it carries a truth people rarely want to face. And my friends, that truth is exactly what happens when your silence stretches, when your absence becomes undeniable, when the patience they drained is no longer there to be taken. At first, they tell themselves it's fine. They'll just find another you, someone else to fill the space, to give the attention, to provide the comfort. They believe you are replaceable, but then the lie cracks. Because what you gave them wasn't surface level. It wasn't noise, it wasn't entertainment, it wasn't performance. What you gave them was depth, and depth once tasted makes everything else feel shallow. Imagine this with me. You've been drinking from a fresh mountain spring for years. The water is clean, cold, life-giving. You don't even realize how rare it is because you're used to it. Then one day, that spring is gone, and someone hands you a cup of salt water. It looks like water, clear to the eye, but when you taste it, it burns your throat, dries your tongue, and leaves you thirstier than before. That's what happens when they try to replace you. On the surface, it seems similar: companionship, conversation, intimacy. But beneath it, there is no depth, no patience, no truth. And every sip reminds them of what they threw away. Here's where the fear claws at you. You ask yourself, what if they find someone better? What if they move on happily and forget me entirely? That question keeps you awake at night. But let me break that lie, my friends. They can find someone louder. They can find someone flashier. They can even find someone who entertains their ego more. But what they cannot find is someone who gives them the sanctuary you once gave. Because what you offered wasn't common. It wasn't a trick. It wasn't a performance. It was real. And real cannot be duplicated. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Your presence was right. Your love was true. And now everything they chase feels counterfeit. And do you know what's worse than having nothing at all? Having something fake after you've known what's real. They can drown themselves in noise, but somewhere inside, they'll always hear the silence you left. They can fill their life with new faces, but somewhere in those faces, they'll see the outline of yours. They can flood their days with distractions, but when the curtain falls at night, regret creeps in like smoke under the door. Let's talk about the illusion they lived under. They thought your patience was endless. They thought your loyalty was unbreakable. They thought your forgiveness was guaranteed. So they tested you. Again and again. They thought no matter how far they pushed, you would always bend, always return, always forgive. But when you finally went silent, when you walked away without announcement, it stunned them. They didn't prepare for that version of you, the version that values peace over proving, dignity over drama, silence over noise. And in that shock, the realization hits: I lost the one I can't replace. But let's add another metaphor here. Imagine someone who spends their life in noisy nightclubs, flashing lights, loud music, cheap thrills. Then one day, they stumble into a quiet cathedral. The stillness, the sacredness, the echo of something deeper, it shakes them. They might not even understand it at first, but it marks them. It leaves a memory they can't forget. That's what you were for them. And once they've experienced that cathedral of depth, everything else feels like noise. They can run back to the lights and the distractions, but deep down, they'll always feel the loss of that sacred space. Seneca once wrote, "A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials." You were that gem, shining despite the friction, despite the trials they brought. You endured storms with patience. You gave love without conditions. You stayed longer than you should have. And when they lost you, they didn't just lose a person. They lost the mirror that made them look better than they were, the anchor that made them feel steadier than they deserved. No matter who they find next, that truth haunts them. Because most people don't forgive like you. Most people don't listen like you. Most people don't stay when things get ugly. And every time they realize that, regret deepens. But here's where it burns them the most. They thought you were replaceable. They believed patience like yours was common, loyalty like yours was average, love like yours was ordinary. But life has a way of proving otherwise. Because every shallow connection becomes a reminder. Every empty laugh becomes a shadow of what they used to have. Every new face that doesn't measure up becomes proof of what they destroyed. And the irony, they'll never admit it. Out loud, they'll tell others you were too sensitive, too emotional, too much. They'll spin the story to protect their pride. But inside, in the quiet, when the mask slips, they know. They know they broke what can never be rebuilt. And here's the truth you need to hold. Their regret is not your prize. Their realization is not your responsibility. You don't need them to admit you're irreplaceable for it to be true. Because rare things don't need validation. Rare things don't chase recognition. Rare things are noticed the moment they're gone. And you, my friends, are rare. Think of it like this. A collector tosses away a diamond, thinking it's glass. They laugh, walk away, never realizing what they've thrown into the dirt. But years later, they search, they sift through piles of stones, and nothing shines the same. That's what happens when they try to replace you. They can search the world, but the glow they once had, the depth they once knew, the patience they once depended on, it's gone. And every imitation feels hollow. Now, I know the fear that still whispers to you. But what if they're happy without me? My friends, happiness built on distraction is not happiness. It's performance. And performances don't last. The curtain always falls. And when it does, the silence you left behind is waiting, unshakable, undeniable. So let me tell you this. You don't need to wait for their regret. You don't need to crave their recognition. The fact that they can't replace you is not your burden. It's their storm. Your focus isn't on proving your worth to them. Your focus is on rising, on building, on walking in peace they can no longer touch. So here's what I want you to write in the comments right now. Write these 3 words. I am rare. Write it to show yourself, to remind the world, to declare the truth. Because patience like yours, loyalty like yours, silence like yours, it's not common. And rare things don't beg to be valued. Rare things shine simply by existing. Stay with me, my friends, because we've seen how your absence created their storm, how your irreplaceability haunts them. But next, we're going even deeper into the fire of their ego. The way it burns when they see you rising higher, calmer, untouchable, while they sit in the ashes of what they lost. And that, my friends, is the part they can never forgive. That's where regret becomes unbearable, and that's where we're headed next. Number 5, their ego burns, but your soul rises. The best revenge is not to be like your enemy. Marcus Aurelius spoke those words, and my friends, they are the foundation of this truth we're about to uncover. Because when you walked away in silence, when you chose not to fight, not to scream, not to claw for attention, something powerful happened inside you. You began to rise, quietly, steadily, like the dawn breaking after the longest night. And that rise, that glow, that transformation, it sets their ego on fire. They expected collapse. They expected you to crumble without them, to beg for closure, to crawl back asking for scraps. In their mind, your silence wasn't strength, it was weakness. They thought it was just a matter of time before you cracked. They thought you'd be the one haunted, not them. But here's the paradox. They were your downfall while they were present. Their chaos chained you. Their manipulation drained you. Their neglect dimmed you. And the moment you stepped away, the chains shattered. In your silence you found wings, and nothing burns their ego more than realizing that your glow was never dependent on them. Imagine this with me. A firework explodes in the sky, loud, bright, dazzling. For a few seconds, all eyes are on it. Then it fizzles, fades, and the darkness returns. That's their ego. Flashy, noisy, desperate for attention, but temporary. Now imagine the sunrise. No noise, no begging for applause, no desperation. Just steady, undeniable light that transforms everything it touches. That's your soul rising. And they can't compete with that, because the firework always dies, but the sunrise cannot be stopped. Here's the lie you wrestle with late at night. What if they don't notice I'm doing better? What if my rise doesn't even matter to them? Let me tell you the truth, my friends. They notice. They always notice. Because ego feeds on comparison. It thrives on being above, on being the one in control, on being the sun others orbit around. And when they see you glowing without them, living, laughing, rising, it burns, because it exposes the lie they told themselves, that you couldn't survive without them. Seneca once wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." And isn't that exactly what burns their pride? They wasted time trying to control you instead of growing with you. They wasted chances to rise with you because they were too busy dragging you down. And now, every moment they see you stronger, calmer, freer, they feel the weight of time slipping through their hands. That, my friends, is a burn that doesn't heal. Think about it. They told themselves you were needy, too emotional, too dependent. But when you went silent, when you chose to pour into yourself instead of them, who became needy? Who became restless? Who became dependent on the attention they could no longer steal from you? They did, because your silence didn't just expose their weakness, it magnified yours into strength. Picture a garden. For years you watered their soil. You pulled weeds, protected seeds, poured your energy into their growth. They gave little back, but they stood in that garden as if it was their own. Then one day, you stopped. You took your hands, your love, your patience, and you started planting in your own soil. And suddenly, their garden withered while yours began to bloom. Flowers opened, trees grew, fruit ripened, and nothing cuts deeper than watching the garden you neglected thrive in someone else's care. Especially when that someone else is the very person you thought you had broken. But let's be honest, this rise wasn't easy for you. There were nights you doubted yourself, nights you stared at your phone, tempted to break the silence, tempted to prove your worth one last time, days when you replayed conversations, aching to scream, "I was the one who gave everything," and yet you held your ground. And in that discipline, you rose, because rising isn't loud, rising isn't instant, rising is slow, steady, and it takes more courage than revenge ever will. Revenge is easy. Anyone can lash out. Anyone can post something online to provoke. Anyone can try to make the other jealous. That takes no strength. But to rise, to stay silent while your heart screams, to keep walking while your pride begs you to turn back, to choose peace when war would feel easier. That is power. That is rare. That is the kind of strength that no one can touch. And here's the beauty. Your rise is not about them. It's about you. It's about reclaiming the time you wasted. It's about pouring love back into yourself. It's about discovering that your worth was never tied to their validation. And when they see that, when they realize they no longer have the power to define you, their ego cracks. Because their pride depended on you staying small, on you staying reactive, on you staying chained. And your silence freed you from all of it. Now imagine an eagle. It doesn't waste time fighting with crows. It doesn't swoop down into the mud to prove itself. It simply rises higher. And as it climbs, the air grows thinner, too thin for the crows to follow. That's you. Your silence is the flight. Your rising is the altitude. And now they can't reach you. Not because you're hiding, but because you've outgrown their chaos. But here's where it cuts them the most. They can't twist this into their favor. If you argued, they could call you dramatic. If you begged, they could call you weak. If you lashed out, they could call you bitter. But silence, rising, thriving, that leaves them with nothing to say, because your life becomes the answer. Your peace becomes the proof. Your glow becomes the rebuke they can't escape. They'll never admit this out loud. Their pride won't let them. To the world, they'll say you changed, you became cold, you forgot them. But deep down, they know. They know the glow on your face is the glow they tried to dim. They know the calm in your silence is the strength they never thought you'd find. And that awareness, even if they never speak it, is what burns. But let me flip this for you. Their ego burning is not your concern. Your focus is not on their pain. It's on your rising. Because that's the ultimate Stoic move. You don't rise to punish them. You rise because peace is your birthright. You rise because clarity is your crown. You rise because nothing is more powerful than mastering yourself. Epictetus once said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." And that's what you've become in your silence, a master of yourself. So let me leave you with this affirmation. Write it in the comments. Show it to yourself. Show it to the world. Show it to everyone who doubted you. I rise higher. 3 words that define your path. Because you don't need their recognition. You don't need their apology. You don't need their validation. You only need to rise. And every inch you climb, every step you take, every moment you choose peace over noise, you prove that your silence was never emptiness. It was preparation. It was the deep breath before your wings spread. It was the dawn before the sunrise. Stay with me, my friends, because we've seen how their ego burns while your soul rises. But now, we're going to uncover something even more powerful. The truth about regret itself. The way it doesn't strike instantly, but creeps in slowly, relentlessly, always arriving too late. And trust me, that's where the fire of silence becomes inescapable. That's what we'll explore next. Number 6. Regret always arrives too late. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Seneca gave us those words, and my friends, if there's one thing regret proves, it's this. Regret does not strike in the heat of the moment. It does not appear while they're laughing loudly in front of others, while they're scrolling their phone with shallow distractions, or even while they're busy convincing themselves they've already moved on. No, regret is far more cunning than that. It waits, it hides, it lingers in the shadows until the lights go out and the curtain falls. And when silence becomes permanent, when your absence is no longer just a pause but a reality, regret finally shows its face. And when it does, it burns in ways they can never admit. Think of regret like a seed buried deep in the soil. At first, you don't see anything. The ground looks still. Weeks pass, maybe months. They go about their lives like nothing has changed. They laugh, they flaunt, they perform for the world. But underground, that seed is breaking, splitting, taking root. Slowly, quietly, until one day it cracks through the surface. That's how regret works. It doesn't announce itself with trumpets. It grows in silence, watered by every substitute that doesn't measure up, nourished by every shallow connection that reminds them of what they lost. And when it finally surfaces, it takes over everything. Here's the lie you've been fed. People who mistreat you walk away untouched, unbothered, free. They live their lives happily ever after while you sit with the pain. And in your darkest nights, that thought haunts you. What if they really don't care? What if they're better without me? But my friends, that's your imagination running wild, not reality. Because reality is this: nobody walks away from something rare untouched. They may pretend at first, they may convince others they're happier, but silence has a way of forcing reflection, and reflection is where regret is born. Picture this. Someone tosses away a diamond, believing it's glass. They walk away, laughing, careless. At first, they feel nothing. They tell themselves they didn't lose much. But later, they search. They sift through piles of stones. They dig through the dirt, and nothing shines the same. That's regret. It doesn't hit in the moment of loss. It hits when the truth becomes undeniable. I had something rare, and I destroyed it. But here's why regret hurts them so much more than anger ever could. When you were still present, when you were giving, forgiving, explaining, they couldn't see your value. They thought you'd always be there. They mistook permanence for weakness, patience for submission, love for dependence. But when you went silent, when the well ran dry, when your absence became real, that's when regret awoke. And by then, it was too late. Because regret always arrives after the chance is gone. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The loss of what is no loss to a man is no loss at all. But losing you, that was a loss. Not the kind of loss they could brush off or spin into a story for their pride. It was the kind of loss that digs into the bones, that lingers in the quiet, that stares back in the mirror. They'll never say it out loud. Their pride won't allow it. But deep down, they know. They know you were the one who stayed longer than you should have, gave more than you received, forgave more than was reasonable. And the weight of that realization is the flame of their regret. Here's the paradox of regret. It shows up when it can no longer fix anything. When you were present, they didn't value you. When you left, they couldn't forget you. Regret arrives too late to bring healing, too late to undo the damage, too late to change the ending. It arrives like an unwelcome guest, tapping on the window in the dead of night, reminding them of everything they can never get back. And that, my friends, is why silence is so powerful, because silence is what plants the seed of regret. Now let's get real. You ask yourself, but do they really feel it? Or am I just hoping they do? That's the ache inside you, isn't it? The fear that maybe your silence didn't matter. But let me give you the truth. Yes, they feel it. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow. But silence doesn't expire. It lingers. It grows louder with every substitute that doesn't compare. It grows heavier with every memory they can't erase. It burns hotter with every distraction that fades too quickly. Regret is patient. It knows how to wait until the mask slips. And when it does, it whispers the truth they can't deny. You lost something you'll never find again. Imagine someone at a crowded party, music blaring, laughter echoing, drinks flowing. They're surrounded, distracted, smiling for the cameras. But then the night ends. The people leave. The music stops. They're alone in the quiet. That's when it hits. Not during the noise, but in the silence afterward. That's when regret crawls in. That's when they hear the echo of what they had and the hollowness of what's left. Seneca also said, "Life is long if you know how to use it." And here's where regret cuts them deepest. because they realize life is long, but not long enough to undo the damage they caused. They realize they can fill it with people, with moments, with distractions, but none of it rewrites the chapter they destroyed. That's the kind of regret that doesn't fade. It becomes a scar, invisible to the world, but sharp to them every time they close their eyes. But my friends, here's what you must understand. Regret is not your burden to carry. It is not your prize, not your victory, not your trophy. You don't need to wait for it. You don't need to witness it. You don't need to crave their admission. Regret belongs to them. Silence belongs to you. And while they sit in the fire of their own choices, you walk free. Because silence wasn't just absence, it was liberation. It was you finally choosing to stop betraying yourself for someone who never saw your worth. Think of a phoenix. It doesn't rise from peace. It rises from fire, from ashes, from destruction. You walked through the fire of heartbreak. You sat in the ashes of loss. But instead of letting it bury you, you rose, stronger, brighter, unshakable. And as you rise, their ego burns, their pride crumbles, their regret deepens. Not because you set out to destroy them, but because you set out to heal yourself. And healing yourself was the one thing they never thought you'd do. So let me tell you this. Don't waste another second wondering if they regret it. They do. But it's not the regret you imagine. It's not the regret that comes with apologies, with closure, with confession. It's the regret that arrives too late. The regret that whispers instead of screams. The regret that haunts instead of heals. And that kind of regret, my friends, is the heaviest burden of all. So here's the affirmation I want you to write in the comments right now. I move forward. 3 words that separate you from them. 3 words that prove regret is their prison, not yours. 3 words that remind you that silence is your freedom. Because while they sit in the past, chained to what they destroyed, you are not bound there anymore. You are rising, you are building, you are moving forward. Stay with me, my friends, because we've seen how regret always arrives too late. How silence plants the seed and absence makes it grow. But next, we're going to go even deeper, into the Stoic truth that revenge is never needed. That the life you build in peace is the only justice you'll ever need. And trust me, that lesson will set you free in ways you never imagined. Number 7, the Stoic truth. Revenge is never needed. He who is injured ought not to return the injury, for on no account can it be right to do wrong. Seneca spoke those words, and my friends, they pierce through centuries like lightning. Because let's be honest, after betrayal, after being used, after being discarded, you've felt that pull, haven't you? That temptation to prove a point, that craving to make them feel the pain they handed you. You imagine exposing them, embarrassing them, showing them that they messed with the wrong soul, and for a moment revenge feels sweet in the mind. But here's the Stoic truth. Revenge doesn't heal. Revenge doesn't free you. Revenge poisons you. Think of it this way. Imagine carrying around a bucket filled with poison. You grip it tightly, waiting for the moment to throw it at the one who hurt you. Step after step, day after day, you carry it, waiting for the perfect chance. But here's the problem. The longer you carry it, the more it spills. It seeps into your skin, your lungs, your soul. By the time you finally pour it out, you've poisoned yourself far more than them. That, my friends, is what revenge does. It promises satisfaction, but it delivers chains. Here's the lie people whisper in your ear. If you don't get even, they win. If you don't show them, they walk away untouched. But revenge is not justice. Revenge keeps you bound to the very person you want freedom from. It keeps you tied to their storm. And if you're still chained to their chaos, are you truly free? The Stoics understood this better than anyone. Marcus Aurelius said, The best revenge is not to be like your enemy. That's not weakness. That's wisdom. Because when you stop trying to destroy them, you stop letting them destroy you. Now let me paint you a picture. Imagine a stage. They're on it, performing their drama, lies, manipulation, insults. They're ready for battle, armed with chaos. But instead of stepping onto the stage with them, you walk away. The lights go out. The audience leaves. Suddenly, their performance has no audience, no applause, no fuel. What is a performance without an audience? Nothing. That's the power of refusing revenge. That's the victory silence gives you. But let's be honest, silence doesn't give you that rush, does it? Revenge is instant. Revenge feels good for a second. It's a clapback, a sharp post online, a bitter text that proves you're not to be messed with. But here's the problem, it fades, and after it fades, you're left with emptiness. Silence, however, feels heavy at first. It feels like holding back a scream. But over time, silence transforms into peace. It rebuilds your strength. It creates a future that no longer depends on their recognition. That's not weakness. That's power. Let me break the biggest lie right here. If I don't hurt them back, it means they got away with it. No, my friends, nobody gets away with themselves. Life has a way of evening the scales without you lifting a finger. Call it karma, call it consequence, call it the law of nature. Whatever you name it, know this. People cannot outrun the weight of their own actions. And when you walk away in peace, you allow life itself to take over. And life, trust me, is a far harsher teacher than you ever could be. Picture a storm tearing through a forest. Trees snap, branches break, rivers overflow. It's chaos. But in the middle of the destruction, there's one tree still standing, silent, unmoved, unbroken. That tree doesn't scream at the sky. It doesn't throw lightning back at the clouds. It just stands, strong, resilient. That's you. That's the justice of silence. Your endurance is louder than any act of revenge ever could be. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Think about that. You couldn't control the betrayal. You couldn't control the disrespect. You couldn't control their choices. But you can control what you do now. And the greatest act of defiance is to not become what they tried to make you. They wanted you bitter. They wanted you broken. They wanted you reactive. But you became calm. You became disciplined. You became free. Let's flip the script for a moment. Imagine two fighters in a ring. One throws punches wildly, desperate to land a blow. The other just stands still, calm, refusing to fight. Who looks foolish now? Who looks desperate? That's the image your silence paints. They're swinging in the dark, and you've already left the arena. That, my friends, is what burns them more than any revenge ever could. Because here's the truth. Revenge says, "I want you to hurt," but healing says, "I no longer need you." Which one do you think terrifies them more? It's not the person shouting insults across the battlefield. It's the one who puts the sword down and walks away. Because walking away says everything revenge never could. I don't need your pain for me to have peace. And isn't that the freedom you've been searching for? To no longer crave their apology. To no longer crave their recognition. To no longer live chained to the need for closure they'll never give. That's what silence gives you. Not a short-term rush, but a long-term crown. A dignity that cannot be taken, a strength that cannot be twisted. But let's get honest again. It isn't easy. Silence takes courage. It takes discipline. It takes nights of biting your tongue, mornings of holding back the urge to prove yourself, days of resisting the temptation to show them. But every time you choose silence over revenge, you rise higher. Every time you refuse to lower yourself to their level, you grow stronger. Every time you walk away instead of striking back, you prove that peace is not weakness, it's mastery. And here's the irony. They expect revenge. They expect drama. They expect you to lash out so they can paint you as the villain. That's their script. That's their stage. But when you don't give it to them, when you stay silent, when you keep walking, they're left unsettled. They don't know how to fight silence, and that confusion becomes the seed of their regret. Marcus Aurelius also said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one you don't need to argue, you don't need to prove, you don't need to fight. You only need to be, to live, to rise, to let your existence speak louder than your words ever could." That's the Stoic truth. That's why revenge is never needed, because the life you build in peace is the only justice that matters. So, my friends, here's the affirmation I want you to write in the comments right now. I choose peace. 3 words that end the cycle. 3 words that crown you with strength. 3 words that prove your silence is not weakness, but wisdom. And if this spoke to you, if it reminded you of your strength, if it showed you the fire hidden in your silence, press that like button, share this with someone who needs to hear it today, and subscribe to this channel. Because this journey we're walking together isn't about revenge, it's about rebirth. It's about power. It's about peace. And my friends, the best is still ahead. Scars don't hurt because they bleed, my friends. They hurt because they remind me. That's where we begin. People think rejection is what breaks you, but no, rejection is only a bruise. It fades. What they never see coming is the silence you choose afterward. That silence doesn't fade. It sticks to them like a scar, a mark they carry everywhere, a reminder of the moment they thought they could walk away from you without consequence. Listen carefully, because this one will hit deep. Silence is not weakness. Silence is not giving up. Silence is not you hiding in the corner, licking your wounds. No, silence is the storm that clears the air, the scar that never lets them forget. Before we dive into this journey, press that like button, subscribe, and stay with me till the end, because what you're about to realize will shift how you see rejection forever. Hey folks, imagine this. You give someone your favorite jacket on a freezing night. They smirk, toss it aside, and say, "I don't need it." So you shrug, pick it back up, and walk away. At first, they feel fine, brave, strong. But as the night grows colder, as the wind starts biting, they begin to shiver. Suddenly they remember the warmth they once held, but so carelessly dismissed. That jacket, that was your presence. That warmth, that was your voice, your care, your loyalty. And the cold they're now shivering in, that's your silence. That's the scar they're left with. You see, people lie to themselves about silence. They say silence means you've quit. They say silence is running away. They say silence means you've lost. But no, my friends, silence is not running. It's rising. It's the decision to say, I won't fight for a seat at a table that was never worthy of me in the first place. As Marcus Aurelius once wrote, the best revenge is not to be like your enemy. They expected you to fight, to argue, to post cryptic quotes, to beg for another chance. That's what they're used to. That's what feeds their ego. But instead, you went still. You vanished. You reclaimed your power in silence. And now they can't stand it, because nothing makes people more uncomfortable than the quiet echo of their own choices. Think of it like this. You're at a party, music blasting, people laughing, conversations flowing. Suddenly, the power goes out. Everything stops. No sound, no light, just silence. Everyone freezes. That eerie, unsettling feeling creeps in. That's what your silence does to them. They thought walking away from you would feel like freedom. Instead, it feels like that blackout, a scar on their peace, a reminder of what they lost. And here's the truth most people won't tell you. When they rejected you, they weren't rejecting you. They were rejecting the mirror you held up to their soul. They saw your loyalty, your care, your willingness to stay through storms, and deep down it scared them. Because they weren't ready for something real, so they pushed you away thinking they'd be fine. But now they're realizing you weren't just another person in their life. You were the anchor. You were the safe place. You were the calm in their chaos. And without you, their ship is sinking slowly, silently. But I know what you're thinking. If I stay silent, don't I look weak? Don't I look like I don't care? That's the lie your pain tells you, my friend. Silence isn't weakness. Silence is strength, disguised as stillness. Anyone can scream, anyone can argue, but it takes a strong soul to say nothing and let absence do the talking. Epictetus said, "First say to yourself what you would be, then do what you have to do." And you chose to be unshakable. You chose dignity. You chose peace. So here's where it gets fun. While they're out there trying to convince the world how happy they are, scrolling through distractions, forcing smiles for cameras, silence keeps tugging at them. It shows up when they least expect it, in a song, in a memory, in the quiet moments before sleep. And suddenly they're reminded of the one thing they can't get back: you. That's why silence is the scar they can't heal, because it follows them everywhere. So right now, I want you to make a vow. Say it with me. Write it in the comments. Silence leaves scars. Short, powerful, unforgettable. Let it be your mantra. Let it be your reminder that you don't need to shout to be heard. You don't need to fight to be remembered. You just need to stay silent and let time expose the truth. And remember this, your silence is not the end of your story. It's the beginning of your strength. Silence leaves scars, my friends. Go ahead, write it down. Hit that like button, subscribe, and stay with me, because what's coming next will open your eyes even more. Number 1, rejection was a wound, but silence becomes a scar. Time heals wounds, but it never erases scars. Let that sink in for a moment, my friends. Rejection, yes, it hurts like a knife to the chest. It feels sharp, immediate, raw. But here's the truth they never tell you. Rejection is temporary. It bruises, it cuts. But with time, the sting fades. What doesn't fade? What doesn't go away? Your silence. Your silence doesn't just pass through them, it brands them. It becomes the scar they can't cover, can't hide, can't explain away. Imagine this. Someone gets scratched by a thorn. At first it burns, it bleeds. They cry out in pain. But a week later, the cut begins to close. A month later, it's healed. But look closely. What do you see? A thin line across their skin, a mark etched into them forever. That scar doesn't bleed anymore, but it whispers every time they look at it. It reminds them of a choice, a moment, an action they can never undo. That's your silence to them now. It's not a wound that bleeds, it's a scar that lingers. And here's where it gets uncomfortable for them. When they rejected you, they thought it was the end. They thought, okay, I cut this off, I move forward, I'll be fine. They didn't expect silence to be so loud. They didn't expect absence to weigh more than presence. They didn't expect that the real pain wouldn't be the rejection itself, but the quiet that followed. And now the questions start clawing at them in the dark. Why haven't they reached out? Why didn't they fight for me? Why do I feel emptier now than I did before? Did I just lose the one thing that made me whole? Marcus Aurelius once said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." And my friends, their thoughts are now stained with silence. That scar is permanent because it doesn't exist on their body. It exists in their mind. It's a reminder every time they're alone, every time the phone doesn't light up, every time they scroll back to old conversations they swore didn't matter. Every time they lie in bed, wondering why the peace they thought they'd find never arrived. But let's break a lie here, because I know what's circling in your mind. You think silence means weakness. You think silence means you lost. You think silence means you weren't good enough to be fought for. That's the biggest trap of rejection. The belief that love must be proven louder, longer, harder. But Epictetus gave us the truth. It is not things themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them. It's not the silence that hurts you, it's what you tell yourself about the silence. You've been taught to believe that silence equals defeat. No, my friend, silence equals power. Think of it this way. Imagine a courtroom. Everyone's shouting, the lawyers, the witnesses, the crowd. Chaos fills the room. But then the judge raises their hand and says nothing. Suddenly the entire room goes quiet. Who had the real power? Not the ones screaming, not the ones pointing fingers. The one who stayed silent, who didn't need to prove, who commanded respect by doing nothing at all. That's what you've done. And that silence is the scar they carry now, because it showed them something they weren't ready to face. You didn't need them to define your worth. Of course, it's not easy. Of course, you'll feel the urge to break it, to send that just checking in text, to see if they're okay, to remind them of the love you gave so freely. That's natural. That's human. But let me ask you, what would that really do? Would it heal you? Or would it just cover their wound while keeping your own open? That's why silence is so hard, because it forces you to sit with your own fear while forcing them to sit with their regret. And trust me, they are sitting with it. Because the scar is not about pain, it's about permanence. They can distract themselves with friends, fill their days with noise, even jump into the arms of someone new. But late at night, when the laughter fades and the noise dies down, they look in the mirror and see it. That mark your silence left. And it whispers, you had something real. You let it go. Think about it. If rejection was final, why do people come back months later? Why do they suddenly check in after you've gone silent? It's because wounds close, but scars itch. And the scar of your silence is something they'll scratch at for years to come. They'll tell themselves stories, they'll justify, they'll even pretend it never mattered. But silence is the kind of scar that doesn't disappear under the makeup of lies. It's always there, beneath the surface, waiting to remind them of what they threw away. Now let's turn the spotlight back to you. Why does this matter? Because you need to see your silence not as surrender, but as strategy. Not as weakness, but as wisdom. You're not hiding, you're healing. You're not defeated, you're disciplined. You're not running, you're rising. And every day you stay silent, you write your worth, not with words, but with presence withheld. That's something they can never take from you. So here's what I want you to do right now. Say this with me. Write it in the comments. Show yourself. Show the world. Show anyone who ever doubted you. My silence is their scar. 4 words. Powerful. Permanent. Let that be your shield, your sword, your reminder. Because when they look back, when the memories play in their mind, when they try to cover the truth with distractions, that scar will still whisper. And it will whisper your silence louder than their rejection ever did. Stay with me, because this is just the beginning. The scar is permanent, but wait until you see what happens when they realize no matter what they do, they can't heal it. That's where the story really begins. Number 2, the scar they can't hide in public. What is invisible to the eye is often what weighs the heaviest on the soul. Remember that, my friends, because that's the truth they're living with now. Out in the world, in front of cameras, among friends, in their curated highlight reel of smiling photos and fake laughter, they'll look just fine, maybe even better than fine. They'll look like rejection was the best decision they ever made, like they're glowing without you. But here's the reality they can't hide. Scars don't show up in selfies. Scars live under the skin, and silence has carved one into them so deep, it follows them wherever they go. Think about it. What's easier? To admit to the world, I pushed away the one person who truly saw me, and now I can't stop regretting it. Or to laugh a little louder, pose with new people, throw filters over the truth, and pretend nothing happened. They choose the second option, of course, but that doesn't erase the scar. It only hides it. And the thing about scars is, they always resurface. Picture this, folks. You're at the beach. Someone tries to cover a scar on their arm with sand. They pat it down, pile more and more on, and for a moment it looks gone. But then the tide comes in. The waves crash, the sand washes away, and there it is again. The scar, exposed, unhealed, undeniable. That's them now. They can pile on distractions, noise, people, work, parties, travel, but eventually the tide of silence always returns, and your absence shows up like that scar that refuses to fade. And here's the part they'll never confess out loud. Every time they smile for a picture, every time they brag about moving on, every time they perform happiness for an audience, there's a whisper inside. Why do I still feel empty? Why didn't silence set me free? Why do I feel chained to what I walked away from? They thought rejection was their fresh start. Instead, your silence became the ink stain they can't wash out. Marcus Aurelius said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. And whether they admit it or not, their thoughts are dyed with you now. Not because you begged, not because you fought, but because you didn't. Because your silence became the backdrop of their life, and every performance of joy now sits against that canvas. They can't hide it from themselves, even if they try to hide it from the world. But let's break the lie. Society feeds you. People tell you, if they look happy, they must be happy. Wrong. Social media is not truth. It's theater. Public laughter isn't always joy. Sometimes it's camouflage. They're not thriving without you. They're auditioning for everyone else, hoping if they play the role long enough, they'll start to believe it. But the scar always betrays them, because no matter how loud they laugh, silence screams louder when they're alone. Here's what's haunting them, your words, the small ones, the unnoticed ones. When you said, "Get home safe," when you checked on them without being asked, when you reminded them they mattered on days they didn't even see it themselves. Those weren't just words. They were a net, a safety, a constant. Now that you've gone silent, those words replay not as background noise, but as echoes. And the cruel twist? They replay louder now that they're gone. The scar is not your voice, but the absence of it. That's what cuts deepest. Think about this metaphor. Imagine a city where a fountain once flowed in the middle of the square. People walked by every day, barely noticing it, taking for granted the sound of water, the peace it created. Then one day the fountain stops. At first they don't care. Maybe they even feel relieved. It's quiet. But soon the silence grows heavy. People notice the absence. The square feels different, emptier. And suddenly they realize that fountain wasn't just background. It was the heartbeat of the place. That's you. They thought you were just noise, replaceable, ordinary. But now that you're gone, silence has become the scar in their square, reminding them every single day that something vital is missing. But why is this so hard for you? Because when you see them out there smiling, posting, living, a part of you wonders, am I the only one hurting? Did my silence mean nothing? Are they really free while I'm here carrying the weight? My friend, that's the illusion of performance. Never confuse the mask with the truth. The scar is there even if you can't see it. And scars don't fade because of selfies. They linger, especially the scars left by silence. Seneca once wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." And right now, they crave the comfort they once shrugged off. They crave the steady presence they thought they didn't need. They crave the peace your silence once carried when you were present. And that craving is poverty, no matter how rich their life looks on the outside. So here's the motivation I want you to take with you. Don't be fooled by the theater. Don't let their mask trick you into breaking your silence, because every day you stay quiet, the scar grows deeper. Every day you withhold your voice, the echo gets louder. Every day you resist the urge to step back into the role they took for granted, you remind them that scars don't fade just because they want them to. They chose this. They carved this. Now they must live with it. And this is where your power truly shines. You don't need to prove yourself. You don't need to argue with their mask. You don't need to chase or explain. Your silence is the proof. It's the scar. It's the unshakable evidence that you are no longer their comfort zone. And that scar, it's not your burden. It's their reminder. So right now, my friends, let's raise this together. Say it out loud. Write it in the comments so the world knows, so you know. I don't need to be seen to be remembered. That's your affirmation today. 4 simple words that shatter the lie that your value depends on their recognition. Because you, my friend, are unforgettable, and they, no matter how hard they try, will never be able to hide the scar your silence left behind. Stay with me, because we're only getting started. That scar they carry in silence. It's about to grow louder, sharper, and harder to ignore. And the next part, oh, that's when their own thoughts become the prison they can't escape. You won't want to miss it. Number 3, when your voice disappears, their thoughts grow loud. In silence, the loudest echoes are born. Remember this, my friends, because silence is not emptiness. Silence is not a void. Silence is not nothingness. Silence is a stage, and on that stage, their thoughts begin to perform plays they never wanted to watch. When your voice disappears, when your laughter, your check-ins, your late night, did you eat, and get home safe, fade into quiet, their mind doesn't rest. It roars. And the irony? They thought rejection would free them from your voice. They thought silence would be their relief. Instead, silence has turned their own thoughts against them. Imagine it like this, folks. You've been living next to a river your whole life. The sound of rushing water is always there. It's so constant that you stop noticing it. It becomes background. But then one day, the river dries up. No sound, no flow, just silence. Suddenly the quiet is unbearable. You can't sleep, you can't focus, you can't relax. Why? Because the absence of that sound makes you realize how much you depended on it to feel at peace. That's what your silence has become for them. They never noticed your voice until it was gone. Now it's missing, and their mind is filling that absence with regret. They replay your words in their head. Not the big declarations, not the I love you moments. No, it's the small, ordinary things. The way you noticed they were tired before anyone else did. The way you asked about their day without needing a reason. The way you said goodnight like it actually mattered. Those words seemed so small back then, so routine. Now those same words echo in their mind like bells in an empty cathedral. And here's the part they can't stand. They'll never hear them again, not from you. Silence has closed the door, and their thoughts are pounding on it, begging for it to open. And let's be honest, my friends, this is where your own doubts creep in. You check their social media, you see them smiling, and you ask yourself, if my silence is so powerful, why do they look so happy? Why aren't they breaking like I am? Did they even care? That's the lie silence plays on your own wounds. Don't confuse their performance with their truth. Because silence doesn't torture them in public, it tortures them in private. The show is for the world. The scars, the echoes, the sleepless nights. That's what happens when the curtain falls. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. But here's the twist. They don't have power over their mind right now. Your silence has hijacked it. It has turned into a constant whisper in the background of their life. They'll try to drown it out with noise, with company, with distractions, but silence doesn't disappear when you drown it. It just waits. And the moment they're alone, in the shower, in the car, in bed at night, it rises again. That's when they hear you, not through your words, but through the echo of the words you're no longer speaking. Now, why does this happen? Why does silence grow so loud? Because human beings can't stand unfinished patterns. Psychologists call it cognitive dissonance, when the brain can't reconcile the story it's telling with the reality it's living. They told themselves you'd always be there. They told themselves they could reject you and still have your attention, your loyalty, your orbit. But when you went silent, that pattern shattered. Their brain is now desperate to close the loop, to solve the riddle, to answer the unspoken question. Why aren't they calling? Did I matter at all? Did I misjudge them? Did I just lose something I can never replace? And those questions don't vanish, they get louder. Think of it like this. Imagine a song playing on the radio. Suddenly it cuts off mid-chorus. No ending, no resolution. You can't get it out of your head because your brain is wired to want completion. That's what your silence has done. It cut off the song they thought would always play in the background of their life. And now they hum the unfinished tune in their mind, over and over, searching for the ending that will never come. But I know you. I know what you're thinking. If their thoughts are so loud, why don't they just reach out? Why don't they just admit it? Why don't they just say they miss me? Because pride is a prison. Because ego is a chain. They'd rather let their thoughts scream in silence than confess to themselves, or to you, that they made a mistake. That scar you left is easier to hide than to heal, and so they sit with it. They post, they laugh, they pretend. But every day those thoughts grow louder, and silence keeps feeding them. Epictetus reminded us, first say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. And what did you choose, my friends? You chose dignity, you chose discipline, you chose silence. And because of that, they are now the ones trapped in the noise of their own regret. They are the ones losing sleep, staring at the ceiling, trying to figure out why the peace they thought they'd gain from rejection has turned into torment. But here's where it becomes difficult for you. Silence doesn't only echo in their head, it echoes in yours too. You start to question, did my silence really matter? Should I have said more? Should I have fought harder? That's natural. But let me tell you the truth, closure isn't given, it's chosen. You don't need their confession to validate your worth. You don't need their words to prove your value. Your silence is the closure. Their thoughts are the consequence, and the scar is the evidence. So let me motivate you right now. Don't break the silence just to hear what you already know. Don't trade your peace for their temporary validation. You don't need to remind them of your worth. Life will. Silence already has. And every day that passes, every night they lie awake, every morning they wake up to the echo of what you used to say. That's the scar reminding them. You are not forgotten. You are unforgettable. Say this with me, my friends. Say it with your whole chest. Write it in the comments. Let the world see it. Let yourself see it. I speak loudest in silence, because that's the truth. Your silence has become their scar, their echo, their haunting. And the louder their world looks on the outside, the louder your silence is on the inside. Stay with me, because this is only the beginning. If their thoughts are loud now, wait until regret shows up like an uninvited guest at their door. That's when silence stops being just a scar and starts becoming their constant companion. And that, my friends, is where the story gets even deeper. Number 4. Regret arrives like an unwanted guest. Regret doesn't knock before it enters, it just walks in and makes itself at home. That's the truth most people run from, my friends. At first, rejection feels powerful. It feels clean, simple, liberating. They think, I made the right choice, I cut them off, I'm free. And for a short while, maybe they even believe it. They post the selfies, they laugh with friends, they convince themselves they've upgraded their life by removing you. But regret isn't in a hurry. Regret doesn't rush in with sirens and flashing lights. Regret waits, and when the room is quiet, when the noise has died down, that's when it shows up. Imagine this, folks. A person throws out an old coat. It's worn, it's familiar, it doesn't seem special anymore. They toss it aside like it means nothing. At first, they don't miss it. They buy something new, something shiny. But then one night, the cold creeps in. They reach for warmth, and it's not there. They think about that coat, not because it was fancy, but because it was theirs. It was the one that always kept them warm without fail. That's when regret arrives, and once it shows up, it doesn't leave. That's exactly how your silence creeps in on them. They thought rejection would give them peace. Instead, it gave them emptiness. And slowly, that emptiness starts whispering questions they can't escape. Why do I feel lonelier now? Why doesn't this new attention feel the same? Did I throw away the one thing that was real? Did I mistake loyalty for weakness? Those questions are the voice of regret, and the scar your silence left behind makes sure those questions echo louder every day. Seneca once said, "Regret is the past, crippling the present." And that's exactly what's happening to them. Their present moments aren't clean anymore. They're stained. Every time they smile, the memory of what they pushed away creeps into the corner of their mind. Every time they try to enjoy themselves, regret pulls at the edges of their joy. They thought rejection would free them, but what they're realizing is this: they didn't run from you. They ran straight into regret's arms. But why didn't they see it before? Why does regret always come late? Because people confuse relief with freedom. At first, rejection feels like relief. They feel lighter. They feel unchained. They mistake that sensation for happiness. But relief is temporary. Relief is shallow. Freedom is deeper. And what they find, slowly, painfully, is that true freedom doesn't come from cutting off someone who cared. It comes from recognizing value and building with it. They missed that chance, and now they're chained, not to you, but to the weight of their own decision. Picture this metaphor. Someone lights a candle in a dark room. The room fills with warmth and glow, but they blow it out, thinking the flame was unnecessary. At first, their eyes adjust. They think, I can handle the dark. But as hours pass, the darkness grows heavier, thicker. They start to stumble. They start to shiver. And then they remember that candle. They remember the light they dismissed. But it's too late. The wick is cold. The flame is gone. That's regret, my friends. And your silence is the darkness they can't handle anymore. Now, let me break a lie that often poisons your mind. You think, if they regret it, doesn't that mean I should go back? Doesn't that mean they see my worth now? That's the trap. Regret is not the same as change. Regret is an emotion. Change is action. They can regret losing you and still not know how to love you. They can regret pushing you away and still not be capable of valuing you. Don't confuse their scar with your responsibility. Their regret is not your job to soothe. Here's the hard truth. Sometimes regret is the only teacher people understand. They didn't listen to your words. They didn't value your presence, but silence forced them into a classroom they can't walk out of. And that scar is the chalkboard where regret writes its lessons every single day. They'll learn. Oh yes, they'll learn. But the lesson won't save them from the consequences. Think about it this way. You can hand someone water every day, but if they keep throwing the cup away, eventually they go thirsty. And when thirst sets in, regret teaches them what your words never could. Water was never guaranteed. You were never guaranteed. You were a choice, a blessing, a rare soul they thought they could replace. Now they're thirsty, and all they can taste is the dryness of regret. And here's what's powerful. You don't have to do a thing. Silence is doing the work for you. Silence doesn't beg. Silence doesn't explain. Silence doesn't try to prove. Silence just stands there like a mirror, forcing them to see the reflection of their own mistake. And the longer you stay silent, the clearer that reflection becomes. That's why regret grows heavier, not lighter. It's not fading for them, it's multiplying. But I know it's hard. I know you wonder, if they regret it, shouldn't I give them another chance? Shouldn't I heal the wound? No, my friend. That's where you must rise above the lie that your love must always be the bandage. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do is to let someone sit with their pain, because only then do they learn the weight of their choices. If you return too soon, you steal the lesson from them. You rob them of the scar that was meant to change them. So stand firm. Don't break the silence just because regret is tugging at your empathy. Don't step back into the fire that already burned you once. As Epictetus said, first say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. You've chosen to be unshakable. You've chosen to be dignified. You've chosen to be free. Let regret stay where it belongs, with them. Because here's the beauty. While regret cripples them, silence frees you. While they're stuck in yesterday, you're building today. While they're haunted by the past, you're walking into the future. That's the difference between regret and resilience. One looks back, the other moves forward. And you, my friend, are moving forward. So right now, I want you to anchor this truth. Say it out loud. Write it in the comments. Show the world. Show yourself. Show anyone who ever doubted you. Their regret is not my responsibility. 4 words that cut chains, 4 words that set you free. Let it echo in your chest. Let it be your shield when your empathy tries to pull you back into their pain. Because what's coming next is even deeper. Regret is heavy, yes, but wait until they try to cover that scar with replacements, with distractions, with noise. That's when the truth hits hardest, because the scar your silence left can't be erased, no matter how hard they try. Stay with me, because the unraveling has only just begun. Number 5. Replacement never heals the scar. You can buy a new mask, but it won't change the face underneath. That's the reality they're facing now, my friends. After silence has already begun its slow, steady work, regret creeps in. And when regret becomes unbearable, when the scar of your absence begins to itch in ways they can't soothe, they try to cover it. They try to replace you. They think a new person, a new face, a new distraction will heal the scar your silence left. But scars aren't erased with substitutes. They are reminders, permanent marks. And no matter how many people they turn to, no matter how loud the laughter or how pretty the pictures, your silence is still there, beneath it all. Imagine this. Someone shatters a priceless vase. Instead of mourning what's been broken, instead of learning the weight of what they lost, they grab a cheap imitation from the store and put it on the same shelf. From a distance it looks fine. Visitors might even say, "That's beautiful." But every time the owner walks past, every time they glance at that shelf, they know it's not the same. They know the original is gone, and nothing will ever carry the same weight, the same history, the same irreplaceable beauty. That's what they're trying to do now. They're filling the shelf of their life with cheap imitations, hoping no one notices the scar your silence left. But they notice. Deep down, they always notice. And here's the trap you must avoid believing. When you see them posting with someone new, when you hear about their rebound, when you catch a glimpse of their life painted in smiles, you'll feel that familiar sting. You'll think, did I mean nothing? Have I been replaced? Did my silence not leave a mark at all? My friends, that's the lie. Because the truth is this: they're not replacing you, they're running from you. They're running from the scar that your silence carved into them, and they're hoping a distraction will make it fade. But scars don't fade with noise. They become more noticeable when you try to hide them. Think of it like painting over a cracked wall. Fresh paint might make it look good for a week, maybe even a month, but eventually the cracks bleed through. Eventually the wall reveals the truth beneath the cover, and that's what's happening to them now. They can paint over their scar with someone else's attention, but sooner or later the cracks will show. Because connection like yours doesn't come twice. Let me break another lie here, because I know your mind whispers it late at night. You think, if they can laugh with someone new, maybe they never loved me at all. Maybe I was just ordinary. No, my friend. Ordinary doesn't leave scars. Ordinary doesn't echo in silence. Ordinary doesn't force someone into distraction after distraction to try to erase the memory. What you gave them was depth. What you gave them was rare, and depth cannot be replaced with noise. Picture this metaphor. Someone loses the key to their home. Instead of retracing their steps, instead of cherishing what was lost, they try to carve a new one out of plastic. It fits in the lock, but it never turns. It looks like a key, but it doesn't open the door. That's what they're trying to do now. They're carving new keys out of temporary people, hoping one will unlock the piece they lost. But nothing fits, nothing works. Because you weren't just a key, you were the whole door. And once a door closes with silence, no copy can open it again. And here's where the fun irony hits. They'll smile bigger in pictures now. They'll laugh louder at jokes. They'll make a public show of how happy they are. But why so much effort? Why so much performance? Because they're not celebrating freedom. They're covering scars. They're not replacing you. They're trying to convince themselves that the void you left doesn't exist. But voids can't be filled with counterfeits. They stretch wider the more you deny them. Seneca once wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." And that's exactly what they are now. Poor. Not in money, not in status, but in spirit. Because no matter how much more they collect, more people, more parties, more attention, it never feels like enough. The craving itself betrays them. The craving itself is proof of the scar your silence left behind. And let's not lie, this is the hardest phase for you. Watching them flaunt someone new, watching them pretend to thrive, will test your resolve. You'll feel the urge to break silence, to remind them of who you were, to prove that you were irreplaceable. But you don't need to remind them. Life already is. Every empty laugh they fake is a reminder. Every forced smile is a reminder. Every new connection that falls flat is a reminder. Your silence is proof enough. You don't need to explain your worth to anyone who threw it away. Here's what they'll never tell anyone. The new person doesn't feel the same. The jokes don't land the same. The conversations don't dig as deep. The comfort isn't as natural. They'll never admit it out loud. But every new moment feels like a comparison. Every laugh feels like an echo. Every embrace feels like a shadow of what once was. Because love, real love, doesn't vanish when you walk out. It lingers like a fingerprint on the soul, and they know it, they feel it, they live with it. But why is this important for you? Because you need to remember, replacement is not about you. It's about them. It's about their fear of facing the silence, their refusal to sit with regret, their desperation to avoid the mirror your absence has forced them to see. They're not running toward someone else. They're running away from themselves, and that's not your burden to carry. So let me motivate you, my friends. Don't let their distractions distract you. Don't let their counterfeits shake you. Don't let their noise drown out your peace, because you are not replaceable. You were not ordinary. You were the flame, the anchor, the one they can't stop comparing everything else to. And the longer you stay silent, the clearer it becomes to them. Right now, I want you to declare this for yourself. Say it. Write it in the comments. Let it echo not just in your heart, but in the world. I cannot be replaced. 4 words that turn scars into strength. 4 words that remind you of who you are. Because while they're out there chasing noise, you're building peace. While they're drowning in distractions, you're rising in dignity. And while they're trying to cover scars, you're becoming untouchable. Stay with me, because this isn't the end. Replacement is only the illusion before the collapse. Sooner or later, the novelty fades, the masks crack, the laughter dies down. And that's when they face the truth. The scar your silence left is permanent. And when the cover-ups fall away, the unraveling begins. And oh, my friends, that unraveling is something they won't be able to escape. Number 6. Silence turns into a mirror they can't face. The truth is like a mirror. Once it's shown, you can't unsee your reflection. Let that settle in, my friends, because this is what your silence has become for them. At first, it was just quiet. At first, they thought it was space. At first, they told themselves they were free. But silence doesn't just sit there passively. Silence transforms. Over time, it becomes a mirror. And when they look into that mirror, what they see is not your weakness, not your desperation, not your chasing. It's their own reflection staring back. Their choices, their mistakes, their arrogance, their loss, and they can't stand it. Imagine this. Someone avoids mirrors because they don't want to see the scar on their face. They get dressed in the dark, they laugh loudly in public, they tell themselves it doesn't exist. But then one day, they're forced to stand in front of a mirror. They can't avoid it. And suddenly, the scar they tried to ignore, the scar they thought was invisible, is staring back at them. That's what your silence does. It doesn't let them run from themselves anymore. It reflects every crack they tried to cover, every flaw they tried to hide, every truth they tried to bury. They thought silence meant you gave up. They thought silence meant weakness. They thought silence meant defeat. But the mirror doesn't lie. The mirror doesn't flatter. The mirror doesn't play games. The mirror shows the truth. And when your silence holds up that mirror, they see exactly who they are without you. That's the scar they can't heal. Not because you're punishing them, not because you're chasing revenge, but because absence reflects more than presence ever could. And here's the part they'll never admit. When you were there, they could project their flaws onto you. They could say, "You're too much, you're too needy, you're too emotional." They could point the finger, shift the blame, make it your problem. But now, with silence, there's no one left to blame. The mirror points back at them, and in that mirror, they see their own cowardice, their own pride, their own inability to hold on to something rare. Silence stripped away their excuses, and all that's left is reflection. Marcus Aurelius once said, "If someone is able to show me that what I think or do is not right, I will happily change, for I seek the truth." But here's the problem. Most people don't want the truth. They want comfort. They want distraction. They want noise to cover the mirror. But silence doesn't offer that. Silence stands like polished glass in the middle of their life, waiting. And when they glance at it, even for a second, they're forced to confront what they lost. Think about it like this. You know those funhouse mirrors at carnivals? They distort your reflection, make you taller, shorter, wider. That's what they had when you were speaking, when you were trying to prove your worth. They could distort reality. They could twist the story. They could say, "I didn't lose much." But silence. Silence is not a funhouse mirror. Silence is glass, clear, sharp, unforgiving. It shows the exact outline of the scar, and they can't twist it away. And that's what makes silence so terrifying for them. It's not what you're doing, it's what you're not doing. You're not explaining, you're not apologizing, you're not pleading. And so the mirror doesn't bend, it doesn't move, it doesn't adjust to make them feel better, it just shows them. Every time they check their phone and see nothing, every time they wonder what you're doing and get no answer, every time they feel the quiet stretching between you like a chasm, the mirror whispers, "This is who you are, this is what you chose, this is what you lost." And my friends, don't think this reflection comes only in big moments. No, it sneaks in small ways. They walk past a place you once went together, and the mirror appears. They hear a song you once shared, and the mirror appears. They scroll through old pictures they swore they didn't care about, and the mirror appears. It's relentless. It's everywhere, because silence doesn't just follow them, it surrounds them. It turns ordinary life into a gallery of mirrors, each one reminding them of the truth they don't want to face. But here's where it gets harder for you. When they avoid the mirror, when they distract themselves with noise, when they run into the arms of others, you'll think, maybe they really don't care. Maybe the mirror means nothing to them. Maybe I was never important. That's your pain lying to you. The mirror never lies. The scar is still there. The reflection still haunts them. They may avoid it, but they can't erase it. And the more they run, the more obvious it becomes. Because you can't heal a scar by pretending it doesn't exist. Epictetus said, "It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows." That's their prison now. They thought they knew freedom. They thought they knew what life without you would be like. They thought they knew what they wanted. But silence shattered that illusion. The mirror revealed the truth. They didn't lose just anyone. They lost the anchor. They lost the peace. They lost the one person who gave meaning to their chaos. And now they can't unsee it. Let me give you another metaphor, because this one is powerful. Imagine a room filled with smoke. When you were present, you were the window cracked open, letting in fresh air. They didn't notice it. They thought it was nothing. But when you left, when silence sealed the window, the smoke thickened. They coughed, they choked, and suddenly they realized they needed that open window all along. Silence has now become that sealed room, and the mirror in the smoke reflects their every regret. And let me tell you something motivating. This is not about revenge. This is not about making them suffer. This is about clarity. Because while they're stuck staring into mirrors they can't face, you're building a life where you don't need mirrors to validate you. You know who you are. You know your worth. You know your silence isn't emptiness. It's discipline, dignity, and direction. So here's what I want you to do right now. Say it with me. Write it in the comments. Show the world. Show yourself. Show anyone who ever doubted you. My silence reflects their truth. Let that be your mantra. Let that be your strength. Because while they're busy avoiding mirrors, you're walking into the light. While they're haunted by scars, you're healing. While they're running from truth, you're embracing it. Stay close, my friends, because what comes next is even more powerful. The mirror is haunting, yes, but wait until their entire foundation begins to crumble. That's when the unraveling starts, and silence doesn't just reflect truth. It shakes their entire world apart, and you'll want to see exactly how that unfolds. Number 7. The unraveling. Peace slips through their fingers. A house built on sand doesn't collapse in the storm. It collapses in the silence after. That's where they are now, my friends. At first, after rejecting you, they strutted like they'd built their house on rock. They thought they were free, thought they were steady, thought they'd gained peace. But silence doesn't storm in with chaos. It creeps in quietly, slowly, unshakably, and little by little their foundation begins to crack. That's what's happening right now. Their world is unraveling, not with noise, but with the silent weight of your absence pressing down on every corner of their life. At first, they thought it was simple. They thought walking away from you would feel like breathing again, like dropping a weight they carried too long. They thought they'd laugh more, feel lighter, live better. But here's the irony. What they thought was the weight was actually the wings. You weren't holding them down. You were the one lifting them up. And now that you're gone, now that your silence fills the space, life doesn't feel lighter. It feels hollow. Their days don't feel free, they feel fragile. Picture this, folks. A sweater begins to unravel. Not all at once, not in a dramatic tear, but with one small thread. At first it doesn't seem like much, just a loose piece hanging there. They tug at it, thinking it's nothing. But slowly, stitch by stitch, the sweater begins to fall apart until the whole thing is useless. That's what your silence is doing to them now. It started as just a thread, quiet, calm, unspoken. But over time, the stitches of their confidence, their pride, their illusions are coming undone. They can't stop it. They can't patch it. They can only watch it unravel in their own hands. And here's the cruelest part for them. It's not happening in public. It's happening when no one is watching. To the world, they look fine. Better than fine. They're still posting the pictures, still forcing the smiles, still laughing loudly in public spaces. But when the party ends, when the door closes, when the phone is face down and the room is dark, that's when silence walks in. That's when regret curls up next to them. That's when the unraveling begins again, thread by thread. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. But they don't have power over their mind anymore. Your silence broke their illusion of control. Their thoughts run wild, their regrets grow louder, their questions grow heavier. Why aren't they reaching out? Why didn't they fight for me? Why do I feel emptier without them than I did with them? Did I just destroy something I can never rebuild? And because you remain silent, they don't get answers. They get echoes. They get scars. They get unraveling. Think of it like this. Imagine a boat drifting on the water. At first it feels exciting to let go of the anchor. They sail freely, no weight holding them down. But as time passes, the waves grow restless, the current unpredictable, and suddenly they realize the anchor wasn't a burden. The anchor was the only thing keeping them steady. And without it, the boat doesn't sail. It drifts, it wanders, it tips. That's what they're realizing now. You weren't the weight, you were the anchor. And without you, their peace isn't peace at all. It's drift. And here's what makes this phase brutal for them. Every little thing becomes a trigger. A song in the car reminds them of a memory they didn't want to remember. A smell in a store reminds them of the times you were close. A phrase someone else says echoes words you once spoke. And suddenly, silence isn't just outside, it's inside. It's everywhere. They can't escape it. They can't drown it. They can't outrun it. Because silence has become a mirror, and the unraveling has become their reality. But let me flip this to you now, my friends, because this is where your own struggle kicks in. You think, if they're unraveling, should I step in? Should I throw them a rope? Should I remind them of the love I gave? Should I be their comfort again? That's your old self talking, the version of you who thought love meant bleeding for someone else's wounds. The version of you who thought worth meant proving yourself over and over. But that version of you is gone. That version of you was silenced the moment you chose dignity over drama, peace over chaos, silence over noise. Remember this. The unraveling is not your burden. The unraveling is their consequence. You don't owe them comfort for scars they carved themselves. You don't owe them rescue from choices they proudly made. You don't owe them closure when your silence already gave them truth. This is their mirror to face, their sweater to unravel, their boat to drift. And if you interrupt the unraveling, you steal the lesson. You rob them of the weight that was meant to change them. And here's the motivational punch you need to hear. While their world unravels, yours is rebuilding. While their peace slips through their fingers, yours is growing stronger. While they're haunted by silence, you're empowered by it. Because silence doesn't just destroy what's weak, it builds what's strong. It's building you. It's teaching you discipline, self-respect, clarity. It's reminding you that you don't need noise to be noticed. You don't need validation to be valuable. You don't need to chase to be cherished. Let me give you one last metaphor, because this one seals it. Imagine a seed buried underground. From the surface, it looks like nothing is happening. It looks dark, empty, lifeless. But underground, the seed is breaking open, roots are growing, foundations are forming. That's you. You're the seed. Your silence is the soil. While they unravel above the ground, you're building strength beneath it. And one day you'll rise, not as who you were, but as something unshakable, undeniable, unforgettable. So here's your affirmation, my friends. Say it out loud, write it in the comments so it echoes not just here, but in your own heart. Their unraveling is not my burden. 4 words that free you. 4 words that remind you of your strength. 4 words that separate their scar from your rebirth. And before we close this journey, let me ask you, did this message hit you? Did you feel the truth in your chest, the shift in your perspective, the weight of silence as power? If you did, I want you to press that like button right now. Subscribe to this channel so you never miss the next truth we unpack together. And share this with someone who needs to hear it, someone who's still struggling to see silence, not as weakness, but as strength. Because this is the end of today's journey, but not the end of yours. Your silence is not just their scar, it's your rebirth, and the story of that rebirth is only beginning. Silence is a lesson learned through life's many sufferings. Seneca. My friends, let that sink in for a moment. A single line, but it hits harder than any 1,000-word explanation you could give, because deep down, we all know it's true. Silence isn't just the absence of sound, it's a storm, a presence, a mirror that makes people confront what they'd rather avoid. And here's the secret, the longer you hold it, the deeper they feel it. Now listen, before we even dive in, hit that like button and make sure you subscribe. Not because I'm begging, but because what we're about to unpack will change the way you see silence forever. And trust me, if you don't stick with me till the end, you'll miss the very shift that could transform the way people treat you. So don't just watch halfway, ride this out with me, because I'm about to give you the kind of clarity that most men never get. Hey folks, imagine this. You walk into a crowded room. Everyone is talking at once, scrambling to be heard, laughter, arguments, bragging, noise everywhere. And then you notice one man. He's not competing. He's not raising his voice. He's leaning back against the wall, calm, steady, silent. Who do you look at first? Who do you wonder about? It's not the loud ones, it's him. That's the paradox. Silence makes the strongest noise. But here's the lie we've been sold. Silence means weakness. Silence means she doesn't care, so you must chase harder. Silence means you're losing, so you should hurry up and explain yourself. No, my friends, that's fear talking. That's the modern trap where people believe the one who speaks the most wins the game. Yet history, psychology, and philosophy all prove the opposite. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who did the injury." In other words, don't match panic with panic, don't fight fire with fire. Stand still like a mountain and watch how the storm exhausts itself. Think about this. Silence is like pulling the plug on background music. You never noticed how much it was filling the room until it stopped. Suddenly, you're aware of the emptiness, the gap, the missing sound. That's exactly what happens when you go quiet in someone's life. They might shrug on day 1, but give it time. By day 10, by day 30, your absence grows louder than your words ever did. That's why silence cuts deeper than arguments. Words can be ignored, but silence demands reflection. And here's the part that might sting a little. Most of you have been wasting silence. You use it to sulk, to punish, to wait desperately by the phone. That's not stoic silence, that's emotional jail. True silence is power because it's chosen, not forced. It's the moment you say, I won't explain myself. I won't chase validation. My peace is not for sale. That's the difference between silence as weakness and silence as strength. Picture this. A boxer who never swings wildly, who just stands calm in the ring, guarding, waiting. The opponent gets exhausted, swinging into air. That's silence, my friends. You don't rush, you don't panic. You let their mind swing itself tired until they collapse under the weight of their own thoughts. And you know what? There's even humor in it, because while they're tossing and turning at night, replaying moments, wondering why you haven't reached out, you're eating pizza, watching Netflix, hitting the gym, leveling up your life. They're wrestling shadows while you're building strength in daylight. That's the beauty of this. So here's the truth bomb. Silence isn't about hurting them, it's about healing you. It's the fastest way to find out who values your presence and who only valued your availability. And the longer you stay silent, not out of anger, but out of calm confidence, the more powerful it becomes. Write this affirmation in the comments right now to lock it in. Silence is strength. Let the world see you're not afraid of quiet. And if this resonates, smash that like button, subscribe, and stay with me, because this journey we're about to take together might just change the way you see yourself and the way others see you forever. Stay grounded, my friends. Stay unshaken. Silence is strength. Number 1. They speak loudest when they say nothing. When you have the power to remain silent, you have the power to control the room. My friends, let's be real. Most people crumble when silence enters the picture. The moment someone pulls away, when the texts stop coming, when the calls go unanswered, fear starts whispering in their head. Did I do something wrong? Did I lose them? Should I say something to fix it? That panic, that urge to rush in and fill the silence, is exactly what robs them of their power. But here's the truth. When they go silent, when they stop explaining, when they stop chasing, that's when they say the most. Imagine this, a courtroom. One lawyer is pacing, shouting, throwing evidence, making long speeches to convince the jury. The other lawyer, calm, quiet. He lets the noise crash around him while he stands steady. When he finally speaks just one sentence, the entire room freezes. Which one do you respect more? Which one holds the real power? That's exactly how silence works in relationships, in life, in conflict. Noise is common, silence is rare, and because it's rare, it cuts deeper. Now let's talk about the fear. The fear is this. If I stay silent, they'll forget me. If I don't explain, they'll think I don't care. If I don't reach out, they'll move on. But my friends, let's break this lie wide open. Silence doesn't erase you, it magnifies you. It takes your presence and makes it echo in their mind louder than your words ever could. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The best answer to anger is silence." Why? Because silence doesn't just protect your peace, it unsettles theirs. Think about it like a song that's played every morning on the radio. At first, you hum along. After a while, you stop noticing it. It becomes background noise. Then one day, it's gone. Suddenly, the silence in its place feels huge, uncomfortable. You didn't miss the song when it was there. You miss it when it stopped playing. That's how people feel your silence. They don't realize how much you mattered until your voice is no longer filling their day. And yet most people fail here. They rush in. They send the just checking in text. They over-explain. They try to fix what may not even be broken. They think silence is a void that must be filled. But here's the reality. Not every silence is empty. Sometimes silence is the strongest presence in the room. The man or woman who holds their silence calmly, without bitterness, without panic, without the need to justify themselves, becomes magnetic. Let me give you another picture. Imagine a bonfire. Flames roaring, sparks flying. But what captures you more, the noise of the fire or the silent glow it leaves in the darkness? The silence of the night makes the fire beautiful. Without the silence, the flame is just another distraction. In the same way, your silence frames your worth. It forces the other person to stop, to think, to reflect. They begin to wonder, why aren't they reaching out? Did I misjudge them? Have I lost something valuable? That's the kind of space where attraction is reborn, not in chasing, not in constant words, but in the quiet gap that makes them feel the weight of your absence. But let's be honest, it's not easy. Staying silent is one of the hardest disciplines. Every fiber of your being wants to break it. Your ego wants to prove you're right. Your fear wants to prove you're still wanted. Your pride wants to prove you still matter. And yet, silence demands that you resist all three. Epictetus said, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." Sometimes silence makes others think you don't care or that you've moved on, and that's exactly why it works. Because while they're building stories in their mind, you're building strength in your spirit. Let me flip the lie once more. They told you silence is weakness, but silence is mastery. They told you silence means you're losing, but silence is often the first sign you're winning. They told you silence is empty, but silence is full. It's full of questions, full of imagination, full of weight that presses heavier with time. And the longer you stay silent, the more powerful it becomes. Now ask yourself, why do you fear silence so much? Is it because you think they'll forget you? Or is it because in silence, you're forced to face yourself? That's the real battle. Silence isn't only about them. It's about you learning to sit still, to trust your worth without constant validation, to protect your peace without explanation. And when you do that, something shifts. You stop chasing, and suddenly they start feeling the gravity of your absence. Folks, remember this. The one who rushes to fill silence loses control. The one who holds silence commands respect. It's the man in the crowded room who doesn't try to impress anyone, yet becomes the most unforgettable. It's the calm voice in chaos that people lean in to hear. That's the power waiting for you if you stop being afraid of silence and start mastering it. So here's what I want you to do. Take this moment, own it, and write in the comments. Silence is my power. Show yourself. Show the world. Show the people who doubted you. Because when you can claim silence as your strength, you rise above the noise. And believe me, people will feel it. Stay with me, because in the next part, we'll dive even deeper into why silence doesn't push them away. It pulls their thoughts closer to you, heavier with every passing day. But for now, remember this truth. When you speak nothing, you often say everything. Silence is power. Silence is presence. Silence is strength. And that's something they'll never forget. Number 2, they feel the echo of your absence. Absence sharpens love. Presence strengthens it. My friends, let's cut deep into this truth. When you go silent, it's not just that they don't hear from you anymore. It's that they begin to feel the echo of your absence. Words fade quickly, but silence lingers. Conversations vanish into memory, but the space you leave behind, that space starts to grow louder by the day. And the strange thing is, it doesn't weigh on you, it weighs on them. Think about it like this. Imagine you live near a train track. At first, the noise of the train bothers you, but over time, you get used to it. You stop noticing. It becomes part of the background of your life. Then suddenly one night, the trains stop running. For the first time, there's silence. What happens? You can't sleep. You notice the emptiness. You realize how much that noise filled your world, even when you weren't paying attention. That's the paradox. People rarely value presence until it becomes absence. Now, here's where most get it wrong. They believe silence makes them disappear. They panic and think, if I don't reach out, if I don't speak up, they'll move on and forget me. But here's the lie to destroy. Silence doesn't erase you, it amplifies you. When you stop filling every gap with words, you hand their mind a microphone, and trust me, their thoughts about you become louder than anything you could have said. Picture her scrolling through her phone at night. They's used to your messages popping up, checking in, sharing a joke, asking about her day. It became routine, like background music. And then, nothing. Day 1, she shrugs. Day 2, she notices. Day 5, she feels the shift. By day 10, she's replaying old conversations, wondering, why isn't he here anymore? Did I take him for granted? Has he moved on without me? That's how silence grows heavier with time, not because you're forcing it, but because the mind cannot stand a vacuum. It fills the empty space with questions, doubts, and longing. Marcus Aurelius once said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That's exactly why silence works. You're not trying to control her reaction. You're not twisting her thoughts. You're simply stepping back, and in that space, her own mind does the work. They starts to feel the absence, not because you pushed her into it, but because nature itself refuses emptiness. But here's why it's hard, because silence feels like inaction. It feels like you're doing nothing while everything is slipping away, and that illusion tricks most into breaking it too soon. They text just to check in. They call just to feel reassured. They explain themselves hoping to calm the storm. But in reality, all they do is break the momentum of silence before it has the chance to do its work. Patience is what gives silence its power. The longer you hold it, the deeper it settles into their chest. Let's use another metaphor. Drop a pebble into a pond. The ripples are small at first, but wait longer, let the water grow still, then drop a stone. The impact is much bigger. Your silence works the same way. At first, they might shrug it off. But the longer the water of their mind remains still without your presence, the more powerful the impact when they realize what's missing. My friends, don't confuse silence with weakness. Weak silence is when you're quiet but anxious, when you're quiet but waiting desperately for them to come back. Strong silence is calm, steady, and rooted in your own peace. It's the silence that says, I don't need to be everywhere. My worth doesn't shrink just because I'm not in your inbox today. My presence echoes even when I'm gone. So let me ask you, are you the one who panics at absence, or are you the one who lets absence speak for you? Are you the one filling the silence with noise, or the one allowing the silence to become presence without words? That choice decides whether they forget you or whether your absence begins to haunt their thoughts. Here's what I want you to lock into your mind right now. Your silence isn't empty. It's charged. It's magnetic. It's not about punishing them. It's about protecting you. And when you protect your peace with silence, that silence begins to echo louder than any speech could. Write this affirmation in the comments and let it echo across this community. My absence has weight. Let yourself see it. Let others see it. Let the world see it. Because once you understand that your silence is not void but presence, you'll never rush to fill it again. Stay with me, my friends, because in the next part, we'll go deeper into why curiosity blooms inside that silence and why the questions they ask themselves in your absence can become the spark that changes everything. Number 3, they drown in the questions silence creates. Man is not worried by real problems so much as by his imagined anxieties about real problems. Epictetus. My friends, this is where the power of silence really begins to bite. Not in what you do, but in what happens inside their mind when you stop doing. When you fall silent, when you resist the urge to explain, to chase, to reassure, you don't create emptiness, you create questions, and those questions echo louder than any words you could ever say. Let's paint the picture. Imagine you're used to walking into your favorite cafe every morning. The same barista greets you, the same music plays, the same coffee aroma fills the air. Day after day, it becomes routine. You stop noticing the details. You stop appreciating the smile, the music, the consistency. Then one morning, the cafe is closed. The lights are off. The sign says, "Gone until further notice." Suddenly, what was background noise in your life becomes the one thing you can't stop thinking about. You replay the details in your head, the warmth of the cup, the voice that greeted you, the comfort of that routine. That's exactly what happens in relationships. When you go quiet, when you stop feeding the rhythm they're used to, their brain starts filling the silence with questions. Why haven't they called? Did I lose them? Are they talking to someone else? Have I been taken for granted all this time? And here's the trick. Those questions don't show up all at once. They arrive like whispers at first. Day 1, she shrugs. Maybe they're busy. Day 2, strange, usually I hear from them by now. Day 5, why haven't they said anything yet? By day 10, those whispers become shouts, looping in her head while she's trying to sleep, distracting her while she's at work, nagging her in the middle of conversations with other people. The silence becomes louder than your words ever were. But let's break the biggest lie that keeps men from holding silence long enough to let this happen. The lie is this: if I don't speak, they won't think of me at all. Wrong. It's the opposite. The less you say, the more they think, because the human mind cannot stand unanswered questions. It hates the gap, the uncertainty, and when you leave them without words, they are forced to supply their own. That's where silence becomes a weapon, not because you're playing games, but because psychology itself does the work for you. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." What does that mean here? It means your silence is not about controlling her, it's about controlling yourself. It's about not reacting to fear, not feeding your ego with desperate words. You are letting her wrestle with her own thoughts while you remain steady, calm, untouchable. Now, let's be real, it's not easy. Your chest will feel heavy. Your hand will itch to type out that message, to call, to fill the gap before it grows too wide. You'll think, if I don't reach out now, I'll lose them forever. But here's the truth you need to tattoo on your mind. Silence doesn't push them away. It pulls their thoughts toward you. The longer you wait, the more those thoughts multiply. Silence plants seeds of curiosity, and curiosity is the root of attraction. Imagine her scrolling late at night, phone in hand. They sees everyone else's name pop up, but not yours. They replays old conversations, reading between the lines. They imagine scenarios. Maybe he's moved on. Maybe he's stronger than I thought. Maybe he doesn't care anymore. Do you see what's happening? You're not speaking, but you've become the loudest voice in her head. And here's the deeper truth. Silence isn't just about them. It's about you learning to hold yourself together in the storm. Because silence will test you. It will whisper lies in your ear. They're forgetting you. They don't care. You need to explain yourself, and if you give in, If you break too soon, you reset the clock. The silence loses its power. But if you hold, if you stay calm, the silence begins to weigh not on you, but on them. Let me give you another metaphor. Imagine a stage play. When the actors speak, the audience listens. But when the stage suddenly falls silent, when everyone stops, the tension in the room skyrockets. The silence itself becomes the loudest moment of the play. Everyone leans in, waiting, wondering. That's what your silence does. It's not nothing, it's drama, it's tension, it's impact. And yet, here's why most people never master it. Because silence requires patience, and patience requires strength. It's easier to panic and speak. It's easier to chase. But Stoicism teaches the opposite. Epictetus said, "If you want to control someone, make them feel uncertain." Silence does exactly that, not by manipulation, but by stepping back and letting the natural weight of absence create its own questions. So here's where you rise above fear. You remind yourself, silence is not passive. It's active discipline. It's saying, I am not going to give away my power with constant words. I am not going to prove myself to someone who should already see my worth. I am not going to rush into their thoughts. They will come to me on their own. My friends, ask yourself this. What's louder, words they expect or silence they can't explain? Which one makes them think more? Which one makes them miss you more? Which one makes them question themselves more? That's why silence works, because words can be dismissed, but silence demands reflection. Now, let's make this practical. The next time you feel the urge to explain, to check in, to remind them you exist, pause, breathe. Ask yourself, am I speaking out of strength or out of fear? If it's fear, stay silent. Let them feel the weight of your absence. Let their mind chase you while you remain calm. Write this affirmation in the comments right now to lock it in. My silence creates questions. Show yourself. Show the world. Show the people who doubted you. Because once you understand that silence doesn't erase you, it amplifies you, you'll stop fearing it and you'll start mastering it. Stay with me, because in the next section, we'll uncover how silence isn't just about curiosity, it's about momentum. The longer you stay quiet, the heavier it gets, and the more powerful your presence becomes. That's when silence shifts from discomfort to dominance, and you'll want to hear how that unfolds. Number 4, time makes silence heavier. Time discovers the truth. Seneca. My friends, this is where silence becomes more than just a pause. It becomes a force of nature. Silence has momentum. The longer it stretches, the more weight it carries. At first, it feels like nothing, just a moment of quiet, a gap in conversation, a pause in connection. But as the days turn into weeks, that quiet transforms into a storm inside the other person's mind. And here's the truth most men never realize. Silence doesn't grow weaker with time. It grows stronger. Think about it like this. Imagine you're holding a glass of water in your hand. For the first minute, it's nothing. For 5 minutes, your arm feels it a little. Hold it for an hour, and suddenly the weight feels unbearable. The glass hasn't changed, but time has made it heavier. Silence works exactly the same way. What feels light on day 1 becomes unbearable by day 10, by day 20, by day 30. Not for you, but for them. Let's put it in a real-world picture. You've been texting back and forth with someone for weeks, maybe months. Every day there's a rhythm. Good mornings, updates, laughs, little check-ins, and then you go quiet. Day 1, she thinks, maybe he's busy. Day 2, she wonders, that's odd. Usually he checks in. Day 3, she starts looking at her phone more often, waiting for your name to light up the screen. By day 5, she's scrolling through old messages, replaying what you said, wondering if she missed a sign. By day 10, her imagination is running wild. By day 20, your silence has grown heavier than any words you could ever speak. But here's where most men destroy the power of silence. They break it too soon. They can't handle the weight of their own stillness. Their mind tricks them, whispers lies. They doesn't care anymore. They've forgotten you. If you don't reach out, it's over. And in that panic, they send the long text, the desperate call, the apology that wasn't even necessary. What they don't realize is that they weren't carrying the weight. The other person was. They handed back the glass before it could get heavy enough. Marcus Aurelius once said, "Don't explain your philosophy. Embody it. That's the heart of this principle. Don't rush to explain yourself. Don't panic and try to fix what might not even be broken. Embody your strength in silence. Let time add weight to your absence until it becomes undeniable." Think of silence as a stone dropped into a pond. At first, the ripples are small, barely noticeable. But when you leave the water untouched, when you resist the urge to stir it again, the ripples spread wider and wider. The impact grows. That's how silence builds momentum. Not on day 1, not on day 2, but as the stillness stretches further. Now let's talk about why this is so difficult. Human nature hates uncertainty. Our brains are wired to fill in the blanks. That's why silence feels so heavy. Not because of what's missing, but because of what we imagine in its place. And this is where your silence becomes more powerful than any speech. Because in your absence, their mind starts painting pictures. Has he moved on? Is he with someone else? Did I underestimate his strength? Those questions grow louder every day, and the longer you remain calm, the heavier those thoughts become. But let me be clear, this is not about playing games. It's not about punishing them. It's about discipline. It's about choosing your peace over panic, your composure over chaos. Epictetus taught, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Silence is the test of that mastery. Can you hold it long enough to let time do the work? Can you resist the urge to break it out of fear? That's what separates the average man from the Stoic. Let me give you another metaphor. Imagine 2 men waiting for a tree to bear fruit. The first man waters it for a week, then gets impatient. He digs it up, thinking it's dead, and never sees the fruit. The second man waits. He doesn't panic when nothing appears at first. He trusts the process. Months later, his patience is rewarded. That's silence. Most men dig it up too early. They can't wait long enough for the fruit of reflection to appear in her mind. But the man who waits, who trusts the momentum, sees the reward. So, what happens if you hold? If you let silence stretch beyond the point of comfort? That's when the shift occurs. The questions that started as whispers become echoes. They begin to feel regret, doubt, longing. They start to replay not just the silence, but the moments that led to it. They ask themselves, did I misjudge? Did I push too hard? Did I take them for granted? And those are not questions you could ever plant with words. They only grow in the soil of silence over time. And while they're carrying that weight, what are you doing? You're not sitting in a corner staring at your phone. No, you're building, you're growing, you're strengthening yourself in mind, body, and purpose. Because silence isn't about waiting, it's about working. It's about becoming so solid in your own peace that whether they return or not, you remain unshaken. That's when silence stops being a tactic and becomes a lifestyle of strength. Ask yourself this. Are you willing to let silence grow heavy enough for them to feel it? Or will you break it before it has the chance? Will you let time work in your favor, or will you sabotage it with impatience? The choice is always yours. But know this, time will always tell the truth. If they value you, silence will make them realize it. If they don't, silence will reveal that too. Either way, you win because the truth always rises in stillness. So here's your affirmation for today. Time strengthens my silence. Write it in the comments. Show yourself. Show the world. Let them see that you're no longer afraid of quiet. You're no longer afraid of waiting. Because you know that every passing day makes your silence heavier, not lighter. Stay with me, my friends, because next we'll uncover how silence doesn't just make time heavy, it makes you a mystery again. And mystery, as you'll see, is one of the most addictive forces in human psychology. Number 5. They crave the mystery you create. The less you reveal, the more people can wonder. My friends, let's face it, nothing kills attraction faster than predictability. When you're always available, always texting, always explaining yourself, you stop being exciting. You become familiar. And familiarity, though comfortable, often breeds complacency. But the moment you step back, the moment you stop flooding the connection with constant words and constant presence, something powerful happens. You become a mystery again. And mystery, my friends, is addictive. Picture this. You've heard your favorite song so many times that it no longer excites you. The first time, it gave you chills. The second time, it lit you up. But after the 100th play, it's just noise in the background. Then one day, you stop hearing it. Weeks pass. Suddenly you find yourself humming the melody, missing the sound, craving that feeling it once gave you. That's exactly what happens when you take your presence away. What was once taken for granted becomes desired again, simply because it's no longer predictable. Here's the lie that many fall for. If I don't explain myself, they'll think I don't care. If I don't stay visible, they'll forget me. Wrong. When you explain less, when you reveal less, when you show restraint, you actually draw more attention. Why? Because the mind hates blanks. It has to fill the silence with imagination, and often that imagination paints you in a more powerful light than any explanation could. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The more we value things outside our control, the less control we have." Think about that. When you're chasing, explaining, oversharing, you're valuing their perception of you more than your own reality. You hand them control. But when you step back, when you stop giving everything away, you reclaim your power. You stop trying to control how they see you, and in that space, ironically, they begin to value you more. Imagine her picking up her phone late at night. They scrolls through the usual notifications, friends, work, random updates, but not you, not the one she thought would always be there. That silence, that gap, creates a question mark in her mind. Where is he? Why hasn't he reached out? Did something change? Did I lose him? That curiosity is the seed of desire. It's not punishment, it's psychology. Humans long for what they can't easily have. Now let's break this down deeper. Predictability makes you ordinary. But silence? Silence makes you unpredictable. When you don't explain your every move, you're no longer on display. You become something she has to wonder about, think about, even fantasize about. And here's the irony. By saying less, you give her more to think about. By doing less, you create more motion in her mind. Think of a magician. If he revealed every trick, if he explained every illusion, would anyone pay to see him? No. The magic lies in the mystery, in the unanswered question, in the gap between what you see and what you know. Your silence works the same way. It's not about hiding, it's about letting them wonder. It's about letting curiosity do the heavy lifting while you stand calm, composed, unbothered. But here's why it's difficult. Most men fear mystery because they confuse it with distance. They think, if I don't explain myself, they'll misunderstand me. If I don't reassure them, they'll think I'm cold. But the truth is, over-explaining suffocates curiosity. It's like turning on a light in a dark room. You destroy the intrigue, the tension, the unknown. And once that mystery is gone, so is the magnetism. So let me flip the lie. They told you silence is dangerous. They told you if you don't explain yourself, you'll be forgotten. But the truth is, the opposite is far more dangerous. Explaining yourself endlessly erases your edge. It makes you common. It makes you background noise. Mystery, however, creates value. It makes your presence worth something because it's not always guaranteed. Think of it this way. Diamonds are valuable not because they're useful, but because they're rare. If diamonds were scattered across every sidewalk, no one would treasure them. Silence makes you rare. It makes your attention rare, and rarity always creates value. Now, here's the challenge. You must learn to be comfortable being misunderstood. That's where true strength lies. When you stay silent, some will assume you don't care. Some will assume you've moved on. Some will even assume you're weak. But as Epictetus taught, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. In other words, don't rush to defend yourself. Don't break your silence just to correct their assumptions. Let the mystery do its work, because the truth is, the less you clarify, the more they wonder. And while they're wondering, what are you doing? You're not sitting in a corner, paralyzed by fear. You're living, you're building, you're sharpening yourself in silence. Because mystery isn't just about what they don't know, it's about what you're becoming in that silence. And when they finally see you again, when they finally hear from you, you're not the same predictable presence. You're stronger, sharper, more grounded. That's the real power. My friends, ask yourself this. Do you want to be remembered as the song that played so often no one noticed? Or as the silence that made everyone realize how much they missed the music? Do you want to be ordinary and available, or do you want to be the mystery that lingers in their thoughts long after you've gone quiet? So here's the affirmation for you today. Mystery makes me magnetic. Write it in the comments right now. Show yourself. Show the world. Prove to yourself that you're done over-explaining, over-sharing, over-chasing. You're stepping into the power of silence. You're stepping into the strength of mystery. Stay with me, because in the next part, we're going to uncover something even deeper. It's not just about mystery. It's about the battle they start having, not with you, but with themselves. And when that shift happens, when they realize they're not wrestling with your silence, but with their own thoughts, that's when the real transformation begins, and you'll want to hear how powerful that becomes. Number 6, they wrestle with themselves, not with you. The nearer a man comes to a calm mind, the closer he is to strength. Marcus Aurelius. My friends, here's a truth most people overlook when it comes to silence. When you step back, when you stop explaining, when you stop chasing, they are no longer wrestling with you. They are wrestling with themselves. And that battle, my friends, is always heavier than any argument you could ever throw their way. Think about it. When two people argue, both have a target. Each word becomes a weapon, each response a shield. The energy has somewhere to go. But what happens when you don't argue, when you don't explain, when you don't show up for the fight? The energy has nowhere to land. It ricochets back to them. They're left standing in an empty ring, swinging at shadows, hitting nothing but themselves. That's the torment silence creates. Not because you've punished them, but because you've removed yourself as their distraction. Picture a still lake. When you throw a rock, the ripples distort the reflection. That's what happens when most men panic and break the silence. They disturb the water. They rush to explain themselves, to ease the tension, to fix what was never fully broken. But the Stoic man does not throw the rock. He lets the lake remain still. And in that stillness, she is forced to see her own reflection, clearly, deeply, without distortion. That's where the questions rise, not about you, but about herself. Did I make the right choice? Did I give up too soon? Why am I thinking about them more now that they're quiet? Those questions don't surface when you're chasing. They don't surface when you're flooding her phone with paragraphs, trying to win her back with words. They surface only in silence, when she's left alone with her own mind. And trust me, that is a battle much harder than anything you could ever wage against her. Now let's break a dangerous lie that weak men fall into. They think if they stay silent, she'll assume they don't care. They fear that her wrestling will end in her forgetting. But the truth is, silence doesn't erase you, it amplifies you. It doesn't make her stop thinking, it makes her think more. Because the mind cannot let go of unfinished stories. And silence is the biggest unfinished story of all. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." The mistake most men make is trying to control outside events, her feelings, her reactions, her choices. So they rush in, they explain, they beg. But the Stoic man knows he cannot control her. He can only control himself. His silence isn't manipulation, it's mastery. It's the refusal to hand over his peace just to soothe someone else's storm. But here's why it's hard. When you stay silent, you will feel the pull in your chest. Your ego will scream, "Say something, prove your worth." Your fear will whisper, "If you don't check in, she'll forget you." Your pride will nudge, "You need to win this fight." But in truth, there is no fight left to win. Because once you hold silence, you've stepped out of the ring. You've refused to let your value be measured in arguments and explanations. And now the only person she's battling is herself. Let me give you another metaphor. Imagine someone standing in front of a mirror, but the mirror is fogged up. They can barely see themselves, so they keep blaming the mirror. That's what happens when you're too available. You become the fog they can blame. But when you go silent, when you step back, the mirror clears. Suddenly, they can't escape their own reflection. They can't blame you anymore. They have to confront themselves. And trust me, most people aren't ready for that. That's why your silence hits harder than your words ever could. Now, I know what you're thinking. But what if she never realizes? What if she never reflects? My friends, if that's the case, then silence has done its job, because silence reveals truth. If someone can walk away from you and never feel the weight of your absence, then they never valued your presence in the first place. And isn't that knowledge better than wasting years chasing what was never truly yours? Silence saves you from illusions. It frees you from chasing shadows. And here's where Stoicism gives you the edge. Epictetus said, "We suffer not from the events in our lives, but from our judgment about them." The weak man judges silence as loss. The Stoic man judges silence as strength. He sees it as the moment where power shifts, not because he's forcing it, but because he's holding it. He knows that while she wrestles with her doubts, her choices, her regrets, he is free. He is calm. He is building. Think about the irony of it all. While she's tossing and turning at night, replaying memories, questioning her decisions, you're at peace. You're working out, reading, focusing on your mission. There's fighting with her own mind. You're fighting for your future. Who do you think wins that battle in the end? So here's the truth. Silence isn't avoidance. It isn't coldness. It's not about ignoring her. It's about giving her the space to wrestle with herself while you remain unshaken. And that, my friends, is the purest form of strength. Because most men break under pressure. Most men can't sit still in silence without reaching for validation. But the Stoic man? He becomes the silence. He becomes the calm that cannot be moved. Now, let me ask you, which man do you want to be? The one who jumps to explain himself, disturbing the stillness, relieving her of the battle she needs to fight? Or the one who holds his ground, lets the silence do its work, and watches as she wrestles with herself in the quiet? So here's your affirmation for today. My silence makes them face themselves. Write it in the comments, lock it into your mind, show yourself, show the world. Because once you understand this truth, you'll never again fear silence. You'll see it for what it is, not absence, but presence, not weakness, but strength. Stay with me, because next we'll explore something even deeper. While they're wrestling with themselves in your silence, what are you doing? You're building, you're creating, you're transforming. And when silence meets growth, you don't just become unforgettable, you become untouchable. And that, my friends, is the next level of power. Number 7. While they think, you build. Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one. Marcus Aurelius. My friends, here's the part where silence transforms from a passive shield into an active weapon. Because silence isn't about waiting around. It's not sitting by the phone, staring at the ceiling, hoping for a notification. That's not silence. That's weakness disguised as patience. True Stoic silence is different. While they're tangled in their own thoughts, wrestling with questions they can't answer, you're not stuck in the same place. You're building. Imagine two people standing on a mountain trail. One keeps looking back, pacing in circles, lost in their head. The other keeps climbing, step by step, steady, disciplined, reaching higher with every move. Which one ends up stronger? Which one ends up with the better view? That's what silence does when you use it right. While they're stuck thinking, you're busy moving. While they're lost in their own doubts, you're leveling up. Let me ask you, how many times have you seen a man ruin his silence by turning it into a waiting game? He tells himself, I won't text her. I'll just wait until she texts me first. But notice, he's not free. He's not calm. He's still chained to her response. His silence isn't strength, it's a trap. And when the text doesn't come, his entire world collapses. That's not what we're talking about here. Stoic silence is not about waiting, it's about working. It's about choosing to use the space they gave you as fuel for your own growth. Think of Marcus Aurelius again. He ruled an empire, fought wars, made decisions that shaped history. Yet every night he sat down with a journal, in silence, reflecting, sharpening his mind, building his inner fortress. That's the model. While others let silence eat them alive, the Stoic uses it as a forge, a training ground. Every day of quiet becomes another brick laid in the empire of their self-mastery. Here's the beauty of it. While she's lying awake at night asking herself, why hasn't he called? Did I lose him? Is he moving on? You're not just silent. You're transforming. You're lifting heavier in the gym. You're learning something new. You're stacking skills. You're chasing your purpose harder than you ever did when you were busy chasing her. And one day, if she does come back, she's not just facing the man she left. She's facing a new version of you. Stronger, sharper, unreachable. But here's where most men stumble. They think silence is a pause button. They think it's about doing nothing until she returns. That's the biggest mistake. Because if your silence isn't filled with progress, then it's wasted. Silence is not a waiting room, it's a workshop. It's where you hammer yourself into a man who doesn't need to be validated by her attention. Let me give you a metaphor. Picture a blacksmith. He takes raw steel, places it in the fire, then hammers it into shape. The fire is silence. The hammer is discipline. Every day you hold your silence and focus on yourself, you're being forged into something stronger. And when the silence is over, when the moment comes, You emerge not as the same man, but as something unbreakable. Now some of you might say, but what if she never comes back? What if my silence just leads to nothing? My friends, that's the wrong question, because silence isn't about whether she returns, it's about whether you do. Do you return to yourself? Do you return to your mission? Do you return to the strength you lost while chasing someone else's validation? That's the win. That's the victory that no one can take from you. And let me tell you, people feel it. Even if she never admits it, even if pride keeps her lips sealed, silence combined with growth leaves an energy that cannot be ignored. It's the difference between disappearing in bitterness and disappearing in discipline. When you vanish into chaos, people move on. When you vanish into growth, people feel it. They sense it. And when they see you again, whether in person or through whispers of your progress, they can't help but wonder, how did he become this? How did he level up without me? That's why silence is not punishment, it's preparation. You're not punishing her by being quiet. You're preparing yourself by being calm. You're not trying to make her regret. You're making yourself proud, and in that process, whether she feels the weight of your absence or not, you've already won. Because you've built something no one can take away, yourself. My friends, don't waste silence waiting. Use it, build in it, grow in it. Because while they're stuck replaying the past, you'll be too busy creating the future. That's how you flip the script. That's how you stop being the one chasing and become the one who's followed. So ask yourself, what will you do with your silence? Will you waste it staring at your phone, hoping for a message that may never come? Or will you use it to build so that when the silence ends, you stand taller, stronger, and more untouchable than ever? The choice is always yours. Here's your affirmation for today. My silence builds me. Write it in the comments. Lock it in. Show yourself. Show the world. Show the people who once doubted you that you are no longer waiting. You are working. And if this resonated with you, do me a favor. Hit that like button right now. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Share this video with someone who needs to hear it today. Because this is more than just content. It's a call to action for every man out there to stop wasting silence and start using it. Stay grounded, stay disciplined, and remember, while they think, you build. And that, my friends, is the art of turning silence into strength. Silence is sometimes the loudest scream a soul can make. Those words may sound harsh, my friends, but they cut straight to the truth. People think silence means weakness. They think no contact means you're hiding, avoiding, or running away. But what they don't realize is that silence, when chosen with strength, is not retreat. It's strategy. It's a thunderstorm that clears the sky. It's the moment when you stop begging for crumbs and start feeding yourself with dignity. Folks, when you learn to use silence the right way, it shakes them to their core, because nothing terrifies the human ego more than the sound of nothing. Before we dive deeper, do me a favor. Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell. Trust me, you're not going to want to miss what's coming next. Now picture this with me. Imagine you're used to walking into a room every single day, and there's always a warm light waiting for you, always a fire burning, always someone there to keep you comfortable. And then, one day, you walk in and the fire is gone. The room is dark. The silence echoes so loudly that it feels like the walls themselves are watching you. That's what no contact feels like for the one who thought they had you wrapped around their finger. They thought you'd always be there to give them warmth, to keep their ego alive. But suddenly, darkness, emptiness, silence. And that silence is not just absence, it's power. Here's the lie they told you, that you need to speak up, chase them, prove yourself, beg for answers, and fight for closure. But here's the truth. Chasing never wins respect. Silence does. As Marcus Aurelius once said, the best revenge is not to be like your enemy. And folks, when you choose silence, you're not playing their game anymore. You're rewriting the rules. You're saying, I don't need your validation. I don't need your attention. I don't even need your presence. My silence is my answer. Now, let's be real for a moment. I know the doubts that creep into your mind in the first days of no contact. Day one feels like you're holding your breath underwater. Your mind keeps whispering, should I text them? Should I check if they're thinking about me? What if they forget me? That's the fear talking. That's the lie you've been conditioned to believe, that if you don't show up, they'll never care. But here's the fun twist, my friends. The less you show up, the more they start to panic. By day one, they might ignore you. By day 30, they're obsessed, replaying every detail, wondering why you're so strong this time, and why you're not breaking like before. Think of silence as a mirror. When you step back and stop feeding them with words, their reflection shows up in that quiet space. They see their own flaws, their own mistakes, their own emptiness, and they can't escape it. Your silence doesn't just make them miss you, it forces them to face themselves, and that is far scarier than facing you. Epictetus once said, wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. And silence teaches you exactly that. You don't need them to feel whole. You don't need their crumbs of affection to survive. You are the wealth. You are the fire. You are the storm. And when you finally see that, their noise becomes irrelevant. So, my friends, as we step into this journey together, remember this. Your silence is not weakness. It's wisdom. It's not retreat. It's rebirth. It's not cruelty. It's clarity. And if you're ready to claim that power, I want you to write this in the comments right now. Silence is power. Short, sharp, undeniable. Type it. Show it to the world. Show it to yourself. And don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe, because what we're about to uncover will change the way you see silence forever. Stay with me. Number 1. The shock of losing control. Power is not taken, it is surrendered. Those words cut deep, my friends, because the truth is most of the time we give others the very control they end up abusing. We hand them our attention, our energy, our patience, our endless chances, and then wonder why they walk around feeling like kings and queens in our world. But the moment you go silent, the moment you stop giving them access, something begins to happen. They feel the shock of losing control. And for people who built their confidence on your constant availability, that shock is like pulling the floor from beneath their feet. Picture this. Imagine someone walking across a bridge every single day, confident that the planks beneath them will hold, never doubting, never even thinking twice. Then one day, without warning, half the bridge is gone. They step forward expecting stability, but instead they stumble, they panic, they look around, and suddenly the confidence they had is gone. That's what your silence does. They were so sure you'd always respond, always bend, always come running when they snapped their fingers, and now the bridge is gone. Their steps are shaky, their certainty is broken, and they don't know if you're ever going to rebuild that path for them again. And here's the lie they told themselves. I can treat them however I want, because they'll always be there. That belief kept them comfortable. It fed their ego. It made them careless. But when you finally decide to take that away, when you go no contact, they're forced to confront something they never wanted to face, the fact that they are not in control of you anymore. That's terrifying for them, because power is addictive. Once someone gets used to controlling your emotions, they build their entire confidence around it. And when you rip it away, they start to unravel. Now think about what goes through their mind in those first moments of silence. At first, they might laugh it off. They might say, they're just playing games. They'll break soon. They always do. They convince themselves you'll fold because that's what's happened before. But as hours turn into days and days turn into weeks, that confidence turns into questions. Why haven't you reached out? Why aren't you reacting? Why does this silence feel heavier than anything you've ever said before? They start to panic because deep down they realize something's different this time. You're not just angry. You're not just giving them the cold shoulder for a reaction. You're reclaiming yourself. Marcus Aurelius once said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. That's exactly what's happening here. For the first time, you've taken the power back from them and placed it firmly in your own hands. And make no mistake, they feel that shift. To them, it's like the air has changed. Suddenly, they can't breathe as easily because the oxygen they fed on, your attention, is gone. But here's why it's so hard for you, my friends. Because silence feels unnatural in the beginning. You're used to explaining yourself, defending yourself, proving your worth. You're used to chasing because somewhere along the line you believed the lie that if you stop showing up, they'll forget you. That fear whispers in your ear every night. What if they move on? What if they never think about me again? What if my silence makes me invisible? And that's where most people break. Not because silence doesn't work, but because fear convinces them to surrender too soon. But let me tell you something, silence doesn't make you invisible. It makes you unforgettable, because silence creates mystery, and mystery creates obsession. The very absence of your words, your presence, your energy becomes the loudest thing in their world. When you stop feeding their ego, they are left starving, and hunger drives obsession. That's why no contact works, not because you're punishing them, but because you're refusing to play the game that once gave them all the power. Imagine a puppet master pulling strings, smiling as the puppet dances to every command. Now imagine the strings suddenly snap and the puppet stands still. The master panics. They shake their hands, they pull harder, but nothing moves. That's the panic they feel when your silence hits. They were used to pulling strings, texting late at night to see if you'd respond, throwing mixed signals to test your patience, even walking away to see if you'd chase. And every time you responded, you confirmed their control. But now, the strings are gone. The puppet doesn't move. And the master realizes the truth. They were never really in control at all. Seneca said, "We are more often frightened than hurt, and we suffer more in imagination than in reality." And that's exactly where they are now, trapped in their imagination. They imagine you with someone else. They imagine you forgetting them. They imagine you moving forward without them. And that imagination becomes torture because they can't confirm or deny any of it. They're stuck in the dark, and silence forces them to live with questions they'll never get answered. So yes, it's hard for you in the beginning. It feels like you're walking through fire, holding back the urge to reach out, fighting every thought that says you're losing them. But remember this, you're not losing anything. They are. They're losing control. They're losing the ability to predict you. They're losing the comfort of knowing you'll always be there. And the longer you stay silent, the deeper their panic grows. My friends, the shock of losing control is only the beginning of what they'll feel. What starts as confidence quickly unravels into doubt, then fear, then regret. And while they're spinning in chaos, you're rising in strength. This is how you reclaim your power, not by screaming louder, not by explaining harder, not by chasing faster. You reclaim it by standing still, by saying nothing, by refusing to play. So let's stamp this truth into your mind right now. Write it in the comments below. I am no longer under their control. Say it, type it, Show it to yourself. Show it to the world. Because every time you remind yourself of that, you're stepping further into your strength. And stay with me, because what comes next will show you just how deeply this silence is going to unravel them. This is only the first shock. The ego collapse is coming next, and that, my friends, is where the real storm begins. Number 2. The ego collapse begins. An inflated ego is a fragile thing. It only survives as long as others keep feeding it. My friends, this is where the storm really begins. The first shock of losing control rattles them, but what follows cuts even deeper: the collapse of their ego. You see, when someone has been used to having power over you, it's not just comfort they lose when you go silent. It's their very sense of importance, and nothing breaks a person faster than realizing they are no longer as significant as they thought they were. Think of their ego like a balloon. Every time you responded, every time you reached out first, every time you argued, begged, or explained yourself, you blew a little more air into that balloon. You made it bigger and bigger until they believed they were untouchable. But when you go no contact, you stop inflating it. Slowly, it begins to deflate. And here's the thing about a balloon: when it loses air, it doesn't do so quietly. It squeals, it twists, it flails around the room, desperate to hold its shape. That's their ego under silence, wild, frantic, noisy in their mind, because it can no longer feed on you. At first, they might brush it off, acting like it doesn't matter. They'll tell themselves, "I don't care if they're silent. I don't need them," but that's the mask talking. Because the truth is, their ego hates silence more than anything else. Why? Because silence denies it oxygen. It denies it proof. When you don't react, when you don't validate, when you don't show them they still matter, their ego begins to starve. And here's what starts running through their head. Why aren't they chasing me? Why aren't they proving how much they care? Did I lose my hold on them? Have they moved on? Was I never that important? These questions don't come all at once. They build, slowly, like cracks in glass. At first it looks strong, but every day of silence spreads those cracks wider until one day the whole thing shatters. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." And when you go silent, their thoughts are no longer dyed with confidence. They're dyed with doubt. Doubt about themselves, doubt about their worth, doubt about whether they were ever as powerful in your life as they believed. And that doubt eats away at them in ways anger never could. Anger is straightforward. It has an outlet. But doubt festers. It keeps them awake at night. It haunts them when they least expect it. It shows up in their silence the same way yours does, except theirs is filled with fear. Now, you might wonder, why does this ego collapse feel so heavy for them? Because for people like this, ego isn't just pride, it's survival. They've built their entire identity around being wanted, being validated, being in control. So when you cut that supply, it feels like their very self is collapsing. It's like pulling bricks from the bottom of a tower. The higher they built it, the harder it crashes when it finally falls. But here's where your strength is tested, folks, because they will do things to try to protect that ego. They'll act indifferent. They'll post things online to make it look like they're thriving without you. They might even try to provoke you into reacting, hoping you'll give them just enough attention to keep their ego alive. They'll play little games, drop little hints, all in the hope that you'll fold. But every time you refuse, every time you choose silence instead, another piece of their ego crumbles. Think of it like a mirror. When you go silent, you're holding up a mirror they can't look away from. And in that mirror, they don't see power, they see weakness, they see insecurity, they see the truth, that they depended on your reactions far more than you ever depended on them. That's why no contact is so unsettling. It doesn't just remove you, it exposes them. Epictetus once said, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." And in many ways, your silence makes them feel exactly that: foolish, stupid, exposed. Because all the stories they told themselves, "I can replace them easily, I'll move on without a scratch, they'll never stop caring about me," those stories fall apart when you stop playing along. The script they wrote no longer makes sense, and the audience, your attention, is gone. That's when the ego starts collapsing under its own lies. But let's talk about you for a moment, because I know what you're feeling on your side. The temptation to break silence often comes from this thought: if I don't reach out, they'll think I don't care. They'll move on. They'll forget me. That's fear talking. That's the conditioning of someone who's been told they need to prove themselves to be valued. But let me remind you of something. Silence doesn't erase you. It elevates you. It puts you in a place of mystery, and mystery always commands more power than predictability. They don't obsess over the person who keeps showing up. They obsess over the one who disappears and leaves questions unanswered. So yes, their ego is collapsing, but that's not your burden to carry. Their panic, their confusion, their restless nights, their endless scrolling through old messages, those are the consequences of their choices. You don't need to explain. You don't need to defend. You don't need to reassure them, because reassurance is the very drug their ego is addicted to, and your silence is the detox. Painful, yes, but necessary. And this is where the real transformation begins, not in their mind, but in yours. Because every day you stay silent, you prove to yourself that you are stronger than your urges. You're teaching yourself that peace is louder than chaos, that dignity is worth more than attention, and that silence is a language of its own, one that says, "I am no longer available to be controlled." So, my friends, let's break this lie right now, the lie that your silence means weakness. No, your silence is strength. It's the sword that cuts through illusions. It's the hammer that smashes their ego. It's the storm that clears the sky so you can finally see clearly again. And if you ever doubt that, just remember, their suffering in silence is the proof. Write this affirmation in the comments and let it echo in your mind. Their ego is collapsing, and my silence is power. Say it, type it, show it to yourself, show it to the world around you. Because every time you declare it, you're reminding yourself that you're not playing small anymore. And stay with me, because what comes next takes this storm even deeper. If the shock of losing control rattled them and the collapse of their ego is breaking them, then what follows, the haunting of the unfinished story, is the ghost they'll never escape. And that, my friends, is where the silence truly begins to torture them. Number 3, the unfinished story haunts them. Closure is a luxury denied to those who thought they could treat you as an option. My friends, this is where silence becomes more than just absence. It becomes a haunting. You see, people don't realize how much they rely on closure until it's ripped from their hands. Most expect that when things end, there will be a final conversation, a heated argument, maybe even one last apology or goodbye. They expect a conclusion, a closing chapter where they can still feel in control of the story. But when you go no contact, you deny them that. You leave the book open, the pages blank, the ending missing, and that, my friends, is psychological torture for the human mind. The mind craves resolution. It is wired to tie up loose ends, to connect dots, to make sense of the chaos. Without it, thoughts loop endlessly, replaying moments, rewriting scenes, asking questions that have no answers. That's why your silence feels heavier than any words you could ever say. It denies them the finality they need to move forward. It traps them in the unfinished story. Picture this. Imagine watching a movie, 2 hours deep, fully invested in the characters, the drama, the twists. You're sitting on the edge of your seat, waiting for the ending, and suddenly the screen goes black. No resolution, no explanation, just silence. Would you forget about it the next day? No. You'd think about it constantly. You'd wonder, how did it end? Did the hero win? Did they survive? Was the villain punished? That movie would haunt you. That's exactly what your silence does to them. When you go no contact, you leave them without an ending. They don't get to hear your side of the story. They don't get to justify their actions. They don't get to control how the last chapter is written. And that lack of control, that lack of closure, digs into their mind like a thorn they can't pull out. At first, they'll act like they don't care. They'll convince themselves, I'm fine. I don't need closure. I've moved on. But the truth is, silence stretches. Days become weeks, weeks become months, and every unanswered question grows louder. They start replaying old conversations in their head, analyzing your last words, searching for hidden meaning in things you said long ago. They start asking themselves, did I misjudge them? Did I push too far? Were they stronger than I realized? Did I make the biggest mistake of my life? And those questions don't bring them peace, they bring them torment. Marcus Aurelius once said, if you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. And this you have the power to revoke at any moment. But here's the thing. When you go silent, you don't give them the chance to revoke their distress. They don't get to redefine the story because the story never ended. You hold the pen, but you've stopped writing. And the more they sit with that, the more they realize they aren't the main character anymore. They aren't even in control of the script. And here's the hardest part for them. They thought they'd always have that comfort of knowing you'd reach out eventually, that you'd need closure, that you'd come running back to fix the mess. That belief kept them secure, even smug. But now, every day of silence erodes that security. Every day without a message from you whispers louder, this might really be over. They might really be gone. I might never get another chance. And that realization is like a ghost that follows them everywhere. Think about it. People can handle anger. They can handle begging. They can handle tears. Even hatred makes sense to them. It proves they still matter. But indifference, silence, that's something the ego doesn't know how to process. Silence tells them they are no longer significant, no longer relevant, no longer powerful in your world. And when someone who once held power suddenly feels powerless, it shakes them to their core. This is why no contact is not cruelty, it's clarity. You're not punishing them. You're not playing games. You're simply refusing to give them what they want most. A final scene where they can feel in control again. And that refusal haunts them, because now, instead of answers, they have only questions. Instead of peace, they have only regret. Instead of certainty, they have only doubt. My friends, let me remind you of this truth. You don't owe anyone closure. You don't owe them explanations. You don't owe them the comfort of a final conversation that makes them feel better about walking away. Closure is not something they get from you. It's something they have to create within themselves. But when their ego is too fragile, when they depend on your validation to survive, they can't do it. They sit in the unfinished story, hoping one day you'll write the ending for them. But you won't, and that is your power. Seneca once said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." And right now, their imagination is their prison. They replay moments that can't be changed. They obsess over words that can't be unsaid. They fantasize about endings that will never come. And the more they imagine, the deeper their suffering grows. Your silence doesn't just starve their ego, It feeds their overthinking until it consumes them. So yes, they are haunted, haunted by what they lost, haunted by what they never got to say, haunted by the reality that the story of you and them didn't end on their terms. It ended on yours. And that, my friends, is something their pride may never recover from. But here's where the beauty lies for you. While they're trapped in the unfinished story, you're writing a new one, a story of strength, of dignity, of rebirth. You're no longer stuck waiting for answers because you've realized you don't need them. You've learned the most powerful lesson of all. Closure doesn't come from them, it comes from you, and your silence is proof that you've found it. So let's cement this truth together right now. Write it in the comments. I am the chapter they'll never finish. Say it, own it, show it to the world, because that affirmation is not just words, it's a declaration of power. It's you saying, I don't need to explain, I don't need to defend, I don't need to give closure to someone who never gave it to me. Stay with me, because the haunting of the unfinished story is only one part of their torment. What comes next is even heavier. The realization that the void you left behind is too loud to ignore. And that void, my friends, is where silence stops being absence and becomes a scream they can't escape. Number 4. The void becomes too loud. You never realize the weight of someone's presence until their absence becomes unbearable. My friends, this is the moment where silence transforms into a roar. The shock of losing control rattled them. The collapse of their ego broke them. The haunting of the unfinished story keeps gnawing at them. But now, the silence does something even more powerful. It creates a void, and that void becomes too loud for them to ignore. Let me paint the picture. Imagine living in a house where a clock ticks in the background. You hear it every day, so often that it becomes invisible to your awareness. Then one night, the batteries die. The ticking stops. At first, you don't even notice, but the longer you sit in that quiet, the more you realize something is missing. The silence of the clock is louder than the ticking ever was. That's what your absence feels like to them. When you were there, they took your presence for granted. They barely noticed the comfort you provided because it was constant, predictable, always available. But now that it's gone, the void screams in their mind. They once relied on your good morning texts, your late-night check-ins, the way you listened when nobody else understood them. Those things didn't feel big to them at the time. They felt like background noise, something they could always depend on. But now, that noise is gone, and when silence replaces presence, the human heart begins to ache. They feel it in the little moments, in the quiet drive home, in the empty bed at night, in the phone that doesn't light up anymore. Every space that was once filled by you now echoes with your absence. And here's the painful irony. They might have thought leaving you behind would bring them freedom, space, maybe even relief. But relief quickly turns into restlessness. At first, they might celebrate. They might tell themselves, I don't have to deal with them anymore. I'm free. I can do what I want, but freedom without value is emptiness. They removed you, but what replaced you? Nothing, just silence. Just a void that keeps getting louder the longer it lingers. Marcus Aurelius once said, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. And now their thoughts are poisoned by absence. Because your silence forces them to think about all the small things they once ignored, the comfort you provided, the love you gave freely, the loyalty you showed without asking for much in return. Those things are no longer there, and their mind keeps circling back to the one truth they can't escape. They underestimated you. Think about how they try to cope with this void. They distract themselves. They go out more. They post pictures pretending they're happier than ever. They dive into shallow conversations, maybe even new relationships, hoping to fill the emptiness you left behind. But no matter how much noise they create, the void remains. Because the truth is, you weren't just anyone. You weren't just another face, another voice, another option. You were the one who gave them stability, warmth, and understanding in ways others can't replicate, and deep down, they know it. Seneca once said, "He suffers more than necessary who suffers before it is necessary." And that is exactly their torment. Because while the silence hurts in the present, their mind also projects it into the future. They start asking themselves, what if I never find someone like them again? What if I already lost the best thing I'll ever have? What if they've already moved on and I can never get that space back in their life? These questions dig into them like claws, and the void becomes unbearable. But here's what you need to remember, my friends. This is not your burden to carry. The void they feel is not your punishment. It's their consequence. They created it by undervaluing you, by assuming you'd always be there, by treating your presence as disposable. Now, they live with the emptiness they created, and you don't have to lift a finger. Your silence does all the work. And I know what you might be thinking on your side. The early days of no contact feel like you're the one trapped in the void. You wonder if they're missing you, if they even notice, if your absence makes any difference at all. That fear gnaws at you, whispering, what if they never feel it? What if they're fine without me? But let me tell you this, nobody escapes the void of absence. It might not hit them on day 1 or even day 10, but eventually it comes. Because when someone has grown used to your loyalty, your love, your constant energy, its loss becomes undeniable. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Picture someone who drinks water every day without thinking. It's so accessible they don't even value it. Then, one day, the water stops flowing. At first, they think they'll be fine. They tell themselves they'll adapt, that they'll find a substitute. But thirst sets in, dehydration begins, and soon every thought revolves around one thing, the water they once had so freely. That's how your silence works. It dries up the source they never thought they'd lose. This is where your power shines brightest, because while they're battling the void, you're filling your own life with new energy, new focus, new peace. You're not running from silence, you're mastering it. You're using it to grow, to heal, to become stronger, and that's what separates you from them. For you, silence becomes freedom. For them, silence becomes torment. And here's the hard truth they can't face. They thought they could replace you. They thought they could find another source of comfort, another person to fill the space. But replacements never feel the same. The laughter is different. The connection is shallow. The warmth is forced. And every time they compare, they come back to the same realization. No one else can fill the void you left. My friends, let's break the lie right now, the lie that your absence means you don't matter. The truth is, your absence is the loudest proof that you do, because only valuable things leave behind emptiness when they're gone. Your silence speaks volumes. It tells them what words never could, that you are no longer their safety net, their comfort, their constant. And once they realize that, the void swallows them whole. So let's lock this into your mind. Write it in the comments below. My absence is louder than their noise. Say it with confidence. Declare it to yourself and to the world. Because every time you repeat it, you're reminding yourself that silence is not emptiness, it's strength. Stay with me, because the void is just the beginning. What follows next is even darker, the mirror of regret. When the silence grows too loud, they're forced to confront their own reflection. and that's when the real torment begins. Number 5. The mirror of regret. We can deny reality, but we cannot escape the reflection staring back at us. My friends, this is where the silence starts doing something brutal. It doesn't just leave them without answers. It doesn't just leave them with emptiness. It does something much worse. It forces them to face themselves. When you remove your presence, your energy, your validation, it's like holding up a mirror in front of them, and in that mirror, they can no longer see the version of themselves they wanted to believe in. Instead, they see their mistakes, their arrogance, their selfishness, and the way they underestimated you. And that, my friends, is the mirror of regret. Think of it like this. Imagine someone walking through life carrying a mask. That mask is polished, flawless, confident. It hides every insecurity, every flaw, every weakness. When they had you, you made that mask believable. Your forgiveness, your patience, your loyalty, all of it reinforced the illusion that they were better than they truly were. But when you go silent, the mask starts to crack. And behind the mask, staring back at them in the mirror of silence, is a version of themselves they don't want to see. A version full of regret. The lie they told themselves was simple. I can treat them however I want. They'll never leave. They'll always forgive me. That lie kept them comfortable. It kept them careless. It kept them blind. But silence breaks lies. Silence holds up the mirror, and the reflection doesn't lie. Now they're forced to look at the reality they tried to avoid. They took you for granted, and they lost you. At first, they'll resist the mirror. They'll distract themselves with noise, with people, with anything that numbs the sting of regret. They'll laugh louder, post more often, surround themselves with empty attention. But every distraction fades. The music stops, the party ends, the phone battery dies, and in the quiet, the mirror comes back. And when it does, it screams louder than anything else. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." And now their thoughts are no longer dyed with confidence, they're dyed with regret. They replay every decision, every word they threw carelessly at you, every moment they ignored your worth. They ask themselves questions they can't escape. Why did I push them away? Why didn't I value them when I had the chance? What if I never find that kind of love again? These aren't just passing thoughts, they're daggers. And every time they face that mirror, the dagger twists deeper. Picture someone trying to look away from a mirror, but finding it follows them everywhere. In the morning, it's there when they wake up. At night, it's there when they close their eyes. Even in their dreams, the reflection stares back. That's what regret does. It doesn't leave when you want it to. It lingers. It stalks. It becomes part of you. And that's exactly what your silence has created for them. Now let's be real. In the beginning, they won't admit this regret to anyone, not even to themselves. Their pride won't allow it. They'll say things like, "I'm glad it ended. I'm better off." They weren't that special, but words are cheap when the silence starts echoing. Deep down, they know the truth. They know they lost someone who truly cared. They know they lost someone who brought peace, loyalty, and meaning to their life. And that realization cuts deeper than any breakup line ever could. Seneca once said, "Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end." For you, this silence is the start of your rebirth, but for them, it's the start of regret. Because while you're moving forward, they're trapped in the past. While you're building, they're crumbling. While you're finding strength, they're finding regret. And here's the beauty of it, my friends. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to argue. You don't need to prove a point. You don't need to remind them of their mistakes. Your silence does all of that for you. The mirror of regret is built into the void you left behind. They can't escape it because it doesn't come from you. It comes from within themselves. But let's not forget something important here. The mirror of regret isn't just about them, it's also about you. Because silence is a mirror for you too. It shows you the truth you once ignored. It shows you where you gave too much, where you accepted too little, where you allowed yourself to be treated as less. And when you face that reflection, you get to make a choice. You can choose to break the cycle. You can choose to value yourself more. You can choose to rise higher than you ever thought possible. Their regret may haunt them, but your reflection should heal you. And I know, my friends, that in your quiet moments you might still hear that whisper, what if they never regret it? What if they move on and forget me? Let me crush that lie right here. People always regret losing what was rare. Maybe not immediately, maybe not in front of you, but eventually, when the dust settles, when the distractions fade, when they look into the mirror and see the truth, they regret it. And they regret it deeply. Because deep connections don't just vanish. They linger like ghosts, reminding them of what they'll never get back. So here's the hard truth for them. They're not haunted by you. They're haunted by themselves. They're haunted by the choices they made. They're haunted by the fact that they lost someone who truly mattered. That's what the mirror of regret shows them. And no matter how much they try to avoid it, they can't escape their own reflection. My friends, let's seal this into your mind with an affirmation. Write it in the comments. Their regret is not my burden. Say it proudly, because it's not. Their regret belongs to them. Their reflection belongs to them. Their haunting belongs to them. You don't need to carry it. You don't need to fix it. You don't need to wait for it. That's their battle, not yours. And stay with me, because what comes after the mirror is even darker. If regret forces them to face themselves, the next stage, the spiral of overthinking, will trap them in a prison they built with their own thoughts. And that, my friends, is where silence turns their mind into their worst enemy. Number 6. The overthinking spiral. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Seneca. My friends, this is where silence becomes their worst nightmare. The shock of losing control rattled them. The collapse of their ego broke them. The haunting of the unfinished story and the mirror of regret began to eat away at their pride. But now comes something even more suffocating, the overthinking spiral. Silence doesn't just leave them with regret. It traps them in their own mind, forcing them to wrestle with endless questions that have no answers. And that, my friends, is a prison far worse than anything you could ever create. Think about how the human mind works. It hates uncertainty. It wants clarity, finality, explanations. When those aren't there, the imagination steps in, and imagination is cruel. It doesn't give answers that bring peace. It creates endless scenarios, most of them painful, exaggerated, and impossible to escape. That's exactly where they are now. Your silence has left a void, and instead of filling it with truth, they're filling it with fear. Picture someone walking into a pitch-black room. There's nothing there, no noise, no movement, just darkness. But the longer they stand in it, the more their mind begins to invent shadows, monsters, dangers that aren't even real. That's what silence does to them. At first, it's just quiet, but the longer it lasts, the more their mind turns that silence into something terrifying. Their thoughts begin to spiral. Why haven't they texted me? Are they talking to someone else? Have they moved on? Do they hate me now? Did they ever even love me? Each question leads to another, and before they know it, they're drowning in a storm of their own imagination. And here's the painful part. It doesn't stop, because there's no closure, no explanation, no message from you to calm their doubts. Every attempt to make sense of the silence only digs them deeper into confusion. This is the lie they once believed. I know them. I understand them. I can predict them. When you were available, they felt safe in that lie. They knew if they pulled away, you'd chase. They knew if they said something sharp, you'd try to smooth it over. They thought they had you figured out like a predictable map. But now they're lost in the woods, and the map is blank. They don't know where you are, what you're thinking, or what you'll do next. And that mystery drives them insane. Marcus Aurelius once said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." But here's the irony. They don't have power over their mind anymore. You do, and not because you're doing anything, but because you're not. Your silence has become the strongest move you could ever make. It has turned their mind against them. And think about what that does to their daily life. They wake up and wonder if you thought about them last night. They scroll through social media looking for signs, hoping for clues, desperate for anything that shows you're still hurting. They start analyzing old photos, old messages, even the tone of your last words. Every detail becomes a clue in a puzzle they'll never solve. They overthink your absence so much that it consumes them more than your presence ever did. Imagine someone trying to solve a riddle with missing pieces. No matter how many times they arrange the clues, the answer never comes. That's their life now. And the cruelest part? They did this to themselves. They created this storm by underestimating you, by assuming you'd always be there, by never thinking your silence would last. Now, every unanswered question, every blank page, every quiet moment becomes torture. But let me be clear, my friends, their overthinking is not your responsibility. It is not your burden. Too often, people break silence because they feel guilty. Guilty that the other person might be suffering. Guilty that they're leaving them with no answers. But hear me, that guilt is the trap. That guilt is exactly what kept you stuck before. You don't owe them comfort. You don't owe them peace. You don't owe them explanations. Their spiral is their own creation, and their suffering is the consequence of their actions. And yet, while they're spiraling, look at what's happening to you. Silence is teaching you control. Silence is teaching you strength. Silence is showing you that you don't need to react to every urge, that you don't need to give away your power to soothe someone else's ego. You're breaking free while they're getting trapped. You're climbing higher while they're digging deeper. And that's the ultimate reversal. Your silence has switched the roles. They are now the one obsessing, overanalyzing, suffering in the dark, while you are the one reclaiming your light. Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." And your reaction, your silence, is what's reshaping the entire story. They thought they would watch you crumble. Instead, they're the ones crumbling. They thought you would beg for answers. Instead, they're begging themselves for them. They thought they had power. Instead, they're powerless in the face of the storm their own thoughts have created. And here's what makes it even more powerful. They can't escape it. Because overthinking doesn't just hit them at one point in the day. It follows them everywhere. In the middle of work, when they should be focused, a memory of you cuts through. At night, when they should be sleeping, their mind replays every conversation. Even in moments of distraction, when they're laughing with others, your absence sneaks in and whispers, "Remember me?" That's what silence does. It becomes a shadow they can't outrun. So let's break the lie once and for all. Silence doesn't make them forget you. Silence makes them remember you more than ever. Because words can be dismissed, arguments can be twisted, apologies can be ignored, but silence leaves nothing to fight with, nothing to deny, nothing to dismiss. It leaves only their mind, and their mind becomes the loudest punishment of all. My friends, let's seal this truth with an affirmation. Write it in the comments right now. Their overthinking is their prison, not mine. Type it, own it, declare it. Because every time you do, you're reminding yourself that you don't need to carry the weight of their spiral. You don't need to explain, defend, or chase. You simply need to hold your silence, and their imagination will do the rest. And stay with me, because what comes next adds yet another layer to their torment. As much as they overthink, as much as they spiral, there's one thing that holds them back from breaking that silence: their pride. And that pride, my friends, is the very thing chaining them in misery while you keep rising higher. Number 7. Pride chains them in misery. Pride costs us more than hunger, thirst, and cold. My friends, we've walked through the storm together. We've seen the shock of losing control, the collapse of their ego, the haunting of the unfinished story, the void too loud to ignore, the mirror of regret, and the spiral of overthinking. But now we arrive at the cruelest chain of all, their pride. Because even though their heart is screaming for you, even though their mind is restless and consumed by silence, their pride locks the door. They want to reach out. They want to fix it. They want to break the torment. But their ego whispers, "Don't do it. Don't let them see you weak." And that's when pride becomes a prison. Picture someone trapped in a cell with the key in their hand. They could unlock the door at any moment, but their pride won't let them use it. Instead, they sit there, pacing back and forth, convincing themselves that staying locked in proves their strength. That's exactly what's happening to them. They hover over your name, typing a message and deleting it. They rehearse what they'd say if you answered. They imagine every possible outcome, but in the end, they send nothing. Why? Because to reach out would mean admitting something they can't bear to face, that they were wrong, that they misjudged you, that they lost something they thought they'd always control. This is the lie they told themselves. They'll break first. They'll chase me. They'll prove I still matter. That lie gave them comfort, kept them arrogant, made them believe time was on their side. But as the days stretch and your silence only grows stronger, that lie crumbles. The longer you stay quiet, the heavier their pride feels, until it isn't armor anymore. It's a chain wrapped around their neck, suffocating them. Marcus Aurelius once said, "It is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live." And what is pride if not a refusal to truly live? Pride is fear wearing the mask of strength. They're afraid of rejection. They're afraid of humiliation. They're afraid of the truth, that you no longer need them, that you've outgrown them, that your silence has transformed you into someone they can't reach anymore. And rather than face that, they choose to suffer quietly, pretending they're unaffected while their insides are in chaos. But here's where the irony hits hardest, my friends. Pride doesn't protect them. It destroys them. Pride doesn't keep them powerful. It keeps them powerless. Because every day they refuse to act, you become more unreachable. Every day they stay silent, you grow stronger while they grow weaker. Their pride tells them they're holding on to dignity, but the truth is, they're only holding on to pain. Think of a drowning man who refuses to grab the hand reaching out to save him because admitting he needs help would bruise his ego. That's what pride does. It lets people drown in their own misery, all because they're too stubborn to admit they can't swim alone. They would rather choke in silence than admit they need you back. And that, my friends, is their tragedy, not yours. Now, let's bring this back to you, because I know the temptation that creeps in. You think, maybe I should be the bigger person. Maybe I should reach out first. Maybe they're too proud, and if I don't move, we'll never talk again. But hear me clearly, reaching out doesn't make you bigger. It makes you smaller. It pulls you back into the chains you just broke free from. Their pride is not your responsibility. Their chains are not yours to carry. If they can't swallow their ego to face you, that's their loss. You are not here to rescue someone from the prison they built for themselves. Seneca once said, "It is the power of the mind to be unconquerable." And right now, your mind is your fortress. Your silence is your shield. While they are chained by pride, you are freed by discipline. That's the difference between you and them. They're stuck in the past, held hostage by fear of looking weak. You're moving into the future, fueled by the strength of staying unshakable. And here's the truth you must hold on to. Pride is temporary, but regret is permanent. They may hold on to pride now, but pride doesn't keep them warm at night. Pride doesn't silence the doubts in their head. Pride doesn't erase the void in their chest. Eventually, pride will crack under the weight of silence. But by the time it does, you may be so far gone that they'll never catch up. And that is their punishment. The realization that they waited too long, that their chains mattered more than you, that they lost the chance to fix what they broke. My friends, let this be your victory. Their silence isn't proof of strength, it's proof of weakness. Your silence isn't proof of weakness, it's proof of strength. That's the paradox they can't handle. They're chained by pride, but you're free in power. They're suffering in misery, but you're rising in clarity. And the longer this goes on, the clearer it becomes. Silence was never your punishment. It was your rebirth. So, as we close this journey, let's stamp this truth into your soul with one final affirmation. Write it in the comments. Their pride is their prison, not mine. Type it, own it, declare it. Show it to yourself, show it to the world, show it to anyone who doubts your strength. And if this message has spoken to your heart, if it's reminded you of your power, if it's helped you see the truth of silence, then do this right now. Press that like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss another lesson like this. Share this video with someone who needs to hear it, because silence is not just absence, it's wisdom, it's clarity, it's transformation. Stay strong, stay unshakable, stay free. And remember this always, your silence is not their victory. Your silence is yours. And in the end, it's what sets you free. Silence is the loudest scream. That line alone can flip your perspective, my friends, because silence isn't nothingness. It isn't a weakness. It isn't a retreat. It's a roar so powerful that it shakes the mind more than words ever could. And tonight, that roar isn't echoing in your chest. It's echoing in theirs. At night, when the world slows down, when the traffic outside fades, when even the clock on the wall seems to breathe slower, that's when your silence hits the hardest. That's when it becomes the weight that presses on their mind, keeping them awake, restless, unable to escape the very presence you left behind. Stay with me, because in this video, I'm going to break down exactly why silence is not a game. It's discipline, it's control, and it's the one thing that will keep them tossing and turning while you rest in peace. But before we dive in, do me a quick favor. Hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and drop one powerful word in the comments right now. Discipline. Because that's what this whole journey is about, my friends. Hey folks, imagine this. You walk into a room where a painting hung for years, the centerpiece of the entire space. One day, it's gone. The wall looks bare, awkward, incomplete. Your eyes keep going back to that spot as if searching for something that isn't there anymore. That's what your silence feels like to them. You're not just absent. You're the missing painting their eyes can't stop searching for. And the longer they stare at the emptiness, the heavier it gets. But here's the lie people try to sell you. They'll say silence means you've lost. They'll tell you silence makes you weak, that it proves you care less. Let me break that lie right now. Silence is not weakness. It's power under control. It's like holding a sword steady in its sheath while the other person swings wildly in the air. Marcus Aurelius once said, You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. That's what you're doing when you choose silence. You're refusing to be dragged into chaos. You're refusing to let someone else dictate your worth. Now think about this. At night, their bed becomes a battlefield. The pillow is soft, but their thoughts are sharp. Every time they turn, your absence turns with them. They replay the old conversations, the little moments, the laughter, the arguments, and the silence makes those memories louder. While you're out here resting easy, their own mind becomes the ghost that keeps them awake. And let me sprinkle a little fun here, folks. You ever notice how when your phone battery dies, you start imagining all the notifications you must be missing? Suddenly, your phone becomes the most important thing in the world. That's what silence does to them. They imagine the missed notifications. They imagine the messages you're not sending. They imagine you living, breathing, moving forward without them. And it eats at them because they can't scroll past your presence. This isn't about revenge. This isn't about cruelty. This is about reclaiming your power. Seneca said, "He who is brave is free." And freedom, my friends, doesn't come from chasing, begging, or explaining yourself into exhaustion. It comes from discipline, from standing so firmly in your peace that nothing outside can shake you. That's the lesson here. So as we dive deeper into why your silence keeps them awake at night, hold on to this truth. Silence isn't emptiness, it's presence in its strongest form. And your discipline tonight is their sleeplessness tomorrow. That's the power you carry. Now, before we go further, I want you to do two things. First, press that like button and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Second, drop this affirmation in the comments. Strength in silence. Write it, show it, claim it. And stay with me, because what I'm about to share will change the way you see silence forever. Number 1. The echo of absence. What is not said speaks louder than what is shouted. My friends, that's the kind of truth that shakes people to their core. Silence isn't nothing, it's the heaviest sound in the room, and when you hold it with discipline, it echoes inside their mind long after the conversation ends, long after the door has closed, long after the lights have gone out. At night, when distractions fade and everything slows down, that's when your silence becomes unbearable for them. That's when the echo grows louder. Imagine this with me. You've walked into a familiar room every day for years, and on the wall hangs a massive mirror. You see yourself in it daily. You get used to its presence. Then one day, the mirror is gone. The wall is empty, bare, almost awkward. And now, every time you pass that wall, your eyes go back to it, searching for what used to be there. You can't ignore the space. You can't forget what once filled it. That's how your silence works for them. It's not just emptiness. It's a missing presence that draws attention more than if it were still there. And here's what begins to happen. They lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, and suddenly your silence isn't quiet anymore. It's loud. It's screaming questions into their mind. Why aren't you calling? Why haven't you reached out? Why does it feel like you let go so easily? Folks, this is where fear creeps in, because the human mind hates empty spaces. It fills them with possibilities, with doubts, with memories. They start to replay old moments, conversations, laughter, even arguments. All of it rushes back because your silence created the space for those echoes to return. Now let me break a lie for you. People will tell you silence means you're weak, that it means you've got nothing to say, that it means you've surrendered. But that's a lie created by those who fear silence themselves. The truth? Silence is presence. Silence is control. Silence is your voice without words. Marcus Aurelius said, "The best revenge is not to be like your enemy." And in relationships, that means you don't react impulsively, you don't beg when they withhold, and you don't break your discipline just because you feel uncomfortable. Instead, you let the echo of absence do the talking. Think about this, my friends. When noise is constant, nobody notices it. But when the noise suddenly stops, everyone looks up. That's why silence carries more weight than words. It's the pause in a song that makes you lean in. It's the sudden hush in a crowd that makes you wonder what's coming next. And for them, your silence is exactly that. A pause so loud they can't escape it. Questions flood their mind. Is this strength? Is this indifference? Have they moved on already? Or are they simply too disciplined to break? These questions don't go away. They multiply, they echo, and while they search for answers, they're forced to face something they didn't expect. You're no longer giving them the validation they once took for granted. That's the echo of absence. Here's the fear no one talks about. They realize that silence doesn't just mean you're gone, it means you might be stronger without them. They wonder if your silence is a sign of peace, of growth, of freedom. And that thought cuts deeper than any angry word ever could, because anger says you still care, begging says you still need them. But silence leaves them in the dark, wrestling with their own thoughts, and that darkness keeps them awake. And don't think this is easy, folks. Discipline never is. It's hard not to react. It's hard not to send that late-night text just to relieve your own discomfort. It's hard not to prove your worth with words. But Epictetus reminds us, no man is free who is not master of himself. When you hold your silence, you're proving mastery, not over them, but over yourself. That's the battle you win. Let me give you another metaphor. Imagine standing at the edge of a canyon. You shout into it, and seconds later the echo returns. It's your own voice bouncing back at you, only louder. That's exactly what your silence becomes for them. Their own words, their own decisions, their own choices bouncing back in the quiet, amplified until they can't escape them. You don't need to remind them of what they lost. The canyon does it for you. Your silence is the canyon. Their thoughts are the echo. So why is this so difficult for them to handle? Because people expect noise, they expect reaction, they expect a script. When the script breaks, fear enters. They thought you would argue, plead, chase, but instead you chose silence. And that choice flips everything upside down. The power shifts. The control slips from their hands. And suddenly, they're the ones awake at night, while you've already learned to rest. Listen closely, my friends. Your silence isn't about punishing anyone. It's about proving something to yourself. That you can stand calm when storms rage. That you don't need validation to know your worth. That peace isn't given to you. It's built within you. That's why silence is powerful. It reveals your strength without you lifting a finger. So when the nights feel long, remember this. Your silence isn't emptiness. It's presence in its strongest form. It's not weakness. It's proof of control. It's not retreat. It's evidence of discipline. And while they toss and turn with questions they can't silence, you rest in the fortress of your calm. Now, I want you to write this affirmation in the comments. My silence is power. Show it to yourself. Show it to the world. Let it echo back to you. Number 2. The mirror of their choices. When you look into the mirror, you see not only what you are, but what you've become. My friends, silence doesn't just create space. It doesn't just echo through the night. It does something even more dangerous for them. It forces them to look into the mirror of their own choices. And let me tell you, that mirror doesn't flatter. It doesn't lie. It doesn't let them escape. It shows them exactly what they did, what they lost, and what they underestimated. Think about it. Words can be denied, arguments can be twisted, excuses can be built like walls to block out the truth. But silence? Silence has no script to fight against. It leaves them with nothing but themselves. And that is the hardest battle of all. When you stay silent, when you choose discipline instead of reaction, you hand them the mirror and say, "Look, face yourself." And at night, when distractions fall away, they are forced to do just that. Imagine a room stripped of sound, no music, no noise, just stillness. In that stillness, even the smallest creak of a floorboard, even the sound of your own breath feels magnified. That's what silence does to them. It magnifies the truth. It magnifies their doubts. It magnifies the weight of their decisions. And while they thought they could walk away clean, they now see every crack, every flaw, every misstep staring back at them in that mirror. And here's the lie people often believe, that walking away makes them powerful, that leaving puts them in control, that silence means they've already won. But let's break that lie right now. Walking away may feel like control in the moment, but silence has a way of eroding that illusion over time. Because the longer you stay disciplined, the longer you hold your peace, the heavier that mirror becomes in their hands. And eventually, they stop seeing power in their choice and start seeing the cost. Folks, you know what's unsettling. At first, they convince themselves, "I did the right thing. It's better this way. I had to let go." They might even laugh with their friends, tell stories, put on a mask of certainty. But here's the truth. Masks slip when the lights go out. When it's just them and the silence, the confidence they put on during the day starts to crumble. And the mirror shows them not strength, but second-guessing. Not peace, but doubt. Not freedom, but regret. And that's the beauty of silence. It doesn't give them anything to argue with. If you had shouted, they could call you bitter. If you had begged, they could call you weak. But when you're silent, they have no labels, no script, no weapon. They're left alone, staring at their own reflection. And my friends, that reflection can cut deeper than anything you could say. Picture this. You're standing before a mirror after years of ignoring your health. Suddenly, you see the toll, the lines on your face, the wear on your body, the truth you've been avoiding. It's not the mirror's fault. The mirror didn't create the truth. It just revealed it. That's what your silence does. It doesn't create guilt, doubt, or regret in them. It simply reveals what's already there, and they can't unsee it. This is where fear comes in, because now the questions start. Did I walk away too soon? Did I mistake their patience for weakness? Did I misjudge their worth? And notice, folks, these questions don't belong to you. They belong to them. You don't have to plant them. You don't have to say a word. Their own reflection, magnified by your silence, plants them all by itself. And here's something powerful. Epictetus said, "We cannot choose our external circumstances, but we can always choose how we respond." Your silence proves you've chosen wisely. You've chosen not to be disturbed by their choices, not to collapse under their rejection, not to beg for their approval. Instead, you let them confront themselves. You stand grounded, and in that groundedness, you force them to face the mirror without you even lifting a finger. But let's be honest, why is this so difficult for them? Because silence leaves no escape. They can't distract themselves forever. They can't scroll endlessly, laugh endlessly, or deny endlessly. The mirror always comes back, and when it does, it strips away every excuse until all that's left is truth. And truth, my friends, is heavy. It weighs on the mind. It gnaws at the heart. It keeps them tossing, turning, awake at night. Think of it like this. Imagine a courtroom where every witness has spoken, every lawyer has made their case, and then suddenly the judge walks in. Silent. No words, no argument, no expression, just silence. That silence is more intimidating than any speech could be because it forces everyone in the room to reflect on what was already said, already done. That's what your silence feels like to them. They're the ones who already made their choices, and now the silence is the judge reminding them of it. And while they wrestle with that, what are you doing? You're at peace, because the mirror doesn't belong to you. It belongs to them. You've already moved forward, already mastered yourself. You've accepted what was and chosen discipline over reaction. That's why your silence is so powerful. It doesn't pull you down, it lifts you up. And in that strength, you force them to confront the weakness of their own decisions. My friends, remember this. Silence isn't about punishing them. It's not about proving a point. It's not about revenge. It's about standing so firmly in your own self-control that they can't help but see themselves clearly. And once they do, the truth of their choices becomes louder than anything you could have spoken. So let me leave you with this. While they stare into the mirror of their own decisions, you stare into the mirror of your strength. You don't react, you don't chase, you don't crumble. You stand still, calm and unshaken. And that contrast is what unsettles them most. Drop this affirmation in the comments. I am unshaken. Write it, own it, let it echo. Show yourself and the world around you that your silence is not emptiness, it's mastery. And stay with me, because in the next part we're going to dig into something even more unsettling, the fire of curiosity, the part of silence that burns brighter the more it's starved. And trust me, you won't want to miss how that fire keeps them awake at night. Number 3. The fire of curiosity. It is not what we know that torments us, but what we cannot know. That truth, my friends, is the seed of restlessness, the spark of sleepless nights. When you hold your silence, you ignite something far more powerful than words ever could. You ignite the fire of curiosity. And unlike the flames of anger or passion that burn quickly and fade, curiosity is a fire that smolders, grows, and consumes from the inside out. Think about it. Certainty calms the mind. When people know the script, when they can predict your actions, they feel in control. But the moment you break that script with silence, the certainty vanishes. And in its place, a fire that refuses to be quenched. They start asking questions they can't answer. Questions that circle like smoke, filling every corner of their thoughts. Where are you? Who are you with? Have you already moved on? Do you even care? And my friends, unanswered questions are heavier than any spoken truth. Imagine this. You're standing in a dark room with a locked box in the center. You don't know what's inside. Could be treasure, could be nothing, could be a weapon, could be a gift. The not knowing consumes you more than the truth ever could. That's exactly what your silence does. It becomes the locked box in their mind, and the more they think about it, the more obsessed they become with opening it. And here's the lie we need to break. People will tell you that silence kills curiosity, that if you don't respond, they'll forget. Wrong. Silence feeds curiosity. Silence gives it oxygen. Silence allows their imagination to run wild, to build scenarios that may not even exist. They don't need proof, they only need possibility. And possibility, folks, is the most dangerous fuel of all. At first, they might shrug it off. I don't care. I'm not even thinking about them. They might even laugh it away in front of their friends. But when the lights go out, when the phone screen dims, and when the room grows still, that's when the fire returns. They scroll through your profile, checking for updates, searching for signs. Did you post something new? Did someone else comment? Did you move on quietly while they weren't looking? And if they find nothing, the fire only grows hotter, because the absence of answers is worse than bad news. The mind hates blanks. It fills them with stories, with fears, with possibilities. And while you rest calmly, trusting your discipline, their mind runs marathons trying to make sense of what you've chosen not to explain. Epictetus said, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control, and that's exactly what you're doing when you hold your silence. You refuse to hand them control over your peace. You refuse to fuel their narrative. You refuse to give them the answers they crave, and by doing that, you create space for the fire of curiosity to consume them, not you. Picture it like this. You're sitting at a poker table. Everyone else is showing their tells, tapping the table, biting their lip, revealing their nerves. But you sit calm, expressionless, unmoved. They can't read you. They can't predict you. And because they can't predict you, they start to second-guess their own hand. They start to sweat. They start to wonder if you're holding something powerful or if you're bluffing. That's the fire of curiosity in action. It's not about what you reveal, it's about what you withhold. Now, let's talk about fear, because curiosity always leads to fear when it can't be satisfied. At first, they just want to know, but soon that curiosity twists into dread. What if you're already at peace without them? What if you've already moved on? What if you've found someone who values what they overlooked? And here's the kicker, they don't even need proof. The mere possibility burns them alive. That's why curiosity is such a powerful weapon. It doesn't require you to lift a finger. Their own imagination becomes their tormentor. And let's be real here, folks. This isn't easy for them because they thought they had the script. They thought they could predict your behavior. They thought silence was just a phase, a moment of weakness. But when the silence doesn't break, when the answers don't come, their confidence collapses. And suddenly, they're not laughing. They're not certain. They're restless, tossing, turning, wide awake at night while you're already asleep, calm and unbothered. Now, why is it difficult for you? Because the temptation to break silence is strong. You want to see their reaction. You want to feed your own ego with their response. You want to confirm that they're still thinking about you. But remember the wisdom of the Stoics. Control lies only within. The moment you break silence to chase reassurance, you hand them the keys back. You give away your discipline, and the fire you started in their mind begins to die. But when you hold your silence, you let the fire grow. You let it burn. You let them feel the full weight of uncertainty. Here's a metaphor you'll never forget. Think of curiosity like a candle in the dark. When you light it, it flickers small, harmless. But when no answers come, the flame doesn't go out. It spreads. It jumps to curtains, to furniture, to the whole house. And suddenly, it's an inferno. That's what silence does. It turns curiosity from a flicker into a blaze that consumes their peace. And the more they try to put it out, the stronger it grows. Because the only water that could quench it, your words, never arrive. And while they're trapped in that fire, you stand outside, untouched, calm, grounded. You don't fan the flames, but you don't extinguish them either. You simply watch as curiosity does the work for you. That's the discipline of a Stoic. That's the mastery Epictetus spoke of. Not controlling others, but mastering yourself. So, my friends, remember this. Silence is not the end of curiosity. It's the beginning. It's not the killer of questions. It's the creator of them. And when you stay disciplined, when you hold your peace, you give curiosity room to do what it does best: burn. Write this affirmation in the comments. I fuel the fire. Because that's what your silence does. It ignites questions they cannot answer, it burns in their mind long after the lights go out, and it keeps them awake while you rest. Number 4. The collapse of control. He who controls others may be powerful, but he who has mastered himself is mightier still. My friends, that old truth cuts deeper than any blade. Because here's the reality: when you choose silence, you're not only taking back control, you're dismantling theirs. They thought they had it. They thought they could predict the script. They thought walking away or withholding their presence would leave you scrambling, begging, proving. But when you didn't, when you chose discipline instead of desperation, the entire illusion of control collapsed before their eyes. And nothing shakes the human mind more than realizing the power it thought it held was never real to begin with. Think about it. Control thrives on predictability. People feel powerful when they know how the other person will respond. If I push this button, they'll react this way. If I pull this string, they'll dance the way I expect. That's the game. But silence breaks the game. Silence destroys the pattern. Silence removes the strings. And suddenly, they're left staring at a chessboard where their next move no longer guarantees the outcome. That's the collapse of control, and it's one of the most unsettling experiences a person can face. Imagine being on stage in front of a crowd, reading lines from a script. You know what comes next, you know how the play ends, you know the reaction you're supposed to get. But then, right in the middle, your scene partner doesn't say their line. They stay silent. Now you're frozen. The audience is waiting. The script is broken. The confidence drains from your body because the story you thought you were telling no longer exists. That's what your silence does to them. It removes the script, and without the script, control collapses. At first, they laugh it off. They'll come back. They always do. They wait by the phone, expecting the flood of messages, the desperate apologies, the attempts to patch things up, because that's what they thought the script said. But when the silence doesn't break, when the phone stays empty, when your presence remains calm and absent, the laughter fades, the mask slips, and control begins to dissolve. They thought they had you figured out, but silence makes you unpredictable. And unpredictable is the one thing control cannot survive. Let me break another lie here. They'll tell you silence is passive, that staying quiet means you've surrendered, that it means you've given up. But the truth, silence is not passive. It's active. It's the strongest move you can make on the board. Because silence flips the weight of responsibility. You're no longer reacting to them, they're reacting to you. You're no longer trying to win their approval, they're trying to figure out why they lost your attention. And in that shift, the entire power dynamic flips upside down. Folks, let's be honest, this isn't easy for them because control is addictive. They thrive on it, feed on it, build their confidence on it, and when it's gone, the withdrawal is real. They feel restless, anxious, unsure. Nights become longer, thoughts become heavier, doubts become louder, because the more your silence stretches, the more their illusion crumbles. And when illusions crumble, people face the one thing they fear most: truth. Seneca once said, "He is most powerful who has himself in his own power." That's exactly what you're showing when you stay disciplined. You didn't allow their choices to drag you into chaos. You didn't allow their games to dictate your peace. You didn't allow their silence to force your reaction. Instead, you stayed still, calm, grounded. And that stillness, that refusal to be moved, reveals the real source of power. It was never them, it was always you. Picture it like this. They walked away thinking they'd flipped the hourglass. That time was now working in their favor. They expected you to panic as the sand slipped away, but instead, you didn't move, you didn't chase, you didn't plead. You simply sat still, as if you had all the time in the world. And suddenly, they realized the hourglass was never in their hands. It was in yours. That realization crushes the illusion of control, and in its place grows doubt, fear, and regret. Here's the psychology behind it. When people believe they control you, they feel secure, but when you show them they never did, their security turns to insecurity. Their confidence turns to uncertainty, and uncertainty is what keeps them awake at night. They start wondering, did I misjudge? Did I underestimate? Did I just lose something I can't replace? And those questions eat away at them because they have no answers. And let's not sugarcoat it. This isn't easy for you either. Discipline rarely is. You'll feel the urge to break silence, to reassert your presence, to prove you're still strong. But that's the trap. Because the moment you do, the illusion of control rebuilds itself in their mind. The script resets, and you've given away the strength you held. But when you resist, when you let silence stand, you prove that control was never theirs to begin with. It was always in your hands, resting in your ability to master yourself. My friends, imagine two people in a staring contest. One blinks, one doesn't. The one who blinks feels weak, defeated, controlled. But here's the twist. Sometimes you don't even need to stare back. Sometimes simply closing your eyes, resting, refusing to engage, proves the greater strength. Because you show that you're not even playing their game anymore. That's silence, that's mastery, that's the collapse of control. And this is where the fear sets in deepest for them. They thought leaving meant freedom. They thought silence meant strength. They thought the script was theirs. But now they realize the freedom wasn't theirs. It was yours? The strength wasn't theirs, it was yours. The script wasn't theirs. You burned it the moment you chose not to follow it. And when that truth hits, the illusion of control collapses completely. So remember this, folks. Your silence doesn't just echo. It doesn't just burn curiosity. It topples the entire structure of control they built in their mind. And once that structure falls, once the dust clears, they're left with nothing but the truth that you were never theirs to control. That your peace doesn't depend on their presence, that your strength isn't tied to their choices, that you, and only you, decide how you move forward. Write this affirmation in the comments. I hold the power, because that's what silence proves. It reveals that the control they thought they had was nothing more than an illusion, and the man who holds himself steady, who refuses to react, who stays grounded in silence, that man always wins. Press that like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and stay with me, because next we're going to step into an even deeper truth, the haunting of memories, the place where silence doesn't just shift power, but resurrects the very moments they thought they buried. And trust me, you'll want to see how that ghost walks into their nights. Number 5. The haunting of memories. The past is never where you think you left it. My friends, that one line captures the heart of what silence does. Because when you go quiet, when you refuse to chase, when you stop feeding their world with your presence, you awaken something they thought was dead and buried. You awaken memories. Your silence isn't just a pause in the present, it's a doorway that opens the past, and through it march every moment, every laugh, every look, every piece of history they thought they'd already escaped. Let's be honest. People believe they can bury the past. They think time erases it, that distractions drown it, that pride locks it away. But silence is the key that opens the lock. Why? Because silence removes the noise of the present. And when there's no new sound to fill the space, the mind reaches back to the old ones. That's the haunting of memories. At night, when they lay their head on the pillow, when the phone is quiet, when there's no distraction left, the silence breathes life back into what they thought was gone. Imagine walking through a house you once lived in. The furniture is gone, the rooms are empty, but the walls still hold the echoes. You step into the kitchen and you hear laughter that isn't there. You open a door and you remember the arguments, the warmth, the tears. The house is empty, but it's not silent. It's filled with ghosts. That's what your silence does. It turns their mind into that empty house, and suddenly every memory they thought they left behind starts moving through the hallways. At first, they fight it. They tell themselves, "I'm over it. I don't think about them anymore." They convince themselves that the past is finished, sealed, forgotten. But silence doesn't let them lie, because silence acts like an amplifier, magnifying the smallest thought into a loud echo. That little flicker of memory, your laugh, your presence, the way you once looked at them, becomes a fire in their mind. And the harder they try to push it away, the stronger it grows. Here's the lie society sells, that moving on means forgetting, that if you distract yourself long enough, the past disappears. But the truth is, the past doesn't disappear. It waits. It waits for silence. It waits for stillness. It waits for the moment when there's nothing left to drown it out. And when that moment comes, the past doesn't just knock politely, it barges in. Your silence opens the door wide. Think about this, folks. When you were present, when your voice was there, when your energy was constant, the memories faded into the background. You gave them something new to focus on, even if it was conflict or chaos. But when you withdraw, when the noise dies down, the background steps into the spotlight, and that's when the haunting begins. They remember the way you smiled at something only the two of you understood. They remember the way you defended them, the way you made them feel safe, the way you challenged them. They remember the fights too, but even those feel different in hindsight, because silence changes the way the past is seen. What once felt ordinary now feels precious. What once felt easy to dismiss now feels heavy with meaning. And here's what makes it worse for them. Memories aren't just pictures, they're feelings. The brain doesn't just replay what happened, it replays how it felt. So when silence brings back the memories, it also brings back the emotions. And those emotions don't just pass by, they settle in, keeping them restless through the night. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That's the Stoic truth you embody when you stay silent. You don't allow the past to hold you hostage. You've accepted it, let it go, moved forward. But they become prisoners of it again. While you're resting, they're replaying. While you're calm, they're haunted. While you're free, they're chained to the very memories they thought they buried. Imagine a song you haven't heard in years. One day it comes on unexpectedly, and instantly you're transported. The room around you fades. You feel emotions you thought were gone. That's how memory works. And in silence their mind plays that song on repeat. Every lyric, every chord, every line drags them back to you. They thought they hit skip. They thought the playlist moved on. But silence pressed replay. Now here's the fear that comes with this haunting. They realize the past isn't gone. They realize you're not as replaceable as they thought. They realize that time didn't erase you. It only hid you. And when silence brings you back, you return, not as a faint thought, but as a ghost they can't outrun. That ghost keeps them awake, not because you're there, but because you're not. Your absence makes the presence of memory louder. And folks, let me tell you, this isn't easy for them, because pride tells them not to look back. Pride tells them not to miss you. Pride tells them not to admit what they feel. But pride is heavy, and silence makes it heavier. Every memory weighs on that pride like bricks on a fragile wall. Eventually, the wall cracks, and when it does, regret seeps through. But here's the beautiful part for you. You don't need to remind them. You don't need to post, to prove, to reach out. Your silence does the work. The haunting isn't created by you, it's created by them. Their own mind is the projector, their own heart is the screen, their own memories are the film. And while they sit through the show, you're already living in the present, already writing a new script, already walking in peace. So let's be clear, the haunting of memories isn't your burden, it's theirs. You've accepted the past, you've moved forward, you've mastered yourself. That's why you sleep at night. They haven't accepted, they haven't mastered, they haven't faced the weight of what was. That's why they lie awake. My friends, remember this. Silence doesn't just keep them curious. It doesn't just collapse control. It resurrects the very moments they thought they buried. And those moments don't whisper. They scream. They haunt. They echo. And they won't let them rest. Write this affirmation in the comments. I am free from the past, because that's your truth. You've moved on. You've accepted. You've mastered yourself. But they're haunted by the memories your silence brought back to life. And that haunting, more than anything, is what keeps them awake at night. Number 6. The clock that ticks louder. Time discovers truth. Seneca wrote those words centuries ago, and yet, my friends, they hit harder now than ever. Because when you hold your silence, time itself becomes your ally. What feels like minutes to you stretches into hours for them. What feels like hours to you becomes sleepless nights for them. Your silence makes the clock tick louder, and with each tick, the truth they've been avoiding grows heavier. Here's the reality. During the day, they can distract themselves. They can bury their mind in work, laugh with friends, scroll endlessly through their phone. They can convince themselves that they've moved on, that they're in control, that your absence doesn't bother them. But the night is different. At night, when the laughter fades, when the notifications slow down, when the world finally grows still, that's when silence teams up with time. That's when every second on the clock feels like a hammer strike in their chest. Imagine sitting in a waiting room, no phone, no magazine, nothing to occupy you, just silence and a ticking clock on the wall. At first it's fine. A few minutes pass, you tell yourself it's nothing. But as the minutes stretch, as the ticking grows louder, you start to fidget, to shift, to grow restless. That's exactly what happens to them when you hold your silence. The longer it stretches, the heavier it becomes. And here's the lie they believed, that time would be their ally. They thought walking away would make you panic first, that the silence would drive you to break, that you'd reach out before they even had the chance to feel restless. They thought time was working in their favor. But when the hours pass, when the nights turn into weeks and your silence still stands unbroken, they realize something they never expected. Time has betrayed them. The clock isn't their friend anymore. It's yours. Picture this, folks. They pick up their phone, stare at your name, and wait. Maybe they even type a message, but pride stops them from sending it. They tell themselves, if I just wait a little longer, they'll reach out. But the minutes pass. The hours pass. Midnight comes. No message. The clock ticks louder. That pride, once so solid, starts to crack under the weight of waiting, and the longer it ticks, the deeper the cracks go. That's the torment of time. They can't stop it, can't control it, can't fast forward through it, and every tick without your words feels like proof. Proof that you're calm, proof that you're unmoved, proof that maybe, just maybe, you've already let go. That's what makes the clock unbearable. It's not just the absence of noise, it's the presence of possibility. Now let's break another lie. People will tell you that waiting makes you weak, that patience means passivity. But the truth is the opposite. Patience is power. Patience is strength. Patience is dominance, because patience shows that you've mastered yourself. You don't need answers right now. You don't need validation right now. You don't crumble under the pressure of waiting. Instead, you let time work for you. You let silence deepen its weight with every passing hour. And that's something few men ever learn to do. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." My friends, when you wait calmly, when you refuse to break silence, you prove mastery, you prove freedom, you prove that your peace isn't held hostage by their response. While they toss and turn with impatience, you rest easy. While they keep checking the clock, you don't even notice it, because time isn't your enemy, it's your greatest ally. Think of it like this. Two people stand in a room filled with silence. One fidgets, shifts, checks their watch, unable to handle the stillness. The other stands calm, unbothered, breathing evenly. Who has the power in that moment? Not the restless one, always the one at peace. And that's you. You're the one who doesn't blink, who doesn't break, who doesn't let the ticking clock dictate your state of mind. That's what drives them restless. It's not just the silence, it's the fact that you've made peace with time while they're enslaved by it. Here's where the fear creeps in for them. At first, they're sure. They tell themselves you'll crack eventually, but as time stretches and nothing happens, the certainty fades. Doubt takes its place. Then fear. Fear that you've already moved on. Fear that you don't care anymore. Fear that the silence they thought was temporary has become permanent. And my friends, that fear is what keeps them awake while you sleep soundly. And yes, this is difficult for you too, because silence feels heavy at times, waiting feels endless. The temptation to break it, to prove your strength, to send that message just to see their reaction, it's real. But remember what Seneca taught. Time discovers truth. You don't need to force the truth. You don't need to demand it. You don't need to rush it. The truth always surfaces, and time will reveal it without you lifting a finger. That's the discipline of a Stoic. You don't rush, you don't beg, you don't crumble under waiting. You walk hand in hand with time, knowing it always exposes what needs to be seen. While they fight it, you embrace it. While they fear it, you welcome it. And that's why time punishes them but rewards you. So remember this, the longer you hold silence, the louder the clock ticks for them, not for you. For you, patience is peace. For them, patience is torment. For you, silence is strength. For them, silence is chaos. And every night that passes without your reaction deepens the impression of your control. My friends, your silence doesn't just unsettle them, it proves something deeper. It proves that time no longer controls you. that you're not desperate for answers, not enslaved by urgency, not broken by waiting. You've mastered yourself, and the man who has mastered himself always wins. So drop this affirmation in the comments. Patience is my power. Write it, show it, own it. Let it remind you that every tick of the clock is working for you, not against you. And while they lie awake, restless, haunted by silence, you rest easy because time is on your side. Number 7. The fear of replacement. It is not what we lose that destroys us, but the thought of being replaced. My friends, let that line sink in, because when silence stretches long enough, when the echo of your absence has grown heavy, when curiosity is burned and the clock has ticked louder with every passing night, a new kind of fear enters their mind. And this fear is sharper than regret, heavier than doubt, and harder to silence than pride. It's the fear of replacement. The whisper in the dark that says, "What if someone else has now taken my place?" Here's the truth. Silence doesn't just make them restless, it leaves space. And space is dangerous because space leaves room for imagination. And imagination, when it collides with insecurity, is ruthless. They start to wonder where you are, who you're with, and what you're doing. But then the question grows darker. What if someone else now receives the attention I once took for granted? That thought alone is enough to keep them tossing, turning, wide awake. Picture this. They open their phone late at night, scroll through your profile, searching for clues. Maybe they don't find anything. Maybe there's no new post, no new picture, no evidence of someone else. But that doesn't bring peace. It makes things worse, because the absence of proof doesn't silence the fear. It amplifies it. The mind doesn't need evidence to suffer. It only needs possibility. And possibility, my friends, is the sharpest blade of all. Think of how tormenting this is. In the past, they didn't need to wonder. You were always there, always available, always reaching out. They knew your attention was theirs, but your silence breaks that security. It forces them to face the truth that they no longer have access to your mind, your heart, or your time. And that loss of control becomes unbearable. Because if you're not giving your attention to them, then who are you giving it to? That's the question that steals their sleep. Here's the lie we need to break. People convince themselves that silence means you're stuck, that you're hurting, that you're still waiting. But the truth is, silence creates mystery, and mystery is powerful. It makes them wonder if your silence is strength, if your silence is peace, or if your silence is because someone else now fills the space they abandoned. And that uncertainty gnaws at them every single night. Epictetus said, "Freedom begins the moment we stop craving control over others." That's what you've done. You've stopped craving control over them. You've stopped chasing. You've stopped trying to explain or convince. And because you've stepped into freedom, they now feel the chains of their own fear. Your silence becomes the closed door they can't open, the locked book they can't read. And behind that door, behind those pages, their imagination writes its own story. A story where you've already moved on. A story where you've found someone new. A story where they've been replaced. Let me give you a metaphor. Imagine standing outside a house at night. The lights are on inside, but the curtains are drawn. You can't see what's happening. You can only guess. And the more you guess, the more obsessed you become with knowing. That's what your silence feels like to them. The lights are on in your life, but they can't see inside. So they create stories, they imagine replacements, and those thoughts torment them more than any reality ever could. And this is where fear hits deepest, because replacement isn't just about losing someone. It's about losing significance. It's about realizing they're no longer the center of your attention, no longer the one who defines your energy. That fear cuts straight to the ego, and silence feeds it perfectly. Because silence gives no answers, no comfort, no reassurance. It forces them to live with the possibility that someone else now holds what they lost. Folks, think about how ironic this is. They thought leaving gave them control. They thought silence made them strong. But now it's your silence, your discipline, your calmness that has shifted the entire balance. They thought you would chase. Instead, you stood still. They thought you would prove your worth. Instead, you proved your peace. And now the same silence they thought would weaken you is what keeps them awake, haunted by the idea that someone else might already be in your place. And let me say this, it isn't easy for you either, because discipline is always tested. The temptation is there to prove a point, to hint at replacement, to show them what they lost. But that's not necessary. You don't need to perform. You don't need to parade. Your silence already says everything. Your silence is already enough, and the more you hold it, the stronger the fire of their fear becomes. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. That's your victory. You've realized your worth is not tied to their attention, your value is not defined by their approval, and your strength is not dependent on their return. You don't fear being replaced because your worth is self-contained. And that, my friends, is exactly what terrifies them, because a man who doesn't fear replacement is a man who might already be free." So let me put it plainly, while they lie awake, imagining who you're with, you sleep peacefully. While they toss and turn with the thought of replacement, you rise calm and unshaken, because your identity was never tied to their presence in the first place. That's the lesson of silence. That's the strength of Stoicism. Now, I want you to drop this affirmation in the comments. I cannot be replaced. Write it. Own it. Show yourself and the world that your value isn't up for debate, isn't dependent on anyone, isn't shaken by absence. Your worth is yours, unshaken, untouchable, unmovable. And if this message spoke to you, do me a favor. Press that like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and share this video with a brother who needs to hear it. Because too many men crumble under the weight of silence. Too many men chase when they should stand still. And too many men forget that their power was never in proving anything. It was in mastering themselves. Stay with me, my friends, because this is only the beginning. Silence is not weakness, it's presence. It's not emptiness, it's power. And when you learn to master it, you become the man who sleeps peacefully while the world lies awake, haunted by your calm. Silence is not empty, my friends. It is full of answers. That's the truth most people never want to face. We grow up believing that words fix everything, that explanations and long conversations will always save the day. But let me tell you this. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is stop speaking. Not in anger, not in spite, but in a calm, steady silence that says more than 1,000 arguments ever could. Folks, when your silence enters the room, it doesn't come in gently. It hits like a hammer against glass, shattering illusions people had about you, about themselves, about the bond they thought would never break. Before we dive deep, press that like button and subscribe if you haven't already, because today we're going to break through some lies, expose some truths, and uncover what really happens when your silence becomes louder than your words. Stay with me, my friends, because this isn't just advice. It's a mirror you're going to see yourself in. Hey folks, imagine this for a second. Imagine being the sun that rises every single morning, faithfully painting the sky with light. People stop noticing after a while. They stop appreciating the glow because they assume it will always show up. But the day the sun doesn't rise, the world trembles. Panic spreads. That's what your silence feels like to someone who thought they could take your light for granted. They thought you'd always text, always call, always show up. But the moment you go quiet, it feels like the world tilted off its axis. That is the moment they finally start to understand your value. We're told lies, my friends. Lies like, if you care, you'll never stop showing it. Or, if you love someone, you'll fight until the end. Sounds noble, right? But here's the hard truth. Constantly proving yourself doesn't earn you respect. It drains you. Because love without boundaries is not love. It's self-betrayal. And silence, that moment you finally step back, is not weakness. It's strength. It's your way of saying, I will not beg to be valued. Think of it like a song, folks. When the music is playing non-stop, you dance without thinking. But when the music stops, the silence feels deafening, and suddenly you realize just how much that rhythm meant to you. That's what happens when your energy, your presence, your consistency disappears. People don't notice the beat until it's gone. And here's the fun part. We sometimes imagine they'll laugh it off, pretend they don't care, and on the outside, sure, they might post that I'm living my best life story or laugh extra loud around friends. But let's be honest, my friends, silence is not background noise. It's an earthquake under the surface. It shakes their ego, rattles their pride, and forces them to sit with thoughts they never wanted to face. Questions like, did I push too far? Did I just lose someone who actually cared? Did I mistake kindness for weakness? See, silence doesn't need fireworks to make an impact. It's like gravity, unseen but undeniable. You don't argue with gravity, you feel it. And when you stop chasing, when you stop filling the space with explanations, you become that force they can't escape. Marcus Aurelius once said, the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. And when your silence shows them their own reflection, my friends, that's when the color of regret stains deep. But here's the good news, the empowering truth I want you to hold on to. Silence isn't about punishing anyone. It's about protecting your peace. It's about showing yourself that you don't need to beg for a seat at a table where you should have been valued from the start. You're not walking away because you're weak. You're stepping back because you finally realize your worth. And when you do that, when you choose peace over noise, respect over begging, clarity over chaos, something magical happens. They realize what they lost. And you realize what you gained, yourself. So remember this, folks. Silence is not emptiness. Silence is power. Silence is clarity. And silence is freedom. Write it down in the comments. Silence is power. And if this message hits you right here, smash that like button, subscribe for more, and stay with me. Because the next part will show you exactly what happens in those quiet moments when they finally feel the loss they never thought would come. Number 1. The echo of absence. You don't know the value of water until the well runs dry. That line has echoed across centuries, and it's as true in human relationships as it is in survival. My friends, silence is the dry well. It's the moment when the flow they relied on, the steady stream of presence, texts, calls, reassurances, suddenly stops. And here's the truth that stings. It doesn't hit them during the chaos. It doesn't hit them during the loud arguments. It doesn't even hit them during the dramatic goodbyes. It hits when the room goes quiet, when their phone doesn't light up, when the rhythm they thought would play forever suddenly drops into silence. That's when the weight of your absence slams into them. Imagine it this way, folks. Think of a heart monitor in a hospital. That steady beep, beep, beep is life. It's reassurance. It's proof that everything is still beating. Now imagine the sound flatlining into silence. That silence isn't just quiet, it's terror. It makes the room heavier, makes the air impossible to breathe. That's what your silence does when you've always been there, always consistent, always reliable. To them, the absence feels like that flat line, like something vital has been lost. And that's when the questions creep in. At first, they tell themselves, oh, they're just busy, distracted, maybe caught up with something. They shrug it off because denial is easier than facing reality. But as the silence stretches, denial begins to fracture. Did I push too far? Did I mistake their patience for weakness? Did I finally break something that won't be fixed? Those questions aren't loud at first. They whisper. But silence makes whispers scream. Why is it so difficult for them to face this? Because deep down, folks, people confuse your consistency with predictability. They convince themselves that because you always showed up, you always will. It's human arrogance, the lie that love without conditions will never run out. They think your kindness is infinite, your patience unbreakable, your presence guaranteed. And so they test, they dismiss, they overlook, until your silence arrives and the lie they built collapses under its own weight. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The nearer a man comes to a calm mind, the closer he is to strength." That calmness is what rattles them most. They expected noise, anger, pleading, explanations. They thought if they pushed, you'd yell, you'd argue, you'd fight to prove your place. But when you give them calm silence instead, it exposes a truth they can't fight against. You're not playing the game anymore, and without your participation, their control dissolves. Picture it like a lighthouse on a stormy shore. For so long, your light guided them back, no matter how reckless they were with the waves. They took that light for granted, assuming it would always be there. But the day the light goes out, the sea feels different. It feels dangerous. It feels lonely. That's what happens when your silence enters the picture. It turns their world into open water with no compass. And here's where the fear begins. Fear of being replaceable. Fear of realizing they treated something rare like it was common. Fear of facing the reflection in the mirror that says, you didn't just lose someone, you lost a good one. They won't admit it out loud, but fear eats at them in the quiet. They replay conversations, scroll through memories, dig through old texts, trying to find the moment it shifted. They search for proof that you still care, but silence gives them none. And the more they search, the more they feel that hollow ache that tells them it's gone. But let's break a lie right here, my friends. The lie that silence means weakness. Society teaches us that to care is to keep talking, to keep chasing, to keep proving. They'll tell you that if you loved, you'd never stop showing it. But that's not love, that's exhaustion. Silence is not surrender. Silence is strength. It is the art of valuing yourself enough to stop begging for validation. It is the quiet but powerful reminder that respect is not negotiable. And yet, rising into that silence is not easy. It feels unnatural at first. You want to speak, you want to explain, you want to make them see. But think of it like training a muscle. Silence is discipline. At first, it aches. At first, it feels like you're holding back a flood. But over time, you realize you've tapped into something greater: self-control, self-respect, and a power they cannot manipulate. Because words can be twisted, actions can be questioned, but silence cannot be debated. It simply exists. It forces them to face themselves without your help. And that's why, my friends, silence is not just absence, it's impact. It creates a void they cannot fill with noise, pride, or distractions. It leaves them staring into the emptiness you once filled, and the longer they stare, the more they realize just how much of their stability was tied to you. It's a slow burn, but one they cannot escape. So here's what I want you to take from this. Don't fear the silence. Don't rush to break it just because it feels heavy. That heaviness is the weight of truth, the weight of your worth being recalculated in their mind. Let them feel it. Let them sit in it. Let them realize that your silence is not punishment. It's the proof of your power. Write this in the comments right now. My silence has power. Show them, show yourself, and show the world around you that you understand this truth. Because your silence will echo louder than any explanation ever could. And stay with me, my friends, because what comes next will show you the exact moment that echo turns into panic, when they realize control has slipped from their hands and the fear of loss becomes too heavy to deny. Number 2, the collapse of control. The greatest power is often simple refusal. My friends, that's what your silence becomes, a refusal. A refusal to keep playing their games, a refusal to let yourself be manipulated, a refusal to keep pouring energy into a bottomless pit. And let me tell you, folks, that refusal cuts deeper than any angry word ever could. Because when your silence arrives, it doesn't just take away your voice, it takes away their control. For so long, they thought they had influence over you. They believed if they pulled back, you would chase. If they tested you, you'd prove yourself. If they gave you coldness, you'd respond with warmth. That's the dynamic they got comfortable with, the unspoken contract where they dictated the rhythm, and you followed. But when you go silent, when you step back with no explanation, that contract shatters. Suddenly, the rules no longer work, and that realization terrifies them. Picture it like a puppeteer, folks. For years they tugged at strings, and you moved, not because you were weak, but because you cared, because you believed love meant showing up, no matter what. But the day you cut those strings, the puppet show ends. They lift their hand expecting you to dance, but nothing happens. That silence, your refusal, exposes the truth. The control was an illusion all along. And what happens next? Fear. At first, they won't admit it. They'll tell themselves they're just cooling off. They'll come back. But deep down, the panic begins to build, because people only feel secure when they believe they have influence. The moment that influence disappears, they start to spiral. Questions invade their mind. Why aren't they reacting? Why aren't they chasing? Why aren't they proving they still care? Every unanswered question is a crack in their pride, a fracture in the control they thought was unshakable. Here's the lie they lived under, my friends. They thought kindness meant endless supply. They mistook patience for weakness, availability for desperation. And as long as you responded, even if it was to argue or defend yourself, they felt in control. Because reaction means relevance. But silence means they no longer matter enough to move you. And that is a truth heavy enough to crush their ego. Seneca once said, "He who is brave is free." And your silence, my friends, is the ultimate act of bravery, because it frees you from the prison of someone else's control. It's not easy. It takes courage to resist the urge to respond, to defend, to explain. But when you do, you're not just walking away, you're rising above. And that rise, that freedom, is what exposes their dependence on your energy. Imagine a chessboard. For so long they made moves, confident you would counter. They set traps, expecting you to fall into them. But when you stop playing, when you simply remove your pieces from the board, the game itself collapses. There's no victory for them, no satisfaction, no final checkmate. Only silence. And nothing unnerves a player more than realizing the opponent they thought they controlled has simply walked away from the game. Now let's talk about the fear that follows. At first, it's subtle. A quick glance at their phone, hoping for your message, a late-night scroll through your social media, looking for signs you still care. Then it grows louder. They check more often. They ask mutual friends about you. They craft excuses to reach out. Hey, just checking if you're good. But beneath the casual words is desperation, because your silence has flipped the script. They're no longer in control of the narrative. You are, and this is where the difficulty lies, for them and for you. For them, it's the difficulty of facing a truth they never wanted to confront. They pushed too far, they took too much, they treated value like it was guaranteed. For you, it's the difficulty of holding steady. Because silence isn't just hard for them, it's hard for you too. You'll want to break it, to explain yourself, to give them closure. But closure is not your responsibility, my friends. Silence is not about punishing them. It's about protecting you. Think of it like a fortress. Words are gates. They can be opened, twisted, broken into. But silence is stone, impenetrable, and when you stand behind those walls, they finally realize they can't get in anymore. That's when panic becomes regret. Because nothing feels heavier than the loss of control over someone who once gave them everything. And here's what they'll never admit out loud. Losing control over you feels like losing power over their own world. They were used to being able to trigger a response, to feel validated by your reactions. Now, in the silence, they're forced to see the truth. They never controlled you, you allowed it. And once you choose not to allow it, the entire illusion collapses. But let me remind you of something powerful, folks. Your silence is not just about them, it's about you. It's about finally saying, I choose peace over chaos. I choose dignity over desperation. I choose myself. That's not cruelty, that's clarity. And clarity is the beginning of real strength. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Your silence is that realization in action. It is proof that you will no longer be defined by how much noise they can stir in your life. You are defined by your ability to master yourself. And when they feel that shift, when they see that they can no longer bend you to their will, the control they clung to crumbles. So let me leave you with this, my friends. Do not fear the collapse of their control. Welcome it, because what feels like the end of something is really the beginning of your freedom. And the more you embrace that silence, the more you realize how strong you've become. Write it in the comments right now. I am in control. Say it, show it, let the world know you've claimed that truth. Because your silence doesn't just remove their control, it restores yours. And stay with me, because what comes next will expose the moment they start measuring everything and everyone against you. And that's when regret really begins to sting. Number 3. The weight of the little things. It's not the mountains ahead that wear you down, my friends. It's the pebble in your shoe, and it carries more truth in relationships than most people want to admit. Because when someone finally realizes they lost you, it's rarely the big things that haunt them. Not the vacations, not the grand gestures, not even the dramatic goodbye. No, my friends, it's the little things. The small, everyday acts of love and consistency they overlooked, dismissed, or labeled as ordinary. And when those little things vanish in the silence, they start to feel like everything. Picture it like this, folks. Imagine your favorite song, not the chorus, not the big climactic notes everyone belts out. No, I'm talking about those subtle background harmonies, those tiny details that give the song its soul. You don't always notice them while the music's playing, but take them away, and suddenly the song feels flat, empty, incomplete. That's what happens when you step back. They thought your good morning text was routine, your "did you get home safe" was unnecessary, your remembering the small details was predictable. But when all of it stops, when the harmonies of your care disappear, their life feels flat. And that emptiness is deafening. At first, they might brush it off. They'll tell themselves, "Oh, it's nothing. I didn't need those messages anyway." But as days turn into weeks, the silence echoes. The phone that once lit up with your presence now feels like dead weight in their hand. The little things they used to roll their eyes at, they start to crave. That check-in after a long day. That way you noticed their tone shift even before they said they were upset. The way you remembered their favorite food or the story they told once and thought you'd forget. All of it comes back, not as memories, but as regrets. Why do the little things matter so much, my friends? Because small actions reveal big truths. Anyone can show up for the highlight reel, the birthdays, the holidays, the big dramatic gestures. But it takes someone rare to show up in the quiet, ordinary moments. That's what separates a good man or woman from the crowd. And that's exactly what they miss when you're gone. And here's the painful irony. They thought those little things meant nothing because they came so easily from you. They thought, oh, that's just who they are. That's what they do. But what they failed to see is how rare that is. In a world full of distractions, you gave attention. In a culture obsessed with self, you gave care. In a sea of temporary, you gave consistency. And once it's gone, once no one else gives them that same energy, the weight of what they lost starts to crush them. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one." And you were, my friends. You didn't argue. You didn't beg them to notice. You simply gave. Day after day, word after word, gesture after gesture. And now in the silence, those acts echo louder than any speech you could give. Because silence doesn't erase the memory of your effort, it magnifies it. Let's break a lie right here. The lie that big, flashy acts of love are what matter most. Society sells us the fairy tale of candlelit dinners, surprise vacations, dramatic proposals. And sure, those moments are beautiful. But the truth? They're not what people miss at 2 a.m. when they can't sleep. They're not what they ache for when they're upset and no one checks in. They're not what echoes in the silence when your presence is gone. What they miss are the pebbles, not the mountains. The steady, unnoticed, priceless details they once brushed aside. And here's the difficult part for them, comparison. Because after you're gone, they don't just sit with silence, they sit with new people, and whether they admit it or not, every new person gets measured against you. That new friend, that new partner, that new "maybe this will work" connection, it all gets weighed against the little things you gave effortlessly. And that's when the sting cuts deepest. Because they realize no one else remembers the details like you. No one else offers the same patience. No one else listens without keeping score. And in that comparison, regret festers. Think of it like coffee, folks. You get used to drinking it a certain way, rich, strong, perfect for you. Then one day it's gone, and someone hands you instant coffee. Technically it's still coffee, but it doesn't taste the same. It doesn't satisfy. It feels like a downgrade. That's exactly what happens when they step into something new after losing you. On the surface, it works, but deep down, they know it's not the same. Now, let's be real, my friends. Why do they only realize this after you're gone? Why couldn't they appreciate it while they had it? The answer is human nature. People take consistency for granted because it doesn't scream for attention. It's like air. You only notice it when you can't breathe. They thought your presence was permanent, your care was endless, your patience was unbreakable. But silence proves otherwise. And in that proof they're forced to face their own blindness. But here's where the motivation comes in, for you. Don't regret giving those little things. Don't beat yourself up for being consistent, caring, attentive, because those acts weren't weakness, they were strength. They weren't signs of desperation, they were signs of your character. And even if they didn't value it in the moment, silence ensures they'll value it later. Maybe not in words, maybe not in apologies, but in the quiet ache of regret that follows them long after you're gone. Seneca said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." They craved more, overlooked what they had, and in doing so became poor. You, on the other hand, gave fully, and that makes you rich. Rich in integrity, rich in self-respect, rich in the kind of strength silence brings. So here's what I want you to hold on to. The weight of the little things doesn't belong to you anymore. It belongs to them. Let them carry it. Let them sit in it. Let them replay those texts they ignored, those gestures they dismissed, those moments they thought were ordinary but now feel priceless. Because that regret is not your burden. It is their teacher. Write this in the comments right now. The little things matter. Say it, show it. Let it be your reminder that your value doesn't vanish just because they failed to see it. You were rare then, you are rare now, and your silence only proves it louder. And stay with me, my friends, because what comes next is the storm inside them when they pretend they're fine, but the silence forces their pride and their emotions into a war they can't win. Number 4, the ego's last stand. Pride costs us more than hunger, thirst, or cold. And my friends, it's a truth that plays out every single time someone realizes they lost you. Because when silence takes over, when your absence grows louder than your words ever did, the battle begins inside of them. And it's not a small battle, it's a war. Pride against regret, ego against emotion. A war they will never admit to you, but one they cannot escape from. At first, their ego is the loudest voice in the room. Ego tells them, "Don't worry, they'll be back." They always come back. Ego convinces them that your silence is just temporary, that you're just sulking, that sooner or later you'll break and chase again. It whispers, "They need me more than I need them." This is just a phase. Ego builds a wall of arrogance, brick by brick, to keep them from feeling the sting of regret. But here's the thing, folks, walls may protect you for a moment, but they eventually trap you. And behind that wall, the cracks begin to form. Because while ego is loud, emotion is patient. And emotion doesn't play by ego's rules. Emotion shows up in quiet moments, in the middle of the night when the world is still, in the middle of a song that reminds them of you, in the middle of scrolling through old pictures they swore they'd deleted. Emotion whispers the truth. You pushed too far. You mistook their patience for weakness. You lost someone who actually cared. And no matter how much ego shouts, emotion seeps through the cracks, undeniable and relentless. Imagine it like a courtroom, my friends. Ego is the flashy lawyer, standing tall, making arguments full of confidence and pride. But emotion is the witness they can't silence, the one with evidence, the one who keeps bringing receipts. Every memory, every little thing you did, every consistent act of care becomes evidence against them. And the longer the trial drags on, the more ego starts to lose ground. But let's be real. Why do they cling to ego so hard? Why is it so difficult for them to just admit they miss you, admit they regret losing you? Because pride is the shield people use to protect themselves from vulnerability. Admitting they lost a good one feels like admitting weakness. And weakness, to the ego, is worse than loneliness. So they keep performing. They post the pictures, they laugh too loud, they talk to new people. But behind the mask, the war rages on. Seneca once wrote, "It is not the man who has little, but he who desires more, that is poor." Their ego desires control, desires validation, desires to believe they can have you back whenever they want. But that desire only makes them poorer, more restless, more haunted by what they've lost. Emotion, on the other hand, strips the desire away and forces them to see the truth in the mirror. They didn't just lose anyone, they lost someone who gave them more than most ever will. And here's the irony, folks. The very silence they thought would make them powerful is the silence that weakens them, because silence doesn't play favorites. Silence doesn't care about ego. Silence only reflects the truth. And when your silence continues, when days turn into weeks and you still don't break, their pride begins to crack like thin ice under pressure. They start testing. Maybe they like an old picture of yours. Maybe they send a casual, "Hey, hope you're good." Maybe they linger around your orbit, hoping for a sign that the door is still open. But make no mistake, that's not strength. That's ego, gasping for air, desperately trying to keep the upper hand. Think of it like a storm, my friends. Ego is the thunder, loud, dramatic, meant to intimidate. But emotion is the rain, steady, relentless, unavoidable. Thunder might rattle the windows, but it's the rain that soaks through, seeps into the ground, and changes everything. No matter how loud their pride tries to roar, it's emotion that eventually takes over. It always does. And here's the cruel part for them. The moment they finally admit to themselves what they lost, ego still won't let them admit it to you. They'll fight it until the very end, because pride says, don't look desperate. Don't let them see you regret it, and so they stay silent, even as their chest tightens, even as they spiral in private. And while they're fighting themselves, your silence keeps growing stronger. Your calm detachment becomes the one thing they cannot compete with. But let's pause here, my friends, because this isn't just about them, it's about you. It's about why silence is so difficult for you too. Because let's be honest, it's tempting to break it. It's tempting to say, look, I'll explain one last time. I'll show them what they lost, but explanation is food for their ego. It gives them something to hold on to twist, to use as evidence that they still mattered enough to move you. True power is found when you resist that temptation, when you let ego and emotion battle it out inside of them without your interference. That's where growth begins, for you and for them. Marcus Aurelius said, "The best revenge is not to be like your enemy." And when you choose silence, you're choosing not to play the ego's game. You're choosing dignity over drama, calm over chaos, clarity over confusion. You're saying, I don't need to prove anything. My silence is proof enough that, my friends, is a strength few possess, and it's exactly why the war inside them becomes so unbearable. So what happens when ego finally loses, when pride cracks under the weight of silence and emotion takes over? That's when the regret floods in. That's when they replay every ignored text, every cold shoulder, every moment they mistook your care for weakness. That's when they feel the weight of the little things they once dismissed, the presence they once overlooked, the love they thought they'd never lose. And in that moment, their ego can't protect them anymore. The walls crumble, the truth hits, and it stings in a way they'll carry quietly for a long, long time. Here's what I want you to take from this, folks. Their ego may be loud, but it's not stronger than truth. Their pride may posture, but it's not stronger than silence. And while they fight their war in private, your task is simple. Hold the line. Stay silent. Stay strong. Because in doing so, you're not just breaking their illusion, you're building your freedom. Write this in the comments right now. I rise above pride. Show them, show yourself, show the world around you that you refuse to play the ego's game. Because your silence doesn't just collapse their control, it exposes the war inside them that they cannot win. And stay with me, my friends, because what comes next is even heavier. The comparisons they start making, the constant measuring of every new person against the one they lost, you. And that, I promise you, is when regret begins to haunt them like a shadow they can't escape. Number 5. The quiet comparison. You only realize the true value of someone when you try to replace them and fail. That line, my friends, is the essence of this stage. After your silence, after your absence becomes real, they begin doing something they'll never admit out loud: comparing. Comparing every person, every conversation, every new connection against the one they lost, you. And here's the hard truth. Comparison is a cruel teacher. It doesn't whisper gently. It slaps. It burns. It gnaws at them in ways pride can't defend against. See, at first, they convince themselves it'll be easy. They'll tell themselves, if one person leaves, I'll find another. There's always someone else. That's the ego talking. Ego paints this illusion that people are interchangeable, that attention is abundant, that love can be replaced like swapping out a phone battery. But life has a way of stripping ego bare. And when the new person arrives, someone who doesn't know their favorite song, doesn't remember their stories, doesn't notice their moods shift before they even speak, that's when the reality cuts in. They thought they could replace rare with common, and in the silence, they realize they can't. Picture it like coffee, folks. You've been drinking the same rich, strong brew every morning, consistent, comforting, exactly how you like it. Then, one day, it's gone. Someone hands you instant coffee instead. Technically, it's still coffee. It'll wake you up, it'll fill the cup, but deep down, you know it's not the same. It doesn't have the depth, the richness, the care put into every detail. And every sip is a reminder of what you used to have. That's what the comparison feels like. On the surface, someone new may look fine, but deep down, the flavor is off, and the longing begins. Why does this hit them so hard? Because they start realizing the things they thought were ordinary in you were actually extraordinary. Your patience, your attentiveness, your way of listening without judgment, your consistency when the world was chaotic. Those weren't just habits, they were proof of your character. And when they stack that against someone new who doesn't show up the same way, it's like comparing a masterpiece to a copy. The more they compare, the more they see what they lost. Here's the lie we need to break, my friends, the lie that all relationships feel the same. They don't. The energy you bring into someone's life cannot be duplicated. They might find distraction, they might find chemistry, they might even find temporary excitement. But what they won't find is you. And when the silence forces them to sit with that truth, regret becomes a constant companion. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth." Their ego gave them the opinion that you were replaceable, the perspective that someone else could easily fill your shoes. But silence forces them into truth. And the truth is, there's no replacement for a good man or woman who gave authentically, consistently, selflessly. They can distract themselves all they want, but truth sits heavier at night when the noise fades. And here's the irony. Comparison isn't just about the new person being less than you. Sometimes it's about them being confronted with themselves. Because when they measure the new against you, they're not just noticing what the other lacks. They're realizing how much you gave. It's like holding a mirror to their past and seeing how blind they were. They're forced to admit, even if only to themselves, "I had something rare, and I let it slip." Think of it like upgrading technology. Imagine someone trading a phone that always worked flawlessly for a cheaper model because they got bored. At first, it feels fine. They convince themselves it'll do the job. But then the screen glitches, the battery drains faster, the quality feels off. And suddenly, they're remembering all the things the old phone did effortlessly. That's what happens in the quiet comparison. They begin to see how smooth, how rare, how valuable your consistency was compared to the messiness of someone new. And here's the part they'll never say out loud. Comparison makes them restless. It steals their peace, because even when they're laughing with someone new, even when they're pretending to move on, their mind drifts back. They notice the way this new person doesn't understand their silence like you did. They notice how they can't lean on them in the same way. They notice the lack. And once you notice lack, you can't unsee it. But let's be honest, my friends, it's not easy for them to face this truth. Pride will keep trying to fight it. Pride will tell them, no, this new person is better. The past is gone. I don't miss them, but emotion has a way of creeping back in at the quietest times. Lying in bed at night, driving alone with music playing, scrolling through memories they swore didn't matter. In those moments, the comparison isn't avoidable. It's inevitable. Seneca said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." And in this stage, they're starving. They crave the little things you gave freely. They crave the peace your presence brought. They crave the consistency they once mocked. But craving doesn't bring it back. Craving only deepens regret. Now, let's turn this back to you. Why is this so important for you to understand? Because too often people regret giving those little things. They think, I wasted my time. I gave too much. But listen to me. Your consistency wasn't wasted. Your love wasn't wasted. Those comparisons they're making, that's your legacy. Even in silence, even after you've walked away, your effort is still teaching them, haunting them, shaping them. And that, my friends, is power. So don't ever believe the lie that being a good person, being consistent, being caring makes you weak. It doesn't. It makes you unforgettable. Because time might dull the memory of big arguments or dramatic scenes, but it sharpens the memory of small, consistent care, and that's what echoes longest. Here's what I want you to hold on to. Your silence isn't just absence, it's contrast. It turns everything that comes after into a shadow of what you gave, and that shadow follows them everywhere. They might smile, they might laugh, they might even convince the world they've moved on, but every new connection is weighed against the standard you set, and deep down they know nothing measures up. So write this in the comments right now. I set the standard. Say it, show it, let it be the reminder that your love, your effort, your presence isn't ordinary, it's rare, and once it's gone, it leaves a mark no comparison can erase. Stay with me, folks, because what comes next is the breaking point. The moment where ego and pride can't hold the wall anymore, and seeing you grow without them cuts deeper than anything else they'll ever feel. That, my friends, is where the silence hits hardest. Number 6, the shock of growth. Nothing is more attractive than someone who doesn't need you to shine. My friends, this is the moment where silence transforms into something even more powerful: growth. At first, they think you're quiet means you're hurting, sulking, waiting for them to notice. They convince themselves you're sitting in the corner, scrolling through memories, hoping for a second chance. That illusion comforts them because it means they still have control. But then something shifts. Instead of crumbling, you start building. Instead of breaking, you start glowing. And when they finally see that glow without them, that's when the shock cuts deeper than anything else. Picture this, a garden they once neglected. For so long they walked through it carelessly, trampling flowers, ignoring the beauty, assuming it would always bloom for them. Then one day they leave, expecting the garden to wither. But when they return, they don't find dead soil. They find a forest, taller trees, brighter flowers, a place that flourished not because of them, but in spite of them. That's what your growth looks like in their eyes. They thought silence would equal decay, but instead it became the soil for your transformation. And here's what stings most. They didn't expect it. They thought the story was predictable. They leave, you chase. They pull back, you prove. They hurt, you explain. That's the script they wrote in their head. But when your silence turns into self-focus, when your energy shifts inward instead of outward, it breaks their narrative completely. Because now, the person they once thought they controlled has stepped into a version of themselves they can no longer touch. The fear starts small. They see a photo of you smiling in a way you didn't before. They hear you've been working out, traveling, picking up new habits. They notice your energy shift, lighter, freer, calmer. And instead of joy for you, what do they feel? Panic. Because growth proves something their ego never wanted to face. You didn't need them to evolve. You didn't need their approval, their attention, their presence to glow. You were always capable, and now the silence has given you space to reveal it. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "The impediment to action advances action." What stands in the way becomes the way they thought their absence, their games, their neglect would block you, hold you back, diminish you. But instead, it became the way. The obstacle turned into the fuel for your rise. And when they see that, my friends, it shakes them. Because deep down, they realize they weren't your strength. They were the weight you had to drop to fly. Imagine a bird with a stone tied to its leg. For so long, the bird struggles to take off, flapping, straining, never reaching its true height. But the moment the stone is cut loose, the bird doesn't just fly. It soars. That's the shock of your growth. They thought they were the wind beneath your wings. Now they see they were the stone. And that truth doesn't just bruise the ego, it crushes it. Why does this hit them harder than the silence itself? Because silence leaves room for doubt. In the early days, they tell themselves, oh, they're just quiet because they're hurt. They'll come back once they've cooled down. But growth leaves no room for that lie. Growth is visible. It's undeniable. It's seeing you stronger, healthier, happier, freer, and realizing none of it has anything to do with them. That's when regret transforms into something heavier, something permanent. Seneca said, "Luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity." And my friends, your growth isn't luck, it's preparation. While they were busy assuming you'd always be there, you were preparing. While they thought silence meant weakness, you were quietly turning it into strength. And the opportunity? The moment you stopped chasing, stopped explaining, stopped wasting energy where it wasn't valued. That was the door you walked through. And behind that door is the version of you they never believed they'd have to face, the version who shines without them. Let's talk about the difficulty for them, because this is where the pain intensifies. Growth forces comparison, not just with others, but with themselves. When they see you glowing, they're forced to confront who they became in your absence, stagnant, stuck, unchanging. And comparison has teeth. It gnaws at their pride. It whispers, look at what they've become. Look at what you've wasted. Look at how far they've risen while you stayed the same. And that whisper, no matter how much they try to drown it out, becomes a roar they can't silence. And here's the part they'll never confess. They don't just miss you, they miss the chance to grow with you, because deep down they realize you weren't just consistent, you were inspiring, you weren't just present, you were elevating, you weren't just loving, you were building. And by losing you, they lost the mirror that reflected who they could have been. Now they're left watching from the sidelines, seeing you transform, and knowing they no longer have a seat at your table. Think of it like fire, folks. For so long, they thought they controlled the flame, that you needed their spark to stay lit. But silence turned you into a wildfire, self-sustaining, unstoppable, spreading light in places they can't reach. And when they see it, it terrifies them, because there's nothing more painful than realizing you underestimated someone who now outshines you. But let's be honest, it's not easy for you either. Growth after silence requires discipline. It requires fighting the urge to check if they notice, to post for their attention, to seek validation from their regret. True growth isn't about proving them wrong, it's about proving yourself right. And when you do, when you commit to rising for you, not for them, the glow becomes authentic. And that authenticity is what makes the shock hit them even harder. Because they can't argue with authenticity. They can't twist it, they can't deny it, they can't diminish it. So here's your reminder, my friends. Silence is powerful, but growth is unstoppable. Silence makes them wonder, but growth makes them know. Know that they lost someone rare. Know that they underestimated you. Know that they'll never again be part of the story you're now writing. And that realization doesn't just sting, it haunts. Write this in the comments right now. I glow without them. Say it, show it, let the world around you feel it, because your silence may have started the process, but your growth finishes it. It seals the truth in their heart that losing you wasn't just a temporary setback, it was the defining mistake of their life. And stay with me, because what comes next is even more brutal. The silence doesn't just make them compare, and your growth doesn't just shock them. It forces them to face a mirror they can't escape. And that, my friends, is when the weight of their regret becomes unbearable. Number 7. The mirror of silence. When we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. And my friends, this is exactly what silence does. Your silence is a mirror. Not the kind you glance at to fix your hair or straighten your shirt. No, this is the kind of mirror people avoid because it doesn't show the surface. It shows the truth. It reflects back the cracks they tried to hide, the mistakes they tried to excuse, the reality they ran from. And when your silence forces them to look, it's brutal, it's heavy, it's undeniable. At first, they fight it. They distract themselves, surround themselves with noise, tell themselves stories that protect their pride. They'll be back. They still care. This is just temporary. Ego feeds them comfort, the same way a lullaby calms a child. But silence is patient, and patience has teeth. No matter how much they run, the mirror always waits. And the longer your silence stretches, the clearer that reflection becomes. Imagine walking into an empty house after a storm, my friends. The walls are still standing, but the windows are shattered, the floor is flooded, the air smells of loss. That's what it feels like when silence sets in. The house is their heart, and for the first time, they can see the damage they caused. No more blaming you. No more deflecting, just raw evidence of how carelessly they treated something rare. The mirror shows them what they lost, and worse, it shows them who they became. And here's the cruel part. Silence doesn't just reflect the past, it amplifies it. Those texts they ignored, now they replay them in their mind, realizing how much care was in every word. Those nights you stayed up listening even when you were tired, now they feel the emptiness of having no one to lean on. Every overlooked gesture, every dismissed act of love returns like echoes in an empty canyon, louder, heavier, sharper. That's the mirror, folks. It doesn't let them escape. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts, and when silence removes your presence, their thoughts turn darker, heavier. The mirror forces them to see the colors they tried to ignore, the arrogance, the pride, the dismissiveness. And for the first time, they have to admit it wasn't you who failed. It was them." Why is this so difficult for them? Because facing the truth means killing the illusion, and illusions are comfortable. They'd rather believe you were weak, that you needed them, that your patience meant you had no options. But when silence stretches, when your glow grows without them, the illusion dies, and in its place stands a reflection they can't defend against. They pushed away someone who gave everything, and now that someone is gone. Think of it like a play, folks. For so long they were on stage, acting, wearing masks, convinced the spotlight was on them. But when you went silent, you didn't just walk off the stage, you took the audience with you. The applause stopped. The lights dimmed. And suddenly they were left performing to an empty room, forced to face the hollowness of their own act. That's what silence does. It strips away the show and leaves only the truth. And what about you? Let's be honest. It's not easy holding that silence. You'll feel tempted to break it, to soften the reflection, to give them a way out of the mirror, because you know the weight they're feeling. You've seen the cracks forming. But my friends, this is where your discipline matters most, because the mirror isn't cruelty, it's clarity. It's the only chance they have to truly see themselves, and if you shatter that mirror too soon, you rob them of that lesson. Seneca said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." And silence reveals how much of your time was wasted on explaining, on proving, on justifying your worth to someone who couldn't see it. The mirror shows them how much they took and how little they gave. And that realization, once it sets in, becomes regret. Not the fleeting kind, but the kind that lingers, the kind that turns into a shadow, following them wherever they go. And here's what makes it permanent: growth. They don't just see the mirror of who they were with you, they see the mirror of who you've become without them, the version of you that no longer needs their validation. The version of you that glows, rises, and inspires without chasing. That reflection is the final cut, because it forces them to see not just what they lost, but what they'll never have again. My friends, silence is not absence, it's impact. It's the mirror that shows people what words could never teach. And when that mirror stands in front of them, when they see the truth with no filter, that's when regret becomes real. That's when they finally understand they didn't just lose someone, they lost a good one, and good ones don't circle back forever. So let me leave you with this. Don't break the silence. Don't shatter the mirror. Let them face it. Let them wrestle with the reflection, because in the end, their regret is not your punishment. It's their teacher. And your silence is not their closure. It's your freedom. Write this in the comments right now. My silence is my power. Say it, show it, and let the world know you've chosen clarity over chaos, dignity over desperation, truth over illusion. And if this message spoke to you, smash that like button, subscribe for more, and share this with someone who needs to hear it. Because silence, my friends, is the mirror, and once it shows the truth, there's no going back. We are more often frightened than hurt, and we suffer more in imagination than in reality. Seneca. My friends, let's start with this. You see, the night doesn't lie. The day is full of masks, noise, and distractions. But when darkness falls and silence takes the stage, the truth walks in uninvited. That's when the show is over. That's when they feel it most, missing you. And don't be fooled, folks, they do feel it. They can laugh in the daylight, post selfies, tell the world they're fine. But when the lights go out, when the noise is gone, the silence hits harder than a hammer to glass. Now, before we dive deep into this, do me a favor, press that like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and share this video with a friend who needs to hear these truths. And I promise you, if you stay with me till the very end, you'll see why silence is not your weakness, but your greatest power. Hey folks, imagine this. It's midnight. The world is quiet. The city sleeps, the cars stop rushing, and the only sound left is the beating of their own heart. They pick up their phone, stare at the glowing screen, scroll past meaningless updates, but keep stopping at one thing: your name. They hover there, thumb trembling, pride screaming, heart aching. It's like standing at the edge of a cliff, wind pulling them forward, fear pulling them back. They want to reach out, but pride chains them to the ground. And that's the paradox of the night. The moment they feel your absence most is the moment they feel most powerless to act on it. During the day, it's easy to hide. Friends, work, endless scrolling. It's all camouflage. It's like painting over cracks on a wall. Looks fine from a distance, but in the silence of night, the cracks appear again, wider than before. That's the thing about longing. It doesn't shout in public. It whispers in private. And those whispers, they grow into storms. They replay your laugh, the way you looked at them, even the arguments that felt unbearable at the time. And in that replay, they discover the truth they don't want to face. You mattered more than they let themselves believe. Epictetus once said, "It is not things themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them." And what are they judging at night? themselves. They judge themselves for missing you, for feeling weak, for hovering over your name, but not pressing send. They try to call it strength, but my friends, it's not strength. It's pride wearing a mask. And pride is heavy armor when no one's attacking. At night, that armor suffocates them. Now here's the lie they told themselves, that moving on would be easy, that forgetting you was just a matter of time, that silence meant victory. But here's the truth. Your silence is not their victory, it's their mirror. And every time they look in it, they see the hole your presence once filled. Think of it like the moon. The moon doesn't chase the night, yet the night is never complete without its light. That's you. You don't need to chase, because your calm, steady presence echoes even in absence. And listen, folks, this is where most men fail. They crumble under the weight of silence. They break no contact. They send that late night, hey, they try to remind her of their worth. But that's not power, that's panic. And panic is forgettable. Calm is unforgettable. Peace is magnetic. Detachment is power. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Receive without arrogance, release without attachment." That's the energy that makes your presence impossible to erase. So as we begin this journey together, remember this. Night reveals what the day hides, and when they are lying there, staring at the ceiling, fighting battles you can't see, know that your silence is the arena where their pride and heart clash. And you, my friend, by staying calm, you've already won. Say it with me. Calm is my power. Write it in the comments below so you show the world, you remind yourself, and you declare it out loud. And don't forget, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and stay with me until the very end, because what comes next will open your eyes even more. Number 1. The quiet strikes hardest. Silence is the language of the soul, all else is a poor translation. My friends, let's face it, the quiet is not their friend. It's their enemy, their mirror, their tormentor. During the day, they can laugh, they can act busy, they can scroll through life pretending that nothing touches them. But when the noise fades, and the walls of their room echo back only silence, that's when the truth crawls out of the shadows. That's when missing you doesn't whisper, it roars. Picture this, it's midnight, the world outside is still, the streets are empty, the laughter of friends has faded, even the hum of traffic has disappeared. They're lying there, staring at the ceiling, phone resting next to them, but the glow of the screen feels heavier than the darkness. And in that stillness, who appears? You. Not because you're calling, not because you're texting, not because you're chasing, but because silence has a way of amplifying the presence of what's gone. Questions rush in. Why can't I stop thinking about them? Why does this silence feel like punishment? Why is their absence louder than the noise of my entire day? My friends, this is the paradox of the quiet hours. The more they try to bury the thought of you, the more it rises like smoke in the night. They tell themselves they're fine, they convince their friends they've moved on, they pretend in daylight that nothing lingers. But at night, their mind refuses to obey. Because silence doesn't lie. Silence is the arena where truth is forced to show up. Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it." Think about that. Their reaction to silence reveals everything. They try to escape it. Music, Netflix, scrolling endlessly. But when the playlist ends, when the credits roll, when the phone dies in their hand, it's just them and the reality they've been running from. The absence of you. The steadiness you carried, the calm you left behind. The quiet strikes hardest because it strips away illusions. During the day, distractions are camouflage. They wear pride like armor, convincing themselves they don't care, convincing the world they've won by moving on. But at night, pride is heavy armor with no battle, and that's why it suffocates them. That's why they toss and turn. That's why they hover over your name in their contacts, typing messages they'll erase before pressing send. Folks, let's break a lie right here. The lie they told themselves is this: if I stay silent, I win. If I bury my feelings, they'll disappear. But the truth is the opposite. Silence doesn't erase longing, it multiplies it. Trying to hide from the pull of memory only makes it come back sharper. Like trying to hold a beach ball underwater, the harder they push it down, the stronger it bursts to the surface. That's why the quiet hurts them so much. And here's the part they don't understand. They thought silence would break you. They thought if they stayed away you would crumble, reach out, beg to be remembered. But here's the twist. The silence broke them instead. Because you, my friend, embraced it. You leaned into it. You became one with it. You understood what Marcus Aurelius meant when he wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. That's why you're calm while they're restless. That's why you sleep while they lie awake. That's why your absence echoes louder than any words could. Let's be honest, the quiet is terrifying for them. It's a mirror that shows them their own weakness, their own pride, their own regret. They fear the silence because it forces them to face what they lost, and that fear keeps them restless. It makes them replay your laugh, the way you carried yourself, the steadiness of your presence. They thought it was ordinary when you were there, but in the silence of night, ordinary becomes extraordinary. The details they ignored in daylight become the very things they can't shake off at night. So why is it so difficult for them? Because the quiet removes their excuses. They can't tell themselves, "I'm too busy," when the clock strikes midnight. They can't say, "I don't care," when their heart beats louder in the stillness. They can't hide behind the noise of friends or deadlines when the world is asleep. Silence is the great equalizer. It forces them to sit with the truth. And the truth is, they miss you. They long for you. They feel the hole your presence once filled. Now, here's the Stoic lesson for you, my friends. Don't run from the quiet yourself. Don't fear it. Embrace it. While they fight it, you rest in it. While they wrestle with ghosts of memory, you build peace. While they let silence expose their weakness, you let silence sharpen your strength. That's the difference. That's what makes you unforgettable. Because the man who doesn't panic in silence, the man who doesn't beg to fill the void, becomes the man who lingers most in memory. Think about this. At night, while they're staring at the ceiling asking, "What if?" you're already asleep, dreaming about tomorrow. While they hover over your name, erasing unsent messages, you're planning your goals. While they run from their own thoughts, you walk calmly with yours. That contrast, my friends, is what carves your presence deep into their restless mind. So let me leave you with this. Silence doesn't weaken you, it strengthens you. It doesn't erase you, it makes you unforgettable. They suffer in the quiet hours, not because you chased them, but because you didn't. And that's the ultimate paradox of power. The one who embraces silence rules over the one who fears it. Write it in the comments below, type it out, declare it. Silence is my strength. Show yourself, show the world, show anyone who ever doubted you that you've mastered what they run from. Number 2, memories become weapons. Things that were once ordinary can become extraordinary when viewed through the lens of absence. Let that one sink in, my friends, because this is exactly what happens when the silence of night stretches across their world. During the day, they can tell themselves they've moved on. They can laugh with friends, bury themselves in deadlines, scroll endlessly through other people's lives. But when the noise stops, when the mask drops, when they are alone with nothing but their thoughts, suddenly the very memories they once dismissed return, sharper and heavier than before. Imagine this picture. They're lying in bed, staring into the darkness. Maybe the glow of their phone has dimmed, maybe the world outside is asleep, and out of nowhere, an image pops up in their mind. The way you used to smile across the table, the sound of your laugh echoing in a room, the steady way you looked at them when the world felt chaotic. At the time, it may not have seemed extraordinary. To them, it was just another moment, another Tuesday night dinner, another ordinary laugh. But now, in the silence, those little moments become daggers. The ordinary has transformed into the unforgettable. Seneca once wrote, "Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end." And here's the reality. They thought the end meant freedom. They thought walking away meant peace. They thought filling their calendar, distracting themselves, pretending to be unbothered would erase you. But the mind doesn't work that way. The mind loves to revisit the past, especially at night when the body is still and the heart has no more excuses to hide behind. That's when memory becomes the weapon they cannot dodge. Think of memory as a movie reel. During the day, they can switch the channel, just keep the volume low. But at night, the reel plays on repeat, whether they like it or not. And the cruelest part, memory is selective. It doesn't just bring back the bad, it highlights the good. It takes the calm moments you created, the steady presence you offered, and puts them in high definition. That laugh they shrugged off, that patience they overlooked, that calmness they mistook for passivity, those are the things that hit hardest now, because now they realize in hindsight how rare those things truly were. Let's break the lie right here, folks. They convinced themselves that you were replaceable, that someone else could come along, say the right words, share the right smile, and fill the space you left behind. But memory doesn't let them hold on to that lie for long, because memory whispers, no one else had his steadiness. No one else carried himself like that. No one else gave me that feeling of safety. And when they hear that whisper, they can't ignore it. Here's the paradox. The same patience they once dismissed, the same calmness they once took for granted, the same loyalty they once overlooked, all of it becomes magnified in the quiet. It's like a painting in a gallery. While the room is full of noise and people, they barely notice it. But when the gallery empties, when the silence returns, they stand before it, staring at every detail, unable to look away. That's you in their mind. Your presence painted across their memory, waiting for them when everything else fades. Now let's talk about their restlessness. Picture them scrolling through their phone. They come across old photos, old messages, even arguments they thought they were glad to forget. But instead of anger, they feel something else. Longing. They hover over those images, those conversations, and they start to see them differently. What once annoyed them now looks like proof of your steadiness. What once felt like tension now looks like a test of your patience. That's the trick memory plays. It reframes the past with sharper edges, cutting deeper than reality ever did. Marcus Aurelius reminded us, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. And their thoughts at night, they're poisoned by regret. Regret over moments they dismissed, regret over loyalty they didn't recognize, regret over calm they misinterpreted as distance. And that regret grows heavier with every replay of memory. And here's what's even harder for them to face, my friends. These memories don't just make them miss you, they make them realize the contrast. Because while they replay your steadiness, they also see their chaos. While they remember your calm tone, they also hear the echo of their own impatience. While they think about your loyalty, they face their own inconsistency. That's why memory cuts deeper than silence alone. It doesn't just remind them of you, it forces them to confront themselves. But this is where your strength shines, because you're not the one sitting in the dark, tormented by the past. You're not the one replaying every moment, wondering what could have been. You are the one moving forward. You are the one anchored in today. You are the one living by the Stoic truth that what is gone cannot be controlled, and what remains is your response. That difference, that contrast, is what makes you unforgettable. And here's the beautiful irony. While they suffer sleepless nights, you sleep peacefully. While they replay memories like weapons, you create new ones in your own life. While they fear losing what they once had, you are discovering strength they never recognized in you. And that, my friends, is why the Stoic path is so powerful. Because it frees you from the chains of regret and places the weight of memory back where it belongs, on them. Think of it this way. Memory is not your enemy. Memory is their battlefield, and every time they lie awake, haunted by the smallest details of who you were, you are winning without lifting a finger, because while they're restless, you are calm. While they're trapped in the past, you are grounded in the present. While they're wondering if they'll ever find another you already know you don't need another them. So let me break the final lie. They might act like they're fine. They might post as if they're happy, laugh as if they've moved on, carry themselves like they're free. But the night doesn't lie. The night strips away the performance. And in that darkness, memory becomes the weapon that never misses. And you, the man who remains calm, the man who doesn't chase, the man who lives with discipline, you become the echo that fills every quiet hour they can't escape. So here's your reminder, my friends. You don't need to fight memory. You don't need to break silence. You don't need to prove anything. Let memory do its work. Let silence do the chasing, because absence is not emptiness. It is imprint. And that imprint is written deeper than any words you could send at midnight. Say it with me now. My calm leaves a lasting mark. Type it in the comments. Let the world see it. Let yourself feel it. Because when you live with calm, when you stay disciplined, when you refuse to be shaken by someone else's pride, you no longer need to fight for memory. You become the memory they can't forget. And stay with me, because what's coming next will cut even deeper. We're going to step into the battlefield of pride and heart, where the real war begins. Number 3, the pride versus heart war. It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor. Seneca. My friends, let's begin with this, because it cuts to the core of what happens inside them at night. This is not just about longing. This is not just about missing you. This is about war, a war waged in silence, a war between their pride and their heart. On one side, the heart whispers, reach out, call, text, just say something. On the other side, pride shouts, don't you dare, don't give in, don't let them know. And as the night deepens, that battle rages louder than anything you could imagine. Picture them in the dark, phone glowing on their hand. Their thumb hovers over your name, trembling between two worlds. One world where they hit send, and pride shatters. Another where they delete every word, and the heart breaks again. This is not a small tug of war. It's a war that burns their energy, steals their peace, and leaves them exhausted by dawn. And what's worse, they will never admit this war exists. To the outside world, they look strong, they look composed, they look like silence is easy for them. But inside, it's chaos. Think of it like this. Pride is a fortress, tall and unshakable during the day. But when night falls, the heart comes with a battering ram. Every memory of you, every laugh you shared, every calm moment you gave them, it becomes another strike against the walls. And here's the truth. Those walls aren't as strong as they pretend. They may hold for now, but they crack. And every crack leaks longing they can't control. Marcus Aurelius once said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." But here's the irony, folks. They don't have that power yet. They can't control their own mind. Their thoughts betray them. Their silence exposes them. Their pride tells them they're winning, but their heart reminds them they're losing. And while they wrestle with themselves, you remain calm. You are the contrast that makes their inner war unbearable. Now let's break the lie they live by. They believe pride keeps them safe. They tell themselves, if I don't reach out, I stay in control. If I stay silent, I don't look weak. If I hold my ground, I win. But let me ask you, my friends, what victory is it to lie awake at night, restless, staring at the ceiling, fighting a war with yourself? What victory is it to write a message and erase it 10 times, to scroll through old conversations and pretend it doesn't matter? That's not strength. That's slavery to pride. And here's the part they fear admitting most. Every time their heart whispers your name, it reminds them of the void your absence created. Pride can't fill that void. Pride can only delay the ache. It's like holding back a flood with paper walls. It feels like resistance at first, but the longer they resist, the harder it crashes. Imagine them tossing and turning at 2 a.m. The room feels heavy, the silence feels like a weight pressing on their chest. They reach for their phone, type out a message, maybe something small like, "Hey, are you awake?" But then pride shouts, "Don't be weak. Don't be the first." And so they erase it. But erasing it doesn't erase the feeling. The feeling grows stronger because now the heart feels betrayed by their own pride. And they lie back down, restless, caught in a war they can't win. Epictetus said, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control, and that's where your power lies, my friends. You don't need to control their pride. You don't need to force their heart. You don't need to step into their battlefield. Their war is theirs to fight. Your role is to remain unmoved, grounded, and free. That is freedom. That is power." Too many men, however, fall into the trap. They sense this war, they imagine the struggle, and they think, maybe I should step in and make it easier for them. Maybe I should break the silence, send a message, remind them I care. But that's not strength, that's surrender. And surrendering to their pride robs you of your own freedom. Because here's the hard truth. If you fight their battles for them, you lose the war within yourself. Instead, the Stoic path calls you to something greater, mastery of self. True strength is not in chasing validation, not in forcing confessions, not in winning their attention. True strength is staying still while they tremble, remaining calm while they wrestle, resting peacefully while they lose sleep. That contrast, my friends, makes you unforgettable. While their pride keeps them chained, your discipline makes you free. And freedom is far more attractive than desperation. Think of a calm sea and a raging storm. Which one do sailors long for? Which one brings peace? Which one is remembered with relief? That's you, the calm sea. They may thrash in their storm of pride and heart, but deep down, they remember the steadiness you carried. And that steadiness haunts them when they realize they no longer have it. Here's another lie they told themselves, that silence meant indifference, that by not reaching out, they could prove they were above you. But silence doesn't prove indifference, it proves struggle. True indifference doesn't wrestle in the dark. True indifference doesn't hover over your name, doesn't type and delete messages, doesn't lie awake restless. Silence has become their prison, while it has become your power. And they feel that contrast more deeply than they'll ever confess. So what makes this battle so difficult for them? Because pride is heavy, but heart is louder. Pride wants to protect their image, but heart exposes their truth. Pride says, don't show weakness. Heart says, but I miss them. Pride says, stay strong. Heart says, but I feel empty. That's the tug of war they can't escape. And the longer they resist, the sharper the ache becomes. But you, my friends, you don't need to be caught in that war. You've already chosen the higher ground. You've accepted what you cannot control. You've embraced silence as discipline, not as punishment. And that is why, when they toss and turn, you rest. When they wrestle with pride, you walk in peace. When they feel the emptiness, you fill your life with purpose. That is power. That is freedom. Marcus Aurelius reminded us, the best revenge is not to be like your enemy. And here, the best response is not to mirror their pride, not to fight their war, but to rise above it. You don't need to prove you're stronger. Your calm already proves it. You don't need to force them to admit they miss you. Their restless nights already confess it louder than words. So remember this, folks. The pride versus heart war is theirs, not yours. Let them fight it. Let them lose sleep. Let them write and erase. Let them struggle. Your role is to stay calm, steady, and unshaken, because that calm is what makes you unforgettable. That calm is what makes you rise above. That calm is what wins in the end. Say it with me now. I rise above pride. Write it in the comments. Let it echo not just on the screen, but in your mind. Show yourself. Show the world. Show them that you are not bound by the chains they still wear. And stay with me, because next, we're going to step into an even deeper battlefield. The glow of the screen, where hesitation itself becomes the loudest confession. Number 4. The glow of the screen. A man is not worried by real problems so much as by his imagined anxieties about real problems. Epictetus. My friends, let's sit with this for a moment because it takes us right into the next battlefield, the glow of the screen at night. This is where their longing doesn't just whisper, it shines back at them through the cold light of their phone. You know the scene. It's late, maybe midnight, maybe later. The world outside is still, the lights are off, and the only thing glowing in the room is the screen in their hand. They're scrolling, swiping, tapping, pretending they're just catching up on the world. But in reality, every flick of the thumb, every scroll, every pause is just a delay before they land where they don't want to be. On your name. Picture it. They scroll past photos of friends, memes, news, even people they barely know. None of it sticks. It all feels hollow. Then, like gravity pulling at the tide, they stop at you. Your name, your profile, your old conversations. That pause is everything. It's hesitation, but hesitation is confession. Because if you didn't matter, there'd be no pause at all. They could scroll past without a thought. But they don't. They linger, they hover, they stare at the screen as though the glow itself could answer the ache they feel inside. And here's the lie they told themselves, folks. They thought not pressing send meant victory. They thought not calling, not texting, not showing weakness meant they were strong. But tell me, what strength is there in staring at your name at 2 a.m., writing out words only to delete them, feeling their chest tighten with every hesitation? That isn't victory. That's slavery to pride. They are chained, not by you, not by silence, but by their own fear of appearing weak. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength, and that's the tragedy here. They don't have that power yet. Their mind betrays them in the quiet hours. They can hold the mask all day, but the screen exposes them at night. That glow doesn't just light their face, it lights their longing. It reveals the storm they're desperate to hide. Think of the phone as a mirror. In daylight, it's just a tool. At night, it becomes a confession booth. Every time they open your messages, scroll through your photos, or stop at your name, they're confessing silently that they're not over you. They may not say it out loud, but hesitation is louder than words. And hesitation always tells the truth. Now here's where the fear creeps in. While they hesitate, while they hover, while they delete unsent words, their mind begins to spiral. What if you don't even think of them anymore? What if you're laughing with someone else? What if their silence has cost them forever? And that fear hits hardest because the screen that once connected you now becomes the wall between you. They could bridge it with one message, one call, but pride drags them back into silence. And so they suffer. Not because you're gone, but because their own pride keeps them chained to longing they can't release. Let's break the lie right now, my friends. They think silence protects them. They think waiting for you to reach out gives them control. But what is control if it robs them of peace? What is strength if it leaves them restless at 3 a.m., scrolling through ghosts of conversations that no longer exist? True strength is not in silence alone, it's in peace. And peace is exactly what they don't have. Meanwhile, look at the contrast. While they're hovering over your name, debating, deleting, drowning in hesitation, you are free. Maybe you're already asleep, resting peacefully. Maybe you're planning tomorrow. Maybe you're enjoying a book, training at the gym, or simply sitting in quiet reflection. That difference, that contrast, is everything. Because they can feel it. They can sense that your calm is not an act, but a reality. And that reality unsettles them more than anything else. Seneca said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." And that's the truth of the glow of the screen. The phone doesn't just connect them to you, it connects them to their imagination. They imagine texting you, imagine you replying, imagine the conversation that might follow. They imagine you ignoring them, they imagine you living without them. Each scenario burns heavier than the last. They suffer not because of what is, but because of what they imagine could be. And here's the irony. Every second they hover, every moment they hesitate, every message they delete, it only deepens their attachment. Because if you were truly gone from their heart, there'd be no hesitation. They'd scroll past without a thought, but they don't. The glow of the screen exposes the truth their pride wants to bury. They miss you. So why do they think this way? Because pride tells them that reaching out makes them weak. Pride whispers that silence means power. But Stoicism teaches us the opposite. True power is not in withholding love out of fear. True power is not in hiding behind hesitation. True power is mastery of the self, mastery of the mind, mastery of desire. And in this, they are failing while you are winning. My friends, here's the beauty of your discipline. You don't need to be glued to a screen. You don't need to hover, to hesitate, to delete. You don't need to let pride chain you to longing. You've already chosen freedom. You've already embraced the truth that your value doesn't depend on their recognition. And that truth is what makes you unforgettable. Because while they sit in the dark, restless, glowing screen reflecting their struggle, you shine without even trying. Think of the contrast like night and day. For them, the night is tormenting. For you, the night is peaceful. For them, the phone is a reminder of what they lost. For you, it's just a tool, not a lifeline. That difference is magnetic. That difference makes your calm impossible to forget. So remember this: hesitation is confession. Every pause on your name, every deleted message, every late-night scroll, that's proof of the storm they carry. You don't need to chase. You don't need to break the silence. Let the glow of the screen be their battlefield. Let their hesitation be their confession, because your silence is not emptiness, it's power. Say it with me now. Strength is in my silence. Write it in the comments. Let it echo on the page. Let it remind you and the world of where true power lies. Because when you embrace silence, when you master calm, you don't need to hover or hesitate. You live free. And stay with me, because what's coming next is even heavier. We're about to step into the hours of sleepless regret, when silence turns into a shadow they can't outrun. Number 5. Sleepless in regret. Regret is wasted if it changes nothing. Marcus Aurelius. My friends, let us begin here, because regret is one of the heaviest burdens a person can carry. It doesn't shout in the middle of the day. It doesn't announce itself in crowded rooms. No, regret is a midnight visitor. It slips under the covers when the lights are out and the world has gone silent. That's when it creeps into their chest, their mind, their very bones, leaving them restless, sleepless, and haunted by the shadow of what they lost. Picture it. The bed feels bigger than ever, like an ocean they can't swim across. The silence of the room grows louder than any noise they heard all day. They toss, they turn, they flip the pillow, pull the blanket, kick it off again. But nothing helps. Because the battle is not outside, it's inside. Their mind won't rest. Their heart won't let go. And in those hours, regret becomes the soundtrack of the night. Replay memories, not just the sweet ones, but all of them. The laugh so hard they nearly cried, the patience you showed when they pushed your buttons, the loyalty you carried when it would have been easier to walk away. Even the arguments come back, but in a new light. What once felt like tension now feels like proof of your steadiness, because while they lost their calm, you kept yours. At the time, they may have seen it as weakness, but in hindsight, it shines as strength, and that realization cuts deep. Let's break the lie, folks. They thought walking away meant relief. They thought silence would bring peace. They thought someone else, something else, anything else could fill the space you once occupied. But in the quiet of the night, the lie crumbles. Because the one thing regret teaches is this: nothing can erase the imprint of someone who lived with calm, with discipline, with strength. They didn't just lose a person, they lost an anchor. And now the weight of that realization keeps them awake. Seneca once wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality," and that's exactly the torment of regret. They lie awake, not only replaying the past, but also imagining the future. What if you were the one who truly cared? What if you were the one they should have fought harder to keep? What if, while they are lying restless, tossing and turning, you are smiling without them, moving forward, living free? That thought alone can sting more than any memory, because regret doesn't just pull them backward, it pushes them forward into fear. And here's the paradox: the more they try to bury the regret, the stronger it grows. The more they resist the memories, the louder they echo. Pride tells them, stay strong, don't reach out, don't give in. But the heart whispers louder in the dark. The heart says, you pushed away something rare. You let go of someone steady. You lost a man who didn't need to shout to prove his value. And that whisper is the one they can't silence. Now, think about the contrast, my friends. While they lie awake, restless, haunted and fearful, you sleep soundly. Your peace isn't shaken. Your mind isn't chasing ghosts. You don't need to beg for recognition because your worth doesn't depend on their validation. That's the freedom Stoicism offers. The ability to let go of what is beyond your control, to embrace silence, not as punishment, but as discipline. And that freedom is exactly what keeps you steady, while regret keeps them restless. Imagine them holding their phone in the dark. They scroll through your old messages, hover over your name, maybe even draft a text. "Hey, are you awake?" Simple words, but heavy with meaning, and yet pride grabs their hand, forces them to delete it. They put the phone down, roll over, stare at the ceiling, but the silence doesn't let them rest. Their heart doesn't let them breathe. Regret pulls them back to the phone again. The cycle repeats. Write, delete, hesitate, suffer. And the truth is clear. If they were really over you, if they truly didn't care, there would be no struggle. There would be no hesitation. There would be no regret. But the regret is there, and it grows heavier with every hour of lost sleep, because deep down they know something they don't want to admit. You were the one who didn't need them to define you. You were the one who didn't break when silence came. You were the one who kept calm when they created chaos. And now that calm is exactly what haunts them. Marcus Aurelius reminded us, receive without arrogance, let go without attachment. And that's what you've done. You received the relationship without arrogance, and when it ended, you let go without chains. That acceptance is your strength. And ironically, that very strength is what stirs their regret. Because while they expected you to fight, to beg, to prove your worth, you chose peace instead. And now they see clearly. You were never desperate. You were never weak. You were steady all along. Let's pause here, my friends, and see the bigger picture. Regret is not proof that you should go back. Regret is not a signal that you should break your silence. Regret belongs to them, not you. It is their burden to carry, not yours to solve. Your role to save them nights. Your role is to live in such a way that your calm continues to echo, your discipline continues to inspire, your presence continues to be unforgettable, even in absence. Think of it this way: regret is like a shadow. It only appears when there is light, and your calm is that light. Your steadiness, your silence, your discipline, that's what makes their regret impossible to outrun. You don't need to remind them. You don't need to send a message. The shadow of regret follows them on its own. So here's the lesson. Let them toss and turn. Let them replay memories. Let them wrestle with what-ifs. That's their journey. Your journey is different. Your journey is peace. Your journey is calm. Your journey is freedom. Because the man who can sleep soundly while others drown in regret is the man who has already won. Say it with me now. My peace unsettles regret. Write it in the comments. Let it stand as your declaration. Let it echo for others who need to hear it. Because the truth is simple. You don't need to carry their regret. You don't need to fight their battles. Your strength is in your calm, and your calm is exactly what makes you unforgettable. And stay with me, my friends, because what comes next goes even deeper. The sleepless nights don't just end with regret. They spiral into something darker, the endless cycle of what-ifs, where the imagination becomes a prison. And every shadow in the night feels like a door they can never reopen. Number 6, the spiral of what-ifs. Man is not worried by real problems so much as by his imagined anxieties about real problems. Epictetus. My friends, this is where the night becomes a prison. The silence has already broken them. The memories have already cut deep. Regret has already crept in like a shadow they can't shake. But now, in the darkest hours, another enemy appears, the endless spiral of what-ifs. And let me tell you, this spiral is crueler than any reality. Because reality ends when the day is over. But imagination can torture them all night long. Picture them lying in bed, staring at the ceiling. The room is dark, the glow of the phone has faded, and they're left alone with their thoughts. And suddenly, the questions begin. What if I had chosen differently? What if I'd held on? What if I've already lost them forever? What if they're happier without me? What if they're with someone else right now? One question leads to another, each heavier than the last, until the mind becomes a storm with no way out. That's the spiral. And once it starts, it doesn't stop. Seneca once warned, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." And that is exactly their suffering. The reality is simple. You are calm, you are moving forward, you are steady. But their imagination twists that reality into a nightmare. They picture you smiling with someone else. They picture you giving your loyalty, your patience, your calm energy to someone who values it more than they did. They picture you walking through life stronger, freer, and untouched by the chaos they feel inside. And that picture burns them more than any argument ever could. Here's the lie they told themselves, folks. They believed letting go would give them control. They believed silence meant they had the upper hand. But silence doesn't give them power, it gives them space. And space is where the imagination takes over. Pride can stop them from texting you, but pride cannot silence the what-ifs. And those what-ifs are merciless. They don't just remind them of what they lost, they remind them of what they may never get back. Imagine their heart racing at 2 a.m., their stomach twisting, their mind refusing to rest. They turn over, grab their phone, scroll, stop at your name, but they don't message. Pride stops them, and so the spiral grows deeper. What if I never get another chance? What if I ruined the one thing that gave me peace? What if they've already forgotten me? Those questions keep coming like waves crashing against a shore, and no matter how much they resist, the tide keeps rising. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Never let the future disturb you. You will meet it, if you have to, with the same reason you use for the present. But they can't do that. They don't live in the present. At night, they live in the future, an imagined future where they are no longer a part of your life. And that imagined future terrifies them more than silence itself, because silence can be broken. But a future where you're truly gone, that feels permanent. And permanence is the one thing pride cannot protect them from. Now let's break this down. Why is this so difficult for them? Because the what-if spiral forces them to face truths they tried to bury. During the day, they tell themselves, "I'm fine. I don't need them. I've moved on." But at night, the spiral asks, what if you lied to yourself? What if you let go of someone irreplaceable? What if you'll never feel that steadiness again? And the silence offers no answers. That's the cruelest part. The questions never end, and the answers never come. Meanwhile, my friends, let's look at you. While they are trapped in imagination, you live in reality. You don't need to ask, what if, because you've already accepted what is. That's Stoicism at its core. Freedom from illusions, freedom from chains, freedom from questions that lead nowhere. You are grounded in today. You are building, growing, living. And that difference makes you unforgettable. Because while they are consumed by imagined futures, you are writing your own. Think about the contrast. They are awake at 3 a.m., heart pounding, mind spinning, trapped in questions that only hurt them. You're asleep, resting peacefully, or maybe you're awake by choice, focused on building something real, reading, working, planning, living. Their imagination drowns them. Your reality frees you. That contrast is everything. It's what makes your absence heavier than your presence. It's what makes your calm louder than any words. And here's the final twist. The spiral of what-ifs doesn't just torture them, it makes them miss you more, because every question ends with the same truth. What if I lost the one person who didn't need me to feel valuable? What if I pushed away the man whose calm couldn't be shaken? What if I never find that again? And my friends, that's not just longing, that's fear, that's realization, that's the dawn of truth breaking through pride's illusion. So what's the lesson for you? Don't step into the spiral with them. Don't fall into the trap of their imagination. Don't answer questions that aren't yours to answer. Their what-ifs are their prison. Your reality is your freedom. And freedom, lived out with calm and discipline, is what makes you unforgettable. Epictetus reminded us, freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control and their spiral, their sleepless nights, their restless questions. That's beyond your control. You can't stop their imagination. You can't fight their regret. You can't win their battles, but you can govern yourself. And that, my friends, is the highest form of power. So let them spiral. Let them suffer in questions. Let them drown in their own imagination, because every sleepless night they spend asking what if is proof that your calm, your steadiness, your silence has left a mark they cannot erase. You don't need to remind them. You don't need to chase. You don't need to beg. Their imagination is doing the chasing for you, and that is the quiet, powerful truth. So here's how we end this journey. Remember this. Their spiral is not your weakness, it's their confession. Their regret is not your burden, it's their lesson. Their imagination is not your prison, it's their battlefield. You stand free. You stand calm. You stand unforgettable. Say it with me now. Peace is my power. Type it in the comments below. Let it echo across this community. Let it remind you of your strength. And if this message has opened your eyes, do me a favor. Press that like button, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with a friend who needs to hear it. Because while they spiral in the night, you will rise in the day. And that, my friends, is the true path of a Stoic. I read somewhere that love is like Wi-Fi. Sometimes it's strong, sometimes it's weak, but we all start panicking the second we lose the signal. Pretty accurate, right? Folks, let's be honest. In today's world, half of romance happens through our phones. The little glowing screen in your hand has replaced love letters, surprise knocks on the window, and late-night mixtapes. Now it's all about that one text, the one message that makes someone grin like a fool, roll over in bed and whisper, "Oh, this person is different." Now, I'm not talking about boring messages like good night or sweet dreams. My friends, those are the text equivalent of a plain slice of bread. Sure, it fills space, but where's the butter? Where's the jam? Where's the spice? The goal here isn't to put someone to sleep, it's to keep them awake, thinking about you. You don't want to be another name lost in the inbox graveyard. You want to be the thought that sneaks into their mind right as their head hits the pillow. Think about it. When the lights are off and the world is quiet, our brains go wild. It's like a movie theater in there. Memories, hopes, worries, random songs we don't even like, all playing on loop. That's your chance, folks. That's when a clever, playful, or sweet message can slip into their imagination like a catchy tune. And if you do it right, guess what? They'll be humming your song all night long. Most people mess this up because they think texting is just about words. They'll type "night, sleep well" and expect fireworks. Sorry to break it to you, but that's like showing up to a costume party wearing regular jeans. You won't get booed out, but nobody's going to remember you either. What you need is a spark, something unexpected, something that makes them laugh, blush, or scratch their head in the best way possible. Here's a little secret. Humans love curiosity. Curiosity is like chocolate cake. You can't resist taking at least one bite. A good night message that leaves a question mark in someone's head is way more powerful than a message that tries to wrap everything up in a bow. You don't have to be Shakespeare. You just have to be fun, confident, and a little unpredictable. It's like that famous line, "Don't count the days, make the days count." Same goes for texts. Don't just send a message to check the box. Send something that makes them feel something, something that paints a picture. Imagine texting, "Good night. Don't let your pillow get too jealous. I know I'm the one on your mind." Boom. Now their brain is juggling between the pillow, you, and the idea of missing you. That's not just a text. That's planting yourself in their late-night daydream. And listen, folks, you don't have to be smooth 24/7. Sometimes humor is the golden ticket. Throw in a silly metaphor like, "Good night. May your dreams be as sweet as donuts on a Monday morning." Who doesn't smile at that? It's light, it's fun, and most importantly, it's you. Because at the end of the day, texts don't have to be perfect. They just have to feel real. So why are we here? Simple. We're here to make sure you don't blend in. We're here to turn your messages into little treasures, into sparks that light up someone's imagination long after they've put down the phone. Because here's the truth. Ordinary messages get ignored. Memorable messages, they get replayed in someone's head again and again, like their favorite song stuck on repeat. By the end of this, you'll know 6 goodnight texts that aren't just goodnight texts. They're little magic tricks. They'll help you stand out, stay unforgettable, and maybe even become the reason someone wakes up smiling. So grab your metaphorical seatbelt, my friends, because we're about to upgrade your texting game forever. Message 1. Good night. I'll try not to show up in your dreams, but no promises. They say dreams are like free movies. The only problem is you never get to pick the genre. Sometimes it's action, sometimes it's horror, and sometimes it's just you running late to class, even though you graduated 10 years ago. But what if you could sneak yourself into someone else's dream? Imagine slipping into their midnight movie as a surprise guest star. That's exactly the energy behind the line. Good night. I'll try not to show up in your dreams, but no promises. Now, why does this work so well? Because most people play it way too safe with their texts. Good night, sweet dreams, sleep well. Those are fine, but let's be real, folks. They're the text version of plain boiled potatoes. Nothing wrong with potatoes, but they don't exactly set the room on fire. This line, though, this is potatoes turned into crispy fries with extra seasoning. Suddenly, the flavor wakes you up. Suddenly, it's something you remember. But here's the tricky part. Most folks are scared to send a text like this. They think, what if it sounds silly? What if they don't get it? What if they don't reply? Fear always tries to keep us in the land of boring. It whispers, just say something safe so you don't look dumb. But the truth is, safe texts are the ones people forget. It's like going to karaoke night and deciding not to sing because you don't want to embarrass yourself. Guess what? The person who belts out an off-key Bohemian Rhapsody gets remembered, cheered on, maybe even gets free nachos. Playing it safe gets you silence. Taking the risk gets you remembered. Think about how this message lands when they read it. Two things might happen. They might laugh and think, "Who does this person think they are?" Or they might smile and secretly hope you do show up in their dreams. But here's the magic. You win in both cases. Because even if they're laughing at your boldness, they're still thinking about you. And the point of the game is to live rent-free in their mind, isn't it? It's like that annoying jingle from a commercial. You might roll your eyes at it, but you'll still be humming it in the shower. Let's zoom in on why it works. Our brains are addicted to curiosity. It's like chocolate cake. We know we don't need it, but we can't resist. A regular good night message closes the door. This one leaves it cracked open, just enough for their imagination to sneak through. It's a question without a question mark. Will they show up in my dream? What would that even look like? Suddenly you're not just a text. They're picturing you, imagining scenarios, creating stories around you. That's the power of suggestion. You're not forcing it. You're planting a seed, and their own imagination waters it. Of course, it feels bold, a little cheeky, but cheeky is good. Cheeky is memorable. Cheeky is that bright red hat in a sea of black baseball caps. People notice it, they whisper about it, they smile at it. Fortune favors the bold, my friends, and in texting, attention favors the bold too. Now, let's be honest, the reason many avoid sending something like this is fear of rejection. It's easier to type "sleep well" and hide behind normal, but what's the cost of being normal? Being forgotten. Nobody remembers the 10th person who texted "sweet dreams," but they will remember the one who dared to say, "I'll try not to show up in your dreams," but no promises. That's confidence, that's fun, and that's how you plant yourself in someone's thoughts. The funny thing is, people often mistake confidence for arrogance, but there's a huge difference. Arrogance says, "You owe me attention." Confidence says, "I know I'm worth your attention whether you give it or not." This line is confidence dressed up in playfulness. You're not begging for a response. You're not trying too hard. You're simply putting the idea out there, letting it float in their imagination and moving on with your night. That's powerful energy. Now let's talk about why it feels difficult at first, because stepping out of the safe zone always feels uncomfortable. It's like jumping into a cold pool. Your body screams, "Nope, get out," but give it a minute and suddenly you're swimming freely, wondering why you were scared in the first place. Sending a message like this is the same. At first, your brain panics. What if they don't reply? But here's the truth. You're not sending it for validation. You're sending it to show that you're different, that you're bold, that you refuse to be ordinary. Even if they don't reply, they'll remember it. And memory is more powerful than a quick emoji reaction. This is where you rise above the fear. You stop believing the lie that says, "If I play it safe, I'll be liked." No, safe doesn't get you liked. Safe gets you ignored. It's the bold ones, the playful ones, the confident ones who leave a mark. And leaving a mark is the whole point. So let's flip the script. Instead of being afraid, what if you believed this? My words matter. My energy is different. My presence is unforgettable. That changes everything. Suddenly, a playful line becomes more than a text. It becomes a statement. It says, "I'm not here to blend in. I'm here to stand out. I'm here to take up space in your thoughts." And folks, here's the best part. When they finally put down their phone and drift off to sleep, there's a good chance they'll actually dream about you. Not because you forced it, but because you suggested it. That's the magic of psychology. That's the magic of being clever, bold, and intentional. You're not just another voice in the noise. You're the spark, the story, the unforgettable line that echoes in their head long after the lights go out. Now here's what I want you to do. Say this with me. I am not here to be basic. I am here to be unforgettable. Write it in the comments. Don't just whisper it to yourself. Put it out there. Show yourself. Show me. Show the world around you that you've decided to stop blending in. Because once you claim it, you start living it. And stay with me, because this was just the first taste. If this one little line plants the seed of curiosity, the next one takes it to another level. Imagine not just showing up in someone's dream, but making them smile before they even open their eyes in the morning. That's where we're heading, my friends. Buckle up. The best is yet to come. Message 2. Rest well, but don't smile too much tomorrow thinking about me. Now, come on, folks. Tell me that doesn't sound like the kind of line you'd see scribbled on the bathroom wall of destiny. It's bold, it's cheeky, and it's the kind of playful confidence that makes someone stop, grin, and reread it just to make sure they caught it right. This isn't just another bedtime message. It's a statement, a little wink across the distance, a reminder that you're not just another name in their inbox. Most people, when they send a goodnight text, sound like they're reading off a Hallmark card. Good night. Sweet dreams. Talk tomorrow. Folks, that's like serving plain oatmeal for dessert. Sure, it's food, but nobody's raving about it later. This line, though, is different. It's the chocolate lava cake with the gooey center. It's the dish that people take a picture of before eating because it's just that memorable. And the beauty is, it's only one sentence long. Why does it hit so hard? Because you're doing two clever things at once. First, you're planting the idea that they'll be thinking about you. Second, you're making them smile in the exact moment they read it. That's like throwing a boomerang that hits twice, once now, once tomorrow, a double win. Now let's break down why most folks are too scared to send something like this. It all comes down to fear of being misunderstood. They worry, what if it sounds arrogant? What if they don't take it the right way? So instead of sending something bold, they water themselves down. They settle for safe. But safe is forgettable. Safe is invisible. Safe is being the extra in a movie when you were born to be the main character. The truth is, this message isn't arrogance at all. Arrogance says, you owe me your time. Confidence says, oh, I'm worth your time. And this line is dripping with that second one. It doesn't demand attention, it assumes it. It's like walking into a room with your shoulders back and your smile easy. You're not yelling for people to notice you, but somehow they do. Confidence is magnetic, and this text radiates it. Picture this. They're lying in bed, scrolling through their phone. They read your message and their lips curl into a grin. And then a thought sneaks in. Why is this person so sure of themselves? Why do they sound like they already know I'll be smiling tomorrow? That tiny spark of curiosity is everything, because once they start thinking about you, really thinking, you've already set yourself apart from the endless stream of predictable, bland, cookie-cutter texts they're used to. Think of it like this. Everyone else is playing checkers, and you're over here playing chess. Everyone else is saying good night to close the conversation, but you're saying something that opens up a story in their head. That's how you move differently. That's how you stand out. And folks, let's not pretend it doesn't take guts. Sending something like this can feel like stepping onto a stage with a spotlight on you. Your heart might whisper, play it safe, don't risk it, just blend in. But let me ask you, when has blending in ever made anyone unforgettable? Safe is the path to being average. Bold is the path to being remembered. It's like that famous line, ships are safe in the harbor, but that's not what ships are built for. You weren't built to hide in the safe harbor of generic texting. You were built to sail out, take risks, and leave ripples in someone else's thoughts. That's exactly what this message does. It sails straight into their imagination. And here's the kicker. You don't need them to reply right away for it to work. Whether they respond with a laughing emoji, a playful comeback, or even silence, the thought is planted. They'll still think about it tomorrow when they catch themselves smiling. They'll still wonder why you sounded so sure of yourself. That's power. Now let's flip the script for a moment. Why is it so difficult for people to embrace this kind of confidence? Because society conditions us to play small. From a young age we're taught, don't brag, don't be too much, don't draw too much attention. And while humility is beautiful, shrinking yourself into invisibility isn't. People confuse humility with playing small. But folks, humility isn't saying, I'm not worth it. Humility is knowing you're worth it without needing to shout about it. This text is humble confidence at its best. It doesn't scream, look at me. It just casually strolls into their mind and sets up camp. And here's a little secret. People love being around others who know their value. It makes them feel safe. It makes them feel excited. It makes them curious. That's why confidence is so attractive. It's not just about you. It's about how you make the other person feel. When they read a message like this, they feel like they're part of something fun, something light, something alive. That's the energy most people are starving for. Now, let's bring this home with some motivation. Imagine sending this tonight. Imagine the smile it causes. Imagine the ripple effect of one playful line that makes you unforgettable. You're not here to beg for attention. You're not here to blend into the sea of safe. You're here to shine a light, to leave a mark, to spark joy. And that spark is what sets you apart. So say it out loud with me. I will not be boring. I will not play it safe. I will be remembered. Write it in the comments. Claim it for yourself. Show me, show yourself. Show the world around you that you're done hiding in the shadows of average. Because once you declare it, once you step into it, you'll start living it. And my friends, don't get too comfortable yet. This was just message number 2. If you think planting the idea of tomorrow's smile is clever, wait until you see the next one. The next one takes the game from playful to downright unforgettable. You'll be painting pictures in their imagination they won't be able to erase. Stick with me. It only gets better from here. Message 3. Good night. I hope your pillow isn't jealous that I'm not there. Now tell me that doesn't sound like the kind of line that sneaks into your head and refuses to leave. It's silly, it's playful, and it's clever in a way that makes someone grin before they even realize they're grinning. And that's because this isn't just a text. This is a little spark disguised as a bedtime message. Picture it. They're lying in bed. The room is dark. The glow of the phone is the only light. They're scrolling through all the usual notifications, maybe even yawning, ready to knock out for the night. Then they read your message. Suddenly, instead of closing their eyes, they're laughing quietly, maybe even shaking their head. Why? Not because the line itself is complicated. It's not. It's because of the energy behind it. Confidence, humor, a touch of cheekiness. It lands differently. It cuts through the ordinary like a bright neon sign flickering in the middle of a sleepy street. Most people don't think this way. They send texts that are safe, predictable, and, let's be honest, forgettable. Good night. Sleep well. Sweet dreams. Folks, those are the text equivalent of giving someone a plain cracker when they're craving dessert. Nobody remembers a cracker, But throw in this message and suddenly you're serving a midnight snack that makes them laugh and think at the same time. That's what makes it powerful. The brilliance of this line isn't just in what you say, it's in what you imply. You're not just wishing them good night, you're painting a picture, a pillow, jealous that it doesn't get to be you. That's a tiny little story in itself, and stories are sticky. People don't remember facts, they remember feelings tied to stories. When you send this, you're not just words on a screen, you become part of their imagination. You've walked into their bedtime story without needing an invitation. And let's be real, humor is one of the strongest doorways into connection. You can argue all day about what's attractive, but here's a universal truth. Laughter creates bonds. When someone makes you laugh, even for a moment, you feel a spark. It softens walls, it builds bridges, it makes space for curiosity. And curiosity is where deeper connection begins. This line does all of that with one playful sentence. Think about modern communication for a second. People are drowning in mediocrity. They're bombarded with notifications, texts, and messages that all sound the same. Half the time it feels like everyone is copying each other's scripts. That's why most messages vanish before the brain even registers them. This one doesn't vanish. It lingers. It's a pebble tossed into the pond of their mind, and the ripples stretch out long after they put their phone down. And here's what I love about it. It balances intimacy with innocence. You're not crossing any lines. You're not being too forward. You're teasing without trespassing. It's light-hearted, yet it carries that undertone of attraction. You didn't say, "I wish I was in your bed." That would be too blunt, too heavy. Instead, you let the image of a jealous pillow do the work. It's subtle, it's funny, and it leaves just enough blank space for their imagination to fill in the rest. That blank space is where the magic happens. Now, most people fail here because they over-explain. They spell out every thought like they're writing a manual. "Good night, I wish I could be there beside you, holding you, blah, blah, blah." And what happens? The moment dies. The imagination is killed, because you've left nothing for the other person to play with. But this message, it's different. It hands them a brush and says, "Here, you paint the rest of the picture." And trust me, they will. Of course, some of you might be thinking, but what if they don't respond? And my answer is, so what? This isn't about begging for validation. This isn't about fishing for a reply. It's about planting a seed. It's about showing you're different from the rest, showing you know how to stand out without trying too hard. Even if they don't text back, they'll remember it. They'll remember how it made them laugh. They'll remember how it made them feel. And in this world, feelings are the currency that matter. Fear keeps most people from sending messages like this. They're afraid of being too much. They're afraid of risking rejection. But playing it safe doesn't protect you. It erases you. Playing it safe is what keeps people stuck in the friend zone, sending safe little crumbs of good night texts that vanish into the void. Confidence is the ultimate aphrodisiac, and this message radiates confidence. It says, "I know my worth. I don't need to be timid about it." That kind of energy is magnetic. It reminds me of that quote, "Life begins at the edge of your comfort zone." Well, so does connection. Step outside of safe, and suddenly you're living. Suddenly you're being remembered. You don't get there by repeating the same "sleep tight" that everyone else sends. You get there by daring to be playful, daring to be different, daring to let your personality shine. And here's something else to chew on. People process the world through imagination, especially at night, when the day slows down and the brain starts wandering. When you give someone an image, like a pillow being jealous, they can't help but picture it. They see it, they smile at it, and for that moment, they feel something. That's your victory, because in the end, people don't remember texts word for word. They remember how those texts made them feel. So next time you hesitate, remind yourself of this. You're not here to be background noise. You're not here to blend in with the endless scroll of boring notifications. You're here to stand out. You're here to be remembered. You're here to make someone smile at their screen like they just read a secret joke meant only for them. Say this with me. I will not over-explain. I will not play it safe. I will spark emotions that last. Write it in the comments. Claim it. Show yourself. Show me, and show the world around you that you're not afraid to be bold, not afraid to be playful, not afraid to step into the spotlight of their imagination. And don't get too comfortable, because this was just one line, one message, one tool in your arsenal. If you think a jealous pillow is powerful, wait until you see what comes next. The next one doesn't just make them laugh. It plants you so deep in their thoughts that they'll be telling stories about it the next morning. Buckle up, folks. We're just getting warmed up. Message 4. Good night. Let me know if I make a guest appearance in your dreams. Now, folks, admit it, that sounds less like a bedtime message and more like a movie trailer. You can almost hear the dramatic voiceover, coming soon to a dream near you. And that's the genius of this line. It's playful, it's bold, and it flips a simple good night into a full-on experience. Most people close their day with autopilot texts. Night. Sleep tight. Talk tomorrow. That's the texting version of shutting the door without even looking back. But you're not slamming doors. You're leaving windows cracked open for imagination to sneak in. You're giving them something to carry with them into sleep. And that's why this works. It's not just a text, it's an invitation. Let's imagine the scene. They're lying in bed, phone in hand, ready to swipe through the last few notifications. Suddenly, your message pops up. Let me know if I make a guest appearance in your dreams. What happens? Their eyebrows lift. Their lips curl into a smile. And before they can help it, their mind starts wandering. Wait, why would I dream about them? What would that look like? And boom, you're not just in their phone anymore, you're in their head. That's the beauty of curiosity. As the old saying goes, curiosity is the wick in the candle of learning, and in this case, curiosity is the spark that keeps you glowing in their imagination long after the screen goes dark. You're not handing them all the answers, you're letting them fill in the blanks. And folks, trust me, when people are left to imagine, they always create a story far more vivid than anything you could type out. Now, let's talk about why this takes confidence. Notice you're not asking, will you dream about me? That's needy. That's uncertain. Instead, you're saying, when you do, just let me know. That's bold. That's playful. That's the energy of someone who doesn't need approval because they already know their worth. And confidence like that, it's magnetic. It pulls people in without you needing to shout or beg. Here's the problem in today's world. Attention spans are shorter than a TikTok clip. Everyone is flooded with texts, memes, reels, emails, ding, ding, ding. You blink and a notification is buried under 5 more. If you want to stand out, you can't be safe. Safe gets lost. Safe is invisible. This line isn't safe. It's intriguing. It's short enough to remember, but clever enough to linger. And let me be clear, this isn't just about them. It's about you too. When you send something like this, you're showing the world who you are. You're showing that you're not just another copy-paste boring